Your good friend is clearly the invincible great emperor of all time, yet you hide from him every single day. It's only because even though he became the great emperor, ruling over 10,000 ages, he still cannot live forever. And you are the only immortal being in this world. You don't dare gamble on what he might do once he knows you can live forever, so you hid away long ago. Luckily, you were born with a special power that hides cause and effect, plus some other tricks, so you've stayed hidden all these years. You often gaze up at the starry sky, sighing that this era will end up with only you and me left. And right now, the invincible one of this world, Yuan Kuan, the Yuan Ji Great Emperor, is remembering old times with his wife, because his wife is also about to die. When people are about to die, they can't help but think about old friends from the past. So they can't help but mention Ah Kuan. Back then, all the people in our group, good or bad, they all had their endings. But there's one person who disappeared a very long time ago. What was his ending? When Yuan Kuan heard Lu Ruyan's words, he knew who she meant. Qin Feng? When Yuan Kuan said this name, his face showed some complicated feelings. He might be competing with this person in some way, even he's not sure if you're already dead or not. Once upon a time, Qin Feng was also one of the people most likely to succeed under the starry sky, but he mysteriously disappeared. You two were supposed to be good brothers, yet you don't even find out if he's dead or alive. He disappeared on purpose. He should have lived for a long time, maybe he's not even dead now. Yuan Kuan spoke calmly, but actually he wasn't completely sure about your situation. Then why doesn't he ever show up? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask. If a person hides and refuses to come out, naturally he's afraid of something. Yuan Kuan smiled when he heard this, speaking calmly, showing a proud look on his face. Afraid of what? Lu Ruyan thought about it and then understood. Back then, you were a truly top person in the world, just one ultimate leap away from becoming emperor through the righteous path. What could make you afraid should only be those forbidden creatures that don't dare come into the light, or later the Yuan Kuan Great Emperor. But with the current Great Emperor suppressing them, forbidden creatures don't dare come out. He's afraid of you? Why? Lu Ruyan was very curious about this. Not clear, but it should be that he has some secret he's afraid I'll know. And I feel like he's treating me like a villain, which makes me strangely annoyed. When Yuan Kuan said this, his tone got a bit colder. What does this mean? Lu Ruyan didn't quite understand for a moment. I guess he's very afraid that I covet his secret, so he hides and won't come out. Isn't this treating me like a villain? No matter what secret he has, I don't care about it at all. Yuan Kuan's dominating aura spread out, the Supreme Great Emperor's presence filled the air, crushing the starry sky. He firmly believes he can sweep across 10,000 ages. Even if it's the biggest secret in the world, he can completely ignore it. He is already the ultimate in this world. In heaven and earth, among all the red dust, nothing can surpass him. In the extremely distant starry sky, you feel this invincible aura and immediately show disdain on your face. What's he going crazy about again? Being a great emperor is so great? Making all this noise and disturbing people. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 years passed, and you're already close to 10,000 years old. Normally speaking, a great emperor can only live about 10,000 years. Even if they get immortality medicine, at most 20,000 years. And you're already 10,000 years old, still bursting with life force, your lifespan stretching endlessly. Immortality is good, but it's also a huge shackle, preventing you from making that ultimate leap. You can't even try it, completely unable to touch that Supreme Emperor realm. You haven't given up pursuing invincibility though. After spending 10,000 years, you finally perfected one kind of great Tao for yourself. Just talking about Tao cultivation, you're confident you're not worse than Yuan Kuan, this current great emperor. But because you haven't experienced righteous path heavenly tribulation, haven't experienced the supreme heavenly heart Tao source baptism, you're still far from being a match for the current great emperor. However, through your recent attempts, you think there's still one path that could let you stand shoulder to shoulder with a great emperor. You currently only have one flawless Tao cultivation. If you comprehend and master multiple flawless Tao cultivations supporting each other as the foundation, theoretically you could continuously approach a true great emperor. Your might could even surpass a great emperor. It's not impossible. As for whether it works, time will have to prove it. Your core Tao cultivation in this life is the way of thunder. Threads of lightning suddenly overflow around your body, flashing and piercing through empty space. Suddenly, between the flashing of that lightning, in the moment of annihilating everything, there's faintly some kind of new life fortune. A kind of great Tao is born in the center of the thunder. It should be the way of life. But just at this moment, the entire universe suddenly makes some kind of movement. This movement isn't the movement of the universe's starry sky, but a kind of sorrow coming from the supreme heavenly Tao and 10,000 laws source. You naturally also feel this cosmic movement, and immediately know what it means. Yuan Kuan, have you finally lived to the end, about to die? You lift your head looking toward deep space. Just looking in that direction, you can faintly feel a kind of shocking fortune that dominates everything and overwhelms 10,000 ages. That's where a current great emperor is, who once achieved righteousness in the supreme heavenly heart, reaching ultimate sublimation, but now this current great emperor also seems unable to live forever, his lifespan nearly up. And the supreme heavenly Tao grieves for him. Yuan Koan didn't even find one immortality medicine? Is he that useless? You feel slightly puzzled. Although since ancient times, indeed not all great emperors have gotten immortality medicine, some died after living just one lifetime. But most of the time, they could always get at least one kind of immortality medicine. You once read ancient books and discovered that throughout history, invincible ones could at most obtain one kind of immortality medicine. It seems those medicines avoid meeting on the same great emperor. And at this time, Yuan Koan is standing in front of a graveyard, looking at those dozen or so large graves, inevitably feeling nostalgic. Not long ago, a new grave was added that was his beloved Lu Ruyan. Although Yuan Koan used his own cave dwelling plus part of an immortality medicine to wash her marrow, after 10,000 years she still carried a deathly aura. But he actually already obtained immortality medicine long ago, just not urgent to use it. In a corner of this blessed land, grows a very delicate purple lotus flower. The purple lotus flower is exquisite and beautiful, its petals crystal clear like jade. This purple lotus flower is the legendary thief-luring lotus. Will there be a fool who gets tricked into coming out? Yuan Koan now looks at the thief-luring lotus, thinking about what method he can use to act more realistically like he's about to die. He wanted to use his weakest time in his old age to lure out those enemies who had always been lurking, waiting to hunt him down. He knew better than anyone. In this seemingly peaceful world, there are ancient supreme beings hiding in the darkness, there are foreign monsters and evil spirits, there are great sources of disaster, and there are immortal beings. They are all taboo beings who have strayed from the righteous path. That kind of darkness and filth even made him, the emperor of the present age, feel immense pressure. In this life, Yuan Yu had tangled with those taboo beings more than once. 6,000 years ago, he had tracked down a taboo being that had encountered an accident, leading to a fierce battle, and he ultimately slew it. In the past 2,000 years, he had crushed a monster that had emerged from the devil abyss and tried to parasite the supreme heart of the universe. He even directly entered the devil abyss and turned it inside out, nipping some disasters in the bud. Of course, there were places in the devil abyss that he couldn't easily push through. If he truly fought to the end, it was possible that they would both perish together. As an emperor, Yuan Yu's divine might was unmatched. He could sense some subtle and cold malice from the darkness aimed at him. It seemed that a taboo being had set its sights on him. But those taboo beings had hidden for countless years, and their hiding was so well done. With only a trace of malice, Yuan Yu found it difficult to track down their hiding place. Because they were afraid of him and dared not show themselves, and their hiding was so well executed. These taboo beings were similar to Qin Feng. Taboo beings, Qin Feng, could they be the same? Yuan Yu couldn't help but think of Qin Feng. But his emperor's intuition was always sharp, able to capture subtle heavenly secrets and causal fluctuations. Especially since he and Qin Feng were comrades and good brothers from their youth, with many intertwined fates between them, making his intuition even more accurate. Although that intuition could not reveal the truth, it only allowed for reasonable speculation. But it still made Yuan Yu ponder deeply. If Qin Feng were indeed a kind of taboo being, then it would make sense for him to fear and avoid him. Forget it, I'd rather hope you are, maybe there's a chance of reunion. If we meet, I'll kill you on sight. Yuan Yu thought for a moment and then couldn't be bothered to think further. Qin Feng's matter wasn't worth consuming his energy at the moment. At least, Qin Feng couldn't possibly be the taboo being hiding in the shadows plotting against him. Otherwise, that intuition would be much stronger and clearer. Several hundred more years passed. Qin Feng was contemplating the Tao of life, lightning flashing around him, the breath of new life suddenly appearing. Two paths of cultivation, one life and one death, did not repel each other but complemented each other. But suddenly, boom! A massive sound spread throughout the universe in an instant, with 10,000 waves of resonance, stirring waves of Tao fluctuations, carrying a sense of sorrow, a feeling of melancholy. Yuan Yu, are you dead or not? Qin Feng, sensing this omen that all the heavens and paths mourned together, knew that Yuan Yu, the emperor of the present age, had reached the final stage of his lifespan. But he really didn't believe that Yuan Yu would die just like that. If Yuan Yu really hadn't found the immortal elixir, the commotion that was happening would be far more complicated than this. Still trying to use this to lure out his great enemy? His acting is so poor, would any fool take the bait? Qin Feng thought to himself. Even he didn't believe Yuan Yu would just die, how could those ancient taboo beings be fooled? If even a green newbie like him couldn't be lured out, who else could be? However, just as Qin Feng thought this, suddenly, an earth-shattering wave spread from beyond the universe. Boom! It was as if an ancient wave crashed into this universe, with immense power, shaking the endless starry sky. What's happening? Wasn't everyone just lamenting that Emperor Yuan was about to fall? Why does this sound like the emperor is directly fighting? The world trembled and was terrified. This kind of movement was definitely the power of taboos, only imperial beings could possess it. It's the foreign divine tomb. Could it be that an immortal being is about to be born again? Soon, a powerful expert judged that this fluctuation came from the foreign god tomb, because it came from the direction of the god tomb, and had that strange and unique immortal aura. Is the god tomb trying to take advantage of Emperor Yuanji's late arrival to harvest the imperial-level corpses? Some people who knew many secrets said with a trembling voice. Outside the domain, there are two sources of great disaster in the world, the demon abyss and the god tomb. These two places didn't exist at first, but after a great event in ancient times, they suddenly appeared. However, while everyone was still wondering about the movement of the god tomb in the great universe, at the pinnacle of the starry sky, layers of immortal light suddenly descended, creating a dazzling heavenly ladder, ancient and vast, with a magnificent aura. The heavenly ladder had no visible end, as if it were endless, directly leading to the land of myths. The eternal heavenly ladder. This mythic forbidden zone has appeared? Did Emperor Yuanji really die in one lifetime? So many forbidden things have appeared? Many powerful experts with broad knowledge didn't really believe that Emperor Yuanji would die in one lifetime. But now, from the movement, it really seemed like that was the case. Is this era really about to end so soon? Is it really happening? Even Qin Feng couldn't help but stand up, gazing at the distant starry sky, curious about what's going on with Yuanyu now. Could it be that after this era, he would be the only one left? But just when Qin Feng thought it was really happening, the shocking world-shaking fluctuation caused by the god tomb, like the waves of the ancient sea, began to subside. The endless layers of the eternal heavenly ladder at the pinnacle of the starry sky also gradually faded away. Soon, the entire universe returned to calm. The world had a false alarm. Seeing this, Qin Feng naturally understood. Yuanyu would not die in this lifetime, and those forbidden beings had seen the true situation. But it must be said, at least Yuanyu had managed to deceive some of them, knowing that the god tomb and the eternal heavenly ladder were both being watched by forbidden beings, so perhaps he could make preparations early. The god tomb, the eternal heavenly ladder, quite impressive. Should I also create some kind of spectacle in the future? Qin Feng couldn't help but think. He wouldn't die, perhaps one day he could even reach imperial-level power. Living through long years, it wouldn't be right to have no infrastructure, that would seem rather shabby. Chapter 4, Stepping into the Forbidden Realm. Soon, a massive movement swept through the universe. The sorrow of all the Tao that had previously swept the world was also swept away. At this moment, the world once again felt the unparalleled imperial aura, overwhelming everything, crushing all in the world, invincible in the human realm. Those with insight could naturally see. Emperor Yuanji hadn't died, he must have obtained the immortal divine medicine, reconstructed his life source, and lived again. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't care much and prepared to continue comprehending the Tao. However, clearly, he still underestimated Yuanyu, underestimated what it meant to be an emperor. After Yuanyu regained his vitality and returned to his peak imperial godly might, he directly began to settle accounts with the eternal heavenly ladder and the god tomb. These two sources of great disaster in mythic forbidden zones had caused great movement. Yuanyu naturally wouldn't let them go, he suspected that the forbidden beings who had secretly been watching him with malice all these years might have come from those two places. Boom! Yuanyu stepped onto the pinnacle of the starry sky, his gaze blazing, piercing through the darkness, his world-shattering aura spreading throughout the universe, overwhelming everything. He raised his hand and directly threw out the Yuanji spear, instantly unleashing all his divine might, fierce and unparalleled, as if it would tear the entire universe apart. Bang! The Yuanji spear crushed a section of the dark starry sky, and in the shocked gazes of the people, it directly forced out the dazzling and brilliant eternal heavenly ladder. A large number of heavenly ladder steps were shattered, turning into shards of light, dissipating into deep space. And Yuanyu directly stepped onto the ladder, each step shaking the universe, turning large chunks of the ladder steps into powder. Finally, Yuanyu directly reached the top, vanishing into the darkness and nothingness at the end. Emperor Yuanji. The people witnessed such a mythic legend like supreme divine might. Everyone was deeply shaken, stirred in a way that words could hardly describe. That kind of absolute invincibility, it is something everyone in the world longs for. In this world of dust and turmoil, there is no place too dangerous to go, no strong enemy that cannot be slain. How many forbidden beings of darkness exist? So what? They still fear, dread, and avoid the emperor of the world. As expected of the great emperor. Qin Feng looked at Yuanyu's unmatched divine might, and couldn't help but let out a small gasp of amazement. There was more envy than jealousy. He and Yuanyu naturally had no enmity between them. But for now, he and Yuanyu were not on the same path. In the realm of the forbidden, those on the same path are great enemies, and those on different paths are mortal enemies. Then, a terrifying noise, as if the entire universe was about to collapse, erupted from the dark and empty deep space. It was clear that the great Emperor Yuan-ji was battling within. After a while, a roar filled with fury and unwillingness, as if it came from ancient times, reverberated through the deep space, making one tremble with fear and shaking the very soul. It swept through the starry sky, like an ancient beast roaring through the human world. Finally, a terrifying, powerful humanoid being fell out from the empty deep space, still impaled by the supreme divine weapon, Yuan-ji's spear. Yuan-ji followed, surrounded by a few glowing stones, emitting a terrifying, taboo-like aura that made even forbidden beings tremble, feeling an intense sense of danger. So, this is your 1,000-year preparation, turning those old, rotten stones into forbidden divine objects? Xin Feng couldn't help but glance at the pile of junk behind him. Among them were several rotten stones. It was something he, Yuan Yu, and another friend had found in an ancient ruin years ago. The material was unique, seemingly forged through some special process. Its internal structure was strange, capable of autonomously inscribing the laws of the world, containing power, but it was very prone to exploding, and when it did, its power was immense. Yuan Yu had clearly refined those rotten stones into far more powerful forbidden bombs. This must have been Yuan Yu's preparation for the great battles in his later years. Without such preparation, Yuan Yu likely wouldn't dare to easily venture into the mythical forbidden zone of the eternal sky ladder. The forbidden being, impaled by Yuan-ji's spear. There was little surprise. In the end, it was naturally killed by Yuan Yu. Moreover, this forbidden being was once an invincible existence that had successfully attained the Tao in this vast universe. When it exhausted all of its power to return to its former realm, it was still unparalleled in strength. But its emperor's body had decayed, its blood and energy drained, and its power was running out. The only outcome could be defeat. However, its final strike still shattered the starry sky, unleashing terrifying strength, almost sinking the entire universe and severely injuring Yuan Yu. Seeing this, Xin Feng lost interest in watching further. He silently sat down and continued his understanding of the great Tao. Yuan Yu was the emperor of the world, with boundless power. The so-called severe injury was nothing to speak of, it wouldn't be fatal. After such a fierce battle, Yuan Yu then charged out of the universe, stepping onto the divine tomb. Inside the divine tomb, a terrifying battle also erupted. The commotion reached the vast universe, causing great turmoil. But how the battle went, no one knew. In the end, Yuan Yu returned to the universe, and the people could not directly look at the emperor, so naturally, they didn't know the extent of his injuries or the results of his battle. And so, the universe gradually returned to calm. In the blink of an eye, 8,000 years passed. Xin Feng was 18,000 years old. He had already pushed the Tao of life to its utmost limits, just short of some flaws. With another 1,000 years or so, it would be nearly perfect. This path is feasible. Xin Feng raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning, then quickly snuffed it out. In that instant, the power of the lightning, supported by the pure Tao source of the Tao of life, skyrocketed, surpassing previous limits, and the terrifying strength emitted a forbidden aura that was hard to describe. This power was already far more powerful than it had been 8,000 years ago. Compared to when he first reached the supreme realm of the world, it could almost be said that he had surpassed an entire great realm. No matter which era he was in, except for the great emperors, he was confident he could push everything aside, and calling him a taboo would not be an exaggeration, at least he had stepped into the realm of the taboo. After all, this was the accumulation of 18,000 years of deep cultivation. Moreover, he was not some mediocre talent, he originally possessed supreme innate talent, his abilities were unmatched by any invincible figure from the past to the present. This was not something that happened overnight. It was the accumulation of long years, constantly building up the steps under his feet before he could barely step into the taboo domain. And during these 8,000 years, Yuan Yu had not been idle. Just from what Xin Feng sensed, Yuan Yu had trespassed 3 mythic taboo zones, had erupted in great battles, and even captured taboo creatures deep in the starry sky. It always felt like Yuan Yu was up to something. But in the past 1 or 2,000 years, Yuan Yu seemed to have rested, and it seemed that he had not revealed his imperial might in the world. However, Xin Feng wouldn't pay too much attention, as he was always immersed in his own cultivation. But Xin Feng never expected that. Hundreds of years later, this era ended without warning. Because the current Yuan-ji Great Emperor had disappeared. Boom! A huge noise spread across the universe, the great Tao resonated, all laws unfolded, as if some kind of celestial shackles were being unlocked. And this kind of situation generally means that the current Great Emperor no longer exists. The suppression over all the Tao is lifted, the supreme shackles are undone, allowing people to cross tribulations and attain the Tao, and a new great emperor will emerge. Chapter 5, The Emperor's Death, the End of the Era. But in reality, even if someone now reaches the supreme realm of the world and faces the imperial tribulation for Tao attainment, they will still face severe suppression, making it extremely difficult to take that step. They will still need to go through a considerable buffer period, waiting for the full release of the Tao of heaven and earth before they can cross the tribulation and attain the Tao. Something's not right. Xin Feng felt the shackles of the Tao opening. The noise that spread across the universe, the resonance of the heavenly Tao, subtly carried a sense of sorrow. In such a situation, the vast majority of people in the world would believe that it was because the current great emperor had passed away, and the heaven and earth Tao mourned, causing the extraordinary phenomenon to shock the world. But Xin Feng and a few other top experts in the world still sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, the sorrowful wave transmitted by the celestial phenomenon was not strong enough. It felt more like a kind of melancholy, rather than immense grief. It was like the difference between a mother whose child was missing and one who confirmed the child's death. The feeling of sorrow is vastly different. Yuan, did you also cut yourself, becoming a taboo being? Xin Feng's expression became solemn as he thought of this grave outcome. The taboo creatures that survived in the darkness of the world. Most of them were once invincible beings who successfully attained Tao in the great universe. Invincible beings could merge with the supreme essence of the universe to refine divine sources, able to seal living beings, preventing their life force from dissipating, almost freezing time itself. But this divine source could not seal the invincible beings themselves. Because they were invincible, their imperial power could overwhelm everything, and the mere divine source could not seal their unyielding passage through time. So, some of them cut themselves, paying a great price to leave behind the supreme emperor realm, and then sealed themselves within the divine source. People believed in the existence of the mythic lands. The taboo beings also believed in them. They survived in the world, wanting to wait for the appearance of the mythic lands, or simply wishing to verify whether the mythic lands truly existed. But the problem is, who knows if the mythic lands really exist? Who knows how long it will take for the mythic lands to appear? And as time passed, how many taboo beings had already appeared in the world? Many great calamities and disasters came from the taboo beings. The universe had long since been unable to bear their weight, and the living beings of the world could no longer support so many taboo creatures. In such an era, someone had to stand up and do something, to give the world a bit of hope, to temporarily suppress the dark, terrifying source of disasters. Inexpressible, unrecordable, unthinkable. At this moment, a top-tier powerhouse muttered to himself, as if he had sensed some great secret, and he was filled with fear and dread. He now suspected that the emperor of Yuan had already fallen into darkness, becoming part of a forbidden disaster. So he was afraid and dared not speak it out directly. Not even dare to write it in books. Because if many people read it and learned this great secret, it could possibly trigger some kind of causality and bring great disaster. Such things have happened many times throughout history. He even dared not think about it, elevating the ultimate power of such forbidden beings. Worried that even just thinking about it might be sensed. Yuan, in the end, will you also change? Xin Feng furrowed his brows in deep thought. He also guessed that Yuan might have cut himself once, falling into a forbidden being. But of course, this was not certain. There were other possibilities. For example, he might have already left this great universe, far from the reach of the cosmic radiations. The supreme heart of the universe possesses boundless power and can naturally sense the unique imperial path of the present world. But if the supreme heart cannot touch this unique imperial path for a long time, it will naturally unravel the shackles of the universe's myriad paths. And Yuan seem to have refrained from revealing his imperial might to the world for 1,000 or 2,000 years, maybe having already left the great universe. However, beyond the great universe is the void chaos, extremely easy to get lost in, and it is rare to hear of an invincible being leaving the great universe, because that is almost like seeking death. Of course, if there were extraordinary means to block the Supreme Heart's senses for a long time, or directly sever the connection with the Supreme Heart using terrifying power that surpasses even imperial levels, it could also break the shackles of the universe's myriad paths. Or did you cut yourself once, willingly becoming the supreme of another path, to protect the way of the world? Xin Feng thought of another possibility. The supreme of another path is actually also a forbidden being, but unlike most forbidden beings, they walk a different path. They cut themselves to seal their own powers. They did this so that when a great disaster descends upon the universe, they will re-emerge to fight the calamity. This is forbidden against forbidden. But such supremes are extremely rare, and it is easy for them to have accidents when sealing themselves, falling into a confused slumber, and missing the chance to emerge. Or because the sealing process took too long, their bodies, souls, and Tao deteriorate, completely falling from the imperial realm, unable to return to their peak, becoming weaker forbidden beings, unable to have a great impact in the face of the world's disasters. They might have been better off fighting the ultimate war directly and taking down a few great enemies. Moreover, over long years, The supreme of another path might change their beliefs, shifting from an alternative path to the correct path, and completely fall into forbidden disaster. Therefore, such supremes are incredibly rare. Throughout history, whenever great disasters have occurred, there have been few such supremes who have emerged. Suddenly, just as Qin Feng and the world were contemplating the death of Emperor Yuanji, boom! A gigantic hand appeared, covering the stars, gathering the essence of the starry sky, making the hand more and more solid, with terrifying forbidden energy spreading and shaking all realms. That forbidden giant hand directly slapped down on the mountain gate of Yuanji Holy Land, the supreme orthodoxy founded by Emperor Yuanji. The people who saw this were all horrified. They thought, could it be that after the death of Emperor Yuanji, a forbidden being has come to settle the score? Bang! A terrifying sound echoed out, raising huge waves in the starry sky. And in the end, the people saw that the Yuanji Holy Land had turned into a pile of ruins, directly shattered. Many people were angered after seeing this. Emperor Yuanji had great merits for the world. No one in the world did not respect the emperor, because when the emperor was alive, there was no need to worry about forbidden disasters, and people could enjoy peaceful times. But now, after the death of Emperor Yuanji was confirmed, his orthodoxy was directly destroyed? But many wise people immediately noticed that the Yuanji sacred land was almost wiped out without any resistance. This was obviously wrong. As an imperial lineage, how could it have no forbidden foundations at all? Even when facing forbidden creatures, it shouldn't be impossible to resist. Moreover, the forbidden creature was attacking from a distance, without revealing its true form, and its power was limited. Is the Yuanji sacred land an empty shell, already withdrawn? Someone noticed the situation, feeling suspicious and somewhat fearful upon further reflection. Is it a test? Qin Feng saw the Yuanji sacred land's original gate shattered. He speculated that there might be forbidden creatures who, uncertain about Yuan Yu's true situation, wanted to test it. But clearly, Yuan Yu had anticipated this before passing away. He probably had already hidden the Yuanji sacred land from the world. The Yuanji sacred land might never reappear or might only reappear once the next emperor of the age shows up. Such things have happened since ancient times. It seemed to have become a routine. Those forbidden creatures could only try such tests. They don't reveal themselves, and it's very difficult to find the true location of the Yuanji sacred land with just their remaining power. It's even more impossible to cause a calamity to draw Yuan Yu out. Because that would trigger more terrifying consequences, which are uncontrollable, and some forbidden creatures might even die. Unless absolutely necessary, forbidden creatures would not easily start a catastrophic calamity. Moreover, they weren't sure about Yuan Yu's true situation, and aimless probing would only waste effort. What choice did you make? Or did you really just die? Qin Feng looked towards the deep void, unable to determine Yuan Yu's current true situation. But he also couldn't care about Yuan Yu. Both he and Yuan Yu had already walked their own paths and had their own fates. However, from the current situation, the most likely outcome is the two people who live to the end of this era might both become forbidden creatures. And at this moment, the entire universe suddenly surged with some terrifying, dreadful forbidden fluctuations. It seemed that the suppression of the emperor of this era had disappeared. Forbidden creatures began to stir in the world. And at this time, Qin Feng did not expect that he would directly encounter a forbidden creature soon. Chapter 6, The Three Lives Divine Flower. Whoosh! A subtle streak of light suddenly passed in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Such streaks of light were extremely common in the starry sky and generally wouldn't attract attention. Qin Feng didn't notice at first. But his spiritual sense was sharp, and in a moment, he sensed a kind of extraordinary aura. His mind trembled. He immediately followed the sensation, only to discover the streak of light. When he saw what was in the light, his face immediately changed, his eyes suddenly flashing with intense brilliance, and a forbidden aura radiated, shaking the surrounding void. In that streak of light was a strange plant. It had no roots, and at the base were three large leaves, translucent and green, emitting a faint mystical glow. From the center, a straight branch emerged, smooth and flawless, like jade, with three strange flowers sprouting from three branches, both visible and invisible, fantastical and mysterious, hard to describe. At the top of the central branch, there was a half-wilted bud, a fourth strange flower that was supposed to bloom, but it seemed unlikely to grow. Such a strange plant. Just one glance seemed to capture an immortal aura hidden within. The Three Lives Divine Flower. Qin Feng immediately recognized what kind of supreme divine item this was. It was the Three Lives Divine Flower, an immortal elixir. Even the invincible beings would seek this peerless divine object. However, when Qin Feng saw the Three Lives Divine Flower, he hadn't had time to act. Suddenly, he saw the Three Lives Divine Flower change direction and begin to fly towards him. This situation made Qin Feng's face change again. He immediately thought of an issue related to immortal elixirs that he had discovered before. It seems that since ancient times, invincible beings could at most capture one kind of immortal divine medicine, and very few ever got two or more. He always had a feeling. It wasn't that invincible beings found the immortal medicine, but that the immortal medicine chose to go to the invincible beings on its own. And those immortal divine medicines seemed to deliberately avoid appearing on the same invincible being at the same time. Now, this situation. The three-life divine flower suddenly turned and came toward him. It really looked like it was going to throw itself at him. However, just as Qin Feng thought this, even worried that the immortal medicine might have some problem, wondering if he should accept the three-life divine flower. But thinking that it was a legendary mythical item, taking it to study wouldn't hurt either. And then, that three-life divine flower hadn't even come that close yet. Right after, it suddenly made a huge turn, changed direction completely, and flew far away from Qin Feng. That scene looked a bit like a blind date where someone came to visit, hadn't even entered the house, just saw from afar something fell off, and then turned around and left immediately. What do you mean? I'm not good enough for you? Qin Feng saw the supreme divine item trying to leave and couldn't stay calm. He still didn't want to miss it. He instantly grabbed a scorched wooden board next to him and chased right after. At this point, he didn't have to hold back or avoid making a scene. After all, the great emperor of this era was already gone. As for the other taboo beings in this world, hiding inside divine sources, their power was limited. As long as those taboo beings hadn't seen through Qin Feng's roots or strength, they absolutely wouldn't easily act against him. They were all taboo beings, once invincible in the world, no one weaker than the other. Rushing into a deadly fight with an unknown taboo being wasn't good for anyone. Whoosh! Qin Feng had a scorched wooden board above his head, endless black mist hanging down, fully hiding all his aura. He activated the flawless power of the Path of Life, flying rapidly across the starry sky, chasing the three-life divine flower ahead. He wasn't going to use his Path of Thunder. Because his thunder arts had once made a name in the world, and he had competed with that Yung emperor in the same era. If someone really recognized his true identity, then everyone would know he was a fake, a taboo being who had never proven the Tao. Now he only used the Path of Life. The flawless Path of Life could also unleash all kinds of taboo powers. Life surged, endless and unstoppable. At this moment, his supreme speed was like an unending wave of life force, unstoppable, endlessly charging forward. When he got a bit closer, Qin Feng directly reached out to grab. Boom! A huge wave like a vast sea flipping the sky was stirred up, instantly covering the three-life divine flower, trying to catch it. The surrounding starry sky shook because of it. A chilling, terrifying taboo aura spread, making all nearby beings tremble in their hearts. No matter how strong people were, at this moment they didn't dare to step into the starry sky to check, fearing disaster. Without the present-day Great Emperor, the taboo was unstoppable. In fact, Great Emperors were also taboos, and ones as powerful as the peak of taboos. But the taboo wave Qin Feng stirred up wasn't the only one in the universe now. Many places also showed taboo powers. Some hidden places deep in the stars were being destroyed one after another, emperor-level waves released, taboo power flooding out, shaking all regions, as if someone was searching for something. Even the mythical forbidden zones had two vague figures making moves. Just as Qin Feng was about to grab the three-life divine flower, the three-life divine flower shone bright, turned into an even more dazzling light, and shot far ahead again. Bang! Qin Feng grabbed nothing but air. But what shocked him more was, there was actually a passerby who passed by here, also discovered the three-life divine flower, and also reached out to grab it. Boom! A world-crushing supreme power pressed down, taboo aura spread, the starry sky in all directions dimmed in an instant, covered in darkness. That darkness also directly pressed towards the three-life divine flower, aiming to suppress it. But the dazzling light created by the three-life divine flower still slipped out of the darkness, and was not captured. And the remaining forbidden fluctuations caused by Qin Feng's attempt to capture the three-life divine flower collided with that dark area. Boom! The two forbidden powers collided, instantly raising huge waves, shaking in all directions, and shattering the void. The terrifying noise frightened the beings of this domain, as if an emperor-level figure was truly battling. Forbidden lifeform. Qin Feng looked at the darkness in the distant starry sky, his expression grew solemn and serious. Even the charred black wooden board above his head became darker and darker, with endless black gas falling down, making it difficult for anyone to peer inside. The charred wooden board was a lightning-struck wood. And it was from the ancient tea tree's lightning-struck wood, a natural treasure with unparalleled divine power. This ancient lightning wood could be said to be the most precious and powerful treasure Qin Feng obtained in his 18,000-year life. Although the ancient tea tree was not an immortal divine herb, it was still a supreme divine tree, with both the leaves and trunk being infinitely harvestable, both being supreme divine items. And the piece Qin Feng obtained was the trunk of the ancient tea tree that had been struck by extraordinary divine lightning, even more ancient and peerless. With his current ability, he could not even unleash the full potential of the ancient lightning wood. He could only use his utmost strength to set up numerous formation patterns attached to it, urging the ancient lightning wood to release its supreme divine characteristics, using the formation patterns to flexibly unleash many wondrous uses. It was enough to resist the forbidden lifeform's prying eyes, even without its true form being born. And after all, the ancient divine item also served as a kind of display, not just anyone could possess it. Chapter 7, 28,000 years old. The collision of the two forbidden powers just now. Although the result was Qin Feng being suppressed and crushed. In fact, it did not reflect too huge of a gap. Moreover, that was only the remaining power. He had exerted his full strength. Whereas the forbidden lifeform in the darkness might be sealed within the thick divine source, casually acting while in a semi-awakened state. And perhaps to conserve energy, it had even lowered its forbidden power. What kind of life path is this? Who is it? At this moment, the forbidden lifeform in the darkness also had some doubt. Although the collision just now could be considered a victory for him. He did not feel much of a difference, perhaps both sides were trying to conserve energy, after all, they were just trying to retrieve the immortal divine herb, not engage in battle, no need to use too powerful a force. But figures like them, even with a mere thought, could trigger divine might, far exceeding the world's peak, truly forbidden existences, and the other party was the same. However, he could not see through the other party and could not guess their identity. Not knowing the depth and background, he naturally would not act recklessly next. And the three-life divine flower they were trying to capture had already slipped away. Unless they appeared in their true forms. Using their true emperor-level divine might to capture it, otherwise, it would be difficult to track down the three-life divine flower. The Xianhuang Earth Coffin? Which ancient supreme being is this? At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze also pierced through the darkness, and he saw where the forbidden lifeform in the darkness was located. It was actually a coffin made from Xianhuang Earth, piled up in a rough manner, looking quite ugly. But after all, it was made of Xianhuang Earth, which had extraordinary divine power. Similar to his ancient lightning wood, it was also a supreme divine item with many uses and the ability to unleash unpredictable divine might. In front of the Xianhuang Earth coffin, there were three rough-made human and horse figurines, pulling the coffin. A Xianhuang Earth coffin, pulled by human and horse figurines. Together with that dark path. With Qin Feng's current experience, he could not recognize the identity of the other side. The other party might be using the second kind of flawless path, and should have almost never shown it to the world, leaving no reputation. Therefore, the ancient texts have no relevant records. This is indeed a very good way to hide one's identity. When Qin Feng first encountered a forbidden lifeform, he did feel a sense of meeting appear, as there were many similarities between them. Qin Feng and the Coffin Supreme both observed and examined each other. Neither of them intended to continue fighting. But neither of them left immediately, as if both were very confident and not worried that the other would truly attack. However, in the end, Qin Feng was the first to leave. After he left, the Coffin Supreme did not want to entangle with him either, and quickly left as well. Both of them possessed super speed capabilities, and crossing the starry sky did not cause any fluctuations, everything was covered, their movements almost imperceptible. Or rather, the disturbance they created was incredibly faint. Unless it was the world's emperors, whose absolute divine power could see through the entire universe, or the forbidden lifeform's true body emerging. Otherwise, it would be difficult to trace them. After a while, Qin Feng suddenly stopped, gazing at the vast starry sky. Although there were still some untamed forbidden energies in the universe, he gradually felt a sense of inner calm. Perhaps it was because Yuan Yu had been confirmed to have perished today. This made him recall certain things. It even made him start to re-examine his inner thoughts, confirming his ambitions, desires, and so on. I once boasted that I would be invincible, live forever, and eliminate all disasters in the world. Qin Feng remembered the old days. At the beginning, he did not know that he could live forever. That purest version of himself had once competed with others for supremacy, spoken of invincibility, longed for immortality, and even vowed to eliminate all the world's disasters and clear the universe. He had easily achieved immortality. What about invincibility and eliminating the world's disasters? Had his ambitions and desires, his heart, changed because of immortality? Qin Feng was examining himself, and he was also cultivating his mental state. Worldly disasters are linked with forbidden lifeforms. And Qin Feng had just encountered a forbidden lifeform. So, what happened? It was far less pressure than what Yuan Yu, the world's emperor, had placed on him. If the world's emperor caught him, there would really be no way to avoid it, only a direct confrontation. But if it were a forbidden lifeform, even if he had really clashed with that Coffin Supreme just now, so what? Would the Coffin Supreme really turn hostile just because he found Qin Feng's power weaker? Even come out and fight him to the death? Forbidden lifeforms no longer possess the infinite, invincible great power of the world's emperors. There may not be any fundamental difference in their realm and level, but the deterrent force between the two was a huge gap. An emperor could really crush all forbidden lifeforms in the world with just one person. When I think about it, the so-called forbidden lifeforms, the so-called world disasters, are actually just so much of a thing. Qin Feng gazed at the deep space, his brow furrowed with sharpness, his whole being seeming to recover some of the fierce sharpness he had when he first competed for invincibility, unafraid of everything. Without realizing it, he had already, in his heart, become fearless of those forbidden lifeforms, even daring to despise them. Perhaps now, he should just rush out and slap each of those forbidden lifeforms showing their power right now and see what would happen? But he was actually just casually thinking, feeling a touch of the youthful boldness from the past. At this moment, Qin Feng felt his mental state become even more flawless. Because his ambitions hadn't actually changed, he was willing to remain true to his original heart and follow the path of the purest version of himself. By examining himself, confirming his heart, the road ahead would naturally be steadier. 4,000 years later, Qin Feng was 22,200 years old. The three-life divine flower reappeared. Once again, a common flash of light streaked across the starry sky in front of him. And it was the same script as before. The three-life divine flower suddenly turned towards him, then quickly reversed its direction and left him. Qin Feng saw this situation with a confused expression. He had once thought that the immortal elixir might have spiritual wisdom, as it was a supreme divine object. But now, it looked more like some kind of unconscious instinct. Otherwise, how could it do the same thing to him? At first glance, it seemed like it wanted to join him, but on the second glance, he realized it wasn't like that at all, and then it left again. I want to see if you dare to appear a third time. This time, Qin Feng didn't go chase after the three-life divine flower. Because he felt that, in the end, he still couldn't catch up to it. And besides, the three-life divine flower, this kind of undying divine medicine, was actually useless to him. Its only use was to take it back as a collectible, to study it carefully as a supreme divine item. Moreover, he felt the three-life divine flower would come again. At this moment, Qin Feng, the path of thunder and the path of life had both reached the utmost perfection. His third path was the path of annihilation. Thunder could destroy, and life would eventually lead to death. The path of annihilation could be linked and combined with thunder and life, they could support and be the source of each other. Qin Feng was 28,000 years old. It had been 10,000 years since the disappearance of the Yuangi Great Emperor. In these 10,000 years, the shackles of all the heavenly paths had already been completely released. However, now the fortune of the universe was dim, the geniuses had withered, and there was not even a single peerless being who could attempt to prove the Tao. But Qin Feng had already cultivated the path of annihilation to nearly utmost perfection. At this moment, he, with three great paths combined, supporting each other as sources, pushing toward a higher realm. With just a move, he could easily surpass the limits of the world, with divine might vast and mighty, rising a level above even 10,000 years ago, already revealing the imposing aura of a true emperor. 28,000 years of cultivation. Through all of ancient history, most invincible ones couldn't train for such a long time. With Qin Feng's current peak combat power, he should be fully capable of facing those forbidden beings who hadn't stepped out of their divine sources. Hiding beneath the ancient thunderwood, walking through the world. As long as he didn't meet a forbidden being that truly went all out to attack him, no one could discover his real foundation, most would assume he was also a forbidden being. Chapter 8, Ancient Emperor of the Mysterious Cauldron. Over 1,000 years later, Qin Feng got entangled by a pair of siblings, and was forced to clash palms with a forbidden being. But he still didn't know, one of these siblings would, in the future, succeed in proving the Tao and become the current great emperor. That day, the two siblings, using a unique method, broke into an ancient place of fortune drifting in deep space. But they didn't know this place was actually the resting place of a forbidden being. And this forbidden being was in an eternal slumber, unless suffering an attack or a universe-shattering event, it was nearly impossible to awaken him. Most of the time, the world's forbidden beings were just like this, deeply asleep, hard to wake up, in order to preserve strength and life force as much as possible. So, after the siblings stole a rare divine item, they finally awakened the slumbering forbidden being. Then, a world-shaking forbidden divine might exploded, terrifying and overwhelming waves surged up, stirring and shaking vast starry skies. That kind of overpowering forbidden aura fell into the world, shocking all beings. Those who knew a little about the world's secrets were all horrified, realizing a forbidden being had appeared, even fearing that a great calamity to destroy all life would break out. But this disturbance was actually just that forbidden being's angry strike after discovering his divine item had been stolen. However, the siblings had strong fate and great fortune, and had actually obtained a life-saving emperor talisman refined personally by an invincible emperor from the past. When they activated the Emperor Talisman, they vanished from the spot in an instant. Under the wrap of the Emperor Talisman, they were about to cross dozens of star regions in a flash. However, the terrifying strike from the forbidden being at close range still knocked them down in the middle of their flight. But under the protection of the Emperor Talisman, the siblings didn't suffer overly serious injuries. Seeing this, the forbidden being didn't plan to let them go, then moved with divine thought, unleashing terrifying power that instantly pierced through the starry sky. Radiating to the distance, a palm strike was thrown once more from far away. And in the star region where this palm strike landed, Qin Feng was unfortunately at some ancient site, studying some ancient remains to comprehend a certain kind of ancient Tao rhythm. Above his head, the ancient thunderwood was quietly suspended, with countless strands of black energy hanging down, covering all its energy signals. But at this moment, he too was immediately alerted. This kind of Tao Law aura is from the ancient Xianding Emperor. Qin Feng caught the unique, flawless Tao Law energy from the overwhelming might that was about to fall. The cauldron stabilizes the void, and no law can invade. This great path seems to have only been possessed by the ancient Xianding Emperor throughout history. Unless there is an even older supreme being, or an extraterrestrial creature not recorded in ancient texts, who has walked an almost identical path of Tao Law. Otherwise, the one attacking right now should indeed be the ancient Xianding Emperor. Qin Feng also immediately discovered the culprits who provoked the ancient Xianding Emperor. It was a man and a woman, both covered in blood, yet their energy was still strong, and their injuries were not too severe. They were surrounded by hazy light, emitting intense forbidden energy, and a supreme imperial aura was emanating from them. Clearly, the man and woman had imperial-level treasures that helped them withstand the ancient Xianding Emperor's attack. Otherwise, under the forbidden domain, everyone is like ants, and there is no one who can resist. They would have been crushed instantly. Yet, in the face of the terrifying strike of the ancient Xianding Emperor, the man and woman surprisingly had a second imperial-level treasure, which they activated in advance, allowing them to instantly escape several star regions. This time, they managed to escape the terrifying power of that forbidden strike in time and quickly fled, far enough away that the ancient Xianding Emperor, with all his current might, would find it difficult to pursue. The speed at which they fled. Even Qin Feng might not be able to act fast enough to stop them. And facing the terrifying strike of the ancient Xianding Emperor, Qin Feng realized in the first moment that he could dodge it. But why should he avoid it? Boom! Qin Feng directly raised his palm and pushed, causing the surrounding starry sky to immediately tremble violently. A vast, terrifying, unmatched power exploded in an instant, with forbidden energy spreading, surging endlessly, tearing through the void, and collapsing the stars. Boom, boom, boom. The two opposing forbidden forces collided, causing a tremendous tremor in the starry sky, raising waves of shock, spreading widely as if an emperor were at war, shaking all the creatures in the sky. The result of this forbidden collision was Qin Feng did not seem weak. The ancient Xianding Emperor's strike could not suppress him and was eventually blocked. What kind of life path is this? Who is it? The ancient Xianding Emperor did not expect that his palm strike from across the distant starry sky would unintentionally force out another of his kind. Such a situation, he didn't know if he should call himself lucky or unlucky. Because the universe is too vast. Hundreds of star regions, when compared to the entire universe, are still just a drop in the ocean. These forbidden beings, no matter where they hide, are like a water molecule in the vast sea. For such a strike to just happen to hit another forbidden being is an incredibly tiny chance. But it happened. That supreme being of life must have been unintentionally awakened by his strike and had no choice but to quickly retaliate. However, with the ancient Xianding Emperor's long existence and vast knowledge, he still could not recognize who the other person was. But the ancient Xianding Emperor was not too surprised. Every forbidden being has their own secrets and is a tough existence, not so easy to see through. And naturally, he did not intend to engage further. He suppressed his anger from the two little thieves who stole his divine object, and drove his place of existence deep into the starry sky, once again becoming a water molecule in the vast sea, quietly hiding. This great loss, he could only bear for now. Without revealing himself, he had no way to track down those two thieves. But he didn't want to continue wasting energy. He didn't think that the Supreme of Life, who he had forced out, would have anything to do with those two little thieves. Because it didn't seem like that at all. He also wasn't worried that the Supreme of Life would be angry and come after him. That wouldn't align with their interests. It was just an accident, and no matter how angry one might get, it wouldn't be something worth pursuing. The clash between Qin Feng and the ancient emperor of Xianding. It caused a huge commotion in the universe. But it didn't attract much attention from other taboo beings. The taboo beings were mostly in deep slumber, and this kind of commotion wasn't enough to wake them. During the time of the No Emperor era. In the long years, such taboo movements weren't particularly rare. However, when those taboo beings awaken, and start learning about the great events that happened while they were asleep from the world's beings. They might discover that Qin Feng and the ancient emperor of Xian Ding had a fierce battle. They might even know that an unknown supreme who practiced the way of life had acted in the world. After everything calmed down, Qin Feng couldn't help but turn his head toward the direction where the man and woman had just left. Even though he only glanced casually, he could roughly tell that the man and woman could be considered top-tier geniuses of this world, with that sharp, overflowing genius aura. And now, the fortune of the universe had fully turned around, and geniuses were emerging one after another. So, Qin Feng estimated that a new emperor of the current era might appear soon. And once the current emperor appeared, he would naturally have to be cautious again and not easily leak his own aura. Otherwise, if a current emperor caught him, he'd be in for a wild beating. He wouldn't even be able to escape if he wanted to. Other taboo beings were the same. But at this moment, Qin Feng still didn't know. Soon, that brother and sister would come to his lair and steal away a supreme divine artifact that he had stored there. Chapter 9, The Divine Artifact Hunter. Sis, did another taboo figure just appear? Gui Feng and his sister fled to a safe place, still shaken, panting lightly. Yes. Digging for treasures, and we ended up digging out an ancient supreme. While escaping, we ran into a second taboo being. Gui Qing's delicate face was also filled with seriousness. She never expected that this treasure hunt would be so dangerous and bizarre. But now, she thought of a bigger, more distant issue. This time, we've caused a great karma. If one day we want to survive the tribulation and attain the Tao, I'm afraid it might attract taboo beings to interfere, making us pay back this karma. Gui Qing's brows furrowed tightly, with deep wariness in her voice. Although she had the heart of invincibility, fearlessly facing all obstacles, and confidence that she could carve out an invincible path to the Tao. But these were taboo beings. Getting involved in this level of karma could truly bring a great disaster at any time. Gui Feng's face changed when he heard this. He hadn't thought of this layer. And this meant that in the future, when they crossed the tribulation to attain the Tao, it might be even more difficult than others, with added dangers from taboo beings. However, in fact, throughout history, at least half of the invincible beings who attained the Tao had suffered attacks from taboo beings blocking their path. But the reasons were varied and not always the same. There might even be taboo beings who protect the Tao achiever, helping them become an emperor. The appearance of a current emperor. Actually, for most taboo beings, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. There are many complicated reasons for this. The things between the emperor and taboo beings transcend everything in the world, too terrifying, too shocking, and no living being could resist. No one could understand it. Then should we continue searching for treasures? The divine incense still has a little left to burn. Who knows, we might find one or two more divine items. Even those ancient invincible emperors couldn't necessarily find so many divine items before they died. Gui Feng was a bit scared and wary, but also couldn't help his greed. Still want to keep looking for divine objects. After all, they are divine objects. Every kind of divine object has extraordinary power, a great fortune from heaven, a supreme blessing. They could help them surpass their peers in this life, even leave all others behind, stand laughing at the peak of the invincible path, leading this new era. The karma of divine objects is too great, the aura and fate too intense and fierce. Those invincible emperors can freely capture divine objects, but we may not be able to bear too many of them. Gui Qing spoke a more rational sentence. She understood many things, knew that everything has limits, going too far brings disaster. For example, this time. If they hadn't gotten 7 emperor talismans of the once invincible Emperor Xian in an ancient palace before, they would have already died in the disaster. But then another problem appeared. They still had 5 Xian emperor talismans. Were they really afraid of another disaster? Couldn't they really be a little bolder, and keep looking for divine objects? So, should we stop now? Or wait until we're stronger? Gui Feng asked. Gui Qing of course didn't plan to stop, no one can resist the temptation of divine objects. But she did plan to wait until her cultivation level rose before continuing the treasure hunt. Even though, no matter how high their realm, in front of those taboo creatures, it's all the same. Under the domain of taboos, all are ants. This is not just words. But it's also impossible for them to run into taboo creatures every time, right? The brother and sister then calmed down, focused on healing, digesting the fortune brought by the divine objects. At the same time, they kept accumulating various methods to deal with sudden surprises and dangers. About 100 years later, Qin Feng, carrying the Ingu Thunderwood, flew swiftly across the starry sky, returning to one of his 3 lairs. Over the years, he collected all kinds of rare materials and treasures, built 3 fortune lands as his 3 lairs. All the countless supreme treasures, spiritual objects, ancient books he had collected over nearly 30,000 years of life were evenly stored in the 3 lairs. But only the one lair storing divine objects was most valued by Qin Feng. That lair had 9 colored bamboo planted, a kind of supreme divine material, with no limited use. It could be used to refine weapons, build divine arrays, or temper divine essence. He had found it 3,000 years ago in a secret place while traveling the stars. Though it could not match his Ingu Thunderwood. The 9 colored bamboo could grow endlessly and be harvested endlessly, with long-term value hard to measure. Qin Feng planned to let the 9 colored bamboo grow for another tens of thousands of years, then harvest it to make a small boat, or even a coffin, since taboo creatures seem to like making coffins. If not, it could also be used to forge a divine weapon embryo. Only he wasn't used to using weapons, and to truly unleash the power of a weapon, it had to be nurtured and refined for a long time, until man and weapon became one, then it could show supreme divine might. A life of nearly 30,000 years, and I've only gotten 2 kinds of divine objects, is that many or few? Qin Feng returned to his lair, looking at that peerless divine object flowing with intoxicating colors, the 9 colored bamboo, feeling quite pleased and satisfied. Divine objects can only be encountered, not sought after. To get the Ingu Thunderwood, Qin Feng actually already felt it was enough, because it was truly basically sufficient. Now with the 9 colored bamboo, he naturally felt even more that he had enough divine objects, could refine another showy treasure. When Qin Feng turned 30,000 years old, his 3 great Tao's had already reached absolute flawless perfection, the Tao of Thunder, the Tao of Life, and the Tao of Silence. And he had long started to comprehend the 4th Tao. His choice was the Tao of Killing. In battles and slaughter, he would nurture the killing aura. When its power reached the peak, just a thread of killing intent could pierce through time and strike across eternity. This was a kind of domineering, fierce, battle Tao. So, Qin Feng choosing this kind of Tao was actually a bit inappropriate. Because he had few chances to fight and kill, so his comprehension might not go smoothly. But he still wanted to maintain that sharp, ever-forward momentum in his cultivation. Even if he was seeking Tao and understanding laws. The road to immortality and invincibility is not so simple, it requires a certain balance. A slight misstep could lead to major problems. After careful consideration, he believes that the path of killing and destruction fits his needs, it is the correct path for him. Thunder itself carries the meaning of destruction, and the path of annihilation also touches upon it. Therefore, the path of killing and destruction can be integrated into his current system of cultivation. As he masters more and more paths, many branches of these paths spread out, and the number of paths he can choose from increases. Thus, choosing the correct path will become increasingly important. After cultivating for 30,000 years. 3 parts of flawless cultivation. Qin Feng's strength now is completely enough to traverse the universe, able to perfectly impersonate the Forbidden Supreme. And he estimates, if he were to fuse 5 or 6 parts of flawless cultivation into one, it could support him in reaching even higher levels, and he should have the strength of an emperor to some extent. If he possesses more than 8 parts of flawless cultivation, when unleashing his full power, the difference from an emperor might not be that great. If he reaches 10 parts of cultivation, it wouldn't be impossible to call him an emperor. But all of this is based on his current strength with 3 parts of flawless cultivation. How things will actually turn out in the future. Or whether accumulating more parts of cultivation will lead to other issues and dangers. It is still unknown. Decades later, Qin Feng once again steps into the starry sky, comprehending the path of cultivation while traveling everywhere. He is pondering the path of killing and destruction, although he cannot deepen his understanding through bloody battles. He has fought many bloody battles in the past. Moreover, the world is constantly erupting with wars, killings, and bloody struggles. Observing the mortal world also helps him comprehend the path. However, while Qin Feng is traveling and contemplating the path, he suddenly senses his home has been visited by thieves. Chapter 10, The House is Robbed. One day, Guiqing and Guifeng, a brother and sister duo, followed the guidance of the treasure-seeking divine fragrance and arrived at a very hidden place of creation. But as soon as they stepped into this place of creation, their faces immediately changed, and they almost turned to flee at the first moment. Because the air was filled with the forbidden aura. A single grass, a flower, a small stone, the blue sky and white clouds, the trees and rivers, all exuded a terrifying and chilling aura. It felt as if anything they stepped on could lead to unimaginable disastrous consequences. A forbidden land? Guifeng's face was full of shock. He never expected that the treasure hunt, which they had prepared for several hundred years, would lead them back into a forbidden land. But unlike the time when they unearthed the ancient emperor of the mysterious cauldron, the place of the mysterious cauldron ancient emperor seemed completely ordinary, similar to an ordinary land of creation. They didn't know it was the home of a forbidden creature until after they had awakened the mysterious cauldron ancient emperor. But this place's forbidden aura was too thick, terrifying, and frightening. Guifeng instantly gripped the Xuandi talisman, ready to activate the talisman and flee. However, He was immediately stopped by Gu Yiqing. Wait. Gu Yiqing spoke in a deep voice. Her eyes flashed as she scanned the entire place of creation. After a moment, she spoke, there may be no forbidden creatures here, or they may not have discovered us yet. The treasure-seeking divine fragrance is hard to ignite, we cannot return empty-handed, and the divine objects here may still be attainable. A sharp light gleamed in Gu Yiqing's eyes. She was not afraid of danger and still wanted to find the divine objects here. Since the treasure-seeking divine fragrance led us here, it must mean there are divine objects. And after escaping from the mysterious cauldron ancient emperor, she was no longer so afraid of forbidden creatures. As for the possibility of causing great karmic retribution by provoking forbidden creatures in the future, she no longer cared. After all, she had already provoked one. Even provoking another might not be a bad thing. Gu Yifeng did not refute Gu Yiqing. Next, the two gradually delved deeper into this wondrous place using unique methods, without triggering any of the taboo arrangements here. They gradually felt more at ease. At least, this place may indeed have no taboo creatures, or the taboo creatures are in a deep, muddy sleep. Otherwise, they did not believe their unique methods could avoid the perception of taboo creatures. Soon, they discovered the 9-colored bamboo. Seeing that bamboo radiating 9 kinds of dreamy colors, the brother and sister both showed joy on their faces. They knew that this time the treasure-hunting divine fragrance was pointing them to the 9-colored bamboo, a supreme divine material. However, when they truly touched the 9-colored bamboo and prepared to pull it away directly, in the extremely distant starry sky, Qin Feng also finally sensed something. His face changed instantly, feeling shocked. He had been nurturing the 9-colored bamboo with his own aura for many years, establishing a very faint connection between them. This is beneficial for him to refine treasures with the 9-colored bamboo in the future. Therefore, when the 9-colored bamboo was disturbed by others, he sensed it immediately. Someone has entered my old den? Qin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. He had laid down a large number of taboo measures in his den, who would dare to trespass easily except for the taboo creatures. And he only sensed it after the 9-colored bamboo had been touched? Was this a supreme visiting or encountering a taboo thief? Qin Feng did not hesitate. He used the immortal thunderwood, and urged the taboo speed with the pristine path of life, directly crushing through the starry sky at an unimaginable speed back to his den. At the same time, he erupted with taboo divine might, radiating unmatched fluctuations, surpassing high speed, directly crossing the endless distance of the starry sky. Boom! The overwhelming taboo might press down on the vast starry sky, a terrifying aura spread, making living beings in all directions suddenly feel a heart-stopping horror. The divine power directly descended upon his den. Qin Feng immediately perceived the situation in his den at that moment and saw the brother and sister Gu Yiqing. He recognized that the brother and sister were the one man and one woman who had previously provoked the ancient emperor of Xianding. He did not know at that time how they had provoked the ancient emperor of Xianding. But now, he understood. At this moment in his den, many rare spiritual materials and treasures had already been swept away, almost half. Even the 9-colored bamboo was being cut from the roots by those two with extraordinary tools. If it weren't for their inability to easily and quickly uproot it, they would have already pulled it away. Boom! Qin Feng did not hesitate at all, continually radiating divine might across the starry sky, directly targeting those two with a crushing blow. His killing intent was strong, with no mercy or forgiveness. The astonishing taboo might poured out, all pressing toward Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng, as if in an instant, they would be crushed to powder. That unparalleled taboo power surpassed everything in the world, shaking his den immensely, and the surrounding starry sky trembled violently. Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng also immediately felt that kind of taboo divine might that they had once experienced. It filled them with an indescribable, irresistible terror. They could not hesitate at all and immediately activated a Xuandi talisman. A layer of hazy brilliance immediately surged, covering the two of them, radiating a supreme imperial aura, with an unspeakable unmatched power. Almost at the moment they were about to be crushed, the two directly disappeared from their spot, taking away almost all of the 9-colored bamboo. Except for the root of the 9-colored bamboo, only a tiny piece of bamboo remained pitifully protruding from the ground. The next moment, Qin Feng, using the taboo speed, crossed the vast starry sky as if it were within reach, and quickly returned to his den. But it was all too late. He was still too far away. His attack from afar only grazed that man and woman at most. They couldn't stay here any longer. Looking at the state of the old lair, especially that 9-colored bamboo, now only a small piece left, Qin Feng's expression was ice-cold, his eyes full of sharp, murderous intent. He had once fought on the path to invincibility, battling under the stars, covered in blood, killing without end. He was never a merciful person. Boom! Sheen Foam erupted with all his might, trying to sense and capture the location of the nine-colored bamboo. Very quickly, he roughly sensed a direction. Without any hesitation, he chased straight ahead through the ancient thunderwood. But those two little thieves were fast too, and quickly changed direction. And Sheen Feng's sensing grew weaker and weaker. It seemed the other side had realized he could sense the bamboo's location and had ways to hide it. In the end, Sheen Foam could no longer sense the position of the nine-colored bamboo, completely blocked off by the enemy. He could only stop, his face gloomy as he stared into the endless deep space before him. So many methods, so much fortune, even dares to tangle with forbidden beings. Peerless prodigies, huh? Just like I was back then, along with Yuan Yu and the others. Sheen Feng's face was ice-cold. With his current realm, he still couldn't deal with two juniors. He took a huge loss, even had his nine-colored bamboo stolen. Such juniors truly deserve to be called peerless prodigies, carrying immense destiny. Chapter 11, Scheming Against a Forbidden Being. So bold, are they really not afraid of being punished when they face tribulation in the future? Sheen Feng's eyes were deep, a cold light flickering inside, faint forbidden aura spreading, pressing the surrounding stars to tremble lightly. To provoke the forbidden, to steal divine treasures, to gain great fortune and opportunity. Whatever good they got now, in the future they might face great disasters. Everything has two sides, good and bad. They got the divine object, and with supreme fortune and chance, they could suppress all peers and walk in front on the invincible path, leading a grand era. But they might also have to repay this great karma during their future tribulation and proof of the Tao. Maybe they already know they could be punished one day. Yet they still dare to act like this. As if betting their lives to charge forward on the path to invincibility, succeed and become peerless under the heavens, fail and perish completely. Sheen Foam wouldn't just let it go like this. Even if those two one day really go through tribulation and prove the Tao, and might even succeed, he would still make them pay for this karma. This is what they caused, they must, and are destined to, bear it. If they can't bear it and die and vanish, then they can't blame anyone. Failing to become emperor only means it was fate. Heaven's pride on the emperor's road is nothing but dirt. If you fail, someone else will rise. Sheen Foam didn't really want to interfere with someone's tribulation and becoming emperor. But he would still act according to his own heart. Especially because he was cultivating his state of mind. He hadn't made that ultimate leap, hadn't instantly become an invincible emperor. He didn't have 20,000 years of invincible time to build that invincible mindset. So he could only go slowly on his long path of eternal life and invincibility. Mind cultivation must follow the heart. He must examine himself, follow his inner will. Only with a flawless heart and unchanging will through all ages, could he move forward without fear. 14 years later, Sheen Foam once again sensed the position of the nine-colored bamboo. He did not hesitate, immediately went after it. He moved fiercely, beyond extreme speed, releasing supreme power, crossing distant starfields. And this time, he caught those two little thieves. But those two still had emperor-level treasures, and escaped again. And Sheen Foam could feel that his own aura on the nine-colored bamboo had weakened a lot. However, he had nurtured the nine-colored bamboo with his own aura for a long time. That was his transcendent aura from 30,000 years of eternal life, with unique forbidden divine charm. Even if those two had some extraordinary means, it would still be hard to erase his aura from the nine-colored bamboo in a short time. In a deep part of space, Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng, the sister and brother, carrying injuries all over, hid deep inside a dim planet. They had just escaped from a forbidden being again. This was already the third time. The first two times had already made them famous in the world. So much so that people now avoided them completely. They believed that disaster could strike them at any moment. Sister, I'm sorry. I failed my duty and accidentally leaked the aura of the nine-color bamboo. But how is this nine-color bamboo supreme different from the ancient emperor of the mysterious cauldron? Why is it still staring at us? Isn't it supposed to remain in a deep sleep? Wouldn't maintaining a certain state of wakefulness consume its life force and power? Gu Yifeng expressed his confusion. Gu Yiqing was equally puzzled. However, it was a taboo supreme, a matter of the forbidden realm, it was normal that they couldn't understand it. This taboo supreme is indeed unusual. Maintaining wakefulness may indicate it has something to do or is plotting something. Such a character is hard to predict. The only good news is that the mere loss of the nine-color bamboo hasn't forced its true body into the open, otherwise, there would be no escape for us. Gu Yiqing casually remarked. She obviously couldn't guess the true situation of the nine-color bamboo supreme. But as long as the taboo supreme doesn't reveal its true body, they could still manage to cope at present. Although the nine-color bamboo is incredibly precious and an ultimate divine material, the true body of a taboo supreme requires a huge price to appear, consuming a great deal of energy. It wouldn't easily reveal itself unless it was a matter of life and death. Previously, they had stolen the divine object of the ancient emperor of the mysterious cauldron, yet it hadn't caused the emperor to appear either. Even after they made a name for themselves in the world later, it didn't lead to the ancient emperor of the mysterious cauldron attacking them. This indicates that those taboo supremes are often in a muddled sleep and do not pay attention to worldly affairs. Not to mention, they won't easily awaken without a true body emerging. Except for this 9-color bamboo supreme, which is quite unusual. They could tell that the 9-color bamboo supreme was using the path of life. But they couldn't recognize which invincible being from the past it once was. Next, we need to intensify the erasure of the supreme aura on the 9-color bamboo, Gu Yiqing said. She handed the 9-color bamboo to her brother and prepared to enter a short period of closed-door training. The result was disappointing, leading to such a large unforeseen incident. Although her brother was gifted and his talent was not inferior to hers. But perhaps because he grew up under her care, he wasn't very independent and relied on her a bit too much, making him unreliable at times. Could such a character really become an emperor in the future? But now they had provoked a taboo and couldn't easily part ways. To let her brother go out independently, they would probably have to wait until one of them became an emperor, then they wouldn't have to fear the taboo. Or if she died, her brother would naturally be independent. But at that moment, Gu Yifeng, this brother, suddenly thought of something. He said, "Sister, Song Huaixing previously told us that he discovered a taboo being and had close contact 3 times without waking it up. What if we could draw the 9-color bamboo supreme to interact with that taboo being? Is it possible for these 2 taboo beings to fight?" Gu Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling a bit uplifted. Gu Yiqing frowned upon hearing this. At first glance, it seemed plausible. But this was calculating a taboo being. Could beings of such a level be casually schemed against by lower-tier individuals? That was a bit too reckless. Moreover, that taboo being mentioned by Song Huaixing seemed not to have awakened. But there could be special circumstances, it might be a great terror. Most importantly, if there is no deadly feud or conflict of interest between taboo beings, it wouldn't easily lead to a bloody fight. Just because they encounter each other doesn't mean they will fight to the death. But Gu Yiqing thought it over and ultimately agreed to her brother's suggestion. Contact Song Huaixing, ask him for the exact location, and lure the 9-color bamboo supreme over to see what will happen, Gu Yiqing said sharply. She seemed clever and considerate. But inside, there was always a tenacious spirit that never wanted to lose. She loved to stir up trouble. Calculating taboo beings. Such a thing was too crazy, too dangerous. But the more so, it made people unable to resist wanting to give it a try. Life doesn't have many years, if one doesn't go a little crazy, wouldn't it be a waste of youth? Okay, let's see if Song Huaixing has the guts. Gu Yifeng grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although he said this, he believed that someone like Song Huaixing, who dared to approach forbidden beings 3 times at close range, should not be afraid of anything. A few days later, Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng met with 2 others under the starry sky. The 2 were Song Huaixing and Zhong Wang, also bold individuals who had dared to enter forbidden zones and dangerous places, encountering forbidden things. Chapter 12, Half-Dead. The 4 met and exchanged a lot of information. Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng learned that the forbidden being discovered by Song Huaixing was in a little-known ancient battlefield ruin. There was an area filled with blood-red evil qi, extremely terrifying, reaching the level of forbidden power, where ordinary people couldn't approach or penetrate. But Song Huaixing was not an ordinary person, he went in. After going in to a certain extent, he vaguely saw a large piece of divine source and faintly spotted a figure within it. But that was all he could see. He could not truly get close to that divine source. Because the blood-red evil qi there was horrific and overwhelmingly intense, even the top beings in the world would instantly disintegrate if they recklessly charged in, facing that kind of taboo energy that overwhelmed everything. However, although Song Huaixing could not delve deeper, he did not encounter any threats from the forbidden being. So he boldly explored and luckily found 2 quasi-divine objects. He also discovered that there were at least 3 or more quasi-divine objects near that divine source, with extraordinary resonance peeking through the blood-red evil qi, indicating great fortune. But he could not approach them, and thus was unable to obtain them. He had contacted the Gu siblings, wanting to cooperate to obtain the quasi-divine objects. However, at that time, the Gu siblings had once again provoked a genuine forbidden being, so they temporarily hid and dared not take any action. "I can handle this alone, you all stay away and wait for my news." After deep communication and discussion, Gu Yiqing finally decided to act alone, asking her brother and the others, Song Huaixing and Zhong Wang, to stay aside and wait, preferably not trying to peek, just waiting for her news. It was best to act alone in such matters. The other 3 agreed with Gu Yiqing's decision. They also summarized their abilities and provided more support to Gu Yiqing. Since they were going to cooperate, of course, they could not be stingy or insincere. As for what they were going to do, it was to try and let two forbidden beings meet and see what would happen. They were not sure if this would yield results, and it could also lead to great disaster if things went wrong. But they still wanted to take the risk. They wanted to see if it was possible to break through that blood-red evil chi and obtain the many quasi-divine objects in the core area inside. Or simply to uncover the secret of the forbidden being inside the blood-red evil chi would also be a gain. Exploring the ancient secrets of the forbidden beings was also a great joy in life. And with ordinary methods, they completely could not enter the core area of the blood-red evil chi. So they can only try some supersized forbidden methods. After making their decision, Gu Yiqing prepared for 3 years before finally starting her action. On this day, she arrived at the ancient battlefield ruins discovered by Song Huaixin. Upon seeing the scene here, even with her current knowledge, she could not help but feel shocked. Here, evil chi gathered, unfading for ages. The remaining corpses, weapons, and traces of battles were terrifying. Even though they were decaying and ancient, they still faintly emanated a heart-palpitating aura. She could not imagine what kind of horrific blood battle had erupted here in some ancient era. It was as if a heavenly army that had once swept through the universe had fought here. Perhaps there were forbidden beings that had died here. Gu Yiqing quickly found the area filled with blood-red evil chi, but upon reaching the core area, feeling the horrifying power that could almost dissolve everything, she too found it difficult to go deeper. Unless there were more powerful forbidden means for protection, like an imperial weapon or an imperial-grade supreme treasure. Gu Yiqing indeed had a brilliant imperial talisman. But that was a specific life-saving treasure, not meant for breaking through. In this world, imperial weapons are the world-shaking items of the most supreme lineages. She had no face to borrow one. However, she currently possessed a supreme divine object, the 9-colored bamboo. Moreover, it had been nourished with the life energy of a certain forbidden creature, which might not be worse than an imperial weapon. I want to see what kind of special situation that forbidden creature here really is, and what will happen when that 9-colored bamboo supreme is attracted. Gu Yiqing thought to herself, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. She and Song Huaixin could tell that the forbidden creature within this blood-red malevolence was likely not very normal. It might have problems with its state, or it might have been dead for a long time. Of course, it's also possible that there were no issues at all, merely in a muddled sleep. As for that 9-colored bamboo supreme, although it did not seem like an ordinary forbidden creature, it should be a genuine forbidden supreme. It's just uncertain whether it could discern the secrets here, and whether discovering them would lead to some major incidents. Huff! Gu Yiqing directly took out the 9-colored bamboo, temporarily using it like a board to wave and disperse the dense blood-red malevolence ahead. The 9-colored bamboo bore the traces of the Tao engraved by her and her brother, a way of cultivating the Tao using a divine object. Moreover, it was the combined result of their siblings' Tao, which could mutually verify and accelerate progress. Gu Yiqing urged the Tao traces on the 9-colored bamboo, resonating with it, slightly enhancing the power of the divine object. Of course, it actually didn't enhance much. Currently, this 9-colored bamboo relied mostly on the inherent power of the divine object and the remaining influence of the forbidden creature's energy. With the 9-colored bamboo paving the way, Gu Yiqing quickly delved deeper, as she feared that the 9-colored bamboo supreme would come killing immediately. And in fact, Qin Feng truly sensed the 9-colored bamboo very quickly. However, this time, it left him somewhat puzzled. Only 3 years have passed, and the energy of the 9-colored bamboo was exposed again. Could they be so careless? Was it an accident, or was it done on purpose? However, although Qin Feng had this doubt, he still set off immediately. Because he feared nothing. The only beings that could pose a threat to him were those forbidden creatures. And could tiny ants like them really summon forbidden creatures? The gap in class and status was so vast that there was no possibility for cooperation. Even if they offered enormous benefits or supreme treasures, they could not summon forbidden creatures, they would only die faster. If ants wanted to try to incite conflict or resentment between forbidden creatures, that too was quite ignorant and foolish. Qin Feng quickly locked in on the starry position of the 9-colored bamboo. Boom! He raced across the starry sky at breakneck speed, radiating supreme power, with forbidden energy spreading, instantly descending divine might upon that starry sky. Then, the forbidden might swept across the starry sky. He quickly grasped some situations. An ancient battlefield, a small thief, a piece of divine source, a half-dead person? Qin Feng looked at everything there. He could discern that the ruins of the ancient battlefield had once erupted in an unparalleled war. Perhaps in the past, someone had summoned nearly all top powerhouses of an era here to battle, to conquer and eliminate some terrifying creature or a forbidden force. Since ancient times, such wars, where the power of an era was leveraged, were truly not uncommon. But generally, they only occurred in those golden ages filled with dazzling talents and strong beings like the Sea of Stars. Chapter 13, The Outsider. Qin Feng also saw that female thief at the first moment. In his hand, he held the 9-colored bamboo as a forbidden means to resist the ancient battlefield's core area filled with eternal evil spirit. Boom! Under the unparalleled taboo power pressing down, the entire ancient battlefield shook uncontrollably. Many remains and weapons turned to dust under this forbidden pressure. At this moment, Gu Yiqing also felt her heart tremble, sensing the fearsome terror that could wipe her out in an instant. She held a Xian Di talisman tightly in her hand. But she did not flee immediately. Instead, she steadied her grip on the 9-colored bamboo. Even more so, she dared to raise her head directly, looking towards the source of this taboo power, her eyes sharp, then curled into a disdainful smile. As if she were provoking, especially when she discovered that the 9-colored bamboo supreme did not attack her immediately, the meaning of her provocation became even more intense. She seemed to belittle her opponent, looking down on a once possibly invincible taboo figure. It must be said, today's young people do indeed have boldness, not knowing the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Gu Yiqing was actually waiting for the 9-colored bamboo supreme to attack. Because she wanted to see if the taboo supreme's attack could awaken the taboo beings in this ancient battlefield. Whether awakened or not, that commotion should not be small, something big might happen. Perhaps it could reveal the current true situation of this ancient battlefield. Qin Feng saw Gu Yiqing and also vaguely sensed her provocation. But his heart remained calm, his expression indifferent. At his current realm and vision, he disregarded the world, only taboo figures could make him wary. What is an ant? He need not look twice. He directly pointed out, starlight gathered from all directions, a surging and overwhelming power condensed, exuding a sharp edge, as if it could pierce through the world's dust. Boom! The entire ancient battlefield was instantly pierced, the earth shattered, and dozens of land fragments fell. That kind of power, no one in the world could withstand. However, Gu Yiqing still activated the Xian Di talisman in time to escape, but this time the rebound was intense, causing even more severe injuries than before. But this time, she did not fall halfway like the Xianding ancient emperor did, forced to expend another talisman. Mainly because she was now much stronger than back then. So just using one talisman was enough for her to escape far away. Qin Feng saw this and was no longer surprised. That kind of talisman was indeed meant for outstanding descendants to escape when facing taboo beings. With his current strength, it wouldn't be easy to pursue. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had crossed endless starry skies, arriving here under the ancient Thunderwood's reflection. At that moment, he was also curious about the condition of the half-dead person on the ancient battlefield. In the ruins of the ancient battlefield, the intense blood-colored evil spirit that had not dissipated over the ages had suddenly collapsed, and that taboo-level power gradually faded away. The divine source in the core area was also shattered under the impact. If the taboo being within the divine source still had strength, it should have awakened and retaliated long ago, yet it did not. However, the taboo being eventually awakened, activating its last bits of power, barely maintaining its form from turning to dust. Qin Feng also descended onto the ancient battlefield. He looked at the taboo being and quickly grasped the general situation of this taboo being. It was a man with withered white hair, a tall and upright body, and a face that appeared young and heroic, but it exuded a decayed aura like a lifeless object. Whoosh! On the ancient battlefield, the whistling wind blew over the man, constantly sweeping away the dust, gradually revealing his armor and body were incomplete. A foreign traveler? Qin Feng looked at the man, coldly emitting a certain kind of taboo fluctuation, expressing. In his view, the man across could be considered a taboo being, but perhaps it was not quite right. Because, he was not someone who had once become invincible in some era. He was just a supreme expert, infinitely close to achieving the Tao, or perhaps, had already succeeded partially. If there were a great emperor in the world, others would never be able to achieve the Tao successfully, being suppressed, and forcing their way through the emperor's tribulation might lead to death and the loss of the Tao. But there are always extraordinary people, who even under the pressure of the great emperor can pass through even more terrifying heavenly tribulations, ultimately gaining the recognition of the supreme heavenly intention and receiving a small part of the supreme Tao source baptism. Such individuals are generally called alternative Tao achievers. Although still far from the great emperor, possessing parts of emperor-level power, they can definitely be called forbidden beings. For example, the man before Qin Feng, who was on the brink of complete decay and turning to dust, should be an alternative Tao achiever. Alternative Tao achievers generally coexist in the same era as a great emperor. Thus, that man should have been sealed away by a great emperor of his time using divine source power. Has it already been 900,000 years? The man was feeling the world, and with the remnants of his power, he quickly calculated how long it had been since his sealing. It seems I have completely fallen into confusion, failing to awaken, missing the great disaster and tribulation, and having fully decayed into a useless body. The man murmured to himself, realizing his own situation. His expression was complex, filled with bewilderment, nostalgia, and regret. But When he looked at Qin Feng and saw the ancient Thunderwood, he guessed it was a forbidden being. His expression then regained sharpness, and his eyes faintly revealed an iron-blooded killing intent and battle will. Even though he was already quite decayed. At this moment, a powerful aura of indomitable strength began to rise from him, fierce and iron-blooded, enduring through the ages. Are you the emperor of future generations, or one from 900,000 years ago? The decayed man looked at Qin Feng, coldly stating. Hearing this, Qin Feng did not respond, simply gazing quietly. He could roughly tell that the man before him should be a traveler of a different path, or one could also call him a follower or protector of a different path. An alternative Dao achiever still possessed extremely strong combat power. When disasters erupted in the world, such figures had the qualifications and ability to resist the calamities. Therefore, some alternative Dao achievers would request the great emperor of their time to seal them, leaving their powers for the time when the calamity would erupt again. Such people were called travelers of a different path. Because they were not fellow travelers with other forbidden beings, they were called a different path. But it was clear. The man before him likely had severe issues even before being sealed, which was why he had completely fallen into confusion during the sealing process and could no longer awaken by himself. Long years passed, and his divine source essence was all exhausted, his vitality dissipating. Even without today's events, the man would have completely died in his confusion in just 100 or 200 years, never to awaken again. Forbidden beings are calamities. I still have one last sword. Seeing that Qin Feng did not respond at all, the man was not angered, his expression remained cold, while the remaining power gradually gathered at his fingertips. A sword aura, with a decayed ancient breath, began to emanate. Though weak, it held an unparalleled sharpness, even an unspeakable imperial aura, as if he had once been unmatched in his time. Qin Feng witnessed this, still silent, still quietly watching. He felt no animosity towards travelers of a different path and was even willing to show respect to such individuals. The premise being they would not randomly provoke him, a forbidden being who had never done any wrong. In this world, there are indeed some forbidden beings who have never done evil. He could tell that the man before him had likely fought against forbidden beings and even mythical zones alongside the great emperor of his time. Even after the war, he had to seal himself away to protect the future from calamities. The other person naturally would not like forbidden beings. But Qin Feng did not care anymore. He could see that the other had effectively run out of sword power, completely dried up, leaving only a few traces of brilliance. He just quietly watched, willing to personally witness the other's eventual demise, as a way to see off such an ancient hero. In the end, the man did not swing out his last sword. Instead, after a few last rays of brilliance leaked out, his body could no longer hold on. Under the fierce winds, the once iron-blooded body that had fought across the universe gradually turned to dust. In the end, the man also wore a gloomy expression, shaking his head and sighing, still feeling unwilling and regretful. He was ultimately not content having never achieved the path of an emperor, without leaving a brilliant mark in the annals of history. Even becoming an outsider, he merely rotted away to death, without exhausting the final trace of his power. But when he shared an era with a great emperor, this conclusion may have been destined. Even if he were to awaken in a later era, it would still be incredibly difficult to prove himself as an emperor again. Because he had already failed on the path to proving himself, he would never have another chance, and in the sealed years, he would not shine as brilliantly as before, capable of cutting through the ancient and the modern. He should be an extraordinary figure from the era of the Eternal Dust Emperor, perhaps that Feng Jing. Qin Feng watched as the man completely disappeared. He recalled the ancient times, and this man was most likely from the same era as the Eternal Dust Emperor, Feng Jing. Though Feng Jing had never proven himself as an emperor, he similarly left some fame in the history books. Because he was indeed too powerful, even the Eternal Dust Emperor regarded him as a peer. And the Eternal Dust Emperor was an overwhelmingly powerful and invincible, terrifying emperor throughout history. Because he had once fought the world's taboos and sank a mythic forbidden zone. This forbidden zone was the ancient bronze ship, a long-existing taboo land that made contemporary emperors hesitant, but it had not appeared in the world since then. However, that was nearly 1,000,000 years of ancient history. The ancient texts that have survived until now contain much blurred content. No one knows how the final fate of the Eternal Dust Emperor, a rumored being who may have lived long, ended. But probabilistically, he too had likely died. Qin Feng briefly recalled that once glorious time, which seemed to sweep away all of the world's taboos. Then he also left, casually collecting a few rare spiritual items and precious materials. Although they were still far from the 9-colored bamboo, they were not useless to him. The vast universe had eternally existed for countless epochs. The brilliant eras from the ancient times have long been buried. Countless extraordinary figures, even invincible ones, their splendid lives may in the end be reduced to a few plain words in the records. Only by digging up some real traces of the past in this world can one see how brutal and terrifying that bygone era truly was. But so what? Time moves forward, and some things will ultimately be completely buried, with some ancient histories and secrets fading entirely, never to be uncovered again. Qin Feng continued to contemplate his own path of killing and decision-making. As for the two little thieves who stole his 9-colored bamboo, he would not waste time actively investigating or constantly paying attention to news about them in the world. Such matters are not worth his concern, nor will they disturb his state of mind. But if he still senses something, or is passively made aware of the location of those two little thieves, he would not mind taking action to conclude this cause and effect. Just like two ants crawling underground. He does not wish to waste effort digging to kill them. But if the ants come above ground for him to see, he would not mind indifferent stepping on one. With his current state of mind and cultivation, trivial matters are actually of no consequence, even if he has lost a supreme divine material. He can still maintain a perfect state of mind and enter a state of cultivation. On the other side, after Gu Yiqing successfully escaped, she hid for a few more years, then carefully came out to meet with her brother, Gu Yifeng, Song Huaixin, and Zhang Wang in the starry sky. The four sent one person as a scout to explore the ruins of the ancient battlefield. After confirming that there were no remaining active forbidden powers there, they cautiously stepped onto the ruins of the ancient battlefield and began searching for various treasures. This ancient battlefield had been shattered, the blood-red evil aura dispersed, and there were no forbidden things that could threaten them anymore. They all gained enormous rewards. Although there were no divine items here, there were many rare spiritual items rarely seen in the world, which were of great use to them. These could help them advance quickly and surpass others in the competition on the invincible road, gaining the opportunity to achieve enlightenment and overcome tribulations first. The only thing they couldn't figure out was what exactly that forbidden being originally in the ancient battlefield was all about. But they guessed it shouldn't be a normal forbidden being, and it was even possible that it was already dead. Their cooperation this time could be considered a success. Though they had again provoked the 9-colored bamboo supreme and used it to break the blood-red evil aura in the ancient battlefield ruins, they gained a lot, and it was absolutely worth it. In fact, Gu Yiqing, Gu Yifeng, Song Huaixin, and Zhang Wang, 4 people, had indeed walked to the front of this era, having left other unparalleled talents a small step behind. With their talents, they might not necessarily be stronger than other unrivaled geniuses. If they cultivated steadily, they still had a significant chance of failing on the invincible road, becoming part of the backdrop of the era. But now, their reckless adventure allowed them to surpass others. They could be the first to seize the opportunity to achieve invincibility in enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, 600 years had passed. Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng, along with Song Huaixin and Zhong Wang, this group of 4 had already cultivated to the peak of the world, only a final leap away from achieving enlightenment and becoming emperors. Moreover, having cultivated to today, they had accumulated incredibly deep and powerful energy that was almost uncontrollable, leaking freely and getting infinitely close to forbidden powers, as if they were about to break through and become emperors at any moment. But the 4 of them were also competitors to each other. Among them, the Gu siblings were actually a bit ahead. They all wanted to achieve enlightenment first. But they would not easily attempt enlightenment without more complete preparations to guard against accidents. In the end, Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng siblings were the first to start crossing the tribulation for enlightenment. They simultaneously triggered the tribulation of enlightenment. On this invincible road, even the deeply bonded siblings did not plan to yield to each other, they also aimed to compete for success. In this era, finally, there were those who achieved enlightenment. Moreover, 2 at the same time. Boom! 3 vast seas of tribulation thunder roared down from the starry sky, endless lightning flashing, illuminating the deep space, and the aura of destruction swept across the universe. That was the tribulation of enlightenment, blocking the final hurdle of the world's top figures taking their ultimate leap. Once they broke through, they would ascend to the pinnacle, unmatched in the world, with divine might that could overwhelm ages. After the Gu siblings began to draw out the Emperor Tribulation, Zhong Wang followed closely, also directly triggering the Emperor Tribulation, trying to achieve enlightenment. He knew the strength of the Gu siblings and feared they might actually step out that way, unwilling to bet on their failure. So he also directly aimed for enlightenment, wanting to compete in the end. But this was not an impulsive act. He had already prepared thoroughly, confident he could break through the Emperor Tribulation. Chapter 15, The Tragedy of Enlightenment. For a moment, the 3 seas of Emperor Tribulation thunder surged and boiled, each bolt of divine lightning cleaved the starry sky, tearing through the heavens, making the great universe tremble. 3 achievers of enlightenment appeared simultaneously, leaving everyone shocked. This might mean that today, a new great emperor could emerge, opening a brand new glorious era. Gu Yiqing and Gu Yifeng saw Zhong Wan following closely to attempt to cross the tribulation for enlightenment too. They were not too surprised. However, it was unexpected that Song Huaixin did not directly follow them. Song Huaixin was definitely a powerful contender, he was not weaker than the solitary brother-sister pair by even a bit. Boom! The three unparalleled emperor tribulations crashed down, shaking the starry skies of all realms, trembling the world. Guiqing, Guifeng, and Zhong Wang were unmatched in bravery, rising against the heavens, shattering one world-ending divine thunder after another. They soon suffered severe injuries, covered in wounds. Yet their momentum did not diminish at all, still magnificent and unstoppable, that resolve to prove their path seemed to pierce through the ages. The world felt this and was shaken. They thought, perhaps this is the true unmatched talent, the kind of person qualified to create brilliance in this era. However, such a grand tribulation of proving the Tao shook the universe. Even though almost all taboo beings lay in eternal slumber, some were still awakened. Is it you? You have indeed come to this point. Then, some things must be returned. The first to be stirred was naturally Qin Feng, the never-sleeping taboo being. He gazed into the deep space, watching the silhouettes of the Gu siblings crossing their tribulation, recognizing them as the little thieves who had stolen his 9-color bamboo. The 9-color bamboo, such a supreme divine object. It had given the siblings immense benefits, allowing them to gradually surpass their peers and gain an edge on the road to invincibility. But what is gained must also be lost. After all, the 9-color bamboo belonged to Qin Feng, it was not so easy to take, and some cost had to be paid. Boom! Qin Feng directly slammed his palms together. In an instant, the vast forbidden power fell, the void roared, the universe cracked, and the stars trembled, as if they were about to fall. Such terrifying power. It left the world in horror. The first thought was that a taboo being had acted, perhaps to stop the current ones from proving the Tao? Just thinking of this made people shudder even more. Guifeng and Guiqing naturally felt this vast divine might crashing towards them immediately. But they had long anticipated the possibility of being audited by a taboo being. Furthermore, they recognized the might of the 9-color bamboo, that overwhelming vitality was too easy to identify. Yet, they were somewhat prepared. However, after all, this was a taboo supreme being. No matter what preparations they had no certainty to fend off the taboo's attack during the tribulation. But they would surely spare no effort, just waiting to see how fate would finally unfold. This invincible path of the emperor was filled with cruelty and danger. Guifeng's divine clothing radiated brilliant light, with chaotic energy swirling, its power extraordinary. That was his primordial stone robe. Crafted from the supreme divine object, primordial stone, currently still just a rough form, but already possessed super special divine abilities. And this primordial stone was precisely something he and his sister dug out from the dwelling of the ancient Emperor Xianding. Guifeng unleashed a punch, the chaotic energy from his primordial stone robe surged, greatly enhancing his divine might, creating overwhelming ripples, stirring the starry skies. But, boom! Emperor Tribulation Thunder, Taboo Attack, two great deadly tribulations rushed towards him together. Guifeng simply could not withstand it all. His left shoulder was pierced by a divine thunder, blood and flesh flying, his form nearly unable to stabilize, almost falling down. Immediately afterward, the palm of the 9-color bamboo supreme pressed down, overwhelming everything, directly shaking him back, his whole body quaking, blood splattering, suffering unimaginable injuries. If it were not for the Emperor Tribulation Thunder Sea weakening a significant portion of the Taboo Supreme's attack, he might have been unable to continue holding on. On the other side, Guiqing was also struggling. She held a large ruler made from 9-color bamboo, brilliant colors shining, bursting forth with extraordinary glows, equally possessing incredible power to push through the world. But she too could not withstand the true might of the Taboo Supreme, the qualitative gap still existed. However, the bond between the siblings was deeply accumulated, releasing their innate background. The injuries recovered immediately by more than half. The momentum remained fierce and unstoppable, as if ready to pierce through the invincible path in one strike. But soon, two more forbidden beings made their move. They also wanted to stop the lone brother and sister from achieving the Tao, but that was a consequence they were already responsible for. Boom! Boom! Two streams of forbidden divine power erupted from deep within two starry skies, sweeping across the distant cosmos with the terrifying ability to destroy everything, crushing towards Guifeng and Guiqing. Xianding Ancient Emperor, Luan Tianzuan. Guiqing recognized who these two forbidden beings were attacking them at that moment. They indeed had provoked these two forbidden beings as well. Now, as they crossed tribulations to achieve the Tao, these two once invincible forbidden figures were also unforgiving, wanting them to pay the price for their reckless and daring actions, to repay that great consequence. Puff! Guifeng's body sprayed blood wildly, almost losing his form entirely. He was struck by countless imperial tribulation divine thunders, making it hard for him to take another step forward, even trembling all over, as if about to fall and fail in achieving the Tao. Guiqing was also in dire straits. But they still squeezed out their last strength, straining to leap forward again. At this moment, Guiqing jumped to a higher distance and finally felt she had touched that unparalleled barrier in the void, feeling an incomparable aura. Without any hesitation, she charged forward with unparalleled ferocity, as if no paths of heaven and earth could stop her, shaking the entire universe. And at this moment, all beings in the universe felt a tremor from their souls. Even the heavens and earth rumbled, purple light billowed, and magnificent clouds spread across the sky, with many extraordinary phenomena emerging, as if foretelling something. The world was even more shocked. Could it be that someone was really about to take that step? People were excited. Would they witness the birth of a new emperor, the arrival of an entirely new era? But just when Guiqing was on the verge of complete success, her brother Guifeng had completely failed. Though he had exhausted everything to take one more step, in the end, he could not continue. Finally, Guifeng fell from the peak of the starry sky. A series of terrifying divine thunders engulfed him, completely penetrating him through and through. Even his primordial stone attire was shattered, turning into dozens of fragments that scattered across the starry sky. Guifeng was dead. Thus he died in the tribulation of achieving the Tao. When the world witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but sigh in pity. This was considered the first tragic incident of achieving the Tao in the current age. Guifeng was indeed powerful, a top figure in the world, yet he was still attacked by 3 forbidden beings. Although he had reached the edge of that unparalleled barrier, he still could not step into it. In the end, he still died, his path extinguished. Chapter 16, 47,000 years, with forbidden great enemies. Brother! Guiqing saw her brother dead, her eyes erupting with blazing light, her anger like fire, her killing intent boiling. She had actually considered various tragic outcomes for today's achievement of the Tao long ago. But when it truly happened, no one was really able to accept it. Moreover, even she, having already taken the most crucial step. As long as she could take one more step, she might welcome the baptism of the Supreme Heaven Heart Tao Source, achieving the utmost elevation, becoming the current great emperor, unmatched through the ages. But at this moment, she was also on the verge of collapse, already at her limit. A series of terrifying emperor tribulation divine thunders rumbled, seemingly not allowing her to easily take another step, wanting to make her fall and turn into thunder scraps. And at this time, boom! Deep in the starry sky, the forbidden power erupted again, sweeping over endless cosmic space, instantly rushing towards Guiqing. It aimed to completely shake her down, not allowing her to take the final step. Guiqing sensed this forbidden power and vaguely felt despair. She could hardly withstand another attack from the forbidden beings. That forbidden being had excellent timing, wasting no energy. This single moment was enough to bring her down. However, an unexpected event occurred again. Song Huaixin was the last to stand up. He also seized the moment, timely blocking in front of Guiqing. His expression was still troubled, not firm enough. On this invincible imperial path. He should not have done this, as he was also on the path, and he should have his own invincible heart. But he couldn't help but stand up. Some feeling in his heart, combined with the beautiful figure about to die under the imperial calamity, made his purest instinct decide for him in his turmoil. He was no longer an invincible genius. He became a fool at this moment. Puff! Song Huaixin unleashed everything within himself, enduring the forbidden supreme strike for Guiqing, his whole being nearly shattered, blood and flesh splattering. But even so, still, a small portion of forbidden power struck into the imperial calamity's thunder sea. Yet, after further weakening in the thunder sea, she ultimately resisted, not failing or falling directly. Song Huaixin. You. Guiqing, seeing this scene, was also immensely shocked. She never expected that Song Huaixin, her rival, would actually be willing to risk his life to protect her. Boom! Another surge of forbidden power erupted quickly at this moment, still wanting to kill Guiqing. But this time, the now foolish Song Huaixin didn't mind continuing to be foolish. He held up his body again, using himself to block the forbidden strike. In the end, he was shaken into the deep void, becoming a blurred figure of blood, not knowing if he was alive or dead. But Guiqing seized this opportunity, gathering her final strength, and finally stepped forward one more step. And it was this one step that made her feel an unprecedented surge of power rushing towards her, instantly boosting her momentum greatly, her injuries rapidly healing. Song Huaixin's appearance made him a protector of flowers. Such a thing caught the forbidden beings off guard. Also, because of this, Guiqing had a chance to catch her breath and advance further. The cause that originally belonged to Guiqing should be borne by her. But a fool stood in front, wanting to protect her and pave the way. At this moment, in the depths of the starry sky, forbidden beings once again took action. They still were unwilling to let Guiqing, the little thief who stole their divine opportunity, achieve her path to become an emperor. However, by this time, it was already a bit late. Gu Yiqing had begun to transform and elevate. At this moment, she had already stepped into the forbidden realm, her momentum continuously rising, her eyes blazing, penetrating the starry sky, as if wanting to suppress the mundane world. Boom! Gu Yiqing swung the already broken 9-colored bamboo ruler, and a wave of 9 colors erupted, directly withstanding the incoming forbidden power. She even wanted to spread her divine might, attempting to track down the forbidden being that just attacked. In the end, Gu Yiqing finally took that step, drawing in the source of the supreme heavenly heart, her momentum instantly rising to the peak. Her flesh, soul, and path quickly transformed and elevated, becoming one, achieving the ultimate leap. This process happened swiftly, the supreme source directly pouring in, instantly standing at the absolute peak, her realm stable, almost eliminating the possibility of being robbed of her result or attacked while her level was unsteady. Rumble. The universe shook violently. Orderly divine light shattered the heavens and the earth, thousands of auspicious colors fell, as if ancient divine beasts roamed among the stars. A myriad of wonders emerged, the heavenly path rumbled, and all laws shone brightly. A supreme cosmic shackle quickly formed, suppressing all paths in the world, reigning supreme. People were immensely shocked. At this moment, in the vast universe, a person stood alone at the peak, hair untied, flowing with the wind, a pair of exquisite eyes radiating an unbeatable divine light, the emperor's aura spreading, as if wanting to pierce through the dust of time. Gu Yiqing successfully achieved the path, becoming the ultimate victor of this era, standing above all in timeless glory. She merely stood in the starry sky, her magnificent imperial body glowing, unmatched imperial might releasing, instantly capable of overshadowing the entire universe. Truly dominating the world, overwhelming the ages. The taboos of the world must also fear and tremble, no one dares to act recklessly again in this world. But even so, Gu Yiqing could not save her own brother anymore. Song Huaixin, on the other hand, did not die, he was very tenacious. Without the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea weakening the taboo's powers, he endured 2 attacks from the Taboo Supreme yet still survived. He was rescued by Gu Yiqing in time, but was left crippled. His cultivation foundation and life essence were nearly completely destroyed. Even with Gu Yiqing's current Emperor powers, it was impossible to restore everything for Song Huaixin. In the end, Song Huaixin would have a short life, unable to live too long, and hard to recover his peak state. As for Zhong Wang, he reached enlightenment at the same time as the Gu siblings. He also died, perishing in the Emperor's Tribulation Thunder Sea, unable to break through. Mainly because he was too relentless. If he had retreated when he realized it was difficult to pass, he might not have died. So, in the beginning, this 4-person group. In the end, only Gu Yiqing and Song Huaixin remained. The ancient Emperor Xianding, the Celestial Li, and 2 others whose true identities are unknown. Gu Yiqing looked toward the deep space, the Emperor's divine might spreading, unmatched, shaking the universe. Creatures of this era felt for the first time such overwhelming power, realizing that the historical descriptions of emperors were truly not exaggerated. Indeed unparalleled, one person overwhelming everything in the world, looking down upon the ages. Gu Yiqing had already begun to pursue the Taboo Supreme that had acted when she reached enlightenment. She could confirm that the only Taboo Supremes that had acted were the ancient Emperor Xianding and the Celestial Li. There were 2 others whose identities she could not determine. One was the Supreme from whom she had stolen the 9-colored bamboo, using the Path of Life. The other seemed never to have been encountered, a taboo being using some kind of ancient weapon path, equally hard to identify its true form. However, those taboo beings had hidden in this world for too long, hiding was their specialty. Even if Gu Yiqing pursued traces with her emperor powers, capturing the heavenly secrets and causal fluctuations, there was still not much to gain, as the key traces had been destroyed and erased. But she could not easily let go of those taboo beings. Even if the initial entanglement of grudges was caused by her and her brother. But on the road of invincibility, there are no rights or wrongs. Gu Yiqing also did not believe she was at fault. The road of invincibility, the road of eternal life, was still too narrow. Once you step on it, even if you are unfamiliar and have no grudges, it is hard to coexist. Moreover, they depended on each other for life, with deep feelings. How could it be possible for Gu Yiqing not to seek revenge? Xin Feng also did not expect that little thief to finally succeed in enlightenment. He had underestimated the other party to some extent and did not anticipate there would be a flower-protecting messenger. But now it was done. He could only temporarily keep quiet, no longer going out to cultivate. Even without this little thief becoming an emperor, there would always be others ascending to emperor status. At that time, Xin Feng would still have to remain silent, unable to leak his aura carelessly. He continued to cultivate and comprehend, walking his own road of eternal life and invincibility. Gu Yiqing became an emperor, titled Guju, known as the Great Emperor Guju. In the following years, she perfected her emperor path while also seeking out her taboo enemies. Her character had always been somewhat crazy, acting without regard for consequences, and unafraid of danger. But she was also determined, decisive in slaughter, setting a goal and moving forward without hesitation. In the 3,000 years as an emperor, she sensed that Song Huaixin was close to death, so she aided him in extending his life, also leaving her offspring through his seeds, very forceful, leaving no room for refusal. In the 7,500 years as an emperor, Gu Yiqing finally, after a long period of exploration and calculation, captured the location of the ancient Emperor Xianding in a secret deep space. She exploded with extreme divine might and fiercely charged in. In an instant, she crushed the dwelling of the ancient Emperor Xianding, forcing its true form to emerge. A supreme battle thus erupted. The ancient Emperor Xianding has not yet rotted too much. He can still return to the invincible realm of the past, able to fight the current emperors fiercely. If the forbidden supreme beings lose their life force quickly, they must cause a great disaster to regain their vitality. If their imperial source rots close to collapse, they might completely fall in rank and never return. Then they will hunt the current emperors to replenish their fresh imperial source, and often, they will collaborate without need for agreement. Forbidden beings sustain their existence by feeding off all living beings in the world. So they are all the disasters in the world, including the current emperors. When the ancient Emperor Xianding regained his invincible state, he was indeed unmatched, able to severely wound the current emperors without losing ground. But he is no longer the endless powerhouse he once was. In the end, the ancient Emperor Xianding was ultimately subdued by Gu Yiqing. In the cosmic starlit sky in the mortal realm, many strange phenomena appeared, wailing for the ancient invincible one, Xianding. Even a missing child, now returned only to perish instantly. The supreme will of the universe still recognizes this child, mourning for his passing. After this, Gu Yiqing did not stop but continued to pursue her enemies. She even traveled through various mythic forbidden zones and engaged in some fierce battles. In the end, at the time when she became an emperor for 16,000 years, she captured the Talisman Lord and forcefully killed him. But she could only go this far. The other two unknown forbidden supremes were very difficult to trace, lacking some key historical clues. But she still didn't want to let them go. In the very end, Gu Yiqing concealed her own dojo from the world. She made a decision. She cut herself to seal her divine source, becoming a forbidden being. But she did this not to seek immortality and ascend to myths, nor to take a different path to protect the world from disaster. She simply wanted to wait for her enemies to appear in the coming years, then kill them. That's just her character. Since ancient times, many invincible beings, though they are invincible for ages, there will always be some rather unique existences. Gu Yiqing's willingness to become a forbidden being to wait for her enemies is perhaps quite normal among the many peculiar invincible beings. When Qin Feng was 47,000 years old, the Emperor Gu Ju vanished, causing a great disturbance in the universe, and heaven and earth mourned together. This era was thus declared over. The little thief of the past has indeed become a forbidden being? Qin Feng could sense the odd sense of sorrow in the signs of heaven and earth. This was not a sign of an invincible being's death. It should signify the disappearance of an invincible being, a loss of singular imperial Tao, causing the shackles of heaven and earth to break, a sadness naturally spreading from the supreme heart of the heavens. Only ordinary people fail to perceive it, who would assume it is a sign of an emperor's death. Qin Feng guessed that Emperor Gu Ju had also become a forbidden being. But he could not confirm this 100%, as he would have to wait for that Emperor Gu Ju to appear again in the future as a forbidden being. But this was not good news for Qin Feng, because he still had unresolved grudges with Emperor Gu Ju, though it was Emperor Gu Ju who provoked him first. But now, arguing over right and wrong no longer held any meaning. No wonder the longer you live, the more grievances accumulate, the heavier the karma. So, I already have a forbidden being as a great enemy. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. However, he was unlike ordinary forbidden beings. He could switch identities more flexibly, because he mastered various flawless paths. The Qin Feng who had a grudge with Emperor Gu Ju was the one who used the path of life. If he worried that using the path of life would lead Emperor Gu Ju to seek him out, there is no need to risk my life for the path of vitality. Or perhaps in the future, if there are any special opportunities, I can actively reveal the path of vitality, luring the lonely great emperor into a certain big scheme, and then kill him, eliminating future troubles. It seems that as a forbidden being, I am increasingly getting into the groove, already thinking about plotting and burying my enemies. Qin Feng thought to himself, and couldn't help but sigh. He has lived for 47,000 years. He can truly be called a real forbidden being. His current vision and pattern have long since matched those forbidden beings throughout history. Those forbidden beings, many of them have their own great enemies. Over long ages, there have been plenty of games, plots, and even direct wars. There are very few forbidden beings who can truly keep to themselves. When Qin Feng turned 50,000 years old, he already possessed 5 perfect paths: the path of thunder, the path of life, the path of annihilation, the path of killing, and the path of purple energy. After perfecting the path of killing, what he chose to cultivate was the path of purple energy. This is a path for nurturing the body, grand and vast, able to gather the essence of heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary power. His choice of the path of purple energy was just like his earlier choice of the path of killing. It was to balance his increasingly numerous and complex profound ways. Now, the 5 perfect paths he cultivates are intertwined, supporting each other as sources of the way, instantly pushing him to an unimaginably high level. He can feel that unparalleled strength, as formidable as the might of an emperor, proud beyond the ages. Such a realm should be unique since ancient times. Naturally, it is still inferior to a true emperor. But compared to the self-appointed divine source forbidden supremacy and those alternative achievers, it is much stronger. If he could live for another 20,000 years, with 7 perfect paths, what's stopping him from challenging an emperor? Chapter 17, Picking Up a Mythical Forbidden Zone. Qin Feng had already started to comprehend the 6th path. He planned to cultivate a path of weapons, like knives, spears, swords, and halberds. In the end, he chose the knife. This choice was because in his early cultivation of thunder techniques, he also used a knife, following a fierce and domineering path like lightning. For this reason, he forged a forbidden-level knife blank, using supreme divine material known as starfall gold. His starfall gold was something he dug out from within a superstar more than 2,000 years ago, after the lonely great emperor disappeared, while wandering the starry sky. This supreme divine material might have initially been the core remnants of an ordinary star's destruction, but this core gradually gathers cosmic dust to form new stars, which then perish and are reborn, finally evolving through long ages to become starfall gold. The maturation cycle of starfall gold is many times longer than that of 9-colored bamboo. But the universe is vast, perhaps there are still rare starfall golds being formed right now. Therefore, in terms of rarity, starfall gold is not much different from 9-colored bamboo, both are extraordinary divine objects. Holding the starfall knife, Qin Feng immersed himself in the comprehension of the knife path while infusing numerous insights into the starfall knife, using this extraordinary blade to refine his knife path. This can accelerate his understanding of the way, and he can also temper the knife blank with his own methods, enhancing it so that someday it can become an imperial weapon. And at that moment, a streak of flowing light suddenly flew across the starry sky in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng sensed it, looked up, and saw the transcendent divine object within that flowing light. But his expression remained calm. Even upon seeing such a divine object, he didn't want to make any moves. Because that divine object could be considered his old friend. Oh, here you are, friend of the 3 lives divine flower. Qin Feng even greeted him, his tone very cheerful and familiar. After being closed off for thousands of years, this was one of the few times he was willing to open his mouth to put on an act and say a couple of words. And it seemed he caught the attention of the greeting. The 3 lives divine flower actually took a small detour. Then, it flew straight towards Qin Feng. But Qin Feng was not surprised at all. Because since the first time he encountered the 3-life divine flower, it has already been the 15th time until now. Every time, the 3-life divine flower pretended to pass by, then turned its head and flew towards him, but after flying a short distance, it would completely change direction and fly away. Qin Feng even set off to chase it 3 times, but each time it managed to escape. Once, he chased it for half of the universe. He just couldn't comprehend this special divine medicine, the immortal medicine. The 3-life divine flower was practically a unique oddity among the immortal medicines. Among many immortal medicines in the world, only the 3-life divine flower tirelessly teased him, while the other immortal medicines were nowhere to be seen. He didn't know what was wrong with this strange flower. Or maybe all those immortal medicines actually have some flaw. The 3-life divine flower seemed to be following some kind of orderly rule, teasing him every so often. However, this time, it was different. The 3-life divine flower flew straight towards Qin Feng, moving very quickly, and did not change direction as it approached him. Seeing this, Qin Feng was suddenly startled. Every previous time it flew a little and then left him, but now it was almost in front of him. Could it be that his 5 paths had reached perfection, and the 3-life divine flower finally recognized him? Qin Feng casually raised his hand to grab, not unleashing all his strength, releasing a faint, vast, and powerful aura, causing the ground around him to tremble, and the void to tear apart, with an indescribable imperial power. However, his grab still did not catch the 3-life divine flower which was flying towards him. That divine flower flashed brightly and directly avoided his palm. But the 3-life divine flower did not fly away immediately. Instead, it drew an arc and began to circle around Qin Feng. What does this mean? Qin Feng did not understand what this strange flower was about. It seemed to exhibit some kind of instinct, but it should not have the normal intelligence of living beings. Furthermore, the three-life divine flower should be ownerless. Otherwise, this strange flower would not have been able to locate him every so often. It should have discovered his secret to longevity long ago. If it really had an owner, they would have come to eliminate him long ago. I don't believe it. This time Qin Feng was also a bit impatient and attempted to catch the three-life divine flower again. Then, the three-life divine flower flew away directly. And Qin Feng followed, using the falling star's blade to create a canopy of sharp light to conceal his aura. His previous outfit, the Reflection Ancient Thunderwood, was paired with the Life Path method. But that identity had left some traces in the world after a few encounters, and he had made an enemy out of the Solitary Emperor. Now that the Solitary Emperor had recently passed away, perhaps it was still a forbidden being that had not completely fallen asleep, still observing the world. So he temporarily did not plan to use the Reflection Ancient Thunderwood and the Life Path method. Changing to another outfit and using a different path method was like switching to a new identity. However, he was now much stronger than before and did not need to rely on the Reflection Ancient Thunderwood to hide his true self. Those forbidden beings would not be able to see through him unless they revealed themselves. The main point was not to let other forbidden beings discover his uniqueness and differences, such as the fact that he did not need to survive within the divine source, but could live freely. Are we heading out of the universe? Qin Feng quickly pursued the three-life divine flower, attempting to catch it several times without success. Before long, he chased the three-life divine flower to the universe barrier, and if he continued forward, he would be outside the universe. And beyond the universe lay an endless void of nothingness. Even the invincible could easily get lost within. In the end, the three-life divine flower truly passed through the universe barrier and went straight outside the universe. Qin Feng felt something was unusual. But he still continued to follow, also crossing the universe barrier. He had come to the universe's outside rarely. He had not never left the vast universe. Previously, he had also been curious about the situation outside the universe and had taken a few glances. The cosmic barrier was not some solid thing. Any entity with a bit of forbidden power could pass through. Upon arriving outside the universe, what appeared before his eyes was the vast, endless void of chaos, with not a shred of light, ancient silence, and coldness. It was truly a realm of emptiness that could bury all taboos. The three-life divine flower flew out for a distance, the only source of light in this dark realm of nothingness. But soon, the three-life divine flower stopped, no longer moving, quietly rotating and floating, three dreamy and indescribable flowers blooming with hazy brilliance. Qin Feng also stopped chasing the three-life divine flower. He still felt a bit strange. But soon, he suddenly discovered something directly beneath the three-life divine flower. It took his breath away. That is, Qin Feng couldn't help but move a bit closer, and then he finally confirmed what it was. It turned out to be a mythological forbidden zone that had been sunk. Bronze ancient ship. Qin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Over 900,000 years ago, this mythological forbidden zone, the bronze ancient ship, was sunk by the Emperor of Eternal Dust and then completely disappeared. Unexpectedly, it was here in the void outside the vast universe? How could it not have been discovered for so long? However, this bronze ancient ship was indeed well hidden. If it weren't for the three-life divine flower guiding him, Qin Feng would not have been able to find it. The universe is almost infinitely vast, let alone the void outside the universe? Moreover, here, even the cosmic pathways are extremely hard to radiate, and mental perception is seriously obstructed. If the distance wasn't close enough. With Qin Feng's current forbidden power, even passing by would likely make it hard to notice. The bronze ancient ship hung here silently, without sound, and without light. The ancient ship was entirely made of bronze metal, its surface rusted and worn, exuding an aura of age and grandeur, as if it had been tempered through endless years. That weighty sense of time, even just a casual feeling of it could move and shock people, deserving completely to be called mythological. This was a mythological forbidden zone with an extraordinary origin, filled with numerous legends and great secrets. The bronze ancient ship was not large. It was far from some mythological forbidden zones that span star domains and towered over the heavens. But it couldn't be considered small. For the ship's body spanned thousands of miles, with a magnificent world within. However, this once peerless and terrifying mythological forbidden zone that could bury contemporary emperors now had numerous damages, with many ruptures on the ship's body, missing many parts, and there were many terrifying battle scars, even several holes that almost pierced through the ship. It's easy to imagine what kind of terrifying battles the bronze ancient ship had experienced. Just how powerful was the former Emperor of Eternal Dust? Even a mythological forbidden zone like the bronze ancient ship could be sunk? On this broken bronze ancient ship, Qin Feng could still feel that eternal essence, and the myth of immortality. But the former Emperor of Eternal Dust had quite literally turned this mythological forbidden zone into such a state. He had directly knocked it down from the heights of myth. Such a feat. Looking through history, it seems only a few people have ever accomplished it. But with the current accurate historical records, only the Emperor of Eternal Dust was confirmed to have truly sunk a mythological forbidden zone as an imperial giant. The others were not so clear. At least the legends suggest that the mythological forbidden zones those few people had overturned are now resurfacing in the world. Of course. Perhaps the bronze ancient ship would also resurface in the world, because it had been discovered by Qin Feng. However, with Qin Feng's current ability, could he control a mythological forbidden zone? And what exactly is a mythological forbidden zone? Has anything taboo been hiding on this bronze ancient ship for so long? Shall I go up and take a look? Qin Feng thought for a moment. In the end, he decided to go up and take a look. Having disappeared for nearly 1,000,000 years, even the forbidden beings that still exist are merely decaying entities surviving within the divine source. Moreover, the one who sank the ancient bronze ship back then was the Emperor of Endless Dust, a giant monarch who once battled the world's taboos. How could such a being allow the forbidden beings to remain on the ship? Perhaps he should worry more about the possibility of the Emperor of Endless Dust becoming a forbidden being himself, staying on it. At last, Qin Feng stepped directly into the inner world of the ancient bronze ship, passing through a thin barrier of air, similar to a cosmic barrier. Upon entering, he only saw a very dilapidated world, lacking vitality, and found no signs of any forbidden beings. However, at that moment, the ancient ship suddenly began to lightly tremble. A stream of light flew out from deep within, heading straight towards Qin Feng. This made Qin Feng's expression change slightly. But he quickly saw what that stream of light was. The ship's helm? It was a bronze helm, something that controlled the direction of navigation, round and ancient, covered in rust, with many damages. The helm was almost crashing directly into Qin Feng, exuding the power of taboo, very aggressive. But Qin Feng raised his hand and waved, an absolutely unparalleled divine might similar to an emperor revealed, overwhelmingly powerful, shaking the ship and making the barrier of the inner world tremble as if it would collapse. The helm was directly knocked down by Qin Feng and then caught by him. However, at the moment he grabbed the helm, he suddenly felt a multitude of information from it. The entire ancient bronze ship shook violently. Various places of creation in the inner world gradually revived, radiating dazzling divine light, and the barriers thickened and solidified. In that instant, the ancient bronze ship seemed to completely awaken, stirring up incomparable waves of mythic energy. But it was precisely because of the vast stir caused by the ancient bronze ship that a certain demon entity not far away sensed it. That demon, originating from the abyss of demons, had just been formed and was about to explore the situation in the great universe. Previously, Emperor of Solitude had only targeted forbidden enemies. Yet he had also casually fulfilled some responsibilities, sweeping through the abyss of demons twice, exterminating many demons. The abyss of demons has a special environment, existing outside the great universe. That rich and unique demonic energy periodically breeds some demons, possessing strong taboo powers, being one of the calamities of the world. What is this kind of energy? The demon felt slightly surprised, then approached to take a look at the disturbance. Then it was shocked. The ancient bronze ship? And it has awakened? The demon's incomplete face showed surprise, even quickly turning into fear. Although it had just been created, it was supposed to explore the great universe, so naturally, it read the ancient history of the great universe in advance, understanding many ancient secrets and major events, which was effortless for it. Thus, it was also very clear that the ancient bronze ship had been sunk by a terrifying emperor, the Emperor of Endless Dust. That Emperor of Endless Dust had also directly smashed the head of a forbidden giant from the abyss of demons, making it dare not emerge into the world, fierce enough to frighten even the Supreme. At that time, people were even worried that the Emperor of Endless Dust would truly wipe out all the world's taboos. Various mythic forbidden zones and many forbidden beings had plans to unite to eliminate the Emperor of Endless Dust. However, the Emperor of Endless Dust ultimately disappeared without a trace, allowing the world's taboos to breathe a sigh of relief. Could it be the Emperor of Endless Dust? The demon, seeing the awakened ancient bronze ship, only thought of the Emperor of Endless Dust. At the same time, Qin Feng, holding the bronze helm, immediately felt everything about the ancient bronze ship. He simply grasped all the authority of the ancient bronze ship. Just like that, he became the new master of the bronze ship. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of the demon. That unique aura of the demon was easily recognizable to him. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head. In deep-set eyes, a sudden burst of fierce and dazzling light shot forth, piercing into the void, illuminating the darkness from all directions. An unmatched imperial aura descended, capable of overpowering all things in the world. The nearby demons felt this and immediately changed their expressions. And Qin Feng had already struck out with a palm. Boom! A vast and unparalleled purple aura surged forth, covering all directions, with a grand and transcendent presence, exuding an irresistible supreme majesty. The might of the half-emperor, a forbidden giant, is this really the eternal dust emperor? The demon felt the divine might of the purple aura and was already terrified. He didn't even think about resisting and immediately used a forbidden technique to escape. In his eyes, the forbidden being inside the bronze ancient ship had not truly revealed itself, for there was no moment of peak overwhelming power. Moreover, there was no reason for such a being to manifest itself just to deal with a mere demon like him. But the fact that a half-emperor's might could erupt without revealing its true form meant that this was a forbidden giant, and a very powerful one at that. What is a forbidden giant? It refers to beings that, even when facing the great emperors of the world one-on-one, can at least ensure they are not cut down, or even turn the tables and win. However, that being said, no forbidden giant is truly willing to clash head-on with a great emperor of the world. In a true life or death struggle, the odds of the so-called forbidden giant perishing are still quite high. But forbidden giants do have the unparalleled depth and combat power to often avoid being defeated or dominated by the great emperors of the world. In the eyes of the demon, if the eternal dust emperor had truly become a forbidden being, it would undoubtedly be a forbidden giant. And among the forbidden giants, it should be a truly terrifying existence. Bang! The demon's entire body was instantly shattered by the vast purple aura, and the remaining demonic energy was completely erased. However, the demon possessed unique secret techniques, which could produce miraculous effects in this void domain. So, before being completely defeated, a true spirit escaped, merging into the void and swiftly returning towards the abyss of demons. It prepared to report to the forbidden giants of the abyss of demons, to inform them that the bronze ancient ship had awakened, and a forbidden giant had already taken control of it. Moreover, this forbidden giant might very well be the eternal dust emperor of old. If the eternal dust emperor has come back, will the forbidden beings that have existed since those days recall the nearly suffocating threat from the heavenly emperor's level? For example, in the abyss of demons, a forbidden giant once had its head exploded by the eternal dust emperor, and it had to hide for hundreds of thousands of years before daring to re-emerge. Escaped? Although Qin Feng shattered that demon with a palm, he faintly sensed something had escaped. However, in this void domain, his perception was greatly affected, making it impossible to pursue or capture in time. This bronze ancient ship holds great secrets, it would be best to hide and explore slowly. Qin Feng didn't want to think too much. The bronze ancient ship, as a mythical forbidden zone, even in its broken state, possessed extraordinary mythical power. At least, hiding would not be a problem. Qin Feng grasped the helm and directly controlled the ancient ship to sail to another side of the void domain, extinguishing all light to hide. He wanted to explore it slowly. This bronze ancient ship harbored an enormous secret. Because just now he had already discovered traces of the former eternal dust emperor. Perhaps he had already guessed where that emperor giant had actually gone. Chapter 19, The Abyss of Demons. Outside the universe. In the void domain. There was a vast whirlpool of demonic energy, slowly spinning, dragging countless rivers of demonic energy from the edges, extending billions of miles away, with an overwhelming power, extremely fearsome. The demonic energy whirlpool sank very deep, resembling a bottomless funnel, capable of piercing through the great universe. Such a terrifying sight could only be found in myths. This is the Abyss of Demons. A place more horrifying than the mythical Forbidden Zone. It has buried more than one great emperor of the age. At that moment, the demon that was crushed by Qin Feng had only a trace of true spirit fleeing back to the demon abyss. As soon as it entered the demon abyss, it crazily devoured the pure demonic energy from all directions, quickly stabilizing its nearly collapsing true spirit, and began to spin a cocoon, intending to regrow its body. The demon abyss is a special place, or one could say a unique universe. Here, the demonic energy is endless, and there are unique paths and laws of heaven and earth. The beings here are birthed from various sources of demonic energy. Those with flaws, those whose lives have defects, are called demons. And those without flaws, extraordinarily powerful, are called demon spirits. Demons are not very strong, but even the weakest demon possesses the most basic forbidden power. As for demon spirits, they are nurtured in the highest Tao source of the demon abyss, belonging to the Born Supreme, with such strong powers that they can even rival the current emperors of the world. However, it generally takes hundreds of thousands of years for the demon abyss to give birth to a single demon spirit. Even from ancient times to the present, the number of demon spirits has never been many. But those demons can also reach the demon spirit level through postnatal cultivation. So, the number of forbidden supremes within the demon abyss must not be small. The power they hold is terrifying beyond measure, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they can wage war across the great universe. However, whether they are demons or demon spirits, they also have a limit to their lifespan. Once the time is up, they must die. Thus, many demon spirits are similar to the forbidden supremes of the great universe, often having fallen in level and merely surviving within their spiritual sources. But there are some demon spirits who do not wish to stay in the demon abyss, instead, they go to the great universe to become forbidden supremes. Thus, there are a small number of forbidden supremes in the great universe who are actually demon spirits. I have great news to report. The demon returned to the demon abyss, stabilized its true spirit simply, and immediately reported its recent discovery. The content of its report quickly passed through its superior and was conveyed to a demon spirit. Once the demon spirit learned this information, it was also greatly shocked and quickly passed it on to other demon spirits, including the 3 forbidden giants currently in the demon abyss. One of the forbidden giants immediately awakened partially. Boom! In the deepest part of the demon abyss, a shadow of a being suddenly opened one eye, and an unparalleled overwhelming divine might rushed forth. Just a glimpse from that eye seemed to cover the entire demon abyss universe, looking down upon the ages, with a terrifying aura pervading, as if it wanted to empty the demonic energy of the demon abyss. Such incomparable terrifying divine power could only come from a forbidden giant. The bronze ancient ship, the Emperor of Eternal Dust, he's not dead? The cold words of the demon god emperor echoed in the depths of the demon abyss. His tone was indifferent, but there was faint surprise and a hint of the lingering dread from the past. He is a forbidden giant of the demon abyss, who once teamed up with a few other terrifying figures to set up a myth-level killing trap to ambush the Emperor of Eternal Dust. What was the result? The Emperor of Eternal Dust still broke through everything, killing many great enemies. The demon god emperor had his head blown off and could not recover for a time, awkwardly dragging his headless body back to the demon abyss. Fortunately, at that time, the Emperor of Eternal Dust had many enemies and did not pay attention to him, the demon god emperor. Otherwise, if the Emperor of Eternal Dust really entered the demon abyss and targeted just him, he would most likely die. No one could protect him. It can't be him. At this moment, another voice echoed in the depths of the demon abyss, equally cold and desolate, as if coming from ancient times, carrying a grand and heavy air of time. The Emperor of Eternal Dust, it is impossible for him to self-destruct his realm. The voice, imbued with the grandness of time, spoke lightly, holding an undeniable ancient authority. This voice came from the Abyss Lord. He is also a forbidden giant of the demon abyss, and the oldest and most powerful one. The revival of the bronze ancient ship, with a giant taking control, if it is not the Emperor of Eternal Dust, then who could it be? A demon spirit was also awakened. It could not help but start recalling some powerful figures from ancient times. Let's see who is most likely to take charge of the ancient bronze ship. But after thinking it over, he couldn't pinpoint anyone accurately. Send the news to the great universe, there will surely be someone willing to investigate. As long as the ancient bronze ship has truly awakened, he cannot hide and will eventually be revealed. Another demon spirit said. Although the Abyss Lord said that the one taking control of the ancient bronze ship couldn't possibly be the Emperor of Eternal Dust. But to be honest, it's not that there isn't any possibility at all. Even someone like the Emperor of Eternal Dust, if trapped at the limit of lifespan, might have his will and belief change. As for the specifics, they were in no hurry to find out. Time flows slowly, and years stretch endlessly. As long as the ancient bronze ship is willing to reappear, its true situation will gradually be uncovered. They could casually sleep for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. A single game, calculation, or even plotting against enemies could last for hundreds of thousands of years. No one was in a hurry. The Abyss quickly relayed the news of the ancient bronze ship's revival to the great universe and the divine tomb through various channels. Many mythological forbidden zones in the great universe, and the taboo beings within the divine tomb, were equally shocked upon receiving the news. The revival of a mythological forbidden zone was no trivial matter. Plus, there was an unidentified taboo giant, especially since this taboo giant could possibly be the former Emperor of Eternal Dust. Not many taboo beings could calmly accept this news. But they too weren't in a hurry to clarify things. And no one wanted to take the risk to explore the ancient bronze ship. Understanding the mythological forbidden zone. Such a matter usually needed the contemporary emperors to handle. At the same time, Qin Feng piloted the ancient bronze ship to a void area, merging into the darkness, concealing its light and energy. First, he organized the situation inside the ancient bronze ship. First of all, the ancient ship has 3 layers of mythological formations. Each layer's maximal power could withstand the pinnacle might of contemporary emperors. When all 3 mythological formations are activated, even contemporary emperors could falter here. However, currently, the 3 layers of mythological formations inside the ancient ship had suffered serious damage. The one in the innermost layer, the 3rd formation, was in relatively better condition, able to unleash 70 to 80% of its power, which was enough to resist an emperor. As for the 1st and 2nd formations, they could only barely activate, with not even half of their power remaining. But the good news is, repairing the mythological formations isn't difficult. The ancient bronze ship, as a mythological forbidden zone, has the ability to self-repair. Especially that bronze hull, which is like a type of material that can grow infinitely, as long as enough divine essence is provided, it can slowly recover. Similar to a type of bamboo that can grow without limit. Chapter 20, a section of Tower Body. But to fully restore the mythological formations of the ancient bronze ship, Qin Feng also couldn't do nothing. He still needed to supplement some rare spiritual materials and divine materials at the corresponding formation locations, reconnect the various parts of the formations, to truly restore their full peak power. Fortunately, Qin Feng had lived for 50,000 years. His assets were still fairly solid. He had expanded to 5 strongholds in the great universe, each one an incredible creation, filled with spiritual materials and treasures. But he only had one type of divine material, which was the 9-colored bamboo. Initially, all the 9-colored bamboo was harvested by the solitary emperor. Now, 2,000 years have passed, and the 9-colored bamboo has only grown to 1/3 of its initial size. Though he also had the ancient thunderwood and starfall gold. Both had been refined into treasure weapon embryos, which he found very useful and was reluctant to directly refine into divine essence for the ancient bronze ship to absorb. But Qin Feng estimated, if he used all his assets to repair the ancient bronze ship, along with that section of 9-colored bamboo, he would at least be able to restore the 3rd layer of mythological formation of the ancient bronze ship, and perhaps even restore 60 to 70% of the 2nd layer's formation. As long as there is a mythic formation capable of unleashing immense power, then this mythic forbidden zone can be considered barely qualified, at least possessing the ability to bury the emperors of this generation. From this, we can see how difficult it is to construct a mythic formation. Even if Qin Feng were to live another 200,000 or 300,000 years, the resources he could gather might not be enough to build the framework of a mythic formation. This is why mythic forbidden zones are so precious and powerful, as they contain ready-made mythic formations within. The mythic forbidden zone, no matter how you look at it, does not seem like it is something creatures in the vast universe could construct. Except for the triple mythic formations. Inside the ancient bronze ship, there are also 9 divine pools of creation, among which some rare spiritual materials still remain. These 9 divine pools of creation can absorb the essence of the universe and the energy of nothingness, serving as the energy source of the ancient bronze ship. Not only do they support the 3 mythic formations, but they also protect the most central and important supreme divine soil, delivering nutrients and even near-divine level essences to it. Supreme Divine Soil, Mythic Dead End. Did the Emperor of Endless Dust really charge through the Mythic Dead End and perish back then? At this moment, Qin Feng stood atop the Supreme Divine Soil of the ancient bronze ship. He could feel the extraordinary nature of this place, remnants of scattered divine essence still lingering. If the Taboo Supreme were to self-seal here in the divine source, it could further delay the escape of vitality and the decay of imperial-level origins. Therefore, if possible, the Taboo Supreme would be willing to reside in the Mythic Forbidden Zone. However, the location of the Mythic Forbidden Zone is limited, and not all Taboo Supremes can enter it. Moreover, no Taboo Supreme dares to casually settle into a Mythic Forbidden Zone because it might be like entering a den of wolves and tigers, getting eaten clean as soon as you go in. Hence, to enter the Mythic Forbidden Zone, mutual trust must be established in advance, involving a complex game of strategies and exchanges of benefits. Generally speaking, only when a taboo being dies within a certain mythic forbidden zone, in order to replenish the power of the zone, would it be willing to accept wandering supremes from the vast universe. But right now, Qin Feng is not focused on this matter. He is currently looking at a bronze stele within the supreme divine soil. On it are the last few phrases left by the Emperor of Endless Dust. Moreover, Qin Feng could tell that there should have been some even older writings or records on the bronze stele, but they had been erased by the Emperor of Endless Dust, leaving only his words. Trapped within the black box, never seeing the myth. Black box opens, myth arrives, or disaster emerges, who can know? Escape early, perhaps avoid disaster? Even if the dead end has great terror, it should still be tried. Qin Feng looks at these phrases, able to understand them. But like the Emperor of Endless Dust, he cannot grasp the truth of that myth. And the Emperor's final choice was to force his way through the mythic dead end, trying to escape the black box in advance? Qin Feng's expression is now serious and solemn. He raises his eyes and can faintly sense a kind of aura above him that makes his heart tremble. Invisible and intangible, yet feeling an unparalleled, transcendent mythic aura. That is a mythic dead end. Or rather, every mythic forbidden zone theoretically has a mythic dead end. It is said that these mythic dead ends can lead to a true place of myth. But the problem is, these are called mythic dead ends for a reason, as their name suggests, they are impassable routes, and the journey is filled with unimaginable terrors. Throughout history, indeed, many invincible beings have tried to force their way through mythic dead ends. But there has never been anyone who succeeded, with most dying right at the starting point of the road. If this road really could be traversed, the world would not have so many taboo beings. Mythic dead end? Qin Feng senses it for a moment. Suddenly, he feels a sensation. Then he raises his hand and sweeps it, unleashing boundless purple energy, vast and magnificent, turning the world purple, imperial-level aura spreading, revealing an unbeatable might. This strike directly crashed into the node of that mythic dead end. Boom! A crack was directly blasted open in the mythical dead end, a majestic and overwhelming aura of myth poured out like a torrential wave, as if entering a legendary mythical realm all at once. The ancient bronze ship shook violently, even Qin Feng felt a shiver in his heart. What is that? Qin Feng suddenly caught a faint glimpse of a shadow through the crack, appearing like a triangular object. Then he struck out again. A vast expanse of purple energy surged forward, imposing and grand, carrying an unmatched nobility and authority. Boom! The mythical dead end opened up a larger crack. Qin Feng further extended his vast power, reaching directly into the mythical dead end to grasp something. But as his power entered the mythical dead end, it was violently pressed by the endless mythic aura, trying to crush his strength to dust. Yet he held on, quickly reaching the triangular object within the mythical dead end, pulling it out. Boom! The triangular object fell out of the mythical dead end, crashing heavily to the ground, displaying an overwhelming aura that was magnificent and towering. Qin Feng also clearly saw its shape. It turned out to be a fragment of a tower, 3 layers tall, made of the supreme divine material, the mother gold of myriad paths. It belonged to an utterly powerful imperial artifact. Even if it was just a fragment, it still possessed an unparalleled imperial aura that surpassed the world. It's the Eternal Dust Tower. Qin Feng recognized this as the supreme imperial weapon of the former Eternal Dust Emperor, who had once battled the world's taboos, drinking the blood of the supreme, never suffering defeat, pushing back the world's great enemies, and had undergone several transformations, likely nearing the divine artifact category. He lifted his hand to grab it, an overwhelming power spreading out, directly picking up the remnant tower. Although the remnant tower still held some power, resisting Qin Feng. If it were the complete Eternal Dust Tower, the current Qin Feng might indeed struggle to lift it. But the remaining power of this mere remnant could not withstand him. Qin Feng controlled the remnant tower, purple energy swirling, spreading the imperial power, directly seeping into the tower for exploration. And this exploration made his expression change instantly. He captured fragmented Tao rhythms within the remnant tower, reflecting some horrific scenes from the past. These were fragmented images of the Eternal Dust Emperor forcefully storming the mythical dead end. Just a glance shocked Qin Feng immensely. There was a man of godly might, with flowing black hair, standing proudly, a towering divine tower hovering above his head, countless threads of Tao energy falling, his divine might so terrifying it made the mythical dead end tremble lightly. His deep eyes shone with divine light, overlooking the ages, piercing through the worldly red dust of time, displaying an truly invincible elegance that had overcome countless epochs. He stepped deeper into the mythical dead end, continuously facing terrifying attacks. There was a scorching, boundless, seemingly world-burning fragmented ancient phoenix, and a corrupted true dragon that could pierce the heavens and collapse the sky. But he shattered them effortlessly, returning everything to the dust of time. Yet the Eternal Dust Emperor still faced unimaginable terrifying counterattacks. However, that imagery was very blurry. Qin Feng could not see clearly, only vaguely catching sight of the Eternal Dust Emperor being stained with blood, imperial blood spilling, painting the mythical dead end red. But the Eternal Dust Emperor continued to advance with unstoppable might, possessing an invincible authority over the ages. Until a violent impact occurred. The Eternal Dust Tower was shattered, the 3 layers of the tower body were blown away, falling back to the starting point of the mythical dead end. And after that, naturally, Qin Feng saw no more images. So, he did not know if the Eternal Dust Emperor had broken through this mythical dead end. But it seemed unlikely. The so-called dead end was indeed a true dead end, with no life and only death. Even such a powerful figure cannot live long in this world, unwilling to take his own life, fighting through to the last peak to break the dead end. Qin Feng tried to understand the thoughts of the Eternal Dust Emperor. The Eternal Dust Emperor was unwilling to take his own life. Because self-slaughter equals giving up on becoming stronger, giving up on true invincibility. In addition, he seemed to believe that staying in this black box world meant waiting for death, and he was unwilling to seal himself and wait for the so-called arrival of the myth. So, he exerted his last peak strength to forcefully break through the myth's dead end. Could this be a way out? Qin Feng couldn't help but start to think. If in the future he faced some irresistible predicament, could he try to break out from here? However, Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and then became too lazy to think further. He was still far from that level. Moreover, regarding this world, this so-called black box, he hadn't learned too much yet. He would explore more related information and secrets later. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Qin Feng had filled all the spiritual materials from his old nest into the bronze ancient ship. The 9-color bamboo had also been transplanted in, but it had been harvested completely once again to repair the myth formation. The bronze ancient ship was almost his only old nest now, all his assets were here. The third-level myth formation had also been fully repaired and could unleash power comparable to the peak might of the current emperors. Additionally, he also had a neighbor who couldn't speak, a good friend, or perhaps a pet. That was the three-life divine flower. The three-life divine flower had also settled in the bronze ancient ship. But still the old problem. The three-life divine flower would not let Qin Feng touch it. Every time Qin Feng tried to grab the three-life divine flower, it would hide. However, Qin Feng completely had the patience and tolerance for the three-life divine flower. After all, it was the three-life divine flower that led him to find this mythical forbidden zone, the bronze ancient ship. Sanner, Xiao San, Sangu, Asan, Sandi? What should I call you? Qin Feng tried to communicate with the three-life divine flower. But the effects were not ideal. Unless he intended to touch the three-life divine flower, it wouldn't react much. Qin Feng had not encountered the second kind of immortal medicine yet. He didn't know if other immortal medicines were as special as the three-life divine flower. Or was the three-life divine flower particularly special? Recalling the many times the three-life divine flower had teased him. The last time it guided him to find and revive the bronze ancient ship, the three-life divine flower also took root here. This felt as if the three-life divine flower had been looking for someone to revive the bronze ancient ship, so it could settle securely in this mythical forbidden zone. But if that were the case, there would be some questions. Why did it have to be Qin Feng? Could no one else revive the bronze ancient ship? Weren't those emperors who crushed the universe and were absolutely invincible more suitable? Besides those emperors, couldn't many taboo beings in the world do the same, even those taboo giants? Or maybe it's not so complicated. There is also the simplest possibility. Qin Feng had chased the three-life divine flower 4 times, and on the 4th time, with a bit more patience, he chased it out of the universe, finally finding the bronze ancient ship. Perhaps the three-life divine flower wasn't looking for the right person but was simply waiting for someone who could chase it beyond the universe, to where the bronze ancient ship was. The three-life divine flower might have either been caught by the current emperors or simply not pursued thoroughly by some taboo beings. Of course, Qin Feng might be the person that the three-life divine flower considered to be the right one. He was still a bit special. Asan, as a kind of immortal medicine, how do you know the location of the bronze ancient ship? Or is it that you have a special ability to sense the locations of many mythical forbidden zones? Qin Feng looked at the three-life divine flower, sending out his supreme Dao voice, radiating circles of Dao rhythm ripples, containing the purest meaning. He was still trying to communicate with the three-life divine flower. Not that he wanted the three-life divine flower to speak, just a little reaction would suffice. However, the three-life divine flower still did not react. Until Qin Feng asked one more question. Are there any unclaimed mythical forbidden zones in this world? Qin Feng asked, his words still forged in the supreme tone of the Tao. Originally, he was just asking casually. But, unexpectedly, the three-life divine flowers actually responded this time. Those 3 indescribable, dreamy flowers suddenly shone with even more brilliant light. Then the three-life divine flowers directly left their revered pit in the bronze ancient ship, transforming into flowing light and soaring up. No way! Qin Feng was shocked to see this. Could it be that there really is an unclaimed mythical forbidden zone? The three-life divine flowers knew the location, wanting to lead him there? However, he quickly felt foolishly hopeful. Because the three-life divine flowers had not even flown out of the bronze ancient ship before they instantly turned back and returned to their chosen pit to continue taking root. What does this mean? Qin Feng felt confused once again. He was toyed with by the three-life divine flowers again. Is there really no unclaimed mythical forbidden zone? Or is there indeed one, but the three-life divine flowers no longer knew its location? Qin Feng didn't understand. Next, he tried to communicate with the three-life divine flowers urgently, wanting to learn its secrets. But he gained nothing. He soon stopped meddling in useless matters and continued to comprehend his own Tao. Qin Feng was 55,000 years old. He could feel that the myriad shackles of the great universe had been completely released, and the cosmic fortune was turning, as the talents of the world gradually emerged, with extraordinary geniuses starting to reveal themselves. Qin Feng thought. Perhaps a new great emperor of this generation is about to arrive. He had once lived in the same era as the primordial extreme emperor, witnessing the solitary absolute emperor achieving the Tao, each with their own unique characteristics. He hoped that the new emperor could bring a different kind of brilliance to Qin Feng, who was about to witness endless years of the future. Qin Feng thought this way. And he was not yet fully aware. The next great emperor of this generation would be the first one he had to confront directly. Chapter 22, Tao Title Void Truth, today certifies the Tao. There was once a young man named Li Su, a young master from a great clan, kind and friendly. But he caused his family to suffer a tragic destruction. Only he escaped alone under the protection of his relatives. At the very end, in his desperate moment, he even killed and ate the beloved pet that helped him escape. Facing such a dramatic change, people in the world have myriad choices. For example, striving for revenge, or succumbing to despair and even taking one's own life, or choosing to forget the pain and live in seclusion. But Li Su was not an ordinary person. He was heartbroken and mentally crushed, unable to bear the weight of guilt that threatened to crush him. In the end, he twisted himself. He began to brainwash himself, telling himself he was a heartless and cruel person. The destruction of his family was intentional, just to seek excitement, to find a madness that obsessed him in his boring life. By the end of his brainwashing, Li Su even believed it himself, completely transforming, his mental state stabilizing immediately. He no longer felt sorrow or guilt because everything was what he had intentionally done. He was true to himself, he was just that kind of person. And it was from this successful and thorough transformation of character, Li Su began to switch personalities to achieve his goals, and it was incredibly real, the transformation complete, as if he had always been that kind of person. For example, in order to marry into a noble family, he became charming, friendly, talented, and righteous. He successfully married in and cherished his wife and children dearly, respected his in-laws, and devoted himself to his wife's family, his feelings completely sincere, without a trace of falsehood. But when he was about to reap the rewards, he raised the butcher's knife, tears flowing, face full of sorrow, and personally killed his wife and children, slaughtering his wife's family. When his tears dried up, his personality completely transformed back. The once false personality became incredibly real, and the real personality could completely turn into an illusion. Li Su seemed to have gained an ability that ordinary people do not possess. He was not lost, his mind was clear, and the distinction between truth and falsehood had lost its meaning for him. This is no longer an act, he may have cultivated a special great path. On this ordinary planet, the two most powerful forces have turned to nothing under Li Su's true operation of double undercover. And this is his last dance on this planet. Next, his stage is the vast sea of stars. Li Su changed his name to Emotion. The surname Emo is from the wife he once deeply loved. He reclaimed this surname and transformed back into a righteous and brave young genius. And in this continuous transformation of personality, he has been advancing on this uncertain path of personality and reality. He cannot discern what is real and what is false, and he doesn't know which one is himself. Perhaps, when he truly reaches the peak of the world, the final choice he makes may truly be himself. When he truly ends this long game of personality transformation, not knowing what is real or false, he will welcome his ultimate metamorphosis. Emotion, do you like Tu Xiaoying? Xiao Shan asked Emotion teasingly. Emotion smiled, with sharpness in his brows, and casually said, a peerless beauty, who wouldn't love? Did you two not have any thoughts? He asked back Xiao Shan and Lin Jundao. The three of them were close friends who had gone through life and death together, and were currently having a short gathering. However, they were actually a group of 4, and Tu Xiaoying had not yet arrived. In the previous era, there was also a group of 4, who led the unbeatable emperor road of that time. Among those 4, 2 died after attaining enlightenment, 1 became crippled and died of old age, and 1 became an emperor, dominating an entire era. And now this era's group of 4 is extraordinary, also faintly leading the unbeatable emperor road of this era. Moreover, the bond they share is deep, they have experienced life and death together multiple times, progressing hand in hand. The combined strength of the 4 is indeed more efficient than fighting individually most of the time. This is also a reason why they can lead the unbeatable road. Perhaps the invincible emperor of this life will appear among them. There are some thoughts, but it doesn't matter. Love is a small matter, invincibility is the great path. Lin Jundao said, laughing heartily while drinking, his energy sharp and extraordinary, exuding an aura that seems ready to suppress this era. When Tu Xiaoying arrived, the 4 of them officially caught up and chatted. Xiao Shan once again tentatively asked Tu Xiaoying whom she would choose as a husband among the 3 of them. Tu Xiaoying, aiming for invincibility as well, didn't take it to heart and gave a perfunctory answer. But the 3 of them were perceptive enough to notice that Tu Xiaoying's gaze toward Emotion held a slightly different implication. Emotion naturally had no thoughts about love. But if he were to remain consistent with his current personality, achieving invincibility, and marrying a beauty, that would be a proud peak of his life. This, of course, is a perfect ending he could accept. However, until he fought with Lin Jundao and lost half a move. Though this loss did not discourage Emotion, his will to be invincible still remained, and the deep friendship with Lin Jundao did not change. But it made him realize something. Perhaps this personality is not an invincible one, it cannot walk the true great path, and it will not have a perfect ending. False things naturally cannot be invincible. When the transition to reality occurs, it might be the correct path to invincibility. So, this time, Emotion changed again, returning to Li Su. But he also felt a heavy sadness, his heart in extreme pain. Will a cherished confidant and two brotherly friends also perish at his hands? Li Su, filled with sorrow, set up a deadly trap. First, he lured Tu Xiaoying and suddenly struck to suppress and seal her. Then he invited Xiao Shan and Lin Jundao to join him in searching for an ancient secret realm. But after taking action, although Xiao Shan was suppressed, Lin Jundao broke out of the forbidden formation controlled by Li Su. Because Lin Juanda had more powerful forbidden techniques. However, Lin Juanda was still severely injured, half of his body pulled down by Li Su. Lin Juanda escaped. But he was able to capture Tu Xiaoying and Xiao Shan. Li Su believed that was enough. He began to activate the forbidden formation, directly refining Tu Xiaoying and Xiao Shan alive. Through the transformation of the forbidden formation, a pure and untainted essence continuously poured into Li Su's body, while everything about Tu Xiaoying and Xiao Shan gradually withered away until they completely perished. In the end, the pain in Li Su's heart faded, his state of mind became flawless again, and his personality was completely transformed back, becoming the self he believed was the most real and correct. The personality was unique, that portion of hidden false Taoist practice turned into reality and achieved a certain transformation. In addition to the essence provided by two top beings of the world, he directly broke through his shackles without having proven the way. Boom! Li Su opened his eyes, brilliance shining forth, piercing through the empty heavens, strands of forbidden energy diffused, shocking and terrifying. He had actually taken his first step into the forbidden realm. Everything is false, only I am real. My Tao is called Suzhen, and today, I prove the way. Li Su stepped into the starry sky, ready to directly transcend and prove the way. At this moment, he had achieved complete mastery of the Tao. He chose the final, true self and collected the fruit of personality and the essence of reality and illusion. He had reached the peak state, body, soul, Tao, and personality had all become one, impossible to shake or change again. At the same time, Qin Feng was practicing in deep space, suddenly stirred by Li Su's extraordinary forbidden energy. Other forbidden beings in the world might not be affected. But Qin Feng had always been in a state of awareness, naturally feeling something. He couldn't help but glance a few times. With his current semi-emperor power, he could easily penetrate the universe's starry sky without causing any disturbance. Then, he saw Li Su, catching the kind of forbidden energy on him, making him feel slightly surprised. Stepping into the forbidden realm before proving the way? Qin Feng was amazed. Though this was not something no one had ever done, even if accomplished, it did not necessarily mean their talent surpassed those who could not do it. But having achieved it meant that his talent was truly extraordinary, with exceptional perseverance and remarkable brilliance. Chapter 23, The Emperor's Secret. Li Su stepped into the starry sky, dispersing his own Tao, a faint forbidden energy spreading, stirring layers of ripples in the void, possessing extraordinary power. The highest heavens of the universe were immediately touched, and a terrifying, near-apocalyptic energy of heavenly tribulation erupted violently, sweeping across the vast starry sky. Boom! The first flash of lightning suddenly appeared, dazzling and magnificent, cutting through the universe, illuminating the dark depths of space. Then, one after another, world-destroying divine thunder fell from the sea of thunder, carrying a horrifying aura of destruction, shaking the universe, making everyone tremble. Boom! Several world-destroying divine thunders suddenly struck Li Su, tearing apart the void, terrifying beyond words, their momentum seeming to annihilate everything in the world. But Li Su stood proudly, his expression indifferent, his gaze cold. He looked towards those divine thunders, his forbidden energy diffusing, with an unmatched aura of the Great Way radiating. At this moment, in his eyes, those divine thunders were also ethereal, and the false could not affect the real him. The Li Su, whose body, soul, Tao, and personality had merged into one, began to emanate layers of unparalleled Great Way aura, sweeping in all directions, starting to influence everything. Suddenly, those divine thunders were engulfed by a vast aura, quickly becoming illusory and unreal. When the divine thunders finally fell upon Li Su, it was as if swept by a world-shattering hurricane. The actual damage was not high. Reversing reality? What a unique method. Qin Feng was also observing from afar as Li Su proved the way and transcended. At this moment, the profound ways revealed by the one achieving the Tao also brought a bit of surprise. This kind of Tao law is not ordinary, unlike what can be understood through normal cultivation. There must be some kind of opportunity or special chance. Emotion. Lin Jundao was hiding in a corner of the starry sky, nursing his wounds while watching Li Su, who was undergoing the tribulation to achieve the Tao, with resentment and sorrow. He truly never expected that Emotion would scheme to harm them like this. They had a profound friendship that lasted hundreds of years, facing life and death together countless times, and they had saved each other's lives. Or perhaps they no longer needed to count any debt of life-saving between them. That bond of friendship should have been unshakable. Yet the truth was this cruel. And for Li Su, The persona that accompanied Lin Jundao and the other two for hundreds of years was false, it was a part of his cultivation. When he abandoned this persona and reclaimed his true self, the results of hundreds of years of cultivation would come forth, allowing him to find the most authentic self and achieve transformation. Previously, Li Su could not match Lin Jundao. But after reclaiming the genuine Dao fruit from hundreds of years of falsehood, he completely surpassed Lin Jundao. And plotting against Xiao Shun, Tu Xiaoying, and Lin Jundao was a ritual for transforming his persona and gaining Dao fruit. Or perhaps a special form of cutting the Dao. Cutting off the past, welcoming the new and true self. Boom! The endless sea of thunder roiled, the Emperor's tribulation thunder crashed down, a terrifying aura of destruction poured forth, aiming to obliterate the ignorant achiever of the Dao. At this moment, all eyes and attention of the beings in the universe were on Li Su. He was the first achiever of the Dao in this era. Yet who knows? Would he become the first tragic case of achieving the Dao, or would he directly end the suspense of this era and completely succeed in achieving the Dao? Puff! The extremely terrifying divine thunder crashed down, drowning Li Su. In an instant, his flesh and blood exploded, several bones were exposed, suffering severe injuries. Even with his unique Dao law to transform the true into the false, there were limits, it was impossible to truly reach perfection in everything. But Li Su operated his secret method, squeezing out his own foundation, quickly recovering from his injuries. He stepped onto the divine thunder, his fists striking out, all laws became true, breaking through all illusions, and even as eons passed, he was still immortal and not false. Boom! Li Su broke through the sea of thunder, powerfully reaching the top, and already felt that layer of supreme barrier. His eyes shone with divine light, sharp and unmatched, his aura rose to the extreme, his divine power unmatched, ready to overwhelm everything in the world. Soon, the vast universe trembled with a thunderous roar, an extraordinary momentum, as if the universe's ceiling had been violently struck. Then another shocking tremor followed, the noise becoming even more grand, all beings were shocked, the tremor seemed to penetrate their hearts and souls, instilling fear. As if there were an unstoppable extraordinary being crashing against the universe's ceiling, ready to break through. And finally, boom! A surging and unmatched imperial power erupted at the peak of the starry sky, sweeping through the universe in an instant, the aura unique to the Emperor spread, overwhelming everything in the world. Heaven and earth also erupted with countless phenomena, the laws of heaven roared, auspicious clouds soared to the 9 heavens, and purple energy billowed from the earth. It's true, the first achiever of the Dao in this era, and also the last achiever. The world was shocked, feeling the increasingly blazing and unmatched divine power of the Emperor. Everyone knew that a new era had begun. Li Su stood at the pinnacle of the universe, looking down at the starry sky of all realms. Wherever his gaze fell, the unparalleled Emperor's might descended, causing the void to collapse, and all paths to melt. That unmatched divine power, the Emperor's essence boiling, his might seemed to rise infinitely, possessing endless strength, absolutely invincible, truly able to push through the ages. So this is the Emperor. Li Su sighed, no wonder this path was so difficult. It turns out that once reaching the end, one becomes truly invincible, and everything in the world is unstoppable. Even though he seemed to be navigating the tribulation smoothly. In reality, it was still extremely dangerous, and he felt life and death crises multiple times. If he hadn't maintained that unwavering momentum, he might have failed. In addition, this time, unlike the previous time of the lonely and supreme emperor, he faced the attacks of forbidden beings. This was also a major reason why he could succeed smoothly. Those forbidden beings in the world mostly tolerate the appearance of the current supreme emperor. This is not necessarily a bad thing for them. Not every current supreme emperor is incompatible with the forbidden beings in the world. Even those traditional upright emperors, if they really target the forbidden beings, at most can only focus on a limited few, the rest can just watch from the sidelines, and perhaps the current supreme emperor can help them eliminate great enemies. Each generation of emperors is different, each with their pursuit and ambition. Li Su also has his own pursuits and a unique understanding of the world. He does not intend to actively target any forbidden beings. As long as they do not provoke him, he will let them be. He prefers to use his current invincible power to try to do something more valuable. He can also explore some places he could not or did not dare to go before, to see the true face of this world. Li Su successfully attained enlightenment. He returned to his home planet and established his own teaching, named the Suzhen sect. He established a title, and naturally, the world began to respectfully refer to him as the Suzhen Emperor. However, at that time, the Suzhen Emperor's once-in-life friend Lin Jundao revealed a shocking secret. This secret was spoken out by Lin Jundao himself, accusing the Emperor of his crimes, and the outcry spread across dozens of star domains. He exposed how Li Su had tricked and killed the 3 of them before achieving enlightenment. However, the world was shocked but did not dare to continue spreading it, nor were they willing or even brave enough to believe it. It was even more impossible for it to be recorded in history. After all, that is the current Supreme Emperor. If asked what the most terrifying forbidden beings in this world are, The current Supreme Emperor must be included. He's a tough character. Qin Feng was also curious about the situation of the new emperor, and after learning his true nature, simply made a remark. But he would not judge good or evil or act as a righteous messenger to judge the current Supreme Emperor. The people of the world are diverse. At the end of the emperor's path, on the road to longevity, it is hard to judge right or wrong. Everyone has their own beliefs in what is right. Whoever can reach the end has the right to judge right or wrong. If Qin Feng could traverse the path of invincibility and surpass the limits of the emperor level, perhaps he could reshape the world into what he believes to be right. With his current strength, it is still far from changing the world. Back then, that Emperor Chongqing achieved his feat by merely flipping over a bronze ancient ship, right? In this world, are there truly untouchable mythological forbidden zones, existing forever? Who knows what terrifying and extraordinary beings are hidden inside? Each generation of emperors is new, and each life of emperors is different. Qin Feng lived for 56,421 years, and the Suzhen Emperor emerged. After Li Su established the Suzhen sect, he also found the remaining descendants from his Li family's side branch. His true identity. In the home planet, a small number of people have already guessed he is a truly ruthless individual. But no one dared to speak it aloud. Li Su actually does not care about these things anymore, his gaze has already surpassed those worldly matters. In the days that followed, Lin Jundao challenged Li Su once. But he was easily flicked away by Li Su, and Lin Jundao was still spared his life. Lin Jundao's anger and killing intent filled the skies, and he charged at Li Su again but was once again sent flying. Until Lin Jundao was completely driven mad and died in an explosion. The three close friends from back then mostly died at Li Su's hands. But he still remained indifferent. What he thought about now was how to achieve eternal life in the mortal world. Throughout history, great emperors have contemplated this question, and indeed, some have found a stronger path, breaking free from shackles and gaining rebirth. Li Su also had an idea in his heart, and he was trying to explore it. When Emperor Suzhen attained the Tao for 4,000 years, he pursued the location of the mythical Forbidden Zone, the realm of immortality, and with unmatched divine might, he directly entered it, causing the universe to quake and making the world tremble. However, although there were terrifying noises from the realm of immortality later on, as if a great battle had broken out, it ended quickly. And afterward, Emperor Suzhen continued to pursue the Eternal Ladder, the Mountain of Preservation, and even the Ziwei Divine Court, three mythical forbidden zones, and forcefully entered them, stirring up immense waves. Among these, the Ziwei Divine Court had not appeared for over 100,000 years, but it was also found by Emperor Suzhen. This was an ultimate mythical forbidden zone that had never been sunk, remaining supreme from ancient times to the present, deterring all things, able to bury emperors. Although Emperor Suzhen forcefully entered various mythical forbidden zones and caused terrifying disturbances, they mostly ended abruptly. It seemed that Emperor Suzhen did not intend to start a war in the mythical forbidden zones. It was more like he was traveling through the remaining mythical things in the world. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Suzhen's lifespan came to an end. He managed to endure a few hundred years in this state of decaying death, comprehending some things before refining the divine medicine of immortality to live a second life. He had his own pursuits and ambitions. He did not target forbidden beings, but from the very beginning, he did not intend to become a forbidden being. He wanted to rely on himself to live out a third life. In his heart, he had already severed all retreat paths. If he did not succeed, he would accept death. In the void realm, within the demon abyss, countless demons and forbidden beings regarded him as a great threat, fixating on Emperor Suzhen who was visiting them. Even the forbidden giants awakened a bit, treating a contemporary emperor with caution. After Emperor Suzhen looked around the demon abyss, he forced out two forbidden beings to casually test the waters. However, he did not fully engage. It seemed he merely came for sightseeing, casually seeking a challenger to play with. Suzhen, why not visit the ancient bronze ship? From deep within the demon abyss, the cold words of the forbidden giant, the demon emperor, echoed, carrying immense power, stirring the mist of the abyss. Hearing this, Emperor Suzhen smiled. He now understood the cosmic pattern, knowing many great secrets of ancient and modern times. He knew the demon emperor was wary of something and wanted to clarify something. Earlier, when he went to the realm of immortality, there were also those who wanted him to explore the ancient bronze ship. I will go. Emperor Suzhen left a simple message, then he departed, also visiting the divine tomb along the way. Thus, he traveled through the mythical things of the present world, while comprehending and advancing his own path. Finally, on a certain day, Emperor Suzhen tracked down the location of the ancient bronze ship. Although the ancient bronze ship had mythical causality, it should not have been difficult to seek out. But this mythical forbidden zone had disappeared for too long, leaving very few traces in the world, making it naturally hard to find. And the ancient bronze ship would not randomly reveal its powers to the world. The existence within was certainly still mostly in slumber. At this moment, The instant Emperor Suzhen captured the position of the ancient bronze ship. He did not hesitate at all, summoning the imperial weapon, the Suzhen sword, and raised his hand to strike with one blow. Boom! A surge of overwhelming divine might that shook the ancient and modern world erupted, sweeping the vast cosmos in an instant, even reaching the void realm, where the demon abyss and the divine tomb could feel it. The Suzhen sword gleamed with cold light, like a silver river, breaking through all ancient eras. The sharpness that erupted in that moment radiated a pressure of myriad auras. Wherever it passed, everything turned to void, only the sword edge remained true, capable of slaying everything ancient and modern. At the very same time, Qin Feng felt the extreme brilliance of the true cutting void, truly unparalleled through the ages, capable of making the world's taboos tremble in fear. He turned his head and looked, his gaze sharp and cold, piercing through the vast starry sky, and at first glance, he saw the true Void Emperor. As expected of the current emperor, he has indeed tracked down this mythological forbidden zone. Qin Feng's expression was calm, indifferently saying, "Things like mythological forbidden zones are difficult to hide unless they are completely silent and submerged. Those decayed taboo beings may still be unable to find it. But with the current emperor's overwhelming might, it is still possible to capture the mythical fluctuations in the dark." However, Qin Feng had long anticipated that there would come a day when he was pursued by the current emperor. And this day was not too different from what he had expected, even arriving a few thousand years later. And he relied on a mythological forbidden zone, and he was no weakling himself, already unafraid to face the current emperor head-on. In this era, the true Void Emperor had achieved his path for 18,000 years, almost at his strongest time. And Qin Feng, at 74,000 years old, had also stepped into a higher level. The true Void Emperor's strike directly split the ancient bronze ship. In an instant, it stirred the various mythological forbidden zones, attracting the attention of the entire universe and even the Devil Abyss and Divine Tomb. Many taboo beings wanted to know which ancient being was the taboo giant that revived the bronze ancient ship. Chapter 25, 3 Flawless Tao Laws. Boom! Within the bronze ancient ship, a powerful, shocking tidal wave burst forth, rushing into the vast starry sky, heading towards the true Void Emperor, as if to counter the invincible being of the current era. That kind of power was terrifying and unrivaled, shattering the void, crushing all laws, instantly breaking through a turbulent void current, spanning the starry sky, with unmatched imperial energy dropping down, shaking the world. The extraordinary sharpness of the true Void Emperor's knife collided with this turbulent void current, immediately receiving fierce resistance, the shocking power crashing down upon the knife edge, wanting to obliterate it. Boom! The collision of two imperial powers caused the starry sky to tremble, the vast universe gently shaking. However, the true Void Emperor's radiance was still sharper and truly unique, unmatched through the ages, with a completely invincible, overwhelming imperial might. That knife's world-shaking brilliance seemed unstoppable, pushing through the turbulent void current that resembled a vast heavenly river, steadily breaking through, directly piercing through. The starry sky rumbled, terrifying waves spread through the universe, and the world was shocked by the strength of the true Void Emperor. In the end, that overwhelming divine might still descended upon the bronze ancient ship, carrying unmatched brilliance, as if to sink this mythological forbidden zone that had just revived once again. However, the bronze ancient ship suddenly erupted with dazzling mythological light, illuminating the deep universe, a supreme, unmatched ancient momentum soaring, splendid and radiant, with an immortal mythological grandeur. Boom! A hand formed from boundless purple energy emerged with the mythological momentum, vast and boundless, covering the starry sky, with unparalleled majesty, directly reaching for the forward-moving imperial radiance. Bang! The starry sky shook violently, the terrifying noise accompanying a wave of shocking energy swept across the universe. In the end, the purple energy hand extinguished all. The bronze ancient ship was without a scratch. The final might of the true Void Emperor's knife was blocked by this mythological forbidden zone. Especially the purple energy hand that stretched out from the ancient ship was incredibly terrifying, leaving the world in shock and trembling, from which they felt a supreme majesty that disregarded the mundane, eternal with the world. Bronze ancient ship? This mythological forbidden zone actually reappeared? At this moment, the world also discovered the location of the bronze ancient ship. Using unmatched formations to glimpse the starry sky, they saw the true form of this mythological forbidden zone that had disappeared for nearly 1,000,000 years. An ancient bronze ancient ship, suspended at the pinnacle of the starry sky, moving slowly, with an expansive and magnificent energy. The numerous ancient scars on the ship's body further revealed the terrifying years it had traversed. After enduring a great taboo catastrophe, remaining immortal, and standing tall at the peak of worldly myths. Is this the mythic forbidden zone? Even the great emperor of this era can't do anything about it? Many people were still amazed by the power of the mythic forbidden zone, which held hidden secrets and great horrors that could destroy even the great emperor of this time. Even the actions of the virtual true emperor couldn't shake it even a bit? The ancient bronze ship has reappeared. This is a major historical event. One fears there are tremendous secrets and terrifying things behind it. Many people were greatly shocked. Witnessing a mythic forbidden zone reappear could be considered a significant turning point in future ancient history. From then on, people counted the mythic forbidden zones, and the ancient bronze ship was definitely included. The onlookers were just spectators. All beings in the world were only shocked by the resurrection of the ancient bronze ship and the ongoing formidable terror of this mythic forbidden zone. But for the virtual true emperor and the taboo beings secretly observing this event, they saw much more. The path of breaking the sky, the path of purple chi, and the path of hidden slaughter. 3 absolutely flawless and ultimate Tao paths. The virtual true emperor stood high in the starry sky, his divine power overwhelming, overshadowing all realms of the universe, being unparalleled in the world. His eyes were deep, gazing at the ancient bronze ship, and his immense imperial might fell, making that part of the starry sky tremble violently, as if his gaze could pierce through a mythic forbidden zone. Yet, the ancient bronze ship exuded a faint purple aura, its majesty unmatched throughout history, its mythic light illuminating the deep cosmos. Like an eternal pillar in the river of time, allowing time to flow, it remained everlasting and unshakable. At this moment, a serious and grave look naturally appeared on the face of the virtual true emperor. Possessing 3 absolute and flawless Tao paths. This might mean a rather astonishing fact. The one inside the ancient bronze ship could possibly be the supreme emperor who once lived through the 3rd or even 4th life. This point. Not only did the virtual true emperor realize it. At this moment, the other taboo beings focusing on the ancient bronze ship also saw this. They naturally felt surprised and deeply apprehensive. But at the same time, there was really no need to be too surprised. Didn't the abyss of demons already probe that it was a taboo giant that revived the ancient bronze ship? As a taboo giant, how could they not have a glorious and terrifying past? But, there was still one question. The path of breaking the sky, the path of purple chi, and the path of hidden slaughter. No matter how they thought, it seemed impossible to match these with an ancient invincible being. Or was it that the invincible being was too low-key at the time, not revealing too much and leaving no excessive renown in the world? Such people do exist. Even among emperors, there are countless types, and throughout history, there have always been invincible beings who devoted themselves to cultivation, ignoring worldly affairs. Or perhaps that was an utterly ancient individual, far beyond people's imagination. Thus making it even harder to determine their true past identity. Having lived through the 3rd or even 4th life? The gaze of the virtual true emperor was profound, reflecting on his own path of immortality. He too was on an irreversible path, about to break through to the 3rd life. To want to live an extra life without relying on the elixir of immortality, one needs to walk a path stronger and fiercer than before, to break the shackles and reverse life anew. In the past, some invincible beings. Some began with their physical body, breaking limits to live an extra life. Others started from the soul, refining the essence of immortality, breaking shackles and reshaping their destiny. And others sought from the Tao, aiming to comprehend and ultraspect Tao to further elevate their realm and gain new life. The path of the virtual true emperor challenging the 3rd life is through the Tao. He must thoroughly walk out the 4 characters virtual true and false, creating an unprecedented grand Tao, to live out the 3rd life. He could feel. Though the master of the ancient bronze ship possessed 3 absolutely flawless Tao paths. But in truth, they had not surpassed the level of an emperor, they were regular Tao paths. This indicates that the other party lived through the 3rd life or even the 4th life. It does not rely on the Tao techniques, but perhaps on the physical body or the spirit. Of course. It does not mean that living a 3rd or even 4th life will make one stronger than those emperors who only live 2 lives. The emperors are already invincible figures who have reached, or even exceeded, the ceiling of the world. It is incredibly difficult to surpass or even shake off beings of the same level. But living a 3rd or even 4th life. Naturally, one will possess a profound foundation that ordinary emperors do not have, as well as a terrifying combat power that somewhat exceeds the ceiling. Such terrifying emperors, even if they self-inflict a wound, they still have the ability to confront the current emperors without defeat, and even have the possibility to win and counterattack. That is why they are called taboo giants. Chapter 26, The End of the Law approaches, myths transform. At this moment. The realm of the void. Within the abyss of magic. The taboo beings in this unique universe also synchronously gained information about the ancient bronze ship. This also allowed them to confirm certain situations. It is indeed not the eternal emperor, but it is also a mysterious ancient existence. A taboo being spoke coldly. The configuration of Tao techniques like shattering the void and purple chi combined with slaughter does not match the former eternal emperor at all. If only one Tao technique was revealed, it might still be uncertain. After all, the eternal emperor had an extraordinary foundation. Who knows if he actually possessed 1 or 2 unknown ultimate Tao techniques? But if none of the 3 Tao techniques corresponds to the eternal emperor, it is enough to explain that it is not the supreme emperor of the past. Completely unable to confirm the identity, could it be an ancient being that survived from the blank era? At this moment, another demonic spirit supreme thought of something and could not help but ask. But even saying it himself felt extremely absurd and ridiculous, as it should be impossible. Impossible. The demon god emperor, this taboo giant, spoke. His words were extraordinarily cold, like ancient desolation. It may not be a problem to say it is an ancient person from the Grey Period after the Blank Era, because the events of that Grey Period are known little by the oldest taboo beings in the world. But to say it is someone who survived before the Blank Era is something no one dares to believe. It is absolutely impossible for any taboo being to have lived from the Blank Era to the present. When mentioning the Blank Era, another taboo giant within the abyss of magic and more taboo beings could not help but awaken slightly. But their thoughts were the same as that of the demon god emperor. The Blank Era is mysterious and sacred, there exists everything possible, and any speculation may hold true in the Blank Era. But the only thing confirmed is, after the Blank Era, only the mundane remains in the world, there are no more extraordinary beings, and everything starts anew. The abyss of magic and the divine tomb only appeared after the Blank Era. As supreme beings within the abyss of magic, they know some of its origins and can ascertain the true situation after the Blank Era. The starry sky rumbled and moved, creating an astonishing spectacle. It was the void true emperor crossing the universe, with his supreme body crushing through the vacuum of myriad paths, standing beside the ancient bronze ship in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slashed with a knife, his overwhelming divine might bursting forth, suppressing everything, directly breaking the mythical formation of the ancient bronze ship, and stepping inside with the last step. The world witnessed such an astonishing scene, naturally filled with immense shock. Indeed. No matter how the mythical forbidden zone endures and remains immortal, intimidating the world for endless years. But the contemporary emperors are always invincible, unafraid of everything, there is nowhere they cannot go. The void true emperor stepped into the ancient bronze ship, and for a moment, he did not suffer any attack. In fact, he did not come with any hostility. The earlier clash and collision was merely a way for imperial beings to greet one another. It is indeed smaller than most mythical forbidden zones, but the creation contained here is not weak at all. The void true emperor looked around the ancient bronze ship and commented lightly. However, there are indeed places within this ship that he cannot fathom. In the very center of the supreme divine land, at the top, there is a mythical dead-end node, which is now forcibly opened with a crack, and a broken piece of the tower is wedged in, propping up that tiny gap. This allows a magnificent and transcendent mythical aura to continuously leak out from the dead end, merging into the supreme divine land, making this place shine with divine light, like a true mythological realm. The Emperor of Virtual Truth also recognized that this piece of the tower was a part of the former End Dust Tower. He was also somewhat surprised, having a guess about the final fate of the former End Dust Emperor. However, those are ancient matters that are hard to explore. What he cares about more is not the End Dust Emperor. I'm really curious, who exactly are you, an ancient person? The Emperor of Virtual Truth said, and once again casually struck out with a knife. Boom! The powerful might of the great Emperor fell down, supreme and unmatched, causing the inner world to shake. The momentary explosive sharpness instantly cut through the void, its fierce energy piercing out from the ancient ship, Emperor might spreading out, shaking the mortal world. Sheen Fong remained firmly within the supreme divine land in the bronze ancient ship. Around him, purple energy swirled, the mythical aura from the dead end merging into formations, guarding the supreme divine land. He was not worried that the Emperor of Virtual Truth could see through the true situation of this core area. But even if it was seen through, it didn't matter. At most, it would just be considered that his true body had emerged. In the face of the Emperor of Virtual Truth's knife, Sheen Fong had to take it seriously, needing to unleash all his combat power. Boom! In an instant, a power capable of matching that of the Emperor erupted from Sheen Fong, the energy unmatched, outstanding, looking down upon all ancient red dust. He is now 74,000 years old. He has already possessed 7 portions of flawless Tao practice. The 8th portion of flawless Tao practice is already at the end of the road, just needing to fix many subtle flaws to also be a flawless Tao practice. Rounded up, it would not be an exaggeration to say he possesses 8 portions of flawless Tao practice. This is like 8 burning logs. Moreover, Sheen Fong can also vaporize his own Tao source, continuously elevating his combat power, just like a fierce wind blowing towards the logs, making the fire even more fierce and blazing. Vaporizing the Tao source, elevating combat power. This method is generally exclusive to emperors of the era. Because at that time, emperors have a flawless realm, never having self-slaughtered, the emperor's origin is thick and stable, allowing them to freely vaporize their origin and elevate their combat power. And this is also the main reason why contemporary emperors can suppress the vast majority of forbidden beings in the world. Because the emperor-level origin of contemporary emperors can be freely disturbed. Those decayed forbidden beings cannot withstand disturbance, and if disturbed, a single misstep may cause their origin to collapse, completely dropping their realm, becoming a weaker forbidden being, losing that unmatched competitiveness. But Qin Feng also never self-slashed, and his Tao source is not the supreme bestowal recognized by the celestial heart after achieving proof of the way. His current emperor-level combat power is something he cultivated through hard practice. His realm is equally flawless and stable, unshakable. He too can freely vaporize the Tao source, elevating his combat power. However, Qin Feng could feel that his combat power is also nearing its ceiling. It will probably be hard to improve further afterward. This is like a stove. From 1 log to 10 logs, the fire naturally sees a huge increase, achieving an ultimate qualitative change. But from 10 logs to 20 or even 30 logs, the improvement may be very small. This is limited by the stove. If he hits the ceiling. If Qin Feng wants to continue to improve, he will have to find ways to expand the stove, needing to explore other paths outside of the Tao, such as enhancing the physical body, transforming the soul, and so on. But he can still proceed on the path of the Tao for now. He has not reached the final end. So there is no rush to explore the continued growth and improvement path. Qin Feng freely vaporizes the Tao source, fully enhancing his combat power. Boom! He raised his hand and clapped out. A wave of purple energy instantly surged from the heavens and earth, majestic, supreme and unrivaled. The emperor-level power surged intensely, almost indistinguishable from that of a great emperor. At the same time, the mythic formation of the ancient bronze ship unfolded, waves of mythical aura gathered, its might terrifying and overwhelming, crashing against the ages. That power instilled fear in the forbidden supreme beings. Boom! A terrifying noise erupted, vast waves swept across the starry sky, shaking the entire universe. The strike from the virtual true emperor wasn't merely a clash with Qin Feng, but rather a confrontation with the power of the entire ancient bronze ship. However, the virtual true emperor was actually not using his full strength. At least, he had not steamed his own imperial essence, failing to elevate his fighting power to the utmost. But likewise, the ancient bronze ship also had not unleashed its complete power. There were 3 layers of mythic formations here, and the second and third layers had already been fully repaired by Qin Feng. Just now, only the second layer of the formation had been initially activated. The true utmost power of the formations had not fully erupted. I truly can't see through you. The virtual true emperor had also just suffered a massive impact, enough to pose a serious threat to him. This mythic forbidden zone contained a terrifying foundation capable of burying contemporary emperors. Moreover, there was also a forbidden giant present. Given the recent situation, he was unable to determine whether the other party had restored their former realm or could only precisely control a partial restoration of their realm. Such matters were not impossible, they simply required profound foundations and powerful control. If unprepared, even contemporary emperors would not easily attack the mythic forbidden zone. At the very least, one must have enough strength to temporarily withstand the mythic formations before attacking the forbidden zone. The virtual true emperor did have such preparations. But that was not meant for attacking the mythic forbidden zone, it was a contingency plan after he had reached a dead end. The end of the Dharma is approaching, and myths are shifting. You might be the last emperor before that. Qin Feng spoke lightly. Naturally, he would not mention anything about his own identity but instead brought up a situation he sensed recently. He wanted to see if the contemporary emperor had any unique insights on this. The end of the Dharma era, indeed, is fast approaching. The virtual true emperor did not pursue Qin Feng's identity, and took up the topic in contemplation. He had sensed this long ago. And his feelings were deeper than those of other forbidden beings. Thousands of years ago, the supreme heart of the universe began to show faint signs of self-seclusion. And this was also a precursor to the coming of the end of the Dharma era. The so-called end of the Dharma era means the supreme heart seals away, the laws of the world wither. Even if someone cultivates to the pinnacle of the world, it is nearly impossible to succeed in the path of the Tao. Because the supreme heart has personally severed this extreme emperor road. No matter how extraordinary your talents and brilliance, it is nearly impossible to tread this path again. However, even in the end of the Dharma era, it is almost impossible for an emperor to arise. But there will still be unique invincibles, there will be splendid and glorious uniqueness in the end of the Dharma era. The end of the Dharma era does not mean silence and boredom. I may not be the last emperor. Before the end of the Dharma, there is still a final brilliance, perhaps there will be another emperor. The virtual true emperor spoke of his judgment, one closest to the future, derived from an emperor who often resonates with the supreme heart. However, in truth, he did not need to say it. The end of the Dharma era has existed since ancient times, and the process is generally similar. Before the end of the Dharma era begins, there will be a warming period of 20 to 30,000 years. This time could be regarded as the end of the Dharma, making it difficult for anyone to succeed in the path of the Tao. But after the warming period, there will generally be a last flourish of brilliance before the end of the Dharma era, similar to a final flash of light, and perhaps there could emerge a very powerful emperor. After the last flourish of brilliance before the end of the Dharma era, it will lead into the true and long-lasting end of the Dharma era. At least lasting 70 to 80,000 years, if prolonged, it can last 2 to 300,000 years or more. But none of this is the key point. In the end times, it often signifies a dramatic mythological change. In this world, a great upheaval might erupt, even the mythological land may descend. However, what does this have to do with the Emperor of Illusions? Although he accurately predicted the end times, he does not care about that end time, nor does he care for mythological change. His heart is fully dedicated to walking the grand path of illusions and truth, completely ignoring everything else. Letting the waves of mythical storms in the world crash, he can also maintain a calm heart. If he cannot tread this path, he will accept death. If he succeeds, then he will have a broader world and more choices. Even if he becomes a taboo being, then he can still be called a giant, possessing a true invincible power. To reverse the third life, naturally, one must advance relentlessly, leaving no retreat for oneself. At this moment, the Emperor of Illusions will not have any extra useless thoughts, only steadfastly moving forward. In the end, the Emperor of Illusions chatted with Qin Feng about some useless things, then left. He did not forcibly attack here. Entangling with an unknown taboo giant does not match his current plans. Qin Feng watched the Emperor of Illusions leave, feeling even less need to entangle with the current emperor. The ancient bronze ship gradually faded away, easily lost to ordinary people. But Qin Feng did not expect. Thousands of years later, he would personally witness a tragic end of the aged emperor. Chapter 27, The End Has No End. 4,000 years passed. Qin Feng is 78,000 years old. He has completely mastered 8 portions of flawless Tao. After mastering the sword Tao, he then chose the Tao of rending space and the Tao of divine words. Rending space, shattering void, it involves the path of space, possessing both functionality and attack capability. Qin Feng chose this path also thinking of further comprehending that magnificent supreme path of space later. As for the Tao of divine words, it is purely a personal preference. The so-called divine words, through speech and sound, release divine power, having words followed by ability, also possessing strong functionality. These 8 portions of flawless Tao deeply root in Qin Feng's flesh and soul, merging into every inch of his body and every part of his soul. Flesh, soul, and Tao have always been a trinity, mutually supporting, relying on each other, coexisting to form a realm of cultivation, upholding supreme combat power. None can exist alone. No matter the practice in flesh, soul, or Tao, one cannot separate from the other two. With Qin Feng's current realm of cultivation, once he vaporizes the Tao source, sublimating his combat power to the utmost, he would be basically comparable to those restoring their realm taboo supreme beings and the current emperors under normal conditions. The 9th Tao, time change. Qin Feng has also established the 9th Tao he will comprehend. He sat cross-legged in the center of the bronze ancient ship's divine soil, focusing on entering the Tao, experiencing the path of time change. With his true lived 78,000 years of life, he has long had many insights into time-related Tao techniques. Now he is reorganizing and selecting a direction to delve deeper. The 2 characters of time represent a grand path. Wanting to thoroughly comprehend it is very difficult. Qin Feng also possesses ambition towards this grand path of time, hence he steps into it through the Tao of time change. In the future, while pondering and exploring deeper in the path of eternal invincibility, perhaps he can have more ideas and directions. After all, he is almost at the ceiling, and continuing to improve later will be more challenging. Preparing in advance is wise. But Qin Feng had not entered the state of comprehension for many years. He was once again disturbed by the cosmic commotion triggered by the Emperor of Illusions. Boom! The universe rumbled and trembled, the supreme heavens echoed with booming sounds, conveying a deep sorrow. The myriad paths of heaven and earth resonating with it, producing a tremendous commotion sweeping across the universe. In such circumstances, forget Qin Feng. Even a beginner in the path of cultivation could guess that the current emperor is about to die. At this moment, it was as if he was unbelievably near death. Suzhen, your ambition is quite big. Do you want to reverse your fate in the third era? You have held on for 1,000 years and are still not dead. Indeed, you are extraordinary. Leaving no way back, can you really succeed in the third era? Qin Feng could not help but pay attention once again to the situation of Emperor Suzhen. He had already seen through Emperor Suzhen's ambition long ago. Cutting off the path of retreat, advancing boldly, striving for the third era. This kind of thing, since ancient times, very few emperors could achieve. Qin Feng was curious whether Emperor Suzhen could really succeed, so he had often paid attention over the past 1,000 years. As early as 1,000 years ago, Emperor Suzhen had stepped into his old age, and at that time, the Supreme Heavenly Heart had already begun to predict the Emperor's downfall. However, 1,000 years had passed. Emperor Suzhen was still holding on, still alive. He had held on for several hundred more years than Qin Feng had anticipated. But this was not too surprising. As an invincible emperor, naturally, he had many extraordinary methods. It was not difficult to hold on for several hundred more years. Moreover, unlike some past invincible emperors who often engaged in fierce battles, exhausting their foundations and suffering damage to their life force, Emperor Suzhen had lived at least 2 or 3,000 years longer than some past emperors. Now, Emperor Suzhen had already attained enlightenment for 22,000 years. If an emperor nurtured life, the effect would also be excellent. Emperor Suzhen was a prime example. He did not overexert himself in battle, his imperial power was entirely used to strive for the Third Era. In his lifetime, Qin Feng had witnessed the rise of 3 emperors, each different, each with their own brilliance and characteristics. His good brother, Emperor Yuan Ji, was a typical example of a traditional and upright human emperor. He fought throughout his life, always busy, not knowing how many great enemies he had provoked. According to Qin Feng's speculation, Emperor Yuan Ji might end up taking his own life, becoming a supreme being of a different path, emerging in future calamities to continue protecting the world. As for that later isolated great emperor, he was just a crazy little thief. No comments for now, perhaps there would be a chance to meet again in the future. As for Emperor Suzhen now, Qin Feng also recognized his choice to fully strive for the Third Era, regardless of success or failure. It could not be said to be the wrong path. If Qin Feng were to live on like this, he would probably have witnessed every type of emperor at least once. Plus the impending end of the Law Era. Even without emperors, there would still be unique invincible beings emerging, bringing their own splendor and brilliance to this era. As for the mythological changes accompanying the end of the Law Era, Qin Feng could not predict what they would be. Perhaps it would be merely a new type of immortal divine medicine falling into the world or a new mythical forbidden zone crashing down. At its greatest, perhaps even a mythical land descending. At this moment, Emperor Suzhen was seated above an ordinary starry sky, his face revealing signs of dusk. A profound sense of aging and weariness was very strong. Yet his eyes still bore an unmatched aura, even in decline, still possessing a calmness and an extraordinary grace that could push against the world. At this moment, layers of extraordinary Tao rhythm surged around him, radiating a grand power. The starry sky in all directions became illusory and unreal, while his own momentum grew more real and heavy, seeming to be the only true living being in this world of red dust. But soon, he himself would also appear hazy and illusory, as if he did not exist in the world, while the starry sky and all pathways of heaven and earth subtly revealed a certain mythological aura under the influence of this grand Tao rhythm, as if it were real enough to approach a mythical realm. Suzhen's true and false, these 4 characters of the Tao, vast and transcendent, were a superlative imperial Tao. Emperor Suzhen indeed reached the end of this path. However, he saw no true endpoint at that end. It was as if he had taken a wrong path. Though he had reached the end, it was not the correct endpoint. Still an error, huh? Emperor Suzhen sighed. He knew at that moment he might fail on this path. But his elderly face remained calm, without loss or sadness. This was his own choice. Regardless of the outcome, he would accept it, no matter how helpless it felt. Life had reached this point, belonging to the true invincible ones, with a glorious reputation that could last for generations. Nothing was beyond understanding. But perhaps there is still a chance for reversal. The Emperor of Void Truth had a determined look in his eyes, embodying an unstoppable might that spanned the ages. Even though his time was short, he would again try to adjust and continue to push toward the Third Realm. However, nearly 100 years later, the Emperor of Void Truth failed once more. Moreover, the forced adjustments and the reversal of his path brought him severe backlash. Bang! It was as if something had exploded within the Emperor of Void Truth. This caused damage to his foundational path. His already decayed body and soul also suffered the impact, nearly snapping the last remaining thread of life and causing him to fall at that moment. His entire aura instantly diminished by half, filled with the atmosphere of death, as if half of his body had already been buried in a grave. And just then, a certain forbidden figure who had long been lurking in the shadows, observing the Emperor of Void Truth, saw the opportunity and boldly emerged, unleashing an awe-inspiring divine power aimed directly to assassinate this emperor who was currently at his weakest. Chapter 28 Strike towards the Emperor of Origin Extreme. Boom! A vast and surging brown celestial river suddenly appeared in the world, spanning the peak of the universe, stretching for billions of miles, with an immortal aura overflowing, its might immense and unparalleled, as if a myth had manifested. That was the River of Yellow Spring, and it was also a mythical forbidden zone that exerted pressure for all ages, terrifying and immortal. At the very moment this mythical forbidden zone appeared, an unmatched figure shot out from it, quickly rising in might, not hesitating to activate the decayed and incomplete imperial origin within him, forcibly restoring his past realm, and revealing that invincible divine might once more. The universe shook violently. A power not inferior to the Emperor of Void Truth erupted in the world, shaking the heavens and earth, capable of overpowering the eternal mundane world. It was a man, his expression cold, a killing intent overflowing. His face and body were equally aged, only slightly better than the Emperor of Void Truth. From this, one could see how poor the condition of this forbidden supreme being was.
Fuling Tianzuan.
Qin Feng was immediately startled by this commotion and instantly recognized that the one fiercely attacking the Emperor of Void Truth was an invincible figure from ancient times, Fuling Tianzuan.
Fuling Tianzuan's state was obviously very poor.
Not only was his life spark nearly exhausted, but even his imperial origin was decayed and incomplete, almost entirely about to fall from his realm. He had long been in urgent need of nourishment. However, the previous Emperor of Origin Extreme and the Emperor of Solitude seemed to have self-slaughtered at the right moment and hidden away. And Fuling Tianzuan could not keep a constant watch on a contemporary emperor.
Moreover, he was unable to hunt down an emperor still possessing peak power.
The Emperor of Void Truth was right on time for him.
Fuling Tianzuan was currently insatiably hungry, desperately needing fresh imperial origin to stabilize his own realm.
He even wanted to simultaneously unleash disasters to replenish his life spark.
Boom! 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 After Fuling Tianzuan struck with unmatched ferocity.
In the depths of the starry sky, nearly 3 overwhelming powers burst forth simultaneously, all reaching imperial might, terrifyingly immense, causing the universe to tremble, showing no signs of weakness compared to the Emperor of Void Truth.
Ancient Emperor of Shiyu, Emperor of Wanla, and another demon spirit?
Qin Feng, with extraordinary insight, quickly recognized the identities of the 3 forbidden beings that emerged thereafter. The ancient Emperor of Shiyu and the Emperor of Wanla were easily recognizable, their Dao rhythms and powers were remarkably distinct, showing no disguise whatsoever. As for that last demon spirit, Qin Feng understood very little, only knowing that it had a slight reputation in the great universe, seemingly called Yu.
However, though the demon spirit Yu possessed imperial-level power.
Just feeling it carefully, he was still one step behind the others. Qin Feng could see that the life essence of the ancient Emperor Shiyu, the great Emperor Wanla, and the demon spirit Yuedi was still relatively abundant, obviously reserved enough to self-destruct the seal.
But their imperial-level origin was still rotten and incomplete. Even if the life essence wasn't dried up yet.
But a complete fall in their realm was something they couldn't accept. Losing this formidable competitive edge made it impossible to achieve many things in the future.
The tragic fate of the aging emperor.
Qin Feng wore a serious expression, filled with a sense of solemnity. The 4 taboo supreme beings probably hadn't discussed it in advance, yet they still acted in perfect harmony.
Although Emperor Shuzhen was extremely old, with his life essence bottoming out,
his realm was still intact, and his imperial-level origin remained fresh and vibrant, being a great tonic for taboo supreme beings, which was largely unrelated to life expectancy. What was aging was his body and soul, decayed by time.
Such a tragic fate of the aging emperor has existed since ancient times.
And sometimes, it is accompanied by disasters of smaller scale.
However,
Emperor Shuzhen had to face not just these 4 taboo supreme beings.
Boom!
2 forces of ultimate might surged from beyond the realm into the great universe. They were 2 peculiar beings with hollow eyes and indifferent expressions, emanating a unique life energy, resembling not living beings, but more like the dead.
2 undead beings. People witnessed this and could recognize what it was.
Those were the undead beings emerging from the divine tomb, and suddenly there were 2.
It was obvious.
These 2 undead beings came here to collect the imperial corpse of Emperor Shuzhen.
Emperor Shuzhen.
The crowd saw this situation. Emperor Shuzhen was about to face so many terrifying enemies at the last moment. They were shocked and trembling, lamenting for this emperor who had brought them peace for over 20,000 years.
Boom! Unimaginable terrifying noise erupted instantly, shaking the universe.
The center of the battle exploded with intense light, covering and overwhelming the infinite starry sky, transmitting terrifying waves. The starry sky shook, and the heavens trembled. That sound seemed as if it would destroy the world and sink the great universe. Thus, this great battle erupted fiercely. Everyone participating held nothing back in their strikes.
Boom, boom, boom. The war continued. The terrifying waves shaking the ancient universe struck the great universe. Such a great battle, astonishing and unparalleled, was a collision of legends. Various divine myth domains, many taboo beings, were mostly stirred. But most were unwilling to pay attention or intervene, choosing to continue sleeping. This should have been a battle where Emperor Shuzhen was at an overwhelming disadvantage. However, at a certain moment after the battle broke out, a majestic body of unmatched divine might was directly cleaved apart by Emperor Shuzhen, bathing in supreme blood, with overwhelming imperial might cascading down. Everything was illusory. That strike was the utmost reality. A taboo supreme being was slain on the spot. From the picture of its raging demonic energy, the one who died was precisely the demon spirit from the abyss. Qin Feng watched this battle from the ancient bronze ship. His expression was indifferent, revealing a certain coldness and ruthlessness. But his indifference was not towards the current emperor, but towards this world. This tragic fate of the aging emperor.
has existed since ancient times, is a deeply rooted problem in today's world. With Qin Feng's current realm, he had no ability to change anything. If he intervened in the battle of the aging emperor, he feared he would be immediately targeted by many taboo supreme beings with decaying imperial origins, viewed as a huge threat to their alternative path to eternal life, making the extent of their targeting and schemes unpredictable. His growth space was vast, and he was far from needing to expose himself to desperately contend in this cruel world. Moreover, now the situation. The Emperor of Illusion must have anticipated this long ago, and he indeed had prepared for it. This was something that he, as a great emperor of the present era, needed to face, and he had the ability to face it. He was always an invincible person. Why would he need others to interfere in his battle? At the moment the great battle erupted. A brilliant chessboard shone beneath the feet of the Emperor of Illusion, the starry sky as the board, and the stars as the pieces. The momentum was immense, and divine power overwhelming, able to unleash the might comparable to a mythological formation in a short time. Even if his life essence plummeted to the bottom, and his physical body and spirit grew frail and weak, severely affecting his combat power, he could still continuously boil his imperial-level origin, transcending his battle power, not losing to any supreme being. After the Emperor of Illusion slaughtered the axe demon spirit, he also crushed an immortal being, and finally, forcefully suppressed the ancient Emperor Shiyu, who had temporarily fallen from invincibility due to an unstable realm. Such heavenly might, unparalleled invincibility. Shocking the world, even making the world's taboos tremble. It reaffirmed a fact for all. The Emperor of the present era can never be underestimated, no matter when. However, the Emperor of Illusion had also reached his limit. It was harder to unleash his peak power now, and it seemed that this was the end. But at this very moment, an unexpected event happened again. And this surprise made Qin Feng feel he had reason to act, and his desire was strong, wanting to unleash all his power to intervene. Because his good brother, the Emperor of Yuanji, unexpectedly surfaced, and as soon as he arrived, he recovered his realm and unleashed peak divine power, proving that he indeed had self-slashed and become a taboo being. However, his good brother did not intend to intervene in the later life battle. He seemed more like he wanted to take the opportunity to assassinate past great enemies while cutting off a small-scale disaster. Qin Feng once again felt the invincible divine might of his past good brother. It made him inevitably recall the passionate years when they both, as proud talents, competed for invincibility. Only later was he completely outpaced by his brother's imperial might, forcing him not to dare show himself in the world. But now, he could calmly look level with such invincible figures. So, now, all were invincible beings. Why not continue the competition of brotherhood from the past? In the end, Qin Feng also stepped onto the stage, to do something he had long wanted to do but could not achieve. This matter had suppressed him for nearly 80,000 years. At this moment, Qin Feng's divine might exploded, shaking the starry sky, as a forbidden giant, unknown to others, descended, smashing a palm toward his past good brother the Emperor of Yuanji. Chapter 29, The World is This Way. As the Emperor of Illusion was on the verge of falling, the celestial master of Fulling felt very little pressure and began to have other thoughts. His gaze suddenly turned to the vast starry sky, his eyes filled with ancient indifference. Boom! The celestial master of Fulling suddenly raised his hand, and immense divine power erupted, transforming into a giant hand that obscured the endless starry sky, directly covering hundreds of star regions in the distance. A terrifying and shocking aura spread, filled with bloodshed and evil, and the scattered beings wandering in the deep space instantly exploded upon contact, turning into pure life essence flowing toward the celestial master of Fulling. Catastrophic calamity. The people watched that huge hand, feeling the bloodshed and evil within, all trembling and terrified. No one knew how many years had passed. Ultimately, there was still a taboo being unable to suppress themselves, wanting to refine the life essence of the universe to replenish their own life force. Emperor of Illusion. The living beings under that evil giant hand trembled in their hearts. The only thing they thought of was to shout the name of the Emperor of the present era, praying that the Emperor could still suppress all taboos in the world and stop the disaster. However, the Emperor of Illusion's face was withered, his body severely damaged, and his imperial blood had dried up. He sensed what the celestial master of Fulling was doing, and in his deep, hollow eyes, there was still ancient, fierce killing intent, but he was already powerless. Puff! At the same time, the great Emperor Wangle punched into the body of the Emperor of Illusion, unleashing astonishing might that shook the starry river. The divine might was terrifying, directly crushing half of the body of the Void Truth Emperor. The momentum of the Void Truth Emperor instantly decreased sharply, already on the brink of death. He had already seen his own death. Originally, he was willing to accept it calmly, but now he felt a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. That undead being, which had originally been defeated by the Void Truth Emperor, unexpectedly pieced itself back together and rampaged through the starry sky, quickly capturing a small piece of the Void Truth Emperor's fallen body. The starry chessboard that the Void Truth Emperor could momentarily unleash mythical power on had also been largely damaged, its power now negligible. It can be said that at this moment, the Void Truth Emperor was on the verge of death, with no strength left to resist. The revered spirit also dared to take advantage of the situation to reap the essence of all beings to replenish himself, otherwise, facing a current emperor who would dare to be distracted. However, no one expected that at this very moment, a majestic and towering giant mountain appeared at the pinnacle of the starry sky. The mountain radiated an ancient and grand mythical light, endless pure energy soaring into the sky, auspicious colors showering down, and dreamlike shadows drifting over the mountaintop, as if mythical beings were reflecting upon the world. This mountain was the Path-Guarding Mountain, a unique and transcendent mythical forbidden zone. Before the Path-Guarding Mountain fully revealed itself, an ultimate supreme fist had already shot out from the mountain, carrying a surging imperial might that trembled the starry sky and disturbed the mortal realm. Boom! That fist was invincible, exuding an indescribable sharpness of martial arts, breaking through the evil hand of the revered spirit. The people who had almost been refined saw the revered spirit's hand being shattered, and the suffocating fear instantly dissipated significantly. They knew they were temporarily saved. Forbidden figures, unable to bear it any longer, acted in time. But it seemed, was this too timely? It was as if they had predicted the revered spirit would make this move, so they had long been poised. They almost acted simultaneously. It's the Primordial Emperor. The people recognized from the unmatched fist's martial intent that it belonged to the former Primordial Emperor. The world was extremely shocked, and in an instant, many indescribable emotions surged. The Primordial Emperor appeared at this moment. This indicated that he indeed self-inflicted a wound, becoming a forbidden being. But his appearance now was to intercept the revered spirit and instantly eliminate a calamity. This once revered and beloved human emperor had still not strayed from the moral duty he once upheld, and even in the darkness of the world, he was willing to protect all. A stray supreme. Someone spoke this term. This referred to a special kind of forbidden being, a taboo figure on a different path from the forbidden right path. But similarly, the appearance of the Primordial Emperor at this time also quickly attracted the attention of many forbidden beings. Those gazes filled with terrifying aura were filled with indifference, dread, hostility, and murderous intent. In this world, there were indeed forbidden beings that never disrupted the realm of humanity. Yet they also generally would not continue to protect people in the darkness, merely surviving silently, even decaying to death they would not cause a calamity. Only the stray supreme, dwelling in darkness, actively chose to fight against the darkness. Such an existence was a public enemy of the world's taboos, and didn't have long to live. The only thing that was slightly surprising was that the Primordial Emperor actually emerged from the Path-Guarding Mountain mythic forbidden zone. This was a big problem, thought-provoking. The Primordial Emperor absolutely could not be the master of the Path-Guarding Mountain. But he trusted that forbidden giant, and surprisingly, that forbidden giant tolerated the stray supreme entering? There must be unknown dealings and negotiations involved here. This left the forbidden beings feeling suspicious and apprehensive. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Primordial Emperor was 100% willing to become a stray supreme. Perhaps he simply has enmity with the spirit master. To completely determine whether he is a supreme from a different path, we still need to see his actions in the years to come. A single act of differential path behavior is not enough to provoke a strong common hostility and killing intent from many taboo beings. The Primordial Extreme Emperor stepped out of the Guardian Mountain, having already restored his former realm, his imperial might blazing fiercely across the sky, overwhelming the universe. His gaze was fierce, directly targeting the Spirit Master, with a terrifying and intense killing intent, possessing the power to reverse eternity. He did not wish to interfere in the battle of the late Emperor. Each Supreme has their own destiny, needing no outside intervention. His current actions were solely aimed at the Spirit Master. To protect all beings has already become a road to swift death, and to think of protecting the Emperor is a path to instant demise. Moreover, many taboo supremes would only hunt down the current emperors, unwilling to unleash disasters to devour the living. These people are equally indifferent to disasters and will not waste effort to resist them. The divine tomb operates similarly, only interested in the remains of the invincible, and seldom harms the living in the great universe. Primordial Extreme Emperor. At this moment, the people felt their spirits uplifted, as if they knew there would be a hidden guardian in the world, granting them another layer of peace. This is also a major historical event. In the future, whenever disasters occur in the world, whether great calamities or minor misfortunes, it is feared that there will be people looking forward to the emergence of the Primordial Extreme Emperor. This is the path of the differential path supreme, a road to swift death. So either such a person does not exist in this world, or they will all suffer a miserable death under the weight of calamities. If there are no other beings also walking in darkness with him, sharing his burdens. In less than 2 or 3 disasters, the Primordial Extreme Emperor will inevitably fall as a martyr, becoming forbidden food. Just as the crowd felt uplifted and secure, a shadow of myth appeared at the peak of the starry sky, enveloping all beings. Boom! The ancient bronze ship also appeared, shining brilliantly, casting its light over the starry sky, while a heavy and glorious aura of myth spread, making the seemingly small ship at this moment feel vast like the universe. The people felt the might of the bronze ship and were once again startled. Today, they have witnessed and felt too many terrifying things. The cruel battle in the late years of the true Vortex Emperor, the Spirit Master taking the opportunity to unleash disasters upon the world, and the primordial Extreme Emperor striking out to stop the calamity. Now with the bronze ancient ship, along with the earlier emergence of the Spirit Master from the Yellow Spring River and the primordial Extreme Emperor from the Guardian Mountain, 3 mythical taboo regions have appeared. What level of terrifying situation must today reach to come to an end? Is a great taboo cleansing going to occur? On the bronze ancient ship, Qin Feng stood at the top of the ship, surrounded by surging purple qi, covering the starry sky in all directions, an unparalleled divine aura filling the air, shaking the universe and making all tremble. The moment he appeared, he raised his hand and struck out, the purple qi rumbling, gathering into a towering ancient hand, crushing the vast starry sky, shattering the void, directly charging toward the primordial Extreme Emperor. Such a shocking and terrifying might was akin to the Emperor striking. The people witnessed it, all stunned and horrified. Primordial Extreme Emperor. Someone instantly felt worried for the primordial Extreme Emperor and also felt a strong sense of anger. A former emperor who had just acted to stop the calamity. How could he immediately suffer an attack from a powerful figure from the mythical taboo area? What is wrong with this world? Is there no place for a righteous human emperor? What gives those taboo beings the right to view the countless lives in the universe as mere ants for their feeding? Bronze Ship Master. The taboo beings in the darkness watching this chaotic battle of supremes were also very surprised to see the taboo giant from the bronze ancient ship make a move. They could basically confirm. The bronze ancient ship currently only has one taboo being, but he is also a profound and unfathomable taboo giant. So even if there is only one person, for now, no one dares to target the bronze ancient ship, not even the current emperors must act cautiously. They didn't expect it. The bronze ship master would actually attack Emperor Ung at this moment. Could it be that the two have a grudge? Can we guess the true identity of the bronze ship master from this? At this moment, Emperor Ung's expression was also one of surprise and suspicion. He couldn't have imagined that this unknown bronze ship master would suddenly emerge and attack him. Boom! Emperor Ung stood in the starry sky, his imperial body towering through heaven and earth, his divine might overwhelming the world. Having just recovered from self-mutilation, he quickly regained his power and nearly became a supreme emperor, his imperial might burning so fiercely that it made the void collapse, as if it could melt the universe. He still possessed that invincible aura, unafraid of any enemy. He threw a punch directly, the power of his fist immense, breaking through the starry sky, unleashing the sharpest weapon of the gun path, capable of piercing through the ages, breaking through eternal time. Boom! A supreme collision erupted, causing a great tremor throughout the universe, violent waves sweeping across all directions, and a terrifying aura shook the world. At the same time, the Empress of Spirit also seized the opportunity to unleash her full divine might to strike at Emperor Ung. Initially, when she saw Emperor Ung appearing to target her, she was deeply apprehensive, feeling that the situation was dire. But unexpectedly, the bronze ship master suddenly attacked Emperor Ung. This immediately gave her hope, and she even began to think about summoning other allies to hunt down Emperor Ung. After all, Emperor Ung had just self-mutilated not long ago. Although his imperial source was certainly much weaker than in his peak days, it was still a great recovery. But soon, she was no longer happy. Because soon after, the bronze shipmaster also launched an attack on the Empress of Spirit. Chapter 30, The Preheating of the End of the Law, the Unique Invincible Ones. Boom! Qin Feng stood proudly at the peak, purple qi flowing like waves, his presence supreme, exuding an aura that made people's hearts tremble. Suddenly, a large area of purple qi violently contracted, instantly merging into a dazzling purple divine spear, brilliant and eye-catching, illuminating the deep universe. Qin Feng flicked his hand, and the purple divine spear shot out, tearing through the void, with an astonishing murderous aura spreading, crushing everything, capable of destroying all ancient things. In that instant, the purple divine spear crossed the starry sky, breaking through everything, directly striking at the Empress of Spirit, with divine might surging, as if unstoppable. This scene shocked all the watching forbidden beings and the people of the world once again. What exactly is the bronze shipmaster doing? A good person delivers a slap, and the bad ones get a spear in the back? A single person stands proudly at the peak of myth, striking at two forbidden supremes at the same time, with purple qi overwhelming the starry sky, the grandeur and majesty unsurpassed, truly like an invincible, immortal myth. Even forbidden giants, when facing two enemies of the same level at once, would not find it easy. Boom! The great battle erupted. The bronze shipmaster forcefully joined the battle, starting a three-way chaotic battle with Emperor Ung and the Empress of Spirit. And during this time,
The virtual true emperor finally could no longer hold on.
He was finally killed by Emperor Wanla, an immortal being, and a broken immortal being, all working together to destroy his last breath.
The virtual true emperor fell tragically, ending his life, one hard to distinguish between good and evil. Boom!
The universe exploded with countless strange phenomena, the will of heaven mourned, all paths lamented, a melody of truth and illusion alternated, sweeping the world, filled with a heavy sense of sorrow, causing great torrents of order's blood to fall, bright and tragic.
The many strange phenomena were grand and intense, affecting every region of the universe. The people of the world could feel the sorrow within. A contemporary emperor has fallen.
Emperor Wanla bathed in the emperor's blood, devouring the emperor's source, replenishing his own realm, washing away the decaying energy, causing his momentum to rapidly stabilize and rise, like a reborn emperor. During this time, a few forbidden beings attempted to seize some of the emperor's source. But without their true bodies emerging and recovering their former realm, they could not steal the emperor's source from Emperor Wanla. Emperor Wanla did not attack the two immortals who had taken the remains of the virtual true emperor and the Shiyu ancient emperor. Nor did he interfere with the bronze ship master. The chaotic battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Heavenly Venerable of Lingering Spirit. As a winner, he quickly vanished into the deep void, completely concealing his presence. After confirming he had hidden himself and erased all traces, he once again severed his realm, returning to the source of divinity, and continued to seal himself in slumber. As for the chaotic battle between the Bronze Shipmaster, the Supreme Emperor, and the Heavenly Venerable of Lingering Spirit, the world worried for the Supreme Emperor. Those forbidden beings looked on in confusion. The Heavenly Venerable of Lingering Spirit and the Supreme Emperor actually fought rather perplexly. Only Qin Feng acted according to his true heart. And this chaotic battle continued on. The Heavenly Venerable of Lingering Spirit soon fell in battle. His imperial essence decayed and collapsed, his life force dried up. The fact that he held on until now proved his ancient strength and invincibility. Boom! Another grand phenomenon emerged between heaven and earth, an ancient and vast aura enveloping the world, carrying a plain yet real sorrow. This was the sign of the fall of the Heavenly Venerable of Lingering Spirit. He had once certified his invincibility in the grand universe, and the highest celestial heart still recognized him, mourning for him. Along with the previous deaths of the Demon Blade Spirit, the ancient Emperor of Shiyu, and the True Illusion Emperor. Suddenly, four forbidden supreme beings died in the world. Yet even so, this world remained dark and murky. No one could count how many forbidden beings there were in the world. They only knew that unless a god manifested in the mortal realm, it was nearly impossible to clear away the ancient, stubborn, and heavy darkness. Who are you? After a clash with the Bronze Shipmaster, the Supreme Emperor asked sternly. He was still puzzled, gazing at the unfamiliar, cold face of the Bronze Shipmaster and the unique technique of the other. He truly couldn't figure out why the other wanted to fight him. In particular, he hadn't sensed any strong killing intent from the other. But he still felt a vague sense of something special, just unable to clarify it. This chaotic battle even gave him an odd feeling of fighting side by side. Because although they battled against each other, they had indeed joined forces to take down the Heavenly Venerable of Lingering Spirit. However, after a while, the Bronze Shipmaster withdrew from the battle, returning directly to the Bronze Ancient Ship. It was as if he had only acted casually and could stop at will now. Everything was at his whim, leaving others bewildered at his thoughts. This Bronze Shipmaster remained a mystery in every aspect. Especially since it seemed he had not yet gone all out. He might not have fully restored his realm. Because he hadn't resonated with the highest celestial heart as other supreme beings did after restoring their realms, causing a cosmic uproar like an emperor awakening. This situation typically occurred only with demon abyss supremes, for they were not beings of the grand universe, and thus would never gain the highest celestial heart's acknowledgement. But the Bronze Shipmaster was clearly a being of the grand universe. The highest celestial heart also responded to him, albeit in a mundane and quiet manner, merely inducing a natural echo of the way. This situation was also a point worthy of deep thought. There were many possibilities within. Not fully restoring his realm was one possibility. The most terrifying possibility was that the Bronze Shipmaster might have severed his connection to the highest celestial heart with unparalleled imperial might, existing independently outside the universe. This was not something that no one had ever achieved. However, the implications of such an event were far too terrifying, causing even supreme beings to hesitate in their thoughts. But there could also be other possibilities. Every emperor has their unique and extraordinary means. Anything illogical when placed upon an invincible being could indeed be understood. For beings like them, the forbidden supremacy holds the most secrets. In summary, the Bronze Shipmaster remained an enigma to both the world and the forbidden beings, difficult to fathom deeply. In the days to come, greater attention must be paid to his movements and actions. Perhaps in the future, the truth of his situation could be uncovered. But as long as the Bronze Shipmaster does not actively provoke them,
If they pose a threat to them, they generally won't easily target such a powerful being who masters the mythological Forbidden Zone. Who on earth is it?
The great Emperor Yung watched the bronze shipowner retreat, and he had no intention of getting entangled. After all, given his current situation, it was difficult to sustain the imperial-level origin, elevate his combat power, and he definitely did not have the strength to attack the mythological Forbidden Zone. Moreover, the bronze shipowner was indeed very formidable, possessing a terrifying foundation that shocked even him. Although the battle power displayed was not overly exaggerated, it remained within a certain limit. But the power was continuous, vast, and heavy, seemingly unbreakable, which put great pressure on him. In addition, he completely couldn't understand why the other party would attack him, and the identity of the other party was also a mystery. Although he vaguely had some special feeling, he couldn't determine clearly what that feeling was. It seemed he and the bronze shipowner had some fateful entanglement. It was just that it was hard to untangle when this fate got connected. It might not even be direct causation, but rather indirect causation, which made it even harder to trace back and clarify. In the end, the great Emperor Yung didn't dwell on it too much. There were plenty of mysteries in this world that he hadn't figured out. Those forbidden beings all carried a pile of secrets, and no one could truly understand anyone. Ordinary forbidden beings would never willingly go to the bronze ancient ship to investigate. If one wanted to understand the bronze shipowner's situation, then the current great emperors and invincible beings of the end of law should exert themselves and investigate more. As long as they were invincible beings of the current era, they couldn't possibly be uninterested in the mythological Forbidden Zone. If possible, they would all take a walk around. The great Emperor Yung returned to Shodao Mountain to continue his seclusion. His imperial-level origin could still withstand some turmoil, and he could endure another drop in realm. But if he came again 2 or 3 times, he would probably have to destroy it, as there would always be a limit. Even if he acted next time after a long span of years, his imperial-level origin could also decay. Perhaps after one more cut, it would be gone. But he understood his own affairs, he had no regrets about his choices. He was also waiting for the day of his death, which might be a release for him. The universe gradually regained its calm. But the aftermath of such a great disturbance still shocked the world. Qin Feng returned to the bronze ancient ship, realizing that after fighting together so much with Yuanyu, even fighting side by side to defeat the spirit master, he actually didn't feel that much joy. He couldn't expose his identity in front of Yuanyu, that would create serious problems, and it was impossible to express trust regarding longevity to this former good brother. Then he discovered. In this world, he actually had no one he could trust. This was somewhat similar to most forbidden beings, they all walked in solitude. They walked a dark and alternative path of longevity. Qin Feng walked a path of longevity that belonged only to him, where he couldn't expose his true self. He would maintain a pure heart and move forward fearlessly. But he also couldn't guarantee that he would always make the right choices along this path, that there wouldn't be unexpected events. He didn't know what kind of challenges awaited him in the future, or whether he would face crises he couldn't handle. The future was unknown to him as well. Perhaps only by becoming powerful like a god could he do as he pleased, manipulate everything in the world, and steer everything back to the right path. However, could Qin Feng live like this and expect to approach a divine level? In this mortal world, could he find a path that led close to divine power? Qin Feng thought for a moment, many mixed thoughts emerged, but they didn't affect his heart state. Soon, he returned to his state and continued to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. He would keep walking forward if he could see the road ahead. If he couldn't see it, he would feel his way along a feasible path and continue. If he couldn't find a feasible path, that would mean his fate was such that he had reached his own limit, and he had to accept it calmly. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 years passed. Qin Feng was 90,000 years old. The supreme heavenly heart of the great universe had already closed. The world has entered the era of the end of the law. However, Qin Feng knows. This is just a preheat for the end of the law, lasting about 20 to 30,000 years. After that, the great universe will still flicker with light, and there will be a brief final glory before the end of the law, perhaps even giving rise to an emperor. After that comes the long era of the end of the law. During this preheat for the end of the law, it is actually possible for an invincible being unique to the end of the law era to emerge, though it may not happen. And in fact, one has already appeared. A unique young man has been born. He is a figure unique to the end of the law era, and if he grows smoothly, he will become the invincible being of this era. This young man also knows his situation and yearns for invincibility, wanting to bring brilliance and splendor to the end of the law. He is also beginning to brew his grand ambition. If he is the first invincible being of the end of the law era, then perhaps he can pave the way for those who come after, starting a long and enduring war, attempting to conquer a mythical forbidden zone. On the other side, Qin Feng's Tao journey advanced further, able to look level with the emperor. But this also means he has reached the ceiling of this world. From now on, improving his fighting power will not be easy. At least in terms of the Tao, further enhancement will become increasingly smaller. He needs to consider other paths now. Qin Feng begins to contemplate the next step in his practice. At the same time, he casually spends some time with the three-life divine flower that has accompanied him for tens of thousands of years. Ah San, when will I become a god? The supreme Tao sound stirred the waves from the three-life divine flower. Then, the otherworldly brilliance of the three-life divine flower suddenly flickered, faintly dimmed, as if it had a spirit, expressing some kind of disdain. Qin Feng naturally did not understand what the three-life divine flower meant. But a reaction indicates that this immortal divine herb indeed has something special. However, for any immortal divine herb, there must be great secrets behind it, as it is said to be a treasure that fell from the land of myths. It's just that this three-life divine flower might have something extra special. Are there still unclaimed mythical forbidden zones in this world? Qin Feng once again sent a thought to the three-life divine flower. And this time, the three-life divine flower moved directly, flying up from the ground, rushing out of the bronze ancient ship, heading straight for the outside of the universe. Chapter 31, Northern Dipper Heavens. Qin Feng was initially able to find the bronze ancient ship, a mythical forbidden zone. This was because he chased the three-life divine flower all the way to the void realm and finally discovered the bronze ancient ship, easily taking control of it. After that, the three-life divine flower settled down within the bronze ancient ship, never wanting to leave. This made Qin Feng question whether the three-life divine flower was using him to revive the bronze ancient ship, so it could also reside in this mythical forbidden zone. Because of this, he speculated that the three-life divine flower might possess some ability to locate mythical forbidden zones. So when he had nothing to do, he occasionally tried to ask the three-life divine flower if there were still unclaimed mythical forbidden zones. Before this, every time he asked this question, the three-life divine flower would react, but each time it would fly up, only to return before even leaving the bronze ancient ship. He couldn't understand what the three-life divine flower's reaction really meant. Moreover, each reaction was the same, as if it had some kind of unconscious instinct, continuously circling within a certain judgment. Qin Feng would occasionally tease the three-life divine flower, watching it fly up and then back down. Just like the three-life divine flower had teased him many times before. However, Qin Feng did not expect. This time when he asked about the unclaimed mythical forbidden zone, its reaction was different. It did not fly up and then immediately return. Instead, it flew directly out of the bronze ancient ship, as if this time it had finally identified a target. What does this mean? Are there really unclaimed mythical forbidden zones? Qin Feng showed a puzzled expression. Because over the past few tens of thousands of years, he had confirmed through his own exploration. There should no longer be any unclaimed mythic forbidden zones in this world. Even the mythic forbidden zones that were once sunk, including this bronze ancient ship he currently stands on. They have all revealed themselves in the modern years. All mythic forbidden zones have completely awakened, and they now have their masters. However, doubts persist. The three-life divine flower flew out just like that, possibly sensing or discovering something special. Qin Feng also flew out of the bronze ancient ship, leisurely chasing after the three-life divine flower. Along with him flew a dazzling starry broad knife and a galaxy. The broad knife was forged from falling stars' gold, and recently he had refined it to the level of an emperor weapon. He named it the Time-Easy Knife. A kind of time-shifting aura emanated from the knife's body, exuding an unmatched sharpness. Even a simple trajectory made when it flew out could easily cut through the void, severing all kinds of floral sparks of laws. There was even a feeling of time confusion, as if one could not determine the timing of its strikes, making it hard to dodge accurately. After much refining, Qin Feng blended the path of Time Easy and the knife path into the knife, allowing it to give birth to the essence of utmost path and a weapon spirit, finally becoming a qualified emperor weapon. He carried this starry Time Easy knife and stood on a vast and grand silver river of heaven, not revealing any presence, nor causing any extraordinary commotion. He pursued the three-life divine flower at an ordinary speed. The silver river he was riding on was, in fact, a special supreme divine object, named the Galaxy Spring Eye. This divine object could be refined into an emperor weapon. It could also be used as spiritual land, nurturing divine plants and spirits. But in reality, using it as the foundation for a formation is the best use. So Qin Feng also planned to gradually develop his Galaxy Spring Eye into a mobile formation. He speculated. The mythic forbidden zone named the Yellow Spring River probably is a mythic-level super high-end version of the Galaxy Spring Eye. With the Time-Easy Knife, combined with the Galaxy Spring Eye. This is another identity configuration of Taboo Supreme that Qin Feng customized for himself, naturally using the path of Time Easy and the knife path. Before this, he also had another Taboo Supreme identity configuration based on the ancient lightning wood combined with the life path. However, both identities are still not suitable as main combat power for the present. Because whether focusing on the life path or on the Time Easy knife path, During a full-fledged eruption of divine might, they cannot effectively suppress other active and surging waves of the path, exposing various marks of the laws, which would attract unnecessary attention and suspicion. Only the identity of the bronze shipmaster, centered around the purple chi path, with rending the void and slaughtering as supplementary aspects, can fully suppress other paths without revealing any traces.
That is a perfect identity that can serve as main combat power for now. However,
as he masters more and more great paths, once the source of his path within becomes fully abundant to the extreme, he will naturally be able to effortlessly control any path without fearing exposure from other paths.
By that time,
he estimates he would count as a master of transformation, able to become whatever he wishes.
But based on the current situation estimates,
Qin Feng might still need to cultivate for another 200,000 years to fully master his vast source of path. The Storytime Easy Knife, shining like a brilliant meteor, combined with a silver light dazzling and dreamlike river of heaven. With such adornments, Qin Feng emerged like the master of the stars, commanding a piece of starry sky. Even if he encountered any awakening taboo beings, they would be unable to discern his identity, nor would they easily provoke him. Qin Feng chased after the three-life divine flower, once again pursuing it outside the great universe, entering the void domain. But the speed of the three-life divine flower did not slow down, as it continually delved deeper into the void domain. This made Qin Feng gradually frown. Can't help but become cautious, constantly sensing the position of the vast universe. This void realm is truly devoid of everything, even the heart of the vast universe radiates its light with difficulty, and divine thoughts are greatly obstructed. If one really goes too deep, even the invincible may become lost, unable to find the way back to the vast universe, and might wander alone in the void until death. Qin Feng and the three-life divine flower have known each other for many thousands of years, and although he trusts it to some extent, he still dares not fully rely on the three-life divine flower to guide him home in this void realm. So, if he feels he has left the vast universe too far enough that it's hard to sense its position, then he won't continue to pursue the three-life divine flower deeper. Fortunately, not long after, the three-life divine flower comes to a stop. And at this position, Qin Feng can still clearly sense the direction of the vast universe, not worried about getting lost in the void realm. Then, at the place where the three-life divine flower is located, he truly sees a mythological forbidden zone. And it is a brand new mythological forbidden zone that has never appeared in the vast universe. He looks at the appearance of this mythological forbidden zone. With his now 90,000 years of knowledge and experience, he still can't help but feel shocked. That grandeur and magnificence are almost beyond description. Compared to this brand new mythological forbidden zone, the bronze ancient ship seems somewhat lacking in comparison. Moreover, this brand new mythological forbidden zone isn't completely silent, it can move on its own. When sensing Qin Feng's approach, this mythological forbidden zone surprisingly moves towards the deeper void realm, as if resisting or rejecting Qin Feng's approach. This once again surprises Qin Feng. He knows that mythological forbidden zones actually have spirits, possessing basic operational capabilities, and can choose their masters. For example, the previous bronze ancient ship was not picky at all, directly recognizing Qin Feng as the master of the forbidden zone. And this brand new mythological forbidden zone seems to somewhat look down on Qin Feng, who can now stand at the level of an emperor. Or does this mythological forbidden zone have some other unique qualities? Boom! Qin Feng didn't hesitate much and immediately unleashed the emperor's speed, instantly breaking through the barriers and crashing into the mythological forbidden zone, bringing it to a halt. Then, on a simple, magnificent, sky-reaching ancient gate, he saw 4 characters with boundless Tao rhyme, North Dipper Heavenly Palace. Chapter 32, The Curse from the Divine Tomb. North Dipper Heavenly Palace. This might be the name of this brand new mythological forbidden zone. Qin Feng forcibly entered this mythological forbidden zone and saw its entirety, making him once again feel shocked, in awe of the unparalleled atmosphere of myths. The vastness and grandeur of this place are nearly comparable to an independent world. At the bottom are boundless, majestic mountains and rivers, with great rivers crisscrossing, surging and roaring, an astonishing momentum, with the air of endless time. Majestic mountains stand tall on the ground, vast and imposing, like the spine of heaven and earth, with purple chi rising, divine charm immense, as if many true dragons are lying in wait. Qin Feng gazes around and already sees many extraordinary spiritual materials, even a few divine objects. Just this surface world alone is already suffused with auspicious colors, ancient Tao rhythms flowing, like true divine land, sacred and peaceful. However, in the heavens above, there is a more transcendent and magnificent world. There are magnificent palaces shining with divine light, suspended on the clouds, with divine colors bursting forth, radiating glorious rays, indescribably splendid and grand. Especially the central palace, more imposing than the heavens, unparalleled through the ages, standing at the peak of myth, overlooking eternity. It seems to be a true mythological ruler. With Qin Feng's current cultivation level, he is also moved by the vast aura radiating from it, faintly feeling an indescribable supreme majesty.
North Dipper Heavenly Palace? Is it related to the Ziwei Divine Court?
Qin Feng was shocked by the sight of this mythical forbidden zone. But the name Big Dipper Heavenly Court reminded him of another mythical forbidden zone that has existed for a very long time, the Ziwei Divine Court. He had read some ancient texts that were hard to tell true from false.
Among them, Ziwei and Big Dipper were mentioned separately.
One theory states that these two names represent two supreme mythical lands, with two unimaginable terrifying deities residing within, ruling over the eternal mythical era. The second theory claims that Ziwei and Big Dipper are the names of two supreme deities, representing the highest supremacy, standing above eternity, looking down upon the mythical ages, indestructible for countless eons.
But no matter which theory is true,
the words Ziwei and Big Dipper both contain a kind of supreme mythical meaning. If Ziwei and Big Dipper represent corresponding levels, and the Big Dipper Heavenly Court is this incredibly magnificent, then the Ziwei Divine Court must be not too far behind. At this moment, Qin Feng first felt a considerable interest in the Ziwei Divine Court. It also made him begin to understand why the Ziwei Divine Court has never been sunk. There must be unimaginably terrifying things within.
If there is a chance in the future,
he should also take a tour of various mythical forbidden zones to see. These mythical forbidden zones exist in the world, and they must have tremendous secrets and extraordinary meanings. However, just as Qin Feng was thinking about many things, and even wanting to try to find the authority of this mythical forbidden zone to take control of it,
boom!
The Big Dipper Heavenly Court suddenly erupted with 7 overwhelming powers, coming from 7 levels of supreme terrifying mythical formations.
Qin Feng's expression changed.
This mythical forbidden zone actually has 7 divine formations. That is 4 more than the 3 divine formations of the ancient bronze ship. The Big Dipper Heavenly Court autonomously activated the 7 formations, overwhelming power pressed toward Qin Feng. That momentum was clearly trying to expel him.
Are even emperors unqualified to control this place?
Qin Feng's eyes showed a hint of astonishment and seriousness. This Big Dipper Heavenly Court truly exceeded his expectations everywhere.
A person like him, under the instinctive judgment of the Big Dipper Heavenly Court, was actually deemed unqualified to take control? Then, what kind of powerful figure would qualify to rule? Could it be that only someone with the heavenly power equivalent to the great Emperor Tongchen, who broke through the ceiling, would be qualified? With this thought in mind, he suddenly understood why this mythical forbidden zone has always been unmastered, drifting deep in the void. Its standards are too high, aren't they? Boom!
The 7 layers of mythical formations pressed down toward Qin Feng. Each formation had its unique Tao rhythm, from which Qin Feng read 7 names: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhang, Kaiyang, and Yaguang. These 7 names seem to represent some kind of supreme great path, with indescribable mythical charm. Qin Feng's expression also grew solemn, his eyes shining with sharp brilliance.
Boom!
He directly erupted with his utmost power, with surging Tao source boiling inside, a mighty emperor's aura violently shooting out, forcefully overwhelming the entire mythical forbidden zone, causing the many majestic palaces to tremble. He stepped on the galaxy, ascended to the 9 heavens, and with a single blade, cut through the brilliant starlight, the ancient sharp brilliance bursting out, striking horizontally at the 7 divine formations.
Pang! A terrifying collision erupted, shaking out layers of astounding shockwaves.
The entire heavenly court trembled incessantly, but still exuded a magnificent and vast mythical aura, grand and indestructible, seemingly unshakable. Qin Feng forcefully broke through the obstacle of the 7 formations, charging straight toward the most central, supreme magnificent palace in the sky. Although the 7 formations of the Big Dipper Heavenly Court were astonishing, they were ultimately just instinctively activated by the will of this place, and had not revealed their most absolute power. However, when Qin Feng truly approached that supreme palace, it also forced the will of this mythical forbidden zone to further awaken and activate the 7-layer mythical array.
And
the Northern Dipper Heavenly Court set sail again, heading deeper into the realm of nothingness. That display seemed to want to drag Qin Feng into the void to bury him.
Bang! Another terrifying collision. And this time,
Qin Feng was shaken back by the 7-layer mythical array, injuries appearing on his body, with a few splashes of blood.
Although he has limitless life essence, theoretically he would not die of old age.
But he can be injured, and theoretically can be killed. However, having lived for 90,000 years, every inch and every part of his flesh has already accumulated deep, terrifying life essence. Let alone a little injury, even if he suffered continuous heavy blows, he could quickly recover and continue to unleash his full battle strength. But right now, this mythical forbidden zone was clearly getting serious. It aimed to drag him into the deepest part of the void. This made Qin Feng have to seriously consider whether to continue clashing with this mythical forbidden zone.
What if he ultimately couldn't take down this forbidden zone and instead got lost in the void?
Even though he would not die, being trapped in the dark void, wandering alone, clearly was not a good situation. Even if he could entangle the Northern Dipper Heavenly Court, he wouldn't dare guarantee he wouldn't be shaken off.
After thinking for a while,
Qin Feng finally decided to temporarily give up, temporarily retreating from this mythical forbidden zone. After all, the three life god flowers seemed to be able to locate its position.
He might not have the opportunity to return in the future.
Moreover, seeing the determination of the Northern Dipper Heavenly Court's instinctive will, it was probably difficult to forcefully take over.
In the end,
Qin Feng retreated from the Northern Dipper Heavenly Court. But just before he broke through that supreme heavenly palace, he vaguely glimpsed the shadow of something extraordinary, seemingly a jade seal with impeccable aura, possibly the authority of this mythical forbidden zone, the embodiment of its instinctive will.
Additionally,
he also saw at the deepest part of the heavenly court a place filled with an unusually rich and magnificent mythical aura, where there seemed to be some kind of exceptionally rare mythical object, giving off a certain vital energy that appeared to be some kind of extraordinary mythical plant. Qin Feng retreated and did not continue to entangle with the Northern Dipper Heavenly Court. The three life god flower, like him, was also expelled and not allowed to stay inside. Without Qin Feng facing the pressure head-on, the three life god flower naturally had no strength to hold on to the Northern Dipper Heavenly Court. But what surprised Qin Feng was the three life god flower did not come out alone, but had also brought a companion out. Qin Feng looked at the three life god flower and the small sapling that came out with it, feeling that the three life god flower was becoming more and more mysterious. That little sapling following closely behind the three life god flower was quite extraordinary. At its base were a few scattered roots, the trunk straight and tender, extending out four branches pointing clearly in different directions, with a few tender green leaf buds sprouting on top. The most unique feature was that its four branches always fixed in one direction, as if unable to turn, unlike the three life god flower which slowly rotated and floated. A type of immortal divine medicine never recorded in the world? Qin Feng looked at this small sapling and could determine that this was a type of immortal divine medicine, possessing that mythical indestructible aura. And as he deeply sensed, he ultimately confirmed the name of this immortal divine medicine.
A somewhat strange name. Eastern Peaches Tree.
Qin Feng felt that one of the branches of the small sapling indicated its core guiding direction, which was east, and since it was a peaches tree, combined it became the Eastern Peaches Tree.
According to this meaning, does it imply that there are peaches trees guiding the other three directions as well? The Northern Dipper Heavenly Court had already drifted away. The three life god flowers seemed to have no nostalgia, leading the Eastern Peaches Tree directly back to the grand universe, the home to reclaim his ancient bronze ship. As for Qin Feng, the three lives divine flower paid no attention to him at all, completely ignoring this emperor-level figure, and swiftly took the East Peach Tree back. Qin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It made him feel that the three lives divine flower did not take him seriously at all. If it weren't for him blocking the sevenfold myth array of the Beidou Heavenly Court, how would that broken flower have the chance to flirt with the young tree? However, Qin Feng also couldn't argue with an immortal divine herb that had no true intelligence. He could only return to the grand universe, as this journey had basically yielded no rewards. Although the East Peach Tree was an immortal divine herb, it was of no use to him. What he could call a reward was that he learned about the existence of the Beidou Heavenly Court, an unmatched mythical forbidden zone. It also piqued his interest in the Ziwei Divine Court, which should be renowned alongside the Beidou Heavenly Court. If the Ziwei Divine Court also had extremely high demands for its Forbidden Zone dominators, then the taboo giant currently in charge of the Ziwei Divine Court must be an extraordinarily powerful figure. In addition, Qin Feng was once again curious. Why are there so many mythical Forbidden Zones in the world? Such unparalleled mythical entities clearly cannot be created by beings of this mortal realm. According to relatively certain evidence, those mythical Forbidden Zones mostly fell from the mythical land. But the problem is, they don't seem to fall accidentally. And if not by accident, but rather intentionally placed into this mundane world, then what could be the reason for doing so? It can't be meaningless, right? The Emperor of Endus left a message on the bronze ancient ship, calling this mortal world a black box. What specific meaning does that black box represent? Qin Feng couldn't help but think for a moment. But he naturally couldn't fathom it, there were too many unclear things. In the end, he could only temporarily set it aside. Although these mythical entities are full of secrets and extraordinary, the biggest secret might very well be his longevity. He had studied himself for a long time, yet he still couldn't understand why he could remain forever uncorrupted, with a lifespan that seemed never-ending. But such super-spec long life cannot possibly be unrelated to the mythical land. At least for now, it seems. Qin Feng is alive and well, steadily growing stronger, already possessing unbeatable might. He too could only put aside his personal secrets and see how far he could grow based on his own conditions.
Qin Feng returned to the grand universe, and the 3 lives divine flower in East Peachtree had already disappeared without a trace. In his perception, those two had returned to the ancient bronze ship. He found it somewhat puzzling. The East Peachtree clearly had a far superior choice in the Beidou Heavenly Court, yet it chose to come to his bronze ship. What kind of consideration was that? Or was it simply fooled by the 3 lives divine flower? Qin Feng pondered some trivial matters. Suddenly, he sensed a certain aura, though extremely faint. It carried a sharpness, subtly containing an indistinguishable essence of truth and illusion. With such a feeling, Qin Feng immediately thought of something. He followed the aura to trace its source. Indeed, he finally saw 2 broken pieces of a blade on a ruined planet. Suzhen Dao. Qin Feng recognized it at a glance as the supreme imperial weapon of the former Suzhen emperor. As its master comprehended the monumental path, it eventually ascended to a very high level, belonging to a truly formidable imperial weapon. However, the late-life battle of the Suzhen emperor was truly terrifying. This Suzhen Dao was ultimately broken into 2 large segments, along with dozens of scattered fragments lost in deep space, hard to trace. Now, although the 2 pieces of Suzhen Dao that Qin Feng saw emanated a sharp aura, they still held the demeanor of a supreme imperial weapon that could swallow the universe and look down upon the world. But their actual power had already significantly weakened, and the spirit within had fallen silent, leaving only a faint wave of spiritual thought. Even the lineage of the Suzhen emperor would probably be unable to summon the Suzhen Dao to receive a response. Qin Feng looked at the 2 segments of the virtual true sword. After pondering for a moment, finally, he made a move to join them together, simply organizing them with his own sword intent. Although it would inevitably leave some traces of his own sword techniques, it actually didn't matter. His current identity was likely to reveal itself to the world in the future. Boom! He reached out to draw the power of stars from all directions, using his imperial might to effortlessly create an immense starry formation, gathering the true fire of the stars to refine the virtual true sword. After making such an arrangement, he left. In a couple of thousand years, the virtual true sword would almost regain its basic imperial weapon power. But that's all, it would be quite difficult to return to its former peak. Qin Feng was also too lazy to put in too much thought. Doing these things was just a casual effort, without much significance. Perhaps he felt it would be a pity to bury such an imperial weapon if there was still hope for it. 2,000 years later, the virtual true sword naturally returned to the virtual true sect, shocking and delighting the descendants of the former virtual true emperor's lineage. With the return of the imperial weapon, they possessed a profound heritage of taboo. They could truly be called the world's supreme immortal lineage. In addition, the unrivaled beings unique to the end of the Law era finally grew stronger. However, this type of unique unrivaled being has always been tormented by a curse from the divine tomb since ancient times. Qin Feng was also curious about this curse. And he was surprised to discover, in subsequent interactions, that this curse felt somewhat inexplicably related to him. Chapter 33, Divine Body and Holy Body. Li Yan possessed the Taichu Divine Body, a unique physique that would only emerge in the end of the Law era. Hundreds of years ago, he had already crossed the final heavenly tribulation, his divine body fully developed, with immense power surging and a terrifying aura overwhelming the universe, shaking the stars. The might of his perfected divine body could rival an emperor. This is the terrifying aspect of the Taichu divine body type. Naturally equipped with a supreme body source. As long as he steadily cultivated and refined this supreme divine source to the utmost, he would gain an unrivaled power unique to the end of the Law era. In this end of the Law era, although no one could successfully prove the Tao, there were those who could enter the ranks of the unrivaled without proving the Tao. The heavenly tribulation that Li Yan ultimately faced was not a barrier or test from the supreme heavens, but a form of assistance. The heavenly tribulation helped him break the remaining shackles, allowing him to completely release and elevate the divine body source. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation itself was formed from the supreme primordial essence gathered from the universe. When the tribulation ended, the remaining supreme primordial essence could help the perfected divine body recover injuries and rapidly reach its peak. The final heavenly tribulation of the Taichu divine body did not possess much danger. This is very different from the nature of the tribulation faced by Tao-proving emperors. Furthermore, the Taichu divine body must have already entered the forbidden realm before crossing the final heavenly tribulation, so the power of that tribulation could not threaten its life. Even if there were forbidden beings trying to stop its divine body from fully developing, it wouldn't be easy. In addition to the Taichu divine body, there was another type of unrivaled physique unique to the end of the Law era, similar to the Taichu divine body, possessing a unique body source, also able to achieve unrivaled strength without proving the Tao. This physique is called the End of Law Holy Body, or the Human Race Holy Body. Because the End of Law Holy Body only appears among humans, while the Taichu divine body can potentially appear in any race. It's a pity, the Taichu divine body and the En-of-La holy body are cursed, exiled by the Orthodox era, rejected as unrivaled beings. At this moment, Li Yan stood in the starry sky, his divine body towering, an overwhelming aura naturally radiating from him, holding an unmatched, terrifying power that made the surrounding stars tremble and the void crack. His expression was cold, and his deep eyes were gazing towards a certain direction, revealing an astonishing and overwhelming killing intent. He harbored hatred in his heart. He felt dissatisfaction, recalling the tragic fates of the great divine bodies and great sacred bodies throughout history. It filled him with an overwhelming anger that had built up over countless ages. Yet, this anger could not be released. Thus, it left him with a deep sense of helplessness and despair. In the past, many great divine bodies and great sacred bodies had fought recklessly. They charged into that cursed land, hoping to break the source of the curse, so that future divine bodies and sacred bodies would no longer be tormented and controlled by it. But the outcome was even more tragic and sorrowful. In that place of cursed origin, their inherent powers became uncontrollable, their unmatched combat strength collapsed, and in the end, they could only become one of its graves. Even later, some reigning emperors sympathized with the divine bodies and sacred bodies and had attempted to enter. Yet, they could not find the source of the curse either and could not eradicate this mythical curse. That place of cursed origin was none other than the divine tomb. It was located beyond the great universe, mysterious and unique, even more so than the abyss of demons. According to those immortal beings in the divine tomb, it was a promised land given by the supreme deity to the invincible beings of the mortal realm, a place for eternal life, where one could achieve immortality and exist forever, the final resting place for all invincible beings. The primordial divine body and the end-time sacred body. These invincible qualities unique to the end-time era were all cursed by the divine tomb. As time passed, or as they grew stronger, they naturally began to bear greater karma. This curse would also grow stronger, ultimately consuming them. Thus, they could not even seal themselves within the source of the gods, they would still be gradually eroded by the curse. Unless they could rely on the divine transformations of the mythical forbidden zones to suppress themselves, which could delay the curse's erosion to some extent. But it would only delay for a certain amount of time, unable to halt the progress of the curse. Therefore, very few mythical forbidden zones would be willing to accept great divine bodies or great sacred bodies. Besides, typically, great divine bodies or great sacred bodies were slightly weaker than true emperors. Accepting a divine body or a sacred body was not as good as casually accepting a taboo supreme wandering in the deep space. What exactly is the source of this curse? Will there really be no end to it? Li Yan sighed with dissatisfaction and stretched out a finger. As he temporarily retracted the supreme divine body's essential energy from his finger, some faint red mold spots suddenly appeared on it, exuding a strange aura. Li Yan gradually felt that he could not fully control this finger, as some of its functions were inexplicably stripped away. When he brushed it again with the essence of the great divine body, he temporarily suppressed this curse. But this curse would grow stronger with the passage of time, until he could no longer suppress it. Ultimately, he would lose all the powers of his body and become one of the undead in the divine tomb. Li Yan could not block the spreading penetration of the curse's power. Nor did he understand how this curse was formed. With his invincible might, he could only sense that the source of the curse came from the divine tomb. This curse had entangled and tormented the divine bodies and sacred bodies for a long time. Yet they could do nothing about it, without a single way to overcome it. They could only let it control them, gradually being eroded and manipulated. Thus, Li Yan felt both hatred and anger, even more helpless. This accumulated, sedimented enmity and hatred had lasted for countless ages, this ancient heavy karma. When would they finally see a reckoning? When would the primordial divine body and the human sacred body lineage finally be freed? Thus, Li Yan believed that people like them, tortured by the curse, were not only exiled by the Orthodox age but also despised by the world. Although their body type could actually be inherited. No matter how defiant the descendants are, it is almost impossible to surpass them, they will eventually fall back to being mortal. Only the divine bodies and holy bodies born naturally in the vast universe are perfect and flawless, capable of achieving that incomparable combat power. Moreover, it is only in the En-of-La era that it is possible for the world to give birth to the primordial divine body or the En-of-La holy body, but it cannot be inherited to other eras, it can only be unique to this era. So, in this life, what should I do? Li Yan contemplated how to use this unmatched power unique to the En-of-La era, how to present this unique brilliance and glory. Those previously perfected divine bodies or holy bodies either simply guarded the mundane world for 10,000 years to prevent taboos from emerging and disturbing the world, or charged into the mythical forbidden zone with their utmost peak power, trying to eliminate one of the taboo beings, or find the hidden taboo supreme in the depths of the universe and kill it. There are also quite a few perfected divine bodies or holy bodies that would take the route through the mythical forbidden zone to forcefully breach its mythical dead end. Aside from these, there are some who simply dive deep into the realm of emptiness, using it to block the curse of the divine tomb. This effect is actually very good.
But once the curse is completely isolated, one will also be completely lost in the realm of emptiness, unable to return to the vast universe, and the outcome is unknown. Chapter 34, The Revealer of the End-of-Law Era. Perhaps I can try to conquer a mythical forbidden zone. Li Yan's eyes flashed with an intense sharpness. He had a certain grand ambition. He wanted to lead a whole group of invincible beings in the End-of-Law Era to accomplish a great deed. In the previous End-of-Law eras, there had actually been similar prolonged wars. Generations of invincible beings in the End-of-Law Era took turns attacking the same mythical forbidden zone, consuming the power within that zone. And because they were targeted by perfected divine bodies and perfected holy bodies, that forbidden zone found it difficult to replenish its strength. No taboo being would be willing to settle there during such a time, risking being eliminated by perfected divine bodies or perfected holy bodies. Such a prolonged war theoretically could conquer this mythical forbidden zone in the later period of the End-of-Law Era, turning it into the taboo base of divine bodies and holy bodies. But unfortunately, throughout history, those invincible beings in the End-of-Law Era have never successfully conquered any mythical forbidden zone. Yet, it cannot be said that their efforts and sacrifices were meaningless. At the very least, they did weaken the taboo powers in the world. And not all perfected divine bodies or perfected holy bodies were willing to take turns to attack the forbidden zone. They also had their own ideas and decisions, and things they wanted to do. The Eternal Ladder, the Yellow Spring River, and the Bronze Ancient Ship should be the three weakest mythical forbidden zones at present. Li Yan thought deeply, making a crucial decision. As the first invincible being of this End-of-Law Era, which mythical forbidden zone he chose as a target for attack could potentially affect the entire End-of-Law Era. Because the subsequent invincible beings were very likely to follow his footsteps and attack the same forbidden zone. In his mind, the one he most wanted to strike was the Yellow Spring River. This mythical forbidden zone had been sunk before and was only revived over 400,000 years ago. At that time, the rulers of the Yellow Spring River united a group of taboo supremes wandering in the vast universe, jointly launching a grand and tragic catastrophic disaster. The beings of the universe were subjected to a massive cleansing. Although some wayward beings broke free from the divine source to fight the calamity for the world. But without a current emperor pressing down the world, no one could withstand such a catastrophic disaster. Many former imperial doctrines perished during the Great Calamity. Although there were still some taboo supremes that died during the catastrophic disaster. It could no longer save anything from this great disaster. Thus, the Yellow Spring River regained its terrifying deterrence and foundation that belonged to the mythical Forbidden Zone. This mythical Forbidden Zone, in ancient times, represented evil and bloodshed. After that disaster and calamity, the Eternal Emperor Yongjing attained the path, settling scores for the world, violently entering the Yellow Springs River dozens of times, fighting fiercely until the heavens turned upside down, and suppressing several evil supreme beings, allowing future generations to feel that glimmer of righteous light again. However, Emperor Yongjing was a short-lived emperor, exhausting all peak imperial might in just over 10,000 years, ultimately dying tragically in a late-life battle. Yet, the Yellow Springs River still exists today, standing strong and unyielding. But in truth, the Yellow Springs River is not the only place with such bloody crimes. Those mythical forbidden zones that still exist today are not clean. Instigating disasters with the backing of a mythical forbidden zone is incredibly terrifying. Almost no contemporary emperor can withstand it. Previously, the respectful spirit from the Yellow Springs River also emerged from there. But his imperial source has decayed, and he was targeted by the primordial emperor, unable to replenish his source to maintain an unbeatable competitiveness, naturally becoming a useless supreme, ultimately abandoned by the Yellow Springs River. Li Yan's true intention was to attack the Yellow Springs River. But if analyzed rationally, the Bronze Ancient Ship should be the current weakest mythical forbidden zone, the most likely to be conquered. Even though that bronze ship's master seems extraordinary, an unfathomable taboo giant. But he is ultimately just one person. As a taboo being, his power is limited. Once expended, it is hard to replenish. Even if Li Yan alone cannot defeat the Bronze Ancient Ship, he can still greatly exhaust the master's foundation and strength. Later invincible beings will eventually have a day to wear him down. Moreover, taboo beings must sleep, they cannot remain awake forever. So wanting to stop the divine or holy bodies of the world from undergoing tribulation and achieving greatness will also be difficult, as they cannot keep a constant watch. Even if they occasionally keep an eye, it is a huge consumption, accelerating their doom. Furthermore, even if truly threatened by taboo beings, their divine bodies and holy bodies are not without means of self-preservation, they can hide or resist fiercely, always finding ways to cope. However, Li Yan at this moment also cannot guarantee if the Bronze Ancient Ship still has only its master. It may have already persuaded some taboo supreme beings to join. The specific situation still needs to be explored. 3,000 years later, Li Yan has yet to locate the Bronze Ancient Ship. Instead, he first discovered the Yellow Springs River. He pondered for a moment, but ultimately unleashed the full might of his divine body, preparing to ascend to the Yellow Springs River. Boom!
Li Yan's divine body displayed immense might, surging and overwhelming, crossing the universe alone, shattering the void, shaking endless stars, his divine power towering, as if he wanted to upend the starry sky. His divine might was unmatched, forcefully ascending above the Yellow Springs River. Such commotion naturally shook the universe, startling the world. Qin Feng was also startled, giving it some attention. He also knew the history of the primordial divine body and the final law holy body.
It seems that since ancient times, the divine bodies and holy bodies have always had an unspoken dream, wanting to control a mythical forbidden zone,
using it as a base camp to resist the curse of the God Tomb. They even want to accumulate strength to counterattack the God Tomb, to break the curse, and to have a grand reckoning throughout the ages.
However, ultimately, it is just a dream. Even contemporary emperors cannot do anything about the God Tomb, let alone divine and holy bodies?
The great divine body and great holy body are indeed powerful, called invincible. But even if they vaporize their own physical source and realize their ultimate combat power, they can at most match an emperor in a normal state. However, it's not that there are no super-specification great divine bodies or great holy bodies.
Occasionally there are indeed a few that can truly rival contemporary emperors. Why does looking at that great divine body always bring an indescribable feeling?
Qin Feng gazed at Li Yan, this great divine body.
He always produced some peculiar, an unclear feeling, as if he had some sort of causal connection with the great success divine body that he couldn't untangle.
And it was one-sided, the other party shouldn't have similar feelings toward him. This made him extremely puzzled. With his current imperial power, he still couldn't resolve this matter, and it likely had to reach the mythological level.
He truly couldn't understand. Why would he, in good health, have some kind of mythological causal connection with the great success divine body?
He didn't comprehend, and could only see if the future years could provide clarity. Li Yan had already unleashed a terrifying divine might in the Yellow Springs River, equivalent to that of an emperor, seemingly ready to attack this mythological forbidden zone.
Attack the Yellow Springs River? Isn't my bronze ancient ship the easier target to conquer?
Qin Feng thought calmly. He had actually done a detailed analysis and planning regarding the current situation of the bronze ancient ship as a mythological forbidden zone.
Firstly, he didn't want to extinguish the mythological light of the bronze ancient ship and let it fall into silence, because this forbidden zone was of immense help to his upcoming cultivation. But in that case,
the bronze ancient ship would undoubtedly fail to remain hidden, hanging high at the pinnacle of mythology, becoming a target for conquest. But Qin Feng believed,
currently, no other mythological forbidden zones or forbidden beings would want to become enemies with him.
They were all decayed beings living in secret, without grievances among themselves. It would not come to the point of risking a counterattack to assault his bronze ancient ship.
At least as long as he didn't show any signs of weakness, those forbidden beings would not easily target him. The most likely to have direct thoughts about the bronze ancient ship were the invincible beings of the current age. However, Qin Feng was not afraid of the invincible beings of the current age.
The so-called mythological forbidden zones were one of the burial grounds for the invincible beings of this era. He truly wouldn't mind burying a few of the invincible beings here. In his plans, he intended to maintain the identity of the bronze shipmaster as one that avoids conflict with the world, while also projecting an image of a powerful, nearly invincible supreme forbidden giant. He believed he could achieve this degree, thus forming an unparalleled deterrence over a relatively long period,
preventing the invincible beings of this age from easily provoking him. Additionally,
he would not unleash disasters upon the world, maintaining neutrality for a long time.
As a non-evil forbidden giant, the invincible beings of the current age would naturally not target him excessively, even ignoring him. In this way, he could maximally avoid causality and grievances, remaining transcendent in the world, everlasting, and immortal. He could also use the bronze ancient ship for stable cultivation. However,
this did not mean that Qin Feng would not stir up trouble. He had some things he wanted to do.
In about 100,000 years,
once he completely mastered his supreme Tao source, he could freely change identities and wander the starry sky.
By then, even if he wanted to do something, the causality involved would not implicate the bronze ancient ship. Boom!
The Yellow Springs River erupted with a vast and terrifying violent wave, sweeping through the starry sky, shaking the universe. Within this mythological forbidden zone,
Li Yan had already forced all three layers of the mythological formation of the Yellow Springs River to erupt with supreme divine might.
Each layer of the mythological formation posed a strong threat to him, making him feel faintly suffocated, a power terrifying enough to bury the great emperors of the current age.
However, if Li Yan were to withstand everything and attack at all costs,
he should be able to force a true form of a forbidden being to descend and regain its realm to battle with him bloodily. But if he were to truly launch such a decisive battle,
his identity as a hunter could perhaps turn into that of prey.
If he hardens against the 3 layers of the mythological formation, the situation would undoubtedly be critical, and he could very likely be surrounded and killed. Even at that point, escaping would be difficult for him. Thus, in such a decisive battle, the best outcome would be that he successfully takes down a Forbidden Supreme, only to bury himself here and become food for other Forbidden Supremes. The worst result is that he failed to replace his opponent, instead becoming nourishment for the Forbidden Zone. So, once the final battle unfolds in this mythical Forbidden Zone, there is rarely any way to retreat, it must be fought to the death. If a great emperor of the world did this, perhaps he could still break out in the end. But for an ordinary and unremarkable complete divine body to do this, it would be quite difficult, risking everything and burning in the flames. So, Li Yan ultimately withdrew from the Yellow Springs Heavenly River. He did not directly engage in a decisive battle here. His original goal was not the Yellow Springs Heavenly River, but the Bronze Ancient Ship. Thus, 4,000 years passed. Li Yan has reached the peak of his power in this life. But at the same time, he has also reached the end of his life. As a complete divine body, he is despised by the world. Even the immortal elixir would not look kindly upon him. Since ancient times, few complete divine bodies or complete holy bodies have captured the immortal elixir, most have perished in a single lifetime. Li Yan is no exception. At least so far, he has not seen the shadow of the immortal elixir. Continuing to age like this, he will soon be unable to suppress the curse power from the divine tomb. But he has already prepared for what he must do. He must take advantage of the last peak power to attack the Bronze Ancient Ship, consuming the power of the forbidden beings within. At this moment, Li Yan does not know if other forbidden beings have already settled in the Bronze Ancient Ship. But even if there are, they should not be many. The Bronze Ancient Ship will still be the easiest mythical forbidden zone to conquer. In the end, Li Yan erupted with unmatched divinity, his aura surging like the tides, terrifying enough to collapse the cosmic starry sky. He locked onto the Bronze Ancient Ship he had long pursued and charged directly toward it. Furthermore, he was fully prepared to fight to the death on the Bronze Ancient Ship. In doing so, even if he gives no commands to the later generations, in a certain sense, this already counts as a declaration of war, marking the beginning of a long battle. However, Li Yan was merely acting according to his own judgment, doing what he believed was right. He was unleashing the effect of his invincible fighting power as it should be. He could not foresee how the future would unfold. After him, the Supreme Heavenly Heart may shine again, returning to the glorious age of proof, possibly even giving rise to an emperor. What that emperor will do, he could not predict. The complete divine bodies or holy bodies of the later age of decline will all be invincible, each possessing their own will and thoughts, possibly leading to other choices. Ultimately, what direction the age of decline will head towards, including the mythological upheaval accompanying the age of decline, no one can predict. As the herald of the age of decline, Li Yan will burn out everything today, dedicating his power to the future of the divine body and holy body lineage. What will happen in the future, he cannot witness. So likewise, he will also have no opportunity to know. In the not-so-distant future, through generations of divine and holy bodies, a mythical forbidden zone will indeed be sunk, but not the Bronze Ancient Ship. Chapter 35, The Defeat of the Divine Body. Boom! The starry sky shook thunderously, as a complete divine body unleashed the strongest power of this world, making him like an everlasting bright sun, brilliant and unmatched, scorching enough to twist the void and melt countless laws. Li Yan, possessing an unworldly might that seemed to push across ancient and modern times, instantly broke through the starry sky, crushing everything, and crashed into the Bronze Ancient Ship. The 3 layers of mythical formations of the Bronze Ancient Ship instantly exploded with power, beams of divine light and waves of divine mist soared up, pouring down terrifying and boundless mythical aura. That kind of mythical might overshadowed the great universe, shaking all regions, leaving the world in shock. As Li Yan crashed into the Bronze Ancient Ship, he was already wounded by the fiercely activated 3 layers of mythical formations, his divine blood splattering onto the bronze ship body. Since the awakening of the mythical forbidden zone of the Bronze Ancient Ship, it has bled for the first time. As soon as Li Yan stepped onto the Bronze Ancient Ship, a fierce battle intent and killing aura erupted, like jade and stone burning together. He did not follow the usual custom of greeting imperial-level figures first. From the very start, it was a complete, total, decisive battle. So you have really come. Xin Feng's expression was indifferent, his eyes showing coldness. He stood up and took a step forward, carrying vast purple energy, mythic radiance pouring down, majestic and supreme, as if he had emerged from the mythic era, exuding a peerless aura. Boom! He directly struck out with a palm, swift and unmatched, overwhelming purple energy pressing down, shattering the void, the aura of slaughter piercing through everything, possessing a force that could strike through the ages with might and invincibility. The divine power that erupted in that instant shook the bronze ancient ship, sending terrifying energy rippling into the vast universe, sweeping across the starry regions, completely equivalent to the strike of a powerful emperor, leaving the world trembling and shocked. Even Li Yan, who was in the strongest state of the completed divine body, could not help but change his expression. This battle erupted with incredible ferocity and speed. There was no foreplay, it was a decisive battle launched by the invincible ones of this age against the mythical forbidden zone of the bronze ancient ship. This was a battle without any grievances between them. But many times, battles between invincible ones don't need grievances. As long as someone stands in the way of the path one has chosen, even if the opponent has been there long ago, there is enough reason to fight. Li Yan, as a completed divine body, naturally bore a mission. He must strive to break the curse of the divine tune for the Tai Chi divine body in the lineage of the human saints, to inherit the will of his predecessors, and to fight for a feasible way out. Even if the divine bodies and holy bodies of ancient times had failed. Even if they were banished by the Orthodox era, despised by the world, and without extra support. But remembering that heavy and tragic history, they could not give up. Boom! An incredibly terrifying wave of imperial collision emerged from the bronze ancient ship, creating waves of fluctuations in the vast starry sky, carrying an awe-inspiring mythic energy. At this moment, the world finally realized. This was a decisive battle launched by the current completed divine body against the mythical forbidden zone. People were astonished and terrified, also shaken by the strength of the completed divine body. Throughout history, not every great emperor would dare to challenge the mythical forbidden zones. Every mythical forbidden zone has a terrifying record of burying great emperors of its time. Launching a campaign against a forbidden zone is not something to take lightly. On the bronze ancient ship. Rumbling. Li Yan's grand fist, unmatched in divine might, squeezed so hard that the heavens and the earth were about to shatter. This was a true imperial power, capable of bloodily combating any invincible beings throughout history. However, bang! A frightfully overwhelming impact erupted. In the end, Li Yan was still pushed back by Qin Feng's unrivaled palm, the shattering purple energy instantly leaving over a dozen wounds on his divine body, blood splattering and falling through the long sky. But Qin Feng also experienced an extremely forceful impact, his overwhelming might momentarily faltering, making it difficult for him to continue attacking immediately. Even though he had unleashed all his combat power without any reservations, making him no different from the great emperor in his prime. But the completed divine body was indeed in existence among the invincibles, able to stand against the ceiling of the forbidden domain, possessing the terrifying might to match any invincible being. Crushing an existence of the same level is not that easy. Rumbling. 3 layers of mythic formations poured down endless divine light and colors, spreading a mythic power that could crush the mortal world. Even a great emperor, if forced to withstand these 3 layers of mythic formations, would inevitably face a danger of falling. But the completed divine body was prepared in advance. He continuously threw out chunks of starry sky fragments, which were the result of immense effort and time, refined from many energy-rich stars. Each fragment of the starry sky contains no less than hundreds of stars, capable of erupting with overwhelming forbidden power all at once. This is what he had prepared for today's battle. These starry fragments can greatly help Li Yan resist the mythic formation of the bronze ancient ship, allowing him to keep fighting head-on against the bronze ship's master. The battle continues. Layers of astonishing supreme battle waves pulse out, terrifying and unmatched, filling the universe with repeated tremors, leaving people in fear and dread. Will the great success divine body win? Some feel the terrifying waves of battle and tremble as they speak. The people naturally prefer to stand by the great success divine body. Even though the mythic forbidden zone is incredibly terrifying and hard to conquer, they still secretly wish for the great success divine body to succeed. But just as he finished asking this question, the waves coming from the bronze ancient ship instantly diminished greatly. As if the battle had reached its end, and there was already a result. But right after, there were again 2 extremely terrifying collisions that shook the starry sky, although still not as fierce as at first. Then, not long after, all sounds quickly settled down. That battle seemed to have completely ended. In the universe, only a few remnants of terrifying energy remained, but they soon faded away. Seeing this situation, many people have actually guessed the outcome. The great success divine body has fallen. The divine light of the bronze ancient ship still shines brightly, illuminating the deep void of the universe, and does not retreat quickly. It is obvious. Such an invincible being that could rival an emperor has perished within the bronze ancient ship. This is also the first time since the revival of the bronze ancient ship that it has faced the attack of an invincible being of this era, and the first time it has buried an invincible being of this era. For the vast living beings of the world, they do not understand the true situation of the bronze ancient ship, they cannot recognize who the forbidden figure facing the great success divine body is, nor do they know how many forbidden figures are in this forbidden zone. They only feel that the bronze ancient ship truly deserves its reputation as a mythic forbidden zone, with terrifying foundations that do not fear the invincible beings of this era.
Also, the great success divine body is indeed rejected by the world. Their fall does not have the many heavenly signs and wailing of myriad paths like that of the Emperor's proof, no cosmic mourning, and no creature's mourning for them. When they die, it's just death. It seems as if no one cares. At this time, on the bronze ancient ship, Qin looked at the already slain, lifeless body of the great success divine body lying on the ground. He felt little turmoil in his heart. He understands the sad situation of the great success divine body and the lineage of the holy body, and he can empathize with their struggles and ideals. But it's not something he should concern himself with. There is a saying in the secular world. When poor, one should keep to oneself, when wealthy, one should care for the world. But facing this world that has accumulated ancient darkness for ages, even the current emperors cannot be called wealthy. No one cares about the issues of the divine body and the holy body. If Qin can be like most emperors, occasionally helping out the beings of the universe, it would be good. Who else can help the invincible beings of the same level? Unless he has become powerful enough to turn the world upside down, sinking the mythic forbidden zones in one blow, to settle all disasters of ancient and modern times, then perhaps he could be called wealthy enough to rival myth, free to do as he wishes. Chapter 36. Before becoming an emperor, think of longevity. A great battle has come to an end. The bronze ancient ship quickly fell silent again, sailing through the deep space, silently intimidating the world, myths immortal, standing unwavering. This battle naturally also alarmed some forbidden beings. They can sense the forbidden might of the bronze ship's master, rivaling that of an emperor, demonstrating its profound heritage. However, now is the end of the law era, and the supreme heavenly heart is sealed. They still cannot determine the true state of the bronze ship's master from the response of the supreme heavenly heart. There remains an unknown. Just from this battle, they also dare not fully ascertain the depth of the bronze ship's master. Indeed, it is a very powerful taboo giant. But they only casually paid attention. They are all taboo beings surviving in the world. No one would genuinely care about the affairs of non-enemies. At this moment, inside the bronze ancient ship, the remnants of the great accomplishment divine body suddenly appeared covered in bright red mold spots, quickly enveloping its entire form. What's even stranger is that as the mold spread deeper, it gradually formed a seamless layer of bright red moldy skin, and the remnants began to quiver slightly, even faintly exuding a peculiar life force. The curse of the great accomplishment divine body, is it going to become an undead being? Qin looked indifferently at the changes in the remnants of the great accomplishment divine body, carefully sensing the transformations. The curse of the primordial divine body and the end of Dharma sacred body. Simply put, they will ultimately evolve into undead beings unique to the god's tomb. This process, they cannot stop it, cannot resist it, it is bound to happen. The only way to prevent it is to self-destruct their bodies in advance. But this fierce battle continued until the end. Under Qin deliberate control, the great accomplishment divine body ultimately failed to self-destruct. It seems it's not the great accomplishment divine body that has a connection to me, but rather this curse has an unknown association with me. Qin felt a hint of confusion, sensing a strange response from the cursed transformation of the great accomplishment divine body. But exactly what it was, he could not clarify at the moment. He could only clearly recognize that this response also pointed to the god's tomb. After all, that is the root of the great accomplishment divine body's curse. Moreover, he could distinguish that this response was one-sided, and somewhat contradictory. The curse should have nothing to do with him. Yet it seemed he could connect with that curse somehow. That curse would not affect him at all. His longevity has always absolutely sealed fate and heavenly secrets, untouched by any mundane affairs or even mythical karma. But if he wanted, it seemed he could actively form some inexplicable connection with this curse. However, how to form that connection was unclear to him. And even if he could, he was reluctant to establish any connection. Regarding the situation of the curse of the great accomplishment divine body, Qin only sorted these matters out at present. If he wanted to understand more clearly what the situation was, he probably needed to find an opportunity to visit the god's tomb for answers. Bang! Qin slapped out with a palm, and with overwhelming and intense power, he directly shattered the remnants of the great accomplishment divine body, further grinding them into dust, and finally melted them into pure essence with supreme Tao fire. He did not allow the remnants of the great accomplishment divine body to ultimately evolve into undead beings. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Once dead, let them be thoroughly buried, leaving a trace of dignity and decency for the unbeatable being. At the same time, on the other side, outside the vast universe, inside the god's tomb, there were living beings that sensed the process of the great accomplishment divine body evolving into an undead being. The new eternal life bearer was destroyed. A plain voice echoed in the god's tomb, sensing that the remnants of the great accomplishment divine body had indeed been destroyed, not fully becoming an undead being. Normal. Another equally plain voice responded, without any emotional fluctuation.
They knew the great accomplishment divine body had died in the bronze ancient ship, and would certainly be buried by the taboo beings there.
A magnificent zone of myth, standing tall at the peak of myth, would naturally not send them a new undead being out of concern for the god's tomb.
But now it is just the beginning of the end of Dharma era. They still have plenty of opportunities to capture the great accomplishment divine body and the great accomplishment sacred body. It was not yet their time to exert strength.
Time passed.
Qin Feng was 100,000 and 20,000 years old. He had completely attained 10 parts of flawless Tao cultivation.
But the 10th part of flawless Tao cultivation offered him relatively little improvement.
It can only be said to have filled some gaps he had at the pinnacle of invincibility, providing a slight enhancement.
In addition to that,
his Tao source has become even more abundant and thicker. When he unleashed his full power in battle, he felt more at ease. But continuing to stack and accumulate his cultivation was still too hard for him to break through the ceiling. So, Qin Feng relied on his current emperor's power to explore and try out new theories, and he initially confirmed 2 more paths to continue advancing and boosting his strength.
He named these 2 new paths Divine Embryo Transformation and Divine Soul Leap. Starting from the aspect of the physical body,
Qin Feng could effortlessly create many supreme methods regarding body cultivation, and his research and understanding of the physical body were incredibly profound and numerous. He had already outlined a feasible method for body cultivation. He planned to use the supreme divine transformation from the bronze ancient ship to nurture the divine embryo, gradually enhancing his physical level.
Currently,
he had already begun the first transformation of the divine embryo. And it was progressing quite smoothly. He could feel his body steadily and slowly improving. This was the path Qin Feng had explored based on his own conditions and advantages.
With endless time for cultivation.
Using the divine transformations in the forbidden zone, over a long time, he slowly nurtured and pushed his body to surpass its limits, breaking through its shackles. As for the corresponding methods for the physical body, they were not difficult at all. On this path of breaking physical limits,
the methods for the physical body were actually the simplest. The challenge lay in having eternal life and a mythical forbidden zone. For Qin Feng,
being able to perfectly utilize his advantages and conditions was enough. However, Qin Feng also faced difficulties. With the help of the mythical forbidden zone, the first transformation of the divine embryo was already on the way, slowly advancing and improving, always gradually breaking through its shackles, surpassing its original level. But the divine soul leap was quite challenging. Qin Feng wanted to perform the first leap of the divine soul. According to the theories he explored, he intended to wash and baptize his soul with the grand mythological spirit that crushes the mundane world. At the same time, he wanted to transform his way of life into an endless sea of sword energy, assisting in sharpening his soul, and this could simultaneously deepen his comprehension of new paths and enhance his cultivation. Thus, repeatedly performing the baptism and tempering of the soul, it would slowly elevate the power of his soul, and there would come a day when it could completely raise its level. However, the practical difficulty was too great. The soul was not as easily manipulated as the physical body. So, the first leap of the divine soul made extremely slow progress, with thousands of years of cultivation still nearly treading water. Meanwhile, the first transformation of the divine embryo had a clear sense of improvement. And it did not require consuming much of his energy and mind. Just sitting within the supreme divine soil of the forbidden zone, the method could slowly operate itself, and all he needed was to endure time. 4,000 years passed. The warming of the end of law period came to an end. The supreme heart of heaven reflected on itself, briefly revived, the cosmic fortunes turned back, and the age of proving the Tao was restarted. This was the fleeting brilliance on the eve of the end of law. If anyone could cultivate to the peak of the world during this time, they would be allowed to prove the Tao, able to leap to become an emperor just like in the Orthodox era. At this time, a young man was already walking the path to invincibility. He was once a fish, a swordfish, who accidentally awakened his intellect, and then began his path of cultivation, ultimately taking shape. Though young, he already possessed grand ambitions. He knew his talent was extraordinary, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would certainly reach the step of proving the Tao. He initially wanted to walk the ultimate path of transformation into a dragon. But soon after, he temporarily gave up this path. He abandoned it not out of doubt but because it was temporarily impossible to pursue. Because he was aware there is darkness in this world, and perhaps lurking some evil dragons. If he transformed into a dragon, during the final step of proving the Tao and overcoming tribulation, he might encounter calamity, potentially provoking evil dragons to prey on young dragons. In that case, it would be extremely difficult for him to cross the last step. So, he chose to first cultivate the sword path, to become invincible through the sword. But his choice was not because he lacked determination, nor was it due to a lack of confidence to overcome everything. On the contrary, he might be too confident. He even thought about himself becoming an emperor of swordsmanship, then transforming into a true dragon to live another life, reaching a height that most emperors throughout history could not achieve. While others were still thinking about becoming emperors, he was already thinking about the eternal path after becoming an emperor. Moreover, this choice indeed could greatly avoid the risks of proving the Tao. It was the right choice. Chapter 37 Sword Dragon Emperor. Dongqing. This was the name the young man transformed from a swordfish had given himself. This name already contained his ambition. There are ancient myths and legends in the world. The azure dragon rises from the east, conveying the true dragon path to the world, allowing all beings to comprehend the true dragon's method, and even transform their mortal bodies into true dragons, transcending the mortal world. Dongqing had the ambition to transform into a dragon, but he temporarily set it aside and focused entirely on practicing swordsmanship. His true form was a swordfish, naturally inherited a kind of sword path luck, and he had a unique talent for swordsmanship cultivation. In just a few hundred years, he had already roamed through the many regions of the universe, defeating all his peers with just one sword. That kind of unmatched sword edge had already shown an unstoppable demeanor, ready to push through the current era and establish a new era. In just over 100 years, Dongqing would reach the absolute peak of the world, ready to attempt proving the Tao, striving for the path of invincibility, laughing through the ages. But he still had a bit more caution. He did not rush to prove the Tao, but instead, he settled down more and prepared more, planning to take the final leap only after everything was truly secured. After all, the world was still too dark and dirty, with many taboo monsters lurking in the shadows of the universe. No one could predict if some shadow would suddenly emerge to devour people, and it could even be a powerful emperor who might be devoured. Although he knew that there might be a rare supreme being of an unusual path in the current world, possibly protecting the Tao for the world. But the supreme being of an unusual path generally would not protect those proving the Tao. The main reason was that this world truly was not lacking in those proving the Tao, and once one failed, quickly or slowly, someone else could take their place in a decade or 2,000 years. In a prosperous era, there would always be someone who can successfully prove the Tao. Moreover, even if there were taboo creatures trying to interfere, they couldn't keep attacking, as that would deplete their already small remaining power. Thus, under normal circumstances, not many taboo creatures would strike to interfere with the Tao. Similarly, protecting those proving the Tao also had little real significance. When Dongqing was just over 1,000 years old, he had settled enough and prepared sufficiently, officially beginning his tribulation to prove the Tao. The emperor's tribulation descended, the sea of thunder was nearly boundless, covering the starry sky, terrifyingly extraordinary, countless thunderbolts shone and leaped, illuminating the deep space and exuding an atmosphere of world destruction. Dongqing rose against the universe, his aura sharp to the peak, sword energy surged, raging through the sea of thunder, as if the thunder itself had transformed into sword light, wanting to evolve into his own stage. Every sword he struck wiped out a piece of the sea of thunder. In the end, he emerged drenched in blood, standing at the peak of the universe. Standing here, he had already felt that unparalleled leap, overshadowing all of eternity with a supreme divine charm. Even though he was covered in scars, his momentum remained unstoppable, an unmatched brilliance, capable of striking through the ages. He gathered his shining essence to its utmost explosion, one sword shattered all barriers of proving the Tao, drawing forth a violent roar from the supreme heaven, 10,000 paths trembled, and the phenomena of the universe began to emerge. And not long after, a surge of unparalleled might of an emperor thunderously erupted, instantly sweeping across the vast universe, overshadowing the starry skies of every domain, reaching beyond the universe. Even the devil's abyss and the divine tomb felt this terrifying and supreme imperial power. The emperor's aura spread, the sharpness of the sword path filled every corner of the world, as if making the universe into a world where sword path was revered. Dongqing stood at the pinnacle of the universe, quickly stabilizing his realm, comprehending and mastering this unmatched power that could rival the past, present, and future. He proved the Tao relatively smoothly, passing through with some thrills but no dangers. And next, he could fully charge towards his transforming true dragon path. On the ancient bronze ship, Qin Feng sensed the birth of the great emperor of the age. But he did not pay too much attention, just slightly understood the basic situation of this great emperor of the age. He knew that it was a rare demon with awakened intelligence who had cultivated into an emperor. A new great emperor appeared in the world. This made all beings in the universe excited and thrilled, sharing an era with the great emperor, feeling honored by association. But soon, people began to feel doubt and confusion. Because the great emperor of the age did not establish an imperial title for himself, nor did he open a lineage. This left the people unsure how to address this great emperor. Naturally, they also dared not call out randomly. Who has the right to name the emperor? But no matter what, they had to have some sort of title. So, as time passed, after thousands of years, people quietly began to privately create many different titles for the emperor, such as Eastern Qing Emperor, Eastern Sovereign, Qing Emperor, and Demon Emperor, among others. In this situation, The great emperor of the age remained as indifferent as ever, basically ignoring worldly affairs, rarely showing his might in the world.
And so it went.
Until the great emperor of the age had achieved enlightenment for 13,000 years. During this time, the great emperor had clearly captured the immortal divine medicine, allowing him to live another lifetime.
It was at this moment the great emperor of the age finally made a significant move. With no warning,
the great emperor went directly to the divine tomb and unleashed a terrifyingly fierce battle there, the commotion shocking the world, utterly horrifying.
This startled many forbidden beings, including Qin Feng. But Qin Feng and the other forbidden beings could not understand why the great emperor of the age suddenly attacked the divine tomb, erupting with a sound akin to the collapse of an ancient world. That could already be considered a mighty assault on the divine tomb by a formidable emperor. But this matter was even more strange. Because few great emperors of the age would attack such a ruined place like the divine tomb.
The divine tomb only interested late-stage emperors and divine bodies, rarely causing harm to cosmic beings. So most of the time, the divine tomb would not be targeted by great emperors of the age. But this great emperor actually went to attack the divine tomb. Surely it couldn't be to seek justice for the primordial divine body and the last law holy body, right? Not long after, this great battle came to an end. The great emperor of the age returned to the vast universe, and the divine tomb also fell silent, as if nothing had happened. This unusual situation made Qin Feng and some awakened forbidden beings vaguely feel something was amiss, fearing that there was a hidden secret. But they could not go to the divine tomb to investigate, nor could they ask the great emperor of the age. Of course, they would not feel any entanglement or unease because of this. They continued to practice as they should, and continued to sleep as they should. 3,000 years later, the great emperor of the age had achieved enlightenment for 16,000 years. All secrets finally began to be revealed. On that day, the great emperor stepped into the vast starry sky, and immediately an astonishingly overwhelming dragon path emperor's might burst forth. His entire being transformed directly, becoming a dragon body, that supreme dragon form, reaching to the heavens and the earth, bursting with blazing might, extremely terrifying, as if it would collapse the ancient times. All beings in the universe felt a supreme majesty that surpassed all races at this moment. True dragon path, has he already cultivated into a dragon body? Qin Feng was naturally once again stirred, seeing that current dragon emperor, feeling quite astonished. The so-called true dragon. In today's sense, it is no longer a specific race or a certain myth. This is a path. Anyone with the chance can comprehend and cultivate it. Some merely realize the true dragon's law and exhibit that true dragon's divine might through their path cultivation. Others transform their physical bodies into dragon forms, which is actually much harder. One can also refine their divine soul through the true dragon path, nurturing the true dragon soul, which possesses extraordinary might. And if one can simultaneously possess the true dragon law, dragon body, and dragon soul, merging them as one, then perhaps they can truly be called a true dragon of the world. The terrifying power surpasses all limits. However, Qin Feng can also see that the current great emperor of the world only fully possesses the true dragon path, and that dragon body has only just begun to transform into a dragon, not yet complete. But even so, this great emperor is truly remarkable. If he can fully evolve the dragon body and break through the true dragon soul in the remaining time, he might live another lifetime, and that life would be comparable to two. After all, the path of complete transformation into a true dragon is incredibly difficult. But even if he cannot fully live out the next life, this stage of the true dragon transformation is enough to grant him a longer lifespan, and his battle power can to some extent pierce through the ceiling. Starting the true dragon path after becoming emperor is rather cautious. However, that's fine, there should still be at least 2 evil dragons surviving in this world. Qin Feng looked at this current great emperor who achieved his rank through the sword path yet has transformed into a dragon, and fatally guessed his past caution and ambition. The current great emperor must have sensed the chance of transforming into a dragon even before becoming emperor, and it must have been very strong and clear. But he held back. He didn't involve himself even a bit in the true dragon path, insisting on relying solely on the sword path to become emperor. This was out of worry that he would be hunted down by the evil dragons hiding in the darkness of the world during his path to enlightenment. He truly is worthy of being an emperor, his talent and character are impeccable, rivaling any unparalleled figure throughout history. The true dragon is always the only one. Now, it's time for the evil dragons to be terrified. Qin Feng thought calmly. If he were the current great emperor, what he would want most right now is to kill all the surviving evil dragons in the world, bathe in dragon blood, and purify himself with the true dragon soul, nurturing his path of complete transformation into a true dragon. And in fact, what the current great emperor was about to do indeed matched Qin Feng's expectations. And it wasn't just Qin Feng who guessed it, other awakened forbidden beings could also sense it. Those evil dragons could naturally feel the overwhelming threat coming from the true dragon of the current world. Perhaps this is also why the current Great Emperor only revealed the true dragon path now, wanting to avoid letting those evil dragons prepare in advance or hide deeper.
Sword Dragon Emperor. This is the title of the current Great Emperor. Only after he transformed into a dragon body was it finally established. Then,
the Sword Dragon Emperor directly charged into the Yellow Spring River.
He had already locked onto the location of this mythical forbidden area. And,
as he invaded the Yellow Spring River, the Sword Dragon Emperor raised his hand and drew forth a massive true dragon skeleton that concealed the starry sky from a hidden deep void. Though this true dragon skeleton remained only bones, the decay was minimal, its entire body still shining with golden light, naturally exuding the supreme majesty of the true dragon. This true dragon skeleton seemed like a living being, soaring through the starry sky, spiraling into the heavens, radiating a terrifying authority almost equal to that of an emperor. It was clear. The Sword Dragon Emperor had long ago refined this true dragon skeleton, turning it into a moving formation. Especially under the control of a reigning dragon emperor, it could unleash unparalleled, world-breaking true dragon power. The true dragon skeleton spiraled around the Sword Dragon Emperor. Together, they entered the Yellow Spring River. It seems that the war at the Divine Tomb thousands of years ago was to dig for the true dragon skeleton. Qin Feng observed the Sword Dragon Emperor summon the true dragon skeleton and immediately deduced the reason for the Sword Dragon Emperor's strong assault on the Divine Tomb. This true dragon skeleton should have originated from an ancient era's peerless dragon emperor who had reached an extremely deep level of dragon body transformation, perhaps even nearly living another life solely with the dragon body. Qin Feng thought about the names and deeds of past dragon emperors. It seems that the Life Dragon Emperor and the Zhutian Dragon Emperor could both possibly be the predecessors of this true dragon skeleton. But Qin Feng could not be absolutely certain. After all, those ages were too ancient. Unless one has personally experienced those ancient, taboo beings, it would be hard to understand. But it must be said. The Divine Tomb is indeed powerful, it even managed to acquire the remains of a true dragon. However, it seems the Divine Tomb could not use the dragon bones to transform into an immortal being, and in the end, they could only serve as a collectible. The Sword Dragon Emperor must have discovered, through some channels or his unique sensing ability, that the Divine Tomb housed such true dragon bones. Thus, he spared no effort to unearth it. Fortunately, he had gone far on the path of true dragon transformation, otherwise, he might not even sense where it was buried, and naturally, he could not dig it out. The Divine Tomb seemed to accept this loss of the true dragon bones. It did not publicize the news, nor did it seek revenge. As usual, it remained unresponsive, like a lifeless object. Chapter 38, Longevity of 230,000 Years. Boom! The Yellow Spring River erupted with terrifying waves, shaking the starry sky, and a dreadful force spread through the universe, making the people shudder. Such commotion. The Sword Dragon Emperor was clearly attacking the Yellow Spring River with all his might. Then, the people quickly felt another dragon power emanating from the Yellow Spring River. Those with knowledge began to guess why the Sword Dragon Emperor was launching a fierce attack on the Yellow Spring River. This mythic forbidden zone actually hid a fierce dragon. It is the Yinglong Emperor. Soon, some people confirmed that the dragon power contained elements of the flawless Tao rhythm, identifying it as the Yinglong Emperor. The Sword Dragon Emperor was clearly there to slay the dragon. The mythic formation of the Yellow Spring River was fully activated. Two ancient supreme dragon powers violently collided. The earth-shattering noise spread across the universe. People were astonished. Even some taboo beings were taken aback. This current Dragon Emperor was so powerful, no less than any Dragon Emperor from the past. And at last, the battle came to an end. The Yinglong Emperor died, triggering a mourning phenomenon from the supreme heaven. After the Sword Dragon Emperor finished slaying the dragon, he temporarily withdrew from the Yellow Spring River, his body heavily injured. That true dragon skeletal remains had also lost about 40% of its mass, and its golden light had dimmed significantly. Even for him now, conquering the Forbidden Zone was quite difficult. After this, the Sword Dragon Emperor began to establish his immortal lineage. His exclusive imperial title truly started to spread, shaking the ancient, present, and future. But he never stopped. In the following thousands of years, he continued to wage war. First, he found the curved soul dragon emperor hidden in the deep space of the universe and forcefully defeated him. Then he again invaded the Yellow Spring River, killing the Peak Spirit Emperor as well. This was because the Peak Spirit Emperor had once hunted down the late Dragon Emperor and possessed some of the true dragon ancestry. In one final strike, he invaded the Immortal Realm, this mythic forbidden zone, and quelled a Devil Dragon Emperor from the Devil Abyss. However, the true dragon skeletal remains he controlled were also completely destroyed in the Immortal Realm. After such a series of battles, the Sword Dragon Emperor successfully slayed dragons multiple times, and the path of true dragon transformation continued to advance. But
At the time of his achieving the Tao for 24,000 years, he still could not fully transform into a true dragon.
It was too difficult to completely achieve the triad of dragon body, dragon soul, and true dragon cultivation without any errors.
Once successful, a single life could rival two, potentially becoming the strongest dragon emperor in all of history. At the time of his achieving the Tao for 25,000 years,
he knew his path had reached its end. He could not fully transform into a true dragon, lacking in some parts. Even though his lifespan and life essence were still ample, he found it extremely difficult to correct the wrong path.
In the end, he chose to self-slice, becoming a taboo being. However, even if he could not fully transform into a true dragon, with his foundation, he could still be considered a taboo giant.
Moreover, he had long established trust with a mythic forbidden zone and gained partial authority of that zone.
He settled in the ancient god palace, a mythic forbidden zone that had never been sunk. He did not attempt to attack the bronze ancient ship. Perhaps he could succeed, but it was not certain.
In his consideration, putting all his effort into attacking the bronze ancient ship, even if he captured it, would not necessarily be better than settling in the ancient god palace.
Controlling a mythic forbidden zone is not that simple.
Especially one that has just awakened, with forbidden powers not very strong. Moreover, that bronze ship master was someone he could not fathom. He also boarded the bronze ancient ship to greet, and sensed the terror and strength of that bronze shipmaster, a true forbidden giant. Furthermore, the bronze shipmaster had an air of transcendence.
Just he alone, towering at the very peak of myth. Even though he might have already caught the attention of the invincible beings of the Law, he had no intention of fleeing, seemingly unafraid of everything, ready to confront all the threats of the invincible beings of the Law.
Thus, the Sword Dragon Emperor ultimately did not wish to attack the bronze ancient ship. First, the benefits were insufficient, there was simply no need.
Second, it was quite difficult, and he might fail, suffering a great loss or even perishing. The ancient god palace offered him a position, and he agreed to go.
This mythic forbidden zone, alongside the Purple Way Divine Court, the primordial ruins, and the Chaos Star Sea, had never been sunk. The mythic heritage within was incredibly terrifying, timeless and immortal. Even the most powerful emperor of the era found it very difficult to conquer. Stably residing in the ancient god palace, holding a part of the forbidden zone's power, is not necessarily worse than monopolizing the bronze ancient ship, and he basically did not have to worry about being attacked by the current great emperors. The Sword Dragon Emperor had already committed to entering the ancient god palace.
And on some future day,
the Supreme Heart of Heaven, after a long time unable to perceive the unique imperial rhythm, finally untangled the myriad chains. Heaven and earth surged with many strange phenomena. This also confirmed to the world that the Sword Dragon Emperor, this unparalleled dragon emperor of all ages, had also vanished.
This era came to an end. The last brilliance before the Law era was also completely consumed. The Law era soon descended completely.
It would last for at least 70 or 80,000 years, perhaps 200,000 or 300,000 years or more. Strictly speaking, the Sword Dragon Emperor did not belong to the invincible beings of the Law era.
But his appearance still had a very profound and huge impact on the Law era.
The greatest impact was that he twice forcefully attacked the Yellow Spring Heavenly River, crushing the Yinglong Emperor and the Peak Spirit Emperor, forcing out many taboo beings and greatly depleting the forbidden powers of this mythic forbidden zone. This also made the subsequent invincible beings of the Law gradually consider changing their attack target to the Yellow Spring Heavenly River after their failure to attack the bronze ancient ship.
Since the Sword Dragon Emperor's vanishing, 90,000 years have passed in the Law era.
In these 90,000 years, 3 great completed god bodies and 3 great completed saint bodies appeared. All unique invincible beings of the Law, with divine might unparalleled, capable of matching the emperors of the past and present. They all wanted to occupy a mythic forbidden zone to deal with the curse from the divine tomb. Their primary target was the bronze ancient ship. But in these 90,000 years, 2 completed god bodies and 2 completed saint bodies successively died within the bronze ancient ship. And the bronze ancient ship remained standing firm. At the pinnacle of myth, it intimidated the mortal world. That bronze ship master also remained transcendental, indifferent to everything. Even though he had already been targeted by the invincible beings of the Law, he did not flee in advance. He did not extinguish the mythic light of the bronze ancient ship.
Moreover, he did not directly abandon the bronze ancient ship and retreat.
Such a situation, it inevitably made the later invincible beings of the Law feel alarmed and awed. It made them and other taboo beings who had paid attention to the situation of the Law era gradually realize.
This bronze ship master is likely extraordinarily formidable. He might be an unfathomable supreme taboo giant.
Thinking back, the originally extremely strong Sword Dragon Emperor had not unleashed great violence on the bronze ancient ship either.
It was just a customary way to greet someone. And precisely because of this,
for nearly tens of thousands of years, A great divine body and a great holy body began to change their targets of attack. They started to assault the Yellow Spring River. And they truly subdued a forbidden being. This was a solid achievement in battle. Not like stubbornly fighting the Bronze Ancient ship without seeing any real results. The one who subdued the forbidden being, that great holy body, is the only invincible figure to have achieved clear merit since the end of the Dharma Age. It seems somewhat amusing when you think about it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was 233,000 years old. The end of the Dharma Age had completely started for about 100,000 years. On this day, he had completely perfected the first transformation of the divine fetus. After an extensive period of nurturing, adjustment, and progression, the chaos and instability of his physical body had been thoroughly organized and transformed, becoming perfect and flawless again, reaching a brand new powerful state. This situation indicates that he has completed the first transformation of the divine fetus. He can feel the extraordinary power of his imperial body. The pure physical strength rivals that of the peak dragon body of the sword dragon emperor from the past. However, the path of the divine fetus transformation naturally becomes harder to improve upon as one progresses, requiring an incredibly long passage of time. Unless he finds a way to get the Northern Dipper Celestial Court, which should enhance his cultivation efficiency. But over the years, he has asked about the 3 lives divine flower numerous times. It is unknown whether this cursed flower has failed him, or if the Northern Dipper Celestial Court is intentionally hidden deeper. The 3 lives divine flower has basically shown no response, no longer guiding him to the location of the Northern Dipper Celestial Court. However, Qin Feng won't overthink it. Whatever conditions exist, he will utilize them. What he cannot obtain for now, he will have to set aside for the moment. As for his mastery of the Tao, he has already attained 21 forms of flawless Tao, with abundant and magnificent Tao source, and has started to enter a flawless perfect state. Even if he focuses on any single Tao, it won't incite other Taoic disturbances, which he can fully suppress. So, Qin Feng feels it is time. It is time to step out for a spin. After living for 233,000 years, struggling on this path of invincibility. What is it all for? Is it not to be able to do as one wishes, fearless of the darkness and taboos of the world, to do whatever one likes? For example, right now, he wants to let his identity, mastering the Time Blade path, shine a little. To greet a few mythical forbidden zones, and also test the might of slashing the forbidden zones, truly explore the conditions of other forbidden zones. Establishing this identity's existence will ensure that he will be recognized when he appears again in the future. He does not need to worry too much. There are countless forbidden beings in the world, all sorts exist. Even if one truly comes out for a stroll, others would only find it curious. As long as he does not provoke them, no one will care too much. Moreover, this strolling figure could be a giant of taboo. Or he could also chat with a current great holy body that is dominating the world for a few moments. Chapter 39, A Galaxy Collides with an Ancient God. First to the Ancient God Palace. Qin Feng had entered the starry sky, preparing to first check out the Ancient God Palace, this mythical forbidden zone. As the master of the Bronze Ancient ship, he could naturally sense the locations of other mythical forbidden zones more easily. He had already sensed it in advance. The first position he clearly captured was that of the Ancient God Palace. This could be considered a kind of fate. So he decided to first go see the Ancient God Palace. The Ancient God Palace, along with the Ziwei Divine Court, the Primordial Ruins, and the Chaos Star Sea, are all mythical forbidden zones that have never sunk. Its existence can even be traced back to the Grey Era after the Blank Era, truly eternal and undying. He was indeed curious about what was so extraordinary about this supreme mythical forbidden zone. At that moment, a vast galaxy surged explosively beneath Qin Feng's feet, brilliantly radiant, dazzling and splendid, suddenly illuminating the entire universe. The river water surged, roaring astonishingly, overwhelming the vast starry sky, filled with an unparalleled majestic force, as if unstoppable, ready to break through the dust of time and reach the peak of mythology. The universe trembled. At this moment, people felt the ancient and powerful might of that silver galaxy, leaving them in awe and shock. Is that the river of Huangquan? It seems not. People looked at that galaxy lighting up the universe. Their first reaction was to almost mistake it for the river of Huangquan. But upon careful feeling, although this galaxy was also terrifyingly powerful, traversing the starry sky, brilliantly dazzling, possessing an overwhelming superiority over the mundane world, unmatched in all, it still seemed to fall short compared to the eternal detachment of the river of Huangquan, which belonged to the realm of myth, undying throughout time. In this current age of decline, the river of Huangquan and the ancient bronze ship were the most understood mythical forbidden areas by the people. Records of fresh historical materials and legendary battles were plentiful. They would not easily make a mistake. And soon, That mighty and surging galaxy directly crashed into a colossal ancient giant.
The vast starry sky shook violently.
Massive dazzling lights exploded, thousands of colorful rays fell to the mortal realm, like the light of mythology shining down upon the world. People looked at that splendid divine light, feeling a heart-stirring aura of mythology.
At this moment,
many immortal lineages and powerful beings gazed at the peak of the starry sky. They were shockingly surprised to discover that the raging galaxy had crashed into a mythical forbidden area.
That was the ancient god palace. A grand and ancient mythical realm, suspended above the mortal realm.
Its outermost layer was a magnificent, dreamy ocean of light and shadow, its aura magnificent, unlike the mortal world. Through the ocean of light and shadow, one could faintly see internally each majestic floating island. On each island stood a grand palace shining with divine light, standing eternal through the ages, immortal in the world. At the very top, there was an expansive and magnificent supreme divine land, transcending the mortal realm, as if a residence for the gods.
What's happening? Is someone attacking the ancient god palace? But how is this possible?
As people witnessed this scene, they were greatly shocked.
They completely couldn't understand what was going on. Attacking a mythical forbidden area, such things are usually only done by the invincible of the era.
Yet in this era, the invincible being was a great holy body.
This splendid and surging galaxy did not seem to come from a great holy body at all. But soon, another force of supreme might suddenly erupted.
In the eyes of those gazing at the peak of the starry sky, Qin Feng stepped onto the galaxy, his figure grand and peerless, exuding a hazy and transcendent light, seeming to have surpassed the mundane world, possessing an unmatched nobility and majesty. He took a step across the vast starry sky, his magnificent aura erupted, instantly raising horrifying waves in the starry sky, shaking the universe, as if unstoppable, possessing a force that oppressed the ages. His eyes sparkled with divine light, overlooking the past, present, and future, piercing through the vast starry sky, directly into the ancient god palace, his immense imperial might falling like a surging tide, igniting massive ripples in the forbidden area's formation, as if to directly break open a hole.
Above his head,
there also floated an exquisite blade shimmering with starlight, its cold light piercing, reflecting the illusory shadows of time, exuding a dominance beyond all ages, capable of cutting through eternal time. Such terrifying might could conquer the ages. And the target was clear, aiming to ascend the ancient god palace, this mythical forbidden area. People were all shaken to their core, horrified by this suddenly unleashed terrifying taboo supreme power.
At this moment, how could they still not understand?
This was a powerful taboo being about to emerge, wanting to forcibly breach the ancient god palace. They were shocked, fearful, and utterly confused. Such occurrences were rare throughout history.
However, not understanding a taboo being was actually normal. Because that belonged to the realm of taboos. Inaccessible and incomprehensible to ordinary people.
Qin Feng crashed through the ancient god palace with the Milky Way, directly revealing an overwhelming divine might that transcends eternity, aiming to forcefully ascend to the ancient god palace. He moved fiercely, shattering everything, utterly indifferent to other matters. For instance, at this moment, the great holy body of the current world also stepped into the starry sky, erupting with unmatched power, dominating the vastness of the cosmos and shaking the universe. This invincible might of the holy body was also earth-shattering, surpassing everything in the world, making all living beings tremble, and did not seem weaker than the might of the galaxy supreme. However, Qin Feng merely cast a cursory glance at this great holy body and chose to ignore it for now. The great holy body gazed at Qin Feng, its eyes piercingly sharp, with divine majesty blazing, clashing against the unparalleled supreme power of the other, creating waves that shook the vast starry sky. He was wary and on guard, but saw the other heading straight for the ancient god palace. Although he didn't understand the reason, he wouldn't directly intervene or provoke a conflict. He knew this must be a once invincible taboo supreme being, possessing that supreme imperial power. However, he couldn't immediately recall which ancient emperor might fit such characteristics. There was indeed one that seemed to correspond, but it didn't feel particularly accurate. If the other party's emergence was to bring disaster to the world, then the great holy body would definitely intervene to stop it, and would not fear fighting against it. But if it was merely to contend with other taboo entities, such as forcefully intruding into mythic forbidden zones or seeking revenge on other taboo beings, then he need not concern himself, nor intervene, but should simply guard the world and remain vigilant.
But at that moment,
somewhere in the starry sky suddenly erupted with a dazzling, world-shocking blade light, reflecting a kind of illusory, unreal Dao rhyme, intensely sharp and of an ineffable supreme might. Moreover, after the appearance of this blade light, it actually triggered Qin Feng's time easy blade to activate automatically, releasing beams of blade light that spanned the starry sky, the starlight dazzling, radiant beyond compare, like cascading rivers of stars. The sharpness emanating from it was extraordinarily domineering, so sharp it seemed poised to cut the starry sky down to the mortal realm. The two types of blade light seemed to fiercely clash, not allowing each other to coexist. Such a situation also shocked the world. People shifted their perspectives to look, then were immensely astonished to discover
that it was actually the illusory true blade.
this supreme imperial weapon was now unleashing its unrivaled forbidden sharpness, almost fully activated, already revealing the supreme imperial aura that once belonged to an invincible emperor of the past.
What was even more shocking was,
within the unrivaled blade light erupted from the illusory true blade, some Tao rhyme faintly resonated with that supreme of the Milky Way's supreme Tao aura, having some sort of similar connection.
No way? Could that galaxy supreme really be the illusory true emperor?
Some coarse common people noticed this situation, and the first thing that came to their minds was this possibility. But one couldn't truly blame them for being crude. In this world, as long as it concerned taboo beings, there was almost nothing that was impossible to happen. For the illusory true blade to actively resonate with some mysterious taboo supreme being, and seemingly possessing that supreme Tao rhyme of that supreme being. Such a situation was hard not to let people think wildly. And logically, the illusory true blade was the imperial weapon of the former illusory true emperor, meaning only the illusory true emperor should be able to resonate with it.
Although the illusory true emperor should be confirmed fallen. But who can say for certain about the matters of taboo beings? Moreover, it has been so long since the death of the illusory true emperor. One cannot rule out historical errors. Could it be that the illusory true emperor is actually not dead? However, anyone with a bit of insight could still determine that the Galaxy Supreme was not the illusory true emperor.
The rhythms of time and the sharpness of the blade were vastly different from the supreme Tao of the illusory true emperor.
But now the question arose. Why did the illusory true blade become stirred and resonate with that Galaxy Supreme?
People within the Virtual Truth sect. And some who understood the history of the Virtual Truth sect.
At this moment, they had basically guessed what was going on. Could it be that the Virtual Truth knife was reforged by this forbidden supreme being? A high-ranking strongman from the Virtual Truth sect couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
Back in the day, the Virtual Truth Emperor erupted in a fierce battle in his later years, ultimately falling tragically. And the Virtual Truth knife was destroyed in that battle. Later, the people of the Virtual Truth sect tried countless times to summon the remnants of the Virtual Truth knife with secret methods, only to find no success. At that time, they believed that the damage to the Virtual Truth knife was too severe, and the spirit of the weapon might have gone silent or even ceased to exist, thus unable to respond. But unexpectedly, about 10,000 years later, the Virtual Truth knife returned on its own. The people of the Virtual Truth sect were immensely excited and delighted. But after thinking it over, they still felt very strange and had many questions they could not clear up.
However, the return of the Virtual Truth knife was, in any case, an extremely good thing, and they couldn't see any problems with it, as it fully possessed the unmatched power of a divine weapon. Then until today. When the people of the Virtual Truth sect saw the unusual movements of the Virtual Truth knife and sensed the sharpness of the knife path possessed by that galactic supreme being, they quickly guessed a certain fact. They could even basically confirm that this was the truth. A mysterious and powerful forbidden supreme being helped them repair the damaged Virtual Truth knife. Chapter 40, Unearthing Two Words. This. A strongman from the Virtual Truth sect could not help but wear a serious and even fearful expression. Because this truth likely harbored great terror. The Virtual Truth knife had an inseparable connection with a forbidden supreme being. And their Virtual Truth sect must rely on the Virtual Truth knife to exist as their strongest foundation in the world. Doesn't this mean that their Virtual Truth sect has indirectly entangled itself in causal relations with this forbidden supreme being? Entangled in causality with a forbidden supreme being. This may not necessarily be a good thing. It could bring calamity to the Virtual Truth sect in the future. But, no matter what, they could not abandon the Virtual Truth knife. For now, it seemed they could only maintain the status quo, hoping that in the future, things would continue as usual and not provoke any disaster. Repairing the Virtual Truth knife? Which being possessed such a profound understanding of time and the knife path. At this time, some forbidden beings were also stirred, slightly paying attention to the matter. With the perspective and knowledge of forbidden beings, they could determine with a glance that the former Virtual Truth knife was indeed repaired by this galactic supreme being. But this kind of thing was really not worth mentioning. What mattered more to them was which ancient figure this galactic supreme being truly was. Moreover, this galactic supreme being had at least emerged not long after the fall of the Virtual Truth Emperor and had been active for over 100,000 years. Now, suddenly erupting with full power to ascend to the ancient divine palace, what was their intention? The uproar caused by Qin Feng naturally drew the attention of some forbidden beings. But he, of course, didn't care at all. When other forbidden figures stirred up commotion, didn't he also pay slight attention? So it was all the same. There would always be someone causing a stir for various reasons, everyone looking at one another. If it doesn't relate to themselves, they would basically keep it at a distance, maybe just seeing the excitement, or perhaps even discovering some ancient secrets. Virtual Truth knife? Qin Feng also saw the Virtual Truth knife. But to be honest, he could say that he had almost forgotten about the time he repaired the virtual truth knife. At that time, he simply did it casually, without any effort or concern. But the traces of Tao rhythm he left on the virtual truth knife were permanent. However, Qin Feng was also too lazy to pay attention to a mere imperial weapon. He directly ignored the virtual truth knife, giving no response whatsoever, completely indifferent. He traversed the starry sky, stepping across the galaxy, and had already arrived close to the ancient divine palace. Boom! The mythic formation of the ancient divine palace naturally unfolded, exuding 5 layers of divine charm, overlapping yet harmonious, as if one, radiating a heart-pounding mythic light. Qin Feng could feel an ancient and majestic mythic force, seemingly eternal and unshakable. But he swung his blade, and a dominance that surpassed both ancient and modern erupted, fiercely roaring, shaking the universe, as if to split the ancient divine palace in half. Bang! This strike directly tore apart the 5 layers of the palace's divine charm, sending shockwaves that rolled out like an astonishing tide, spreading a terrifying aura, causing the starry skies to tremble, making the world shudder. In the end, Qin Feng walked directly into the ancient divine palace, without encountering any strong resistance from this mythic forbidden zone. This also allowed him to sense a certain transcendence of this forbidden area. Eternal existence, immortal myths, unafraid of any worldly matter, able to face all challenges calmly. And this transcendence was what Qin Feng wanted to present on the ancient bronze ship. However, he always felt that the ancient bronze ship was still somewhat lacking. Although it was a genuine mythic forbidden zone, possessing unparalleled divine transformations that could push his path to eternal invincibility. But compared to the ancient divine palace, it was indeed somewhat inferior. And now, looking at the ancient divine palace, it also seemed slightly less impressive compared to the Northern Dipper Celestial Court. Qin Feng still could not forget the Northern Dipper Celestial Court. He did not know when he could ascend there again, nor if he would have the chance to truly take control of it in the future. Because of Qin Feng's indifference, the virtual true blade finally retracted its brilliance. Yet the blade hummed softly, still carrying a hint of loneliness and sorrow. Its original master perished in battle, and it was left damaged and silent. Later, when reunited with True Spirit, the immensely powerful being who repaired it did not even pay it any mind, as that being also possessed a magnificent blade, seeming to look down on it. At this moment, inside the ancient divine palace, I had always wanted to come here. Indeed, it surpasses the mundane world, resembling a true realm of myth. Qin Feng stepped on the highest divine soil of the ancient divine palace. Delicately feeling the weighty and supreme aura of divine transformation, he murmured. Here, compared to the ancient bronze ship, it truly had some superiority, but it still ranked as a creation at one level. Moreover, Qin Feng enjoyed the divine transformation alone on the ancient bronze ship, which was naturally better than sharing it with a multitude of forbidden beings here. At first glance, he had already discovered 2 supreme divine objects, both being divine trees. One was the immortal divine medicine, the jade dragon fruit tree. The other was the shadow ancient tea tree. These 2 trees were planted on a peak with a transcendent aura. There, spiritual springs steamed and swirled, rare flowers bloomed, divine charm flowed around, and myriad Tao principles manifested, transforming into astonishing divine beasts phantoms, soaring in the void, descending countless profound divine principles. At that peak, a small platform seemed like a unique space of its own, carrying a sense of unreality. It left Qin Feng momentarily unable to fully perceive it. He only felt that it possessed characteristics of an independent world, presumably belonging to some sort of other space. That jade dragon fruit tree had vanished from the mortal world, remaining eternally in the ancient divine palace, similar to his peculiar 3-life divine flower. As for that shadow ancient tea tree, it might not originally belong to the ancient divine palace. Because Qin Feng once obtained a piece of shadow ancient thunderwood in an ancient relic, clearly a result of some extraordinary upheaval that once struck. That was an unowned object, not having any fate with the ancient divine palace. As for why the shadow ancient tea tree was here now, he could not know. Even with his current level, it was impossible to comprehend all the taboo events from past to present. Qin Feng's arrival awakened many taboo beings inside the ancient divine palace. Numerous cold, indifferent gazes, exuding appalling and terrifying energy, fell upon Qin Feng. They were also scrutinizing Qin Feng. In their eyes, Qin Feng was naturally a taboo supreme who had once severed himself. It is impossible to be a great emperor of this era. Yet a forbidden supreme who has once self-cut inexplicably arrives at the ancient god palace, which is indeed a bit strange. Could it be that he simply came to tour and sightsee? Although it is still strange, this reason is not entirely unreasonable. After all, during their peak, when they were invincible, they too had once explored many mythical forbidden zones out of curiosity. But really, is it still necessary? And who is this figure practicing the laws of time and sword? What is his current strength level and life state? Many forbidden beings observe closely. Soon, a figure uttered 2 words, "May Emperor?"
This voice was very plain, but it also stirred layers of Tao rhythms, possessing a shocking supreme aura, obviously from an invincible being of ancient times.
Upon hearing the name May Emperor, other forbidden beings were also slightly surprised. They recognized this name. The May Emperor was once a very inconspicuous great emperor.
After achieving the path, he vanished in less than 3,000 years. The reason is unknown. It is unclear whether he self-cut or left the great universe, or other unknown circumstances. But this great emperor simply disappeared, never to appear again. However, even if his presence was low, he was still an invincible being who once succeeded in the path, and this brilliance is hard to erase from the pages of history. The laws that May Emperor once mastered were related to time. Indeed, this forbidden supreme resembles him, but it seems May Emperor did not use a sword.
May Emperor?
Qin Feng heard this name and realized someone suspected he was the May Emperor. There was indeed a similarity. But he naturally did not want to claim such an identity, denying, "Not me."
Just at that moment,
Qin Feng suddenly sensed something, his attention returning to that peculiar mountain peak, and his expression changed subtly.
Because at this moment, a person appeared on the mountain peak.
A man in white, tall and slender, with a jade-like demeanor, wearing a faint smile, as if he had seen through the endless ages, transcending the mundane. The man in white also looked towards Qin Feng, elegantly saying, "Visitors or guests, some etiquette should be observed." Saying this, he lifted a hand. The entire ancient god palace instantly rumbled and trembled, as the fivefold mythical formations rose up, overlapping and intertwining without interference, as if one.
Boom! An overwhelming, terrifying power immediately pressed down on Qin Feng like an ancient sea.
Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had already completed his greeting upon entering the ancient god palace.
But the greeting from the ancient god palace was just a bit late. However, he was still capable of responding.
The river of stars beneath his feet surged out once again, tidal waves rising into the sky, reversing heaven and earth, divine might overwhelming, terrifying beyond measure, with the force to break through the ancient times. He raised a hand and struck with a sword. The brilliant sword light immediately penetrated the void, illuminating profound and extraordinary time shadows, as if time had been distorted, making it impossible to confirm the exact moment of the sword's strike.
Bang!
A grand and magnificent collision broke out within the ancient god palace like a vast ancient tide. Qin Feng's sword light tore open a gap within the layers of mythical formations, revealing the unmatched brilliance that dominated ancient and modern times. He clashed head-on with the mythical formations, ultimately overturning everything, completely blocking this greeting from the ancient god palace. If it hadn't been for this galaxy that had been refined into a supreme formation, Qin Feng might have suffered serious injuries from this strike. But with this galaxy formation, he could more confidently confront the mythical forbidden zone, though it would incur some consumption. Of course, the ancient god palace did not unleash its full battle power. That attack just now, while capable of heavily injuring a great emperor, in fact, it did not pose a serious threat to the great emperors of this era.
Giant?
The forbidden beings within the ancient god palace were surprised and solemn upon witnessing Qin Feng's display. That level of combat power in the solid, weighty foundation of his realm.
Immense might can truly be called a giant.
Even when facing the great emperors of the world, there is no fear.
Yet, this also raises suspicion.
Wild giants are not too surprising, but a forbidden giant whose identity is hard to discern still astonishes people.
However, there are indeed forbidden giants whose identities cannot be identified. And there are quite a few of them. For example, the current ruler of the ancient god palace, even the forbidden beings who have stayed here for a long time cannot tell who that person is. And then there's the master of the abyss, who is clearly known to belong to the supreme of the great cosmos, yet no one knows their real body. Closer to home, the master of the ancient bronze ship also has an unknown identity. Aside from giants, there are many forbidden beings in this world that have unique means of hiding their identities, making it challenging to discern their true selves. However, actually identifying their true selves has little practical significance. Unless there are mutual grievances, otherwise, things will proceed as they naturally would. Remarkable.
The man in white glanced at Qin Feng and casually praised. Then, he reached into the black jar on the nearby go table and pulled out a black stone, shooting a beam of light straight to fall in front of Qin Feng.
He said, "Would you like to join?"
Qin Feng looked at the black stone that landed before him and sensed an aura of authority belonging to the mythological forbidden zone. This black stone represents a certain degree of power within the forbidden zone.
With it, one can control the mythological formation here to some extent.
It means that aside from the ruler of the ancient god palace, others with equivalent power among the forbidden beings cannot do anything to him. As long as he can trust the ruler of the ancient god palace, he can feel secure staying here. Qin Feng truly did not expect that the man in white would directly invite him to join, and that the other party should be the ruler of the ancient god palace. It seems that the ancient god palace is indeed magnificent and transcendent, with plenty of room to accommodate more forbidden beings. Qin Feng still does not know that the Sword Dragon Emperor once resided in the ancient God Palace. Many forbidden beings here also do not reveal their auras, hidden within the grand and boundless divine transformations of the ancient God Palace, making it hard to glimpse. The Sword Dragon Emperor also came here to greet and similarly received an invitation. In the end, after considering for thousands of years, the Sword Dragon Emperor accepted. As for the ruler of the ancient God Palace, Qin Feng has already noticed that the other party does not show their true self. What appears in that strange mountaintop space can be said to be a kind of avatar. This is likely due to the extraordinary nature of that mountaintop strange space, allowing one to manifest an avatar while in a sealed state. But this avatar also possesses considerable forbidden power, perhaps entirely capable of combat. Who are you? Qin Feng did not respond to the invitation from the ruler of the ancient God Palace. Instead, he asked back. The ruler of the ancient God Palace replied casually, "I've forgotten." Hearing this, Qin Feng did not expect such an answer from the other party. If the same question were posed to him, he might easily make up something or simply not answer. He was just asking casually, not expecting any answer at all. Yet the calmness and certainty in the other party's reply of "I've forgotten" also raised eyebrows. Sitting in this position, knowing who I am has no meaning. The ruler of the ancient God Palace laughed lightly, as if he truly forgot who he was or no longer cared about his identity. But such words made things even more difficult to grasp. Whether for Qin Feng or the other forbidden beings here, this ancient God Palace ruler remains shrouded in heavy mysteries, hard to see through. But other forbidden beings can confirm one thing. The ruler of the ancient God Palace is indeed extremely powerful. Facing any emperor from ancient to modern times one-on-one, they are unlikely to lose. Qin Feng and the ruler of the ancient God Palace continued to exchange a few meaningless words, gaining no useful information. In the end, he asked, "What is the meaning of the existence of the mythological Forbidden Zone?" For this question, the ancient divine palace master still answered without hesitation, replying with 2 words to Qin Feng. And in the end, Qin Feng left the ancient divine palace with these 2 obscure words. In the starry sky, he encountered the great completed holy body, then casually exchanged a strike with him. Chapter 41, Promised Land of Eternal Life. As Qin Feng stepped out of the ancient divine palace and into the starry sky, his supreme imperial might once again cascaded across the universe, overwhelming and chaotic, shocking the mortal world. He stood there, and his gaze brought down the aura of a supreme emperor, causing the stars to shake and all beings to tremble. The shining blade light above his head shattered the deep space, its sharp brilliance cutting across the universe, stunning the world, as if it intended to cleave through the vast cosmos. This divine might was blazing and terrifying, roaring like a great tide. It was as if he were a mighty emperor of this age, towering over the mortal realm, looking down on the past, present, and future. Perhaps this is the feeling of being a great emperor. In the past, emperors typically reached this height at just over 1,000 years old, while I am 230,000 years old. Qin Feng looked down at the vast starry sky and couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Looking back at this life, it seemed he still felt a bit of regret for not proving the Tao in the beginning. Though proving the Tao or not had little meaning to him now. But the feeling of successfully leaping to the heavens through proof of the Tao, he still subtly felt a little regret in his heart. Yet this regret, unless time could rewind and he could lose his eternal life, he probably would not have the chance to experience. At this moment, boom! A fierce and supreme might rushed over, an unprecedented aura spreading, overwhelming everything in the world, causing the starry sky to tremble and mortals to shudder. Qin Feng turned to look and saw the great completed holy body of this age, radiating terrifying might, shaking the ancient and modern world, embodying an invincible presence. He looked at the other party, sensing the unmatched strength that was enough to rival him, giving off a pressure that belonged to the invincible. Though there was no personal enmity between them. They were both supreme figures in the realm of invincibility, with neither believing they were weaker than the other, possessing a fearless mindset against all foes. Qin Feng also rarely felt a touch of battle intent and boiling blood. The last time he felt this way was when he saw Emperor Yuan Ji emerge. He could also faintly sense the other's battle intent, unafraid of him at all. Under this vast starry sky, standing were 2 invincible ones, it was hard to coexist. Then, Qin Feng drew his sword directly, no words needed, no extra reasons or motives required. When invincible ones meet, imperial figures greet each other, their unmatched divine might cannot be shaken by the other. Boom! Qin Feng slashed out with his sword, in an instant the blade light split through the vast starry sky, dazzlingly cold, illuminating the deep space of the universe, reflecting chaotic shadows of time, the divine might being mysteriously unfathomable. Though it seemed Qin Feng struck first. But between invincible beings, the auras intertwined, war intense leaked, facing each other directly, there was no talk of who struck first or who ambushed whom. The great completed holy body also struck out simultaneously, able to feel the enemy's battle intent and timing of the attack. His whole aura erupted violently, his body's blood energy boiling, the might surging like tidal waves, threatening to collapse the ancient blue sky. Boom! An overwhelmingly radiant fist shot out, the intent of the punch vast, crushing the void, thousands of pathways shattering, as if nothing could block its invincible might. The two great invincible beings erupted with unmatched power at the same time. In an instant, the universe erupted with enormous waves, disrupting the mortal world, shaking the ancient times and the present. The mortals were also shocked, their minds trembling. However, just after the strike, this battle seemed to come to an end. The Galactic Supreme no longer made a move, a brilliant and colorful galaxy subsequently surged forth, the river of stars rushing endlessly, monstrous waves rolling, reversing the heavens, straight into the universe beyond. People naturally could not discern who won or lost in this clash. Because whether it was the Galactic Supreme or the great completed holy body, there might remain strong, brilliantly unrivaled, with divine power that could overwhelm the ages. But in this world, there exists an immortal path of tradition, using a supreme forbidden formation to observe the starry battlefield. Someone vaguely saw a flicker of golden light shining from blood, which seemed to be the blood of a sacred body. This caused shock and fear. No one dared to look too long, nor to make wild speculations, let alone spread it carelessly. But in fact, even if this is the blood of the sacred body, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. In the end, Qin Feng rode the light of the Milky Way, leaving the great universe. He was heading towards the demon abyss. He had just exchanged a blow with the great sacred body. It was a clash of invincible power, testing each other, and also feeling mutual admiration. If this one blow alone were to decide victory or defeat, it would be too vulgar, a loss of the nobility and dignity of the invincible. Qin Feng could only say that the great sacred body of this world was indeed extremely powerful, even more formidable than the great divine bodies or sacred bodies he had encountered before. After a short while, Qin Feng finally saw the demon abyss. It was a vast vortex of demonic energy, so enormous it couldn't be described with words, with edges trailing endless rivers of demonic power, even grander and more exaggerated than the Milky Way beneath his feet. This size could rival that of the great universe, and it could even be considered a unique universe. Because the demon abyss had its own natural life forms, and most importantly, the soil for creating emperors. Apart from the naturally born supreme demon spirits, those twisted demonic creatures could also reshape their lives through cultivation, becoming supreme beings. The demon abyss had its own extraordinary aspects, with a mythology and heritage that was no weaker than any forbidden myth's own. Some of the supreme beings within the demon abyss chose to slumber in the great universe to survive. And it seemed that some invincible beings from the great universe were willing to remain in the demon abyss, guarding for eternity. Here too, there were many unknowns and secrets. Qin Feng carved a path with the light of the Milky Way, directly entering the demon abyss, his vast divine might pouring down recklessly, suppressing every inch of space within the abyss, shaking the heavens and earth, stirring up monstrous demonic waves. His arrival also awakened some forbidden beings. He could feel a few cold, powerful gazes that vaguely gave him pressure. But his surging and dazzling Milky Way light still boldly rushed into the deepest part of the demon abyss, splashing monstrous demonic energy, accompanied by shattered light and shadow, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. After exchanging greetings, a massive wave of demonic energy was stirred up again, the demon abyss shook violently, and many demonic creatures trembled. In the end, Qin Feng came face to face with a forbidden giant from the demon abyss. And he discovered that this forbidden giant was also an invincible being from the great universe, the lord of the underworld. And as far as he knew, the rumored giant ruler of the demon abyss, the Abyss Lord, was in fact also a supreme emperor of the great universe. With this lord of the underworld, there were actually two forbidden giants from the great universe in the demon abyss. In this place, with demonic energy surging, dark and filthy, could anyone really stay here? Of course, this is from the vulgar perspective of the common people. In fact, here, things are reversed. The endless accumulation of demonic energy gave birth to a divine transformation no less than any forbidden myth zone. Why does the demon abyss exist? Qin Feng casually chatted with the lord of the underworld. He did not come to fight, there was little meaning in starting a battle here. The lord of the underworld's aura carried an ancient and desolate coldness, but after a long sleep, he was willing to speak a few words to dispel some loneliness with a fellow being of the same rank. As for Qin Feng's final question, the lord of the underworld spoke two words. These two words were clear in meaning, unlike the two words from the ancient god palace master, which were difficult to fathom. After that, Qin Feng left the demon abyss with two words, then headed to the divine tomb. And the divine tomb, according to legend, is the promised land of immortality granted by the supreme deity to the invincible beings of the mortal world. This promised land of immortality was an idea too vague, too mythical, naturally no one believed it. But Qin Feng always felt that these words contained some deep meaning and great secrets. It reminded him of the strange feeling he experienced in the curse of the divine body and sacred body. If we were to say he had any connection with the divine tomb, it might just be in the words longevity. He was indeed a person of longevity.
And the divine tomb is the promised land of longevity for the invincible beings of the mortal realm. Chapter 42. The godly body and the holy body exist together as invincible beings. Qin Feng arrived at the divine tomb, seeing before him an endless, desolate wasteland. Even with his current realm, he felt a chilling eternity and ancient silence that shook his heart. This place felt like it was not meant for the living. Perhaps this was prepared for the dead. When the dead come back to life, they no longer have the concept of death, therefore they cannot die again. Is that what is meant by longevity? Qin Feng speculated this in a simplistic way. As he stepped onto the land of the divine tomb, he felt once again that strange causal fluctuation. That causal connection seemed to sweep past above his head. He could touch that causality, but even the slightest mistake could never taint him. To be precise, it should have some unknown connection with his destiny of longevity. Qin Feng had studied his own longevity for many years, and this characteristic of longevity had a certain supreme independence. Incredibly transcendent, detached from the mortal world, even above myth. Neither the cause and effect of the mortal realm nor the curses of myths could tarnish the supreme trait of longevity. Even now, he stood at the very source of this curse in the divine tomb. That terrifying ancient curse, dark waves stirring the causes and effects of the mortal realm, tainting the pinnacle of myth, flowed over Qin Feng without splattering a drop of causality onto his destiny of longevity. However, Qin Feng would never take the initiative to touch this extreme darkness and curse of the divine tomb. He had not yet understood the secrets of the divine tomb, and there was no need to invite such pointless risks. Boom! Qin Feng rode the celestial river, charging deep into the divine tomb, his unparalleled divine power spreading, overpowering everything, causing the vast land to shake violently. One by one, the undead beings awakened in response, immediately unleashing a power that reached heaven and earth. Such a scene caused Qin Feng's expression to change unexpectedly. Then he understood why the great emperors of today were not very willing to come to this place. He couldn't help but admire that sword dragon emperor who had dug up a true dragon skeleton here back then. Bang! The brilliant galaxy surged endlessly, charging forward, the rushing river creating towering waves, directly crashing through three undead beings with an unparalleled imperial might. These three undead beings were not flawless immortals, they had flaws and could not fully recreate their past invincible might. However, these undead beings were indeed truly immortal. Even when torn apart or damaged, they could still slowly recover. Repeated forced destruction or giving extreme injuries. At most, they could only see their might weakened, but they could never be killed again. Because undead beings really would not die again. Qin Feng waved the time-easy blade, slicing down at one undead being, the blade's edge dominating ancient and modern, divine power overwhelming, and ultimately he still forcefully reached the deepest part of the divine tomb. Here, a giant undead being came out to greet him. However, this giant undead being was very taciturn. It hardly responded to Qin Feng's questions about the divine tomb. Nevertheless, to Qin Feng's final question, why does the divine tomb exist? This very taciturn giant undead being also provided a two-word answer. Moreover, these two words were the same as those given by the Supreme Dark Lord from the Abyss of Demons. In the end, Qin Feng left the divine tomb, returning to the vast universe. He had already retracted his imperial might. As for the faint and supreme aura that naturally radiated from him, only the great complete holy body of today could sense it. But the great complete holy body just glanced at Qin Feng and did not pay much attention, temporarily permitting Qin Feng's existence. Of course, this is under the premise that Qin Feng won't cause trouble. Several years later, Qin Feng stepped into the Yellow Spring River. With the Milky Way crashing into the Yellow River, it also stirred a terrifying scene that shook the ages. Within the Yellow Spring River, he discovered a situation. That is, the piece of supreme divine soil here is shrouded in extreme divine transformation, guarded by 3 layers of formations, with the turbulent yellow spring water suppressing it. It made it nearly impossible to probe into the situation inside. However, the more it was like this, the more Qin Feng suspected that there might not be many forbidden beings left in the Yellow Spring River, which is why it was trying so hard to conceal itself. But perhaps the remaining forbidden beings in the Yellow Spring River were also engaged in its survival of the fittest competition. Although they faced the onslaught of the invincible beings of the End of the Law. But the invincible beings of the End of the Law are not as powerful as the emperors of the world, and they would basically end up in a catastrophic destruction, dying in the Forbidden Zone. In this case, the surviving forbidden beings could eat the deceased forbidden deities and invincible beings of the End of the Law, which could indeed replenish a portion of their strength. Even if the Yellow Spring River has constantly had forbidden deities perish, continuing like this until the end, the remaining forbidden deities may very well have more life essence and a more solid foundation than they did at the beginning. At this time, the forbidden beings left in the Yellow Spring River, perhaps all were betting that the next to perish would not be them. Although they were all in the same mythical forbidden zone, they were by no means in a cooperative relationship,
it was just that their interests were temporarily not in conflict.
In the end,
Qin Feng left the Yellow Spring River.
He didn't ask anything here, no forbidden figures were willing to chat with him.
There was no existence of a single or multiple superclass forbidden giants like in the ancient God Palace, Demon Abyss, and God Tomb.
The Yellow Spring River, the power of this mythical forbidden zone is indeed quite ordinary. Several years passed again.
Qin Feng entered the Guardian Mountain and felt the aura of his old brother, Emperor Yuanji. There was just no possibility of any recognition or reminiscing. He asked 2 words here, which were different from the 2 words he spoke at the ancient God Palace and the Demon Abyss, as well as the God Tomb.
After that,
he took a trip to the Chaos Sea, where the transcendence level of this mythical forbidden zone was by no means inferior to the ancient God Palace. And the master of the Chaos Sea, though also exceptionally cold, similarly replied to Qin Feng with 2 words.
2 completely different words. At this point,
Qin Feng had consecutively visited the ancient God Palace, Demon Abyss, God Tomb, Yellow Spring River, Guardian Mountain, and Chaos Sea. This journey was already shocking enough for the world. It caused many grand waves, startling many forbidden beings. All the beings in this world basically knew of a mysterious forbidden emperor who went out to travel. Qin Feng also thought it was enough for now, it could end here.
In the end,
he returned to the ancient bronze ship, organized what he had gained, and began to enter a state of cultivation. What kind of identity did what kind of thing?
In his plan,
the master of the bronze ship was responsible for being high above all else. The Milky Way Supreme would participate in some big scenes that the bronze ship master was inconvenient to intervene in. As for his initial identity as the life supreme of the ancient lightning wood, perhaps it could just be used as an alternative supreme, keeping a reasonable low profile, striking at key moments. Guarding, longevity, protecting the path, avoiding disaster. Qin Feng thought about the 2-word phrases he heard from various mythical forbidden lands and reflected on them together. The 2 words guarding were given to him by the master of the ancient God Palace.
Is the meaning of the existence of the mythical forbidden zone to guard? No matter how he thought about it, it was hard to understand what is being guarded.
Qin Feng thought of several possibilities but couldn't make sense of them. As for the longevity given by the Demon Abyss and the God Tomb, it was much more straightforward.
Who among the worldly beings does not wish for longevity?
The existence of the Demon Abyss and the God Tomb is to bring longevity to the worldly beings. Though it was also quite strange, it did allow those forbidden beings to exist in an alternative eternal life. The response from Guardian Mountain was protecting the path.
Strange yet inexplicably fitting with the name of this mythical forbidden zone, only it is unknown what this protection is meant to guard against. In the end, it was the 2 words from the Chaos Star Master, avoid calamity. To be honest, this is a bit easier to understand, but Qin Feng did not know if his understanding was correct. The forbidden beings entering the mythical forbidden zone in the world is actually to avoid calamity, isn't it? Avoid the calamity of aging and death, avoid the calamity from the current invincible beings, even avoid unknown mythical disasters. Avoiding calamity and seeking longevity seems like a quite reasonable answer. At that time, the Emperor Zhongqian left a message on the bronze ancient ship, and one of the reasons for boldly breaking into the mythical dead end seemed to be to preemptively avoid some major calamity that might arise in the uncertain future. But the responses from the ancient God Palace Master and the Guardian Mountain Master were surely not said casually, there should be deeper meanings behind them. As for what exactly it is, I will seek the answers when there's an opportunity in the future. In the blink of an eye,
Qin Feng was 28,000 years old.
And in this life, in this last law era, a brand new and astonishing wave emerged,
causing even the forbidden beings in the world in the mythical forbidden zone to feel a threat greater than that posed by the current emperors.
That is,
in this world, 2 invincible beings have emerged. The primordial divine body and the human clan holy body appeared 1,000 years apart, yet existed in the same era.
In such circumstances,
the last law era, historically, seemed to have only seen 1 or 2 instances like this.
Moreover, this time is more special than before. Because
this time, the divine body and the holy body that appeared at the same time were exactly a man and a woman. Chapter 43, the Cursed Land is the only place that responds to their plea for help.
The current ultimate divine body, Yao Fu. She had just stepped into the invincible realm, shaking the ancient and modern worlds, looking down on the universe.
But not long after, she discovered that another human clan holy body had emerged in the world. And this human clan holy body, even when invincible beings oppressed the world,
still practiced quietly, not showing his true abilities.
Maintaining a sense of caution and vigilance against the forbidden beings in the darkness, fearing an early assassination.
In the end,
the human clan holy body, Yi Qi, also grew and completed his ultimate transformation, becoming a new ultimate holy body. The ultimate divine body and the ultimate holy body coexisted in the same era. The two invincible beings stood proudly at the pinnacle of the world, their divine might shaking the ancient and modern times, suppressing all in the world, causing immense shock and reverence among the people, as well as curiosity and dread from many forbidden beings.
Since ancient times,
whether in the era of enlightenment or the last law era, it was almost impossible to have two invincible beings coexisting in the same era.
Such a thing
is rarely found in history. But this life is just this special.
Moreover,
the ultimate holy body and the ultimate divine body just happen to be a man and a woman, giving the world another layer of imagination.
The current twin invincible beings. This deterrence is even stronger than that of the current emperors, like two blazing suns, shining brilliantly, illuminating the dark world that dares not to show itself. Even the mythical forbidden zone must be wary. Divine body Yaofu, holy body Yi Qi.
Both were invincible beings, coexisting in the same era, so naturally, they could not avoid battles and sparring, aiming to determine the truly invincible being of this era. They erupted in numerous grand battles in the world, shaking the heavens and earth, shocking the mortals. But only 2,000 years later, the two invincible beings still conformed to some mundane speculation and came together, becoming husband and wife.
Their marriage.
Apart from the fact that they had indeed developed feelings and recognized each other, there was also another reason. They knew the situation of the divine body and holy body coexisting was rarely seen in history, perhaps it was some kind of opportunity. They also wanted to see if the combination of the divine body and holy body could give birth to offspring. However, Yaofu and Yi Qi, as husband and wife, worked hard for thousands of years. Yet they never managed to achieve a certain kind of harmony in time and space, failing to truly conceive a child. During this period, they even prepared thoroughly and made a strong assault on the Yellow Springs River, slaying a forbidden being and retreating unscathed.
Regarding this assault on the mythical Forbidden Zone,
they actually considered whether or not to attack the bronze ancient ship. But after much thought, they ultimately decided to go for the Yellow Spring River. Besides, they truly felt that the Yellow Spring River had indeed weakened, fearing there weren't many forbidden beings left. They were also extremely wary of that bronze shipmaster. If they were to forcefully attack the bronze ancient ship, they feared it would still be difficult to succeed, and the best outcome would likely be that only one of them could escape. Moreover, they had not given up on the thought of giving birth to offspring, unwilling to sacrifice any one of them at this time. This was an incredibly unique era for their divine body lineage, a chance that could not be easily lost.
And in the end,
when Yaofu, this great divine body, had only a few hundred years left to live, the couple had basically given up, preparing to reminisce about the past while gradually saying goodbye to life. As a result, at that moment, she became pregnant.
This brought immense joy to the invincible couple. And even in the early days of pregnancy, they could faintly sense that this new life was extraordinary and exceptional.
It could potentially bring unprecedented changes to their divine body lineage.
However, after the initial excitement,
the couple quickly became less happy, their faces filled with sorrow and heaviness, even feeling unwilling and angry.
Because,
with Yaofu's lifespan running out, after conceiving the child, her essence was depleting rapidly, and the death energy was growing stronger, already on the brink of death, unable to hold on for long. And the child in her womb clearly still had a long way to go before being born. Moreover, due to Yaofu's weakness and aging, the child in her womb was also gradually becoming a bit wilted and unstable. It seemed that in just a thought, Yaofu could refine the fetus within her, replenishing herself, allowing her to extend a sliver of life.
But evidently,
they would never be willing to give up this fetus.
I will seek the immortal elixir.
Yi Qi stood up, his holy might surging fiercely, unmatched, shaking the ancient and modern world, still possessing the strength of his last youthful years. He had long refined his own essence and blood multiple times to extend his wife's life, but it had not been very effective. Because many things could not be compensated for just with his essence, his wife was still overdrawn and could not maintain the fetus steadily and normally. It was necessary to have a more powerful mythic-level creation, like the immortal elixir. But their divine body lineage bore a curse and was shunned by the world.
The immortal elixir possessed an instinctive will and would not favor them.
They also found it very difficult to actively seek the traces of the immortal elixir. But there existed the immortal elixir rooted in some mythic forbidden zones, that was the only definite location of the immortal elixir. They stand high above, indifferent to the ages, and will not be willing to help us. Yaofu said, her strength not particularly ample, sounding somewhat weak. Although she also knew that the immortal elixir was the best solution to her current predicament. But the immortal elixir within the mythic forbidden zones is not easily obtained. If the current emperors of the world fail to capture the immortal elixir and ascend to the forbidden zones to obtain it, perhaps the forbidden beings of the zone as well as the will of the immortal elixir itself would not refuse. But although they were invincible in the world, they were not emperors. Bearing an ancient curse, they had too many shortcomings compared to emperors and would not be valued by the mythic forbidden zones.
You won't know unless you try.
Yi Qi understood it was difficult, but they had to give it a try.
In the end, The couple worked together to seek the mythic Forbidden Zone. In just a few years, they sensed the location of the ancient god palace. And based on the ancient records they knew, they were very clear that within the ancient god palace, there was a definite immortal elixir, the jade dragon fruit tree. Boom! Yi Chi did not hesitate for a moment, directly stirring up a world-shaking wave, bursting into the ancient god palace. But when he stood before the master of the ancient god palace, all he saw was indifference and coldness. The master of the ancient god palace was dressed in white, standing at the peak of mythology, peerlessly transcendent, unlike anyone from the mortal world. He looked at Yi Chi with utter detachment. Coldly, he said, "Those cursed by myth do not deserve to possess divine objects." Then the fivefold mythical formation brought forth a vast ocean of ancient waves, pressing down towards Yi Chi and driving him out. Yi Chi emerged covered in blood, bearing wounds on his body. But the sorrow in his heart outweighed his injuries. Although it was anticipated, feeling the attitude of the ancient god palace master still filled him with a sense of desolation. Even though he still had the might of his prime years, his figure at this moment looked somewhat desolate and empty. The divine body and holy body lineage were cast out and shunned, receiving no help, seeming forced to fight alone. But he did not give up. Years later, he ascended to the Ziwei divine court, but this time, shortly after entering, he was forced out after 2 direct strikes. The divine court master did not even give him the chance to speak his request. Several years later, he climbed to Shodao Mountain, though there was no certain news of whether an immortal medicine existed there. But thinking of the mysterious power of Shodao Mountain, he still entered. Then, the response from the Shodao Mountain master was, "There is no divine medicine here." Perhaps the Shodao Mountain master, seeing Yi Chi's desolate loneliness, took pity on him, not actively expelling Yi Chi. But Yi Chi could not find the immortal medicine here and would not linger. He bid farewell to the Shodao Mountain master, showing respect. Because this was currently the only taboo giant willing to communicate amicably with him. "Help me again, sense the location of the bronze ancient ship," Yi Chi said to his wife. Although there was a hint of fatigue in his eyes, his expression was resolute, and his aura remained fierce, his will unshaken. Yao Fu understood her husband's meaning upon hearing this. Before them, there had been many great perfected divine and holy bodies attacking the bronze ancient ship. It had been discovered that there existed an immortal medicine there, the rare three-life divine flower of the current world. However, given their lineage of divine and holy bodies and the grievances with the bronze ancient ship, it was even less likely to obtain the immortal medicine from there, right? Yi Chi, just forget it. Yao Fu looked at the fatigue and determination in her husband's expression, her heart slightly pained. She feared that this journey would not only fail to obtain the immortal medicine but instead might lead to being killed by the bronze ship master. Yi Chi also knew what Yao Fu was worried about, but he firmly said, "I will not die." In the end, Yao Fu was persuaded. The two unmatched powerhouses soon sensed the location of the bronze ancient ship together. Yi Chi immediately erupted with overwhelming divine might, forcibly ascending to the bronze ancient ship. "Human race holy body Yi Chi, seeking the immortal medicine. I am willing to exchange anything, even my life." Upon arriving here, Yi Chi directly stated his request. And he lowered his stance extremely, essentially bowing his head to his enemy, no longer caring about his pride and dignity as an unmatched being. Now he was merely a husband and father crushed by the cruelty of the world. After saying these words, Yi Chi felt a gaze, equally ancient and ice-cold, containing no emotional fluctuations. Qin Feng glanced indifferently at Yi Chi. Regarding this rare era of dual unmatched beings, he had also paid some attention. But he didn't take it too seriously, he was not afraid of these two. By now, if calculating the days, that great perfected divine body should be nearing death, so Yi Chi's quest for the immortal medicine was to extend his wife's life? Was this really necessary? Or was there another situation? Qin Feng casually thought for a moment. But no matter the reason, wanting to obtain the immortal medicine from him was futile. Not to mention that the three-life divine flower had never submitted to him until now. Even if he could forcibly extract the immortal medicine from the three-life divine flower, it would be detrimental if it drove the flower away. He was still waiting for the three-life divine flower to lead him to the North Dipper Heaven Court. Moreover, whether extracting the immortal medicine from the three-life divine flower would affect its power in tracking the mythical forbidden zones was also unknown. The will of the three-life divine flower itself would definitely not assist Yi Chi, this great perfected holy body. As for the eastern peach tree, it is completely a younger sibling of the three-life divine flower. The situation is the same as the three-life divine flower. Moreover, this tree has not yet grown into a full tree and is not at the stage of regularly bearing fruit. So, everything will remain as it is. Boom! The bronze ancient ship rose casually, vast divine power surged and gathered, terrifyingly overwhelming, shaking the universe. In the end, Yi Chi was also forced to leave.
Even if he willingly offered everything, he could not exchange for the immortal divine medicine. It seemed that everything he had was worthless in the eyes of the forbidden giant.
There's still one more place.
Yi Chi stood in the depths of the starry sky, his expression sorrowful, unable to help but look in a certain direction. That direction, beyond the vast universe, held the source of fear, anger, and tragedy for their divine and holy bodies.
But in the end, he still decided to go.
Perhaps. In this world, only there valued the worth of divine and holy bodies.
Moreover,
he knew that his wife could not hold on much longer. If he could not obtain the immortal divine medicine, the fetus in his wife's womb would be passively refined and returned to the mother.
Beyond the universe,
on the eternally cold and desolate land of the divine tomb, Yi Chi arrived here, and when he stepped onto this land, the source of his holy body began to spiral out of control. Even if he fully unleashed his divine might, shocking the divine tomb, he still could not stop the wildly spreading red mold spots. And the immortals inside the divine tomb all awakened, revealing their overwhelming powers.
But they looked at him as if he were one of them, not launching any attacks. In the end,
Yi Chi maintained a sense of clarity, covered in mold spots, and arrived at the deepest part of the divine tomb.
Willing to offer everything for the immortal divine medicine.
He spoke solemnly, his face already covered in mold spots, with one eye completely turned into a hollow glowing red, while the other eye still retained clarity and reason.
And this time,
he finally received a response.
Yes.
A dry, flat voice echoed from within the divine tomb. Then a brilliant pearl of divine light flew out. It emanated an unparalleled and immortal aura, making one feel a sense of extraordinary creation. This was an immortal medicine that had been harvested and refined in advance.
But immediately after,
a terrifying curse power surged toward him, ready to completely engulf him. Yi Chi could only accept it, otherwise, he could not obtain this immortal medicine. But in the end, he still pleaded, "Please give me one last quarter of an hour."
This time,
there was no response from the depths of the divine tomb. But just as the curse power was about to fill him completely, a small gap was left. Yi Chi also understood that the other party had agreed. Then he took the immortal medicine pearl and turned to leave the divine tomb. When he returned to the vast universe, the mold spots on his body had completely transformed into new skin, almost indistinguishable from the ordinary. He also temporarily suppressed the aura of the immortal being. However, when Yi Chi brought the immortal medicine back to his wife, Yao Fu looked at him. How could she not see something? Her expression overflowed with grief and sorrow, as if she had already lost her husband.
She looked at the once familiar Yi Chi, asking, "Is it still you?"
"Yes."
Yi Chi gave a firm answer.
But after placing down the immortal medicine, he turned around and walked away without looking back. Even if he had more to say, he could no longer express it. The time the divine tomb allowed him seemed to have ended right there. Yao Fu did not stop her husband from leaving. Looking at the immortal medicine in front of her, she only felt endless sarcasm and pain. Born from the vast universe, protecting the mundane world during the end of the law era. In this place where help was sought, all responses were cold indifference. The common people could not help them, and the forbidden beings looked down on them. In the end, the only one who truly responded to their plea
was the divine tomb that granted them endless curses related to divine and holy bodies.
Yao Fu knew what her husband sacrificed to obtain this immortal medicine. Her heart was filled with endless pain, but she had no other choice.
Finally, she refined this last piece of immortality medicine, restoring her full vitality.
She immediately felt the fetus in her womb stabilize, continuing to violently absorb her maternal essence and grow rapidly. However, on the day she was to give birth to the fetus, the Yellow Springs River suddenly attacked, as if it had sensed Yao Fu's pregnancy. It not only aimed to kill this unique fetus but also sought to devour that extraordinary life origin. Yao Fu was furious, fighting desperately while protecting the fetus in her belly.
At the most critical moment,
two immortals rushed in, helping Yao Fu drive back the forbidden beings that came from the Yellow Springs River, protecting Yao Fu and the fetus. Yao Fu looked at those two immortals and could still vaguely see some features of her husband on one of them. She felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. The ones most willing to shelter and accept them in this world were actually the divine tomb.
It seemed that the divine tomb also very much desired to see the birth of this fetus born from the fusion of the divine body and the holy body, looking forward to something. At this moment,
Yao Fu couldn't help but have a thought. Since their divine body and holy body were shunned and expelled by this world, and only the divine tomb valued them,
then why not simply embrace the divine tomb and throw themselves into it?
However, this thought quickly flashed away. Yao Fu still absolutely did not want to immerse herself in the divine tomb, losing her true self, becoming an emotionless and desolate immortal being.
In the end,
Yao Fu successfully gave birth to the fetus, a girl. She named her daughter Yi Yao, without much thought, just a combination of their surnames, representing them and inheriting everything they had.
Moreover,
Yao Fu discovered that the curse energy on her daughter was extremely thin, and the deepening speed was incredibly slow.
This situation
indicated that the daughter could be sealed by the divine source, to be born at a more appropriate time in the future. On the day the end of the law concludes, the supreme heavenly heart's fortune will burst forth to its limit. There must be an unprecedented golden era.
Yao Fu pondered for a long time.
Finally, after raising her daughter for 8 years, accompanying her for those 8 years, she still sealed her daughter and arranged a guardian to unseal her in the future. After the end of the law, during that golden era, according to past situations, it was likely that many unmatched offspring would be born, riding the wave of this golden fortune, breaking shackles, and going against heaven to become emperors. In such an ancient grand age, a tremendously terrifying emperor might arise. Yao Fu naturally did not wish for her daughter to become this emperor, as her daughter still bore the constraints of the divine body and holy body, to be exiled by the supreme heavenly heart, and not recognized in the path of enlightenment. But in that golden era, her daughter might grow to heights that they could not reach. If she teamed up with the great emperor of the time, perhaps they could achieve monumental feats that could overturn the ages.
They might even break the divine tomb's curse.
Yao Fu envisioned this longing, but quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts. As for the future, no one could foresee. She could only do what she thought was right at present.
After safely and secretly sealing her daughter,
Yao Fu began to take revenge on the Yellow Springs River. She lived a second life with the immortality medicine and combined with the holy body to nurture extraordinary life, while her own origin underwent further transformation and enhancement. After polishing and cultivating for thousands of years, her strength was already stronger than before, almost indistinguishable from the great emperor of the time. She entered the Yellow Springs River twice, killing a forbidden being each time. But in that final battle, she fought to the point of mutually destroying herself, with no way out, holding on until the end to kill the enemy. But she was also too weak to leave, dying in the Yellow Springs River. Thus, this unique era of dual unmatched beings came to an end.
And after this, a premonition of a mythical transformation exploded. The great universe shook violently. It seemed as if something had pierced through. In an instant, it shocked all the realms of myth, even the instinctive wills of the mythic zones trembled faintly, in fear. Some supreme taboo giants awoke, examining the world, doubting whether an otherworldly entity had fallen. It could be an immortal divine medicine, it could be an extraordinary divine object, or even a guardian creature. Yet at this moment, no one knew.
The precursor of this mythological upheaval was about to impact the ancient bronze ship.
Chapter 44, The Absolute Darkness of the Black Box. An indescribable, terrifyingly grand sound instantly swept across the entire world. Whether in the great universe, the demon abyss, or the divine tomb, even the boundless void, was all affected by this tremendous disturbance. Moreover, this impact was multifaceted, covering endless time and space. All past and future causalities were influenced and affected. Many mythic zones were shaken by this force, their instinctive wills resonated with subtle tremors of fear. Even the great universe, the supreme heavens, became further sealed as a reflex, seemingly trying to lower its presence, so that it could better endure the incoming shock. Like a thunder tribulation approaching, the lower you lay, the less likely you are to be struck. Although this didn't hold much real significance, it was still a reaction of instinctive self-preservation. Beneath this infinitely vast and terrifying sound, an unusual and intense vibration arose from the great universe, as if something had pierced through the supreme universe. And this unusual vibration directly awakened some of the true supreme taboo giants who stood atop the ages, unmatched in the mortal realm. The transcendent mythic zones actively manifested. The ancient god palace was enveloped by a vast ocean of mythical light and shadows, suddenly appearing at the summit of the starry sky, exuding a transcendent aura, a sight astonishing as if myth had materialized. Then, an overwhelming power from the supreme giants flooded out, sweeping away the mortal realm, the energy terrifyingly transcendental, carrying a cold indifference toward all beings, causing all spirits to tremble. And aside from the ancient god palace, an even more mysterious and transcendent Z-Way divine court also appeared, transforming into a dreamlike realm, showering countless rays of divine light. The magnificent mythic energy spread, seeming to transform the great universe into a mythical land, shocking beyond measure. Among them, the aura fluctuations of a certain taboo giant were also felt, pressuring the cosmic regions, majestic and noble, swallowing ancient time and space, encompassing all mortal causalities, startling some taboo beings in the world. The guarding mountain, the primordial ruins, and the chaotic star-sea mythic zones were also awakened. A forbidden existence radiated power, sweeping across the universe, seemingly examining the mortal realm. However, after looking around a few times, they did not find anything within the ancient god palace. As long as that day does not arrive, nothing else matters. The master of the ancient god palace stood upon the sacred ground, his expression indifferent, speaking softly to himself. He speculated. It should be the disturbance arising from that mythic land beyond eternity and immortality, affecting everything in the annals of time.
Even the black box, absolutely beyond the causalities of myth, was shaken.
As for the unusual vibrations within the great universe,
there were more possibilities.
But no matter which possibility it was, as long as it did not disrupt the order of the black box and its absolute darkness, it would be fine.
As a guardian, the master of the ancient god palace needed to be mindful of these.
But in reality,
he was not originally a guardian, but willingly became one after learning some great secrets of origin.
The meaning of this guardian does not denote justice.
It has nothing to do with all living beings, nothing to do with the stability of the great universe, and there were no external enemies at all.
This guardianship
was merely the master of the ancient god palace, in order to avert calamity, flattering the terrifying beings beyond the black box that had no knowledge of his existence.
Actively helping those terrifying beings maintain the order of the black box. He only hopes.
When that day comes, he hopes to avoid becoming blank.
Meanwhile,
inside the Ziwei divine court, the master of the divine court sits high in a grand, magnificent palace, his gaze deep, as if glimpsing through time and space, his breath filled with supreme authority, resembling the ruler of the world. He is also a guardian, thinking about things similar to the ancient god master. He is not too worried that this mythological disturbance will bring any uncontrollable things from beyond the world. But the master of the divine court has quietly worried about another matter for a long time.
That day may not be far away. Why has the North Dipper divine court not appeared yet?
In the master's eyes, there is a hint of confusion and a trace of worry.
According to logic,
the least likely, and the least should have problems, is the North Dipper divine court.
Only when both the North Dipper and Ziwei are present can it absolutely ensure that no accidents will arise in the black box. But now, the North Dipper is absent, leaving only Ziwei. Although so far, it has perfectly ensured that no accidents have occurred within the black box.
But the North Dipper has been slow to appear.
This has always left the master of the divine court feeling uneasy. The black box is absolutely dark.
Even the terrifying beings outside cannot see the inside of the black box, or dare not look, cannot look. There is a supreme rule to follow. Therefore, no accidents will come from outside the black box, and those who can enter will not become accidents.
What the guardians need to do is ensure that no accidents occur inside the black box.
Although normally, accidents are nearly impossible. But once it is called an accident, it is naturally abnormal.
For example,
hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a dragon abyss emperor who was close to becoming an accident. Fortunately, this giant emperor ultimately chose to self-destruct and entered the forbidden zone, preventing further growth. But before the dragon abyss emperor, there was a terminal dust emperor who could already be called an accident. If the terminal dust emperor had continued to leap and become even stronger, he could have truly pushed the causality from inside the black box out.
Once such a thing happens, then the black box will lose its meaning. The black box is absolutely sealed, absolutely dark, absolutely unviewable, with no causality leaking outside. For those terrifying beings outside, before the black box opens, no one knows what it is like inside. To maintain darkness and the unknown externally is the meaning of the black box, which will play an unparalleled, overwhelming role, even reversing everything, on that day in the future. The master of the divine court nearly launched a guardian war to annihilate the terminal dust emperor. But the terminal dust emperor seemed to have learned something in advance, easily sinking the ancient bronze ship and escaping. However, fleeing from the path of myth is just a change of the way to die.
But sometimes the master of the divine court cannot help but admire the terminal dust emperor, as he may truly have chosen a path that could possibly hold a glimmer of hope. I hope the North Dipper divine court will appear, then there will surely be answers. As for the new bronze shipmaster, he should not be a guardian, but it doesn't matter.
The golden age after the end of the era of magic might generate accidents.
In a moment of awakening, the master of the divine court pondered some things, then quickly suppressed his half-hearted worries and returned to slumber.
Inside the ancient bronze ship, Qin Feng also felt that immense, unparalleled, terrifying commotion.
Moreover, from the authority of the ancient bronze ship, he could sense that the instinctual will of this forbidden zone seemed to show a hint of trembling fear.
As for the subsequent strange vibrations erupting in the grand universe, Qin Feng was even more confused.
Although he has lived to over 300,000 years, he still knows little about the fundamental secrets of this world.
Chapter 45, Another Identity Emerges.
Qin Feng is now over 300,000 years old. He completed the first leap of the soul over 20,000 years ago. Although the leap of the soul is the hardest to cultivate. But as his own Taoism foundation continuously improved, the ocean of sword energy evolved from his Taoism source became thicker and stronger, and the efficiency of tempering the soul would naturally increase slowly. The improvement from the first leap of the soul was significant, as it was equivalent to refining and rearranging the soul again, eliminating many messy traces, impurities, and the grime of time. But precisely because the improvement of the first leap of the soul was so great, it was already flawless and perfect. For the next leap of the soul, the improvement should not be significant, it would basically be stepping onto a smaller, flawless step. However, continuously stepping up the stairs will eventually lead to a qualitative change. The transformation of the divine fetus is the same. Qin Feng was about to complete the second transformation of the divine fetus. It might still take around 40 to 50,000 years. But he could feel it as well. The improvement of the second transformation of the divine fetus wouldn't be large, it was merely stepping onto a slightly higher small step. The first transformation of the divine fetus is from steel to gold, which is a qualitative change, while the second transformation might only be seen as gold to fine gold, which is not a qualitative change. Unless one can continuously improve and ultimately transform into myth-level gold, that would likely be a truly significant improvement. But Qin Feng estimated that reaching that step would take a long time, and he couldn't rush it. In terms of Taoism, he naturally glimpsed a magnificent road, but for his already rich and vast Taoism source, the improvement was also limited. Since his soul level has also risen. The physical body, soul, and Taoism also achieved balance, entering a new state of complete perfection, allowing for an even stronger burst of power. However, as for how strong, one would only know by truly battling someone. After all, there is no clear distinction between the realms beyond the emperor. Judging an emperor's combat power by how many lifetimes they have lived is not absolutely accurate. For example, that sword dragon emperor took an immortality medicine and only lived to the second lifetime, but he surely wouldn't be weaker than some of the past emperors who lived to the third lifetime. If the sword dragon emperor perfectly transformed into a true dragon, then he would only be in the third lifetime. But his third lifetime might not be weaker than some of the fifth lifetime emperors. There might also be some emperors with unique talents, whose power after becoming an emperor rivals those who lived an additional lifetime. Or some may have taken a very powerful and unique path during their additional lifetime, comparable to others who lived 2 lifetimes. Each emperor has different innate qualities and unique opportunities. Naturally, everyone's path will not be the same. Everyone could either go the wrong way or accidentally blaze a stronger, extraordinary path. This is true for Qin Feng as well. For the invincible, it is meaningless to compare each other's opportunities and innate talents. To determine victory or defeat, one only needs to exert their utmost combat power. After over 1,000 years, Qin Feng was suddenly startled. He noticed that the 3-life divine flower unexpectedly burst into a more brilliant, dreamlike light, and its roots were pushing upward, as if ready to break through the earth. What is happening? What is it sensing again? Qin Feng felt puzzled. The 3-life divine flower was already more mysterious than other immortality medicines, possessing certain unpredictable powers. Now that the 3-life divine flower was acting strangely, it naturally caught his attention. Then, the 3-life divine flower indeed took root and flew towards the outside of the bronze ancient ship. Seeing this, Qin Feng quietly stood up to follow. As for another immortality medicine inside the bronze ancient ship, the eastern peach tree, it has not grown yet, and it should still be hundreds of thousands of years away from bearing fruit regularly. This made Qin Feng feel somewhat puzzled. The eastern peach tree only began to grow after leaving the Big Dipper Heavenly Court. Did it not grow at all while it was in the Big Dipper Heavenly Court? Or was it not allowed to grow, needing to maintain some sort of initialization state? Qin Feng was also unclear about the situation. In the vast starry sky, Qin Feng followed the 3 lifetimes divine flower to an ordinary life planet. Then he saw the 3 lifetimes divine flower clearly enter deep into a jungle, finally arriving next to a willow tree by the river. By the riverside, a few ordinary willows were growing sparsely. If Qin Feng was just passing by this planet, perhaps he wouldn't sense anything. But now that he observed closely, he still discovered some unusual traits of the willow tree that the 3 lifetimes divine flower was near. A willow tree, yet it has a small branch of a plum tree growing on it? Qin Feng looked at the willow tree and sensed the extraordinary aura hidden within, and from the appearance, he also saw some abnormalities. The willow was growing a small branch of the plum tree, and it was perfectly grafted on, not forcefully attached. Or perhaps it should be said that it still retains a small branch of the plum tree. Qin Feng saw even more things and even vaguely guessed something. Perhaps a certain ancient mystery here provided him with an answer. Plum Emperor? Everything returns to zero, perhaps memories are gone, transforming from the source starting anew. Is this your alternative path to immortality? The question is the existence as Plum Emperor your true essence? If not, what was your original essence? Qin Feng looked at the willow tree, perceiving some secrets, but also faced many guesses that were hard to decipher. For example, the original essence of the Plum Emperor might not have been a plum tree. He had already embarked on this alternative path to immortality, and the Plum Emperor might just be one of his past lives. However, seeing the reaction of the 3 lifetimes divine flower made Qin Feng unable to help but speculate that perhaps the original essence of the Plum Emperor was also a kind of immortal divine medicine. With the mystery of the immortal divine medicine and its tremendous creative power, it might even have the potential to evolve into a true life form. This possibility was not entirely impossible. He was also curious why the 3 lifetimes divine flower would inexplicably sense the location of this willow tree. Could it be that his former identity as the supreme of the galaxy was mistaken by the world for the Plum Emperor? Thus, from the discussions about the Plum Emperor in the world, a fate was drawn out, scattered amongst the people, and captured by the 3 lifetimes divine flower? Xin Feng thought about this but could not be certain. He can only say that this explanation made some sense. Then, what happened next was that the 3 lifetimes divine flower somehow drew this willow tree, suspected to be the former body of the Plum Emperor, back to the bronze ancient ship. Xin Feng had another neighbor. Yet this felt a bit strange to him, as this new neighbor might be a former great emperor. However, he did not really care. This willow tree was still in a dazed plant phase, lacking awareness and intelligence, with only some basic instincts of a rare spiritual being. With Qin Feng's current strength and realm, facing a great emperor was no concern, let alone a willow tree like this. He was also quite curious about this willow tree, observing it was not a bad idea. Would this willow tree, as he guessed, be able to transform back into a human, and how would it transform? Did this alternative path to immortality really mean everything starts over? He was already a person of longevity. Was there a possibility of briefly befriending a friend of immortality in this mundane world? Continuing to meet one lifetime after another. When this friend of immortality regained their past memories, would they be surprised that in every lifetime, there was such a familiar figure? Xin Feng casually thought about this and didn't take it too seriously. Those who explore the path of invincibility never lack imagination, they occasionally think of trivial matters. In the blink of an eye. Over 10,000 years passed. A perfected holy body just aged and died, destroying its own body before death. This holy body had special circumstances and did not charge into any forbidden zones to fight to the death at the end. And after this perfected holy body died, only a little over 100 years had passed. Xin Feng suddenly sensed a very faint and weak abnormal wave. He discovered something. Then, he took action. His taboo supreme identity of life path and ancient Thunderwood was finally time to make a real appearance. This identity had been somewhat active during the era of the solitary emperor. It should still be known by some taboo beings. There was also a karma grievance with that solitary emperor. As for whether that solitary emperor really died, Xin Feng did not know, at least so far there were no traces of his existence. Chapter 46, A Catastrophe in the Making. At the edge of the universe. Suddenly, a void light curtain appeared, emanating a faint sense of horror and terrifying taboo energy, directly covering a section of the starry sky. Then, within the light curtain, an extreme evil and bloody taboo aura erupted, overwhelming and instantly engulfing all areas of this starry sky. Any living being that touched this evil aura was instantly crushed, turning into a stream of pure life essence that gathered at the top of the light curtain. Disaster. Some strong beings in this starry sky realized what this was in their last moments, their faces filled with terror, trembling as they uttered 2 words. Some called out the name of the recently deceased saint body before dying, but clearly received no response. Many others shouted the names of ancient invincible emperors, perhaps the ones they admired the most. The name that was called the most was that of the Yuan Extreme Emperor. Because historical records state that the Yuan Extreme Emperor was likely a supreme being of another path, destined to appear and protect the world during a catastrophe. However, all the energies in this starry sky were blocked by that void light curtain, unable to spread out. At this moment, the one initiating the disaster was the Chaos Emperor. He was a supreme being from the abyss of demons. This time he launched the disaster to devour the life essence of all beings, being extremely cautious, using his expertise in void path to conceal his energy, while the area covered was also very small, not daring to act recklessly. But even so, he could still be detected by some taboo beings. Moreover, the sudden loss of contact with a starry sky is not a small matter in the grand universe and could immediately cause a huge uproar. But the Chaos Emperor still had to do this, because he really couldn't hold on any longer. Even at the risk, he had to take action to replenish some life essence, otherwise, he would truly collapse at any moment and completely decay into nothingness. This end of law era. It has a considerable impact on the taboo beings surviving in the darkness. Originally, even if they cut themselves to survive in their divine source, there would inevitably be a loss of life essence, and the end of law era slightly accelerated their rate of decay. In fact, taboo beings had long wanted to initiate a disaster. But in the end of law era, there were also invincible beings capable of suppressing them. Especially with the presence of the Yuan Extreme Emperor, who had taken a different path, many taboo beings did not dare to initiate a disaster alone or with just a few. A supreme being of another path, daring to risk everything to fight against disaster, was still quite a deterrent. However, clearly, just one supreme being of another path could not suppress all the darkness in the world. Many taboo beings, with their life essence nearing depletion, were holding on, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a full-scale disaster. Ideally, they could rely on a mythical forbidden zone to launch a supreme-level catastrophe.
the longer the current world remains peaceful, the more terrifying the eventual disaster will be. Those taboo beings on the brink of decay and death could never just sit back and wait. They were waiting for an opportunity. Considering the current situation, this opportunity might be the upcoming mythical upheaval. It might also be the golden age after the end of law. At that time, the vitality and life force of all beings in the universe would definitely be more vigorous and surging than in any past era. Launching a calamity during the golden age would yield several times more results than in ordinary times, with incredible cost-effectiveness, absolutely the best timing. By that time, even the mighty Yung Great Emperor alone would never be able to stop this catastrophe no matter what. Not to mention Yung Great Emperor. Even if the past powerhouses like Long Yuan Great Emperor or Zhongshan Great Emperor returned, they still might not be able to stop it, and would be crushed by this disaster all the same. But now, the Chaos Void Emperor could no longer wait for that ideal calamity. If he didn't replenish his vitality and life force, he wouldn't last many more years. He acted with extreme caution, and without greed, keeping the scale very small. However, just as the Chaos Void Emperor was preparing to move on to the next starry sky, his expression suddenly changed, his heart shook slightly, as he sensed an overwhelming threat from an equal-level opponent, completely undisguised. He instantly realized that someone had noticed him. And the one who discovered him at the same level didn't ignore his actions, but was actually going to interfere and stop him? Boom! A man with an immensely tall and peerless body, with black hair flowing loose, and eyes shining with terrifying might, suddenly descended from above with a surge of eternal and powerful life waves. He swung a black giant ruler directly, unleashing terrifying supreme divine power, crushing countless paths in the void in an instant, smashing all things to wither, like a peerless heavenly god sweeping across the world. The endless waves of life surged like a vast sea, sweeping through the universe, shaking the domains of the starry sky, and startling all living beings. In an instant, he drew the attention of the entire universe. The Chaos Void Emperor looked at that forbidden supreme being holding the black ruler, bursting with life law power, and could not think of who he was at all. Moreover, the other party seemed to have no hesitation and directly erupted in full power to kill him. He couldn't figure out when he had created enmity with such a being. What did his small disaster have to do with this person? Could it be that this was also a supreme from the divergent path? Since when did so many divergent path supremes appear in this world? The Chaos Void Emperor instantly had many questions and thoughts. But facing a full-force assault from an equal-level being, of course he couldn't just wait to die. Boom! In an instant, the Chaos Void Emperor revived his silent and decayed imperial origin. A peerless and supreme might erupted completely, spreading terrifying energy across the sky and earth, enough to defy eternity. The Abyssal Demon Supreme was also a supreme, also one of the invincible, with heaven-piercing power to crush all things in the world. He raised his hand and struck with one palm, layers of void light screens overlapping, shining brightly, blurry and illusory, as if creating a supreme timespace beyond the world, trying to transcend all within. Boom! A supreme-level terrifying clash erupted, endless light bursting forth, instantly lighting up the deep void of the universe, with apocalyptic ripples sweeping across the vast stars, crushing countless paths in the void, making all beings tremble. The one attacking the Chaos Void Emperor now was naturally Qin Feng. He sensed the faint aura of the Chaos Void Emperor and quickly saw through his actions. He had no hesitation, grabbing the ancient lightning wood and charged straight in. Of course. The ancient lightning wood had long been refined by him into a powerful imperial weapon, which on the outside looked like a narrow coffin board, or it could also be said to resemble a giant ruler. He named this imperial weapon the Ancient Lightning Ruler. Bang! The otherworldly spacetime light screens created by the Chaos Void Emperor were directly shattered by the Ancient Lightning Ruler, turning into countless fragments of light scattering. The divine power of the Ancient Lightning Ruler was vast, with endless waves of life force, continuing to shake the Chaos Void Emperor away. Splurt! Blood spurted from the Chaos Void Emperor's body, and his originally towering imperial body now, under the crushing pressure of that overwhelming life power, kept retreating. Every step he took back caused the starry sky to shake violently, as if an ancient giant was shaking the universe, while the Emperor's blood fell, staining the vast starry sky red. Chapter 47, The Two Children of the Bronze Ancient Ship. Boom, a great battle broke out, shaking the universe and immediately waking some forbidden beings. But when they saw the situation on the battlefield, they were somewhat perplexed at first. The Chaos Sky Emperor had a certain level of fame, and many forbidden beings knew of him. However, few people knew about the Taboo Supreme who held the Black Large Ruler and displayed an astonishing path of life. Yet, there were still a few taboo beings who recognized that this Life Supreme had been somewhat active during the era of the Solitary Emperor. The Chaos Sky Emperor has unleashed a small catastrophe. Soon, a forbidden being noticed an unusually empty starry sky and caught a whiff of bloodthirst, instantly understanding what was happening. Bang! Qin Feng swept down with the ruler again, a divine might erupted, crushing the ancient red dust. As the ancient thunder ruler moved, the stars trembled as if about to be toppled, and the universe quaked.
The Chaos Sky Emperor was once again sent flying by the ruler, blood staining the starry sky, the scene shocking the world and even causing the Taboo Supreme to be slightly surprised. But in reality, Qin Feng had not unleashed his full power, he was merely using a basic level of combat strength. Even so, it was already comparable to the might of the present-day emperors.
Moreover, the Chaos Sky Emperor was clearly in a terrible state, his life force was depleted, his body and soul corrupted, and his imperial origin no longer as rich. However, reaching this point, the Chaos Sky Emperor naturally realized that this battle must distinguish life and death, and it was highly likely he would perish. His expression revealed a sense of tragic determination, his eyes suddenly shot out a fierce radiance, and his imposing aura finally burst forth with all he had. His already decaying imperial origin began to steam violently, risking collapse to elevate his combat strength to its highest level. In an instant, the Chaos Sky Emperor's momentum surged to its peak, his divine might overshadowing the ages, recalling the peak power of the past, no different from an emperor. Boom, an even more earth-shattering battle sound erupted, causing the vast universe to tremble, terrifying enough to seem apocalyptic, making the world shudder. Qin Feng faced this peak power of the Chaos Sky Emperor, his expression still unchanged, responding with composure. He struck down ruler after ruler, overwhelmingly powerful, as if unstoppable through the ages, showing an invincible divine might. But soon, the Chaos Sky Emperor could no longer endure, to hold on for a while with his decaying body was already worthy of the title of the Invincible. After he unleashed a chaotic void attack that seemed ready to engulf half the universe, he was completely crushed by Qin Feng, his body shattered, soul extinguished, and life ended. Could it be the Supreme of the other path?
Deep in the starry sky, a forbidden being silently observed, unable to help but question whether the Life Supreme who killed the Chaos Sky Emperor was a Supreme of the other path. The Chaos Sky Emperor came from the abyss of demons and had no grudges against the supreme beings of the vast universe, and the Abyss's Supremes had always been low-key in the universe. Additionally, with traces of the Chaos Sky Emperor's unleashed catastrophe in the starry sky, it naturally led people to suspect that this Life Supreme discovered the actions of the Chaos Sky Emperor and chose to not tolerate it, thus intervening to kill him. And this kind of behavior completely belonged to the Supreme of the other path. However, it might not necessarily be the Supreme of the other path.
It could just be a one-time other path action due to other reasons.
It doesn't have to be completely committed to and become an other path Supreme. As for the true situation, it still depends on whether this Life Supreme will appear when the catastrophe arises in the future. At this moment, the mythical Forbidden Zone of Guardian Mountain suddenly appeared in the starry sky's pinnacle, with some mythical lights falling, shaking the world, which made the awakened forbidden beings feel wary and suspicious. Qin Feng glanced at the Guardian Mountain, ignoring it, casually wiping away the remaining forbidden aura on the battlefield, then directly concealed his power and presence. As for the Lonely Emperor, with whom he had a grievance, he did not reappear because of this. However, he did not care too much, perhaps the other party was truly dead, or perhaps there were other matters more important than settling grievances, not wanting to emerge and fight to the death. Then, the Guardian Mountain also quickly faded away again. The appearance of this mythical Forbidden Zone was merely because the UNG Emperor had been awakened, and he couldn't help but observe for a moment. But the UNG Emperor could not confirm that this Life Supreme was of the same kind as him. He also could not determine which era the opponent's invincible figure belonged to. But no matter what, this person still killed the Chaos Emperor, preventing a minor disaster, and the outcome was good. However, this battle still had a significant impact. Because it seemed that there were two supreme beings with different paths in the world. That Life Supreme was obviously not the invincible figure behind the UNG Emperor, that must be an even older existence. But these two both engaged in actions of different paths. The deterrent power against the world's forbidden matters was naturally greater, making people think twice before causing disasters. Qin Feng completely concealed his aura, traversing through deep space, returning to the ancient bronze ship.
But at that moment,
he suddenly sensed a unique life aura, a familiar feeling, similar to the aura of a divine body and a holy body. He had come into contact with and even studied this during this end-of-law era. But this life aura was very unique. He felt a bit curious and followed it into a nearby flourishing life planet. Then, he saw a severely injured, about to die infant. The infant was soaked in blood from the chest down, all of its own blood, and it was still bleeding incessantly. An infant the size of an adult's palm pouring out so much blood was naturally unusual. Qin Feng casually reached out and stabilized the infant's life force, then cast his gaze around, a power that few could perceive instantly enveloped the entire planet. Then he roughly understood why this infant was left here. A divine body family and a holy body family had erupted into conflict and engaged in bloody fighting. The holy body family was defeated, and an elder took this infant to escape. But upon escaping here, they were caught up by the enemy, perishing together, with the infant also being affected and severely injured. Qin Feng did not intervene in the war of these two large families. He observed the infant for a while, especially the unique and novel weak origin of the infant's body. This body origin clearly originated from the transformation of the holy body origin, possessing the aura of a holy body. The infant should have come from the holy body family, but after several generations, only a trace of the weak holy body origin was inherited, and there wouldn't be much holy body power.
However, this infant's holy body origin had mutated. The reasons were likely multifaceted and difficult to reverse engineer.
The infant's mutated holy body origin, although very weak, had advanced and reached another level, nearing a state of perfection. If this body origin were not weak and continued to evolve to flawless perfection, it was feared that it would not be much different from a true flawless holy body. Blessed by heaven, the origin evolves, almost comparable to a holy body, yet also encountering calamities that may lead to premature death. Qin Feng looked at the infant, pondering for a moment.
In the end,
he still decided to save this infant. If he hadn't stabilized the infant's life force, the infant would have been dead long ago, and by now no one could have come to save this child.
Moreover, with Qin Feng's current realm and means,
it would not be difficult to strengthen this unique origin within the infant's body to the appropriate level. He could even push this infant's body origin to fully evolve to flawless perfection, mainly because this infant's origin was already incredibly close to perfection.
The methods of a supreme emperor are indeed unfathomable.
In the past, there have been imperial beings who, in order to live a little longer, used a creature of a race for research, indirectly creating another unique race. Moreover, this race eventually evolved to be flawless, no different from many races in the vast universe. They all had the potential to grow to invincibility. Qin Feng was merely transforming an already mutated, near-perfect baby. It was nothing truly difficult or troublesome.
In a blink of an eye, 5 years passed.
The baby that Qin Feng had rescued was already 5 years old. With his guidance, the baby's origin grew stronger year by year, already restored to its abundant state, and finally crossed that line, evolving to perfection without flaws. It seems that after these hundreds of thousands of years, being alone has been a bit lonely. Having a few children indeed provides a different feeling.
Qin Feng looked at the little kid who could now climb the Eastling peach tree and swing around, gradually feeling a bit of the fresh taste of the mortal world. In fact, even during his first life, he had always been fighting on the path of invincibility, and hadn't really experienced the so-called mortal life. However, whether he experienced the mortal world or not didn't matter much to him. But experiencing it for real did provide some joy. Especially throughout his infinite life, feeling lonely had indeed been too monotonous. He needed some new things to add color to it. You evolved from the human race's holy body, yet you cannot be called a human emperor body. Calling you a human emperor body isn't quite appropriate either. Let's downgrade a rank and call you the human king body.
From now on, you shall be named Qin Human King. Qin Feng named the child. However, this human king body was undoubtedly one of a kind, hardly possible to see a second one.
Because such a mutation and evolution process could not be replicated again.
Even if it could be inherited, it could not be perfectly inherited. There would surely be flaws.
In the end,
after Qin Feng brought this child to the age of 7, he sealed him with divine essence and placed him next to the willow tree transformed from Plum Emperor. He naturally knew that after the end of the Age of Magic, there would be an unprecedented golden era.
He planned to let Qin Human King emerge during that time.
The willow tree transformed from Plum Emperor might also catch up. It would probably be a little baby-like willow spirit as well. At that time, they would be thrown into the golden era together to see how far they could go. However, no matter what, Qin Feng didn't plan to let these two kids know his true identity and the secret of his longevity. In these years, Qin Human King had been eating demigod items as food on the bronze ancient ship, swimming in the galaxy, fighting with the 3 lives divine flower, using the time easy blade to saw the Eastling peach tree, and sleeping on the ancient thunder measure as a bed, while playing with other divine items as toys. But Qin Feng had actually done some degree of concealment. Demigod items and some rare spiritual items were no problem, no need to conceal, just gnawing on them was enough. But that large batch of divine items had been hidden by Qin Feng, losing that divine light. They looked at most like some rare spiritual items. Because in the future, when Qin Human King grows up, he might guess that the master of the bronze ship, the supreme of the galaxy, and the supreme of life were the same person, and could potentially uncover many of Qin Feng's secrets. Qin Feng could let Qin Human King know that he was born extraordinary, but could not let him know he came from a mythical forbidden zone.
That willow tree was the same way. Chapter 48, Returning to the North Dipper Heavenly Court. In a blink of an eye, 30,000 years passed.
Qin Feng was over 340,000 years old, and the second turn of the divine embryo was nearing completion. In these years, he had never stopped exploring another path to break through the ceiling of strength further. Recently, however, he had some ideas and began to try. It should yield some results. He slightly set aside his cultivation now and organized his current situation.
In the following days, I ask again whether the 3 life divine flower in the Beidou Heavenly Court have appeared yet? And this time, after nearly 200,000 years, the 3 life divine flower finally reacted to the Beidou Heavenly Court.
Those three indescribable, dreamlike flowers instantly burst forth with even more brilliant light, illuminating the entire ancient bronze ship, the immortal aura of mythology spreading, more sacred than ever before. This extraordinary change also stirred the eastern peach tree, causing this immortal tree, which had already matured and started to bear fruit, to also radiate astonishing rays of divine brilliance, the small green peaches on it appearing surrounded by circles of hazy divine light. The two immortal divine medicines gradually echoed with each other, as if they were communicating. Finally, the three-life divine flower in the eastern peach tree simultaneously shot up from the ground, flying towards the outside of the ancient bronze ship. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately followed. In these 30,000 years, two great perfected divine bodies had appeared in the vast universe, both fighting desperately. Currently, there are no invincible beings in the world. The movement of the three-life divine flower in the eastern peach tree would not attract the attention of forbidden life forms. Moreover, Qin Feng followed closely behind, casually concealing some of the spreading aura, and now he naturally feared nothing, but did not want to cause trouble. Outside the vast universe, Qin Feng kept chasing after the three-life divine flower in the eastern peach tree into the void domain, swiftly moving deeper. With his current strength pushing through the limits, going deeper into the void domain was naturally more at ease than before. After traveling quite a distance within the void domain, Qin Feng finally saw again that towering and magnificent, as if a true myth manifesting in the mortal realm, supreme mythological forbidden zone. Beidou Heavenly Court. Qin Feng did not hesitate for a moment. Suddenly from beneath his feet a dazzling boundless Milky Way burst forth, surging like a tidal wave, its terrifying momentum shocking the world, as if to topple myths. He himself also stepped upon the Milky Way, his mighty godly presence overwhelming, incredibly strong, as if to stabilize all eternity, to suppress everything. Boom! The Beidou Heavenly Court was suddenly struck, rumbling violently, and the seven-layered mythological formation instinctively revived, the mythological radiance covering all, the overwhelming might erupting, aiming to block the intruder. Qin Feng broke through the obstruction, forcibly ascending to the Beidou Heavenly Court once more. He ignored the vast rivers and mountains below, stepping directly into the magnificent and brilliant territory above the nine heavens, filled with towering divine palaces. He stood here, his whole body shimmering with divine light, blazing like a tidal wave, his godly might terrifyingly vast. As that seven-layered mythological formation once again descended like an ancient ocean, Qin Feng raised his Milky Way array, more at ease than the last time in blocking it. Taking the Milky Way with him, naturally, was because of this moving array, making it much easier to resist against the mythological forbidden zone. Then, that seven-layered mythological formation further revived, its power suddenly increasing dramatically, shockingly terrifying, like a gigantic wave of myth crashing down. It placed tremendous pressure on Qin Feng, even making him faintly feel the threat of his life. But with his current strength and over 300,000 years of foundation, he was capable of resisting. Besides, this was merely the Beidou Heavenly Court's instinctive will reviving the mythological formation, still not truly unleashing its full terrible mythological power. While Qin Feng defended, he continuously advanced deeper into the Beidou Heavenly Court, aiming to reach the true core of this place. After he blocked another wave of boundlessly terrifying mythological formation pressure, the instinctive will of the Beidou Heavenly Court finally slightly halted its offensive. A radiant divine light suddenly shot out from that supreme palace, scattering a grand aura, possessing an indescribable supreme nobility and majesty, as if standing eternal above all, dominating the myths. Qin Feng saw this radiant divine light, and also stopped his steps. Within that radiant divine light, there was an unparalleled magnificent entity, the mythological light flowing, reflecting hazy and transcendent mythological scenes, as if having traversed endless eternal years. Witnessed the rise and fall of the supreme myth. It was a jade seal, dazzlingly beautiful, supreme and unmatched, seemingly the most perfect and flawless thing beyond all myth. The moment Qin Feng saw it, he felt a shock and amazement from this extraordinary mythical object. Heavenly Court Jade Seal. Qin Feng looked at this magnificent jade seal, sensing that this was the supreme authority of the mythical forbidden zone of Beidou Heavenly Court. However, even with this jade seal now appearing on its own, it still had a strong rejection and resistance toward him. It clearly seemed very difficult for Qin Feng to take control of this place. The Heavenly Court Jade Seal openly rejected Qin Feng. But it also faintly revealed a hint of fear, not battling against Qin Feng with all its might like before. Now, its active appearance seemed more like wanting to engage in a simple negotiation or discussion. I am unqualified to take control, and you ask me to leave? Qin Feng sorted out a pure message from the will wave that the Heavenly Court Jade Seal was currently emitting. He could feel. The Heavenly Court Jade Seal was not truly afraid of him, but it was indeed somewhat wary of him, not wanting to engage in a fierce confrontation, fearing unnecessary damage to some areas of the Heavenly Court. So it aimed to express a tough attitude, forcing him to leave. If he still didn't leave, it seemed unavoidable that a struggle would ensue. Qin Feng understood some of the Heavenly Court Jade Seal's attitude and couldn't help but smile. Then, he directly extended his palm, unleashing immense power. Dazzling light burst forth, covering the mythical world, wanting to directly grasp the Heavenly Court Jade Seal. But the Heavenly Court Jade Seal had long been on guard and kept its distance. Boom! In an instant, the seven-layer mythical formation further surged, giant waves roared endlessly, erupting a magnificent tide reversing the mythical era. Bang! In a terrifying collision, Qin Feng stood on the Milky Way, inevitably stained with blood, yet still broke through the seven-layer mythical formation. He did not catch the Heavenly Court Jade Seal, but he had anticipated it. Moreover, his target now was deeper within the Heavenly Court. He faintly sensed a remarkable mythical aura from some place deep within, making his heart tremble with curiosity. The Heavenly Court Jade Seal activated the seven-layer mythical formation to obstruct him. But it was already somewhat too late, and it couldn't forcefully stop him. This intruder was incredibly formidable. Even when clashing against the seven-layer mythical formation and suffering severe injuries, his momentum showed no signs of diminishing. In the end, Qin Feng stepped into the deepest part of the Heavenly Court, a land filled with dreams and beauty. Here, he finally saw what that extraordinary mythical aura was. Ginseng fruit tree? Qin Feng saw an ancient stone tablet flowing with rich temporal energy, with 4 large characters carved upon it. Although he could not recognize those 4 characters, the aura exuded by the words contained the purest message, writing Ginseng fruit tree. And indeed, there was a tree here, surpassing everything, embodying the utmost beauty of myth. Its trunk and bark, resembling carved ink jade, shimmered with divine light, embodying the ancient essence of time, seemingly immortal and eternal. The tree was not large, with only 4 branches supporting its crown, but its leaves were lush, and each leaf was unique, shimmering with vibrant colors, flowing with unique Tao rhythms, reflecting some indescribable mythical objects, as if the myriad of myths could solidify the glory of real mythology. But what was most captivating, even making it hard for Qin Feng to take his eyes off it, was the 3 ginseng fruits upon this tree. This ginseng fruit. Qin Feng looked at the 3 ginseng fruits, and just with a preliminary observation, he sensed the basic effects of these fruits from the profound aura they emitted. This made his complexion change slightly, and he felt deeply shocked. This was a type of super-specification mythical fruit, likely surpassing even the immortal elixir, its effects unprecedented in the world. Almost without any hesitation, Qin Feng directly moved to pick the ginseng fruit. His actions were incredibly swift, as he made his move the moment he set his eyes on it. But the Heavenly Court's Jade Seal saw the entire situation and acted even faster, almost predicting Qin Feng's actions as it intervened. Boom! The 7-layer myth formation once again summoned a surge of mythic waves, powerful and terrifying enough to overturn the ages. Bang! Another shocking collision occurred. Yet Qin Feng withstood the force and forcibly snatched 1 ginseng fruit. Among the 3 ginseng fruits, 2 were clearly ripe, exuding a flawless divine aura. The other one, however, was formless, still a blurry mass of chaotic light and shadow. Qin Feng initially judged that this ginseng fruit would likely need around 1,000,000 years to mature, containing unimaginable mythic transformations. Its level and preciousness could qualify it as a peerless treasure even in the land of myths. This further astonished him about this mythical forbidden zone. Just an ordinary mythical forbidden zone that fell to the mundane world, did it really require such an extraordinary super special object? Moreover, he still couldn't understand. With his strength and prowess, why was he still rejected and unrecognized by the Heavenly Court's Jade Seal? This led him to speculate. Perhaps it wasn't that he wasn't worthy. It could simply be that he was not the right person. The Big Dipper Heavenly Court was not looking for a qualified ruler, but waiting for someone promised to appear who had not yet come. Boom! The 7-layer myth formation gathered once more, unleashing a mighty force to crush towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng had safely stored the ginseng fruit he just picked. He had originally intended to forcibly collect another ginseng fruit. But the Heavenly Court's Jade Seal was going to extreme lengths to expel him. Moreover, the ginseng fruit tree was extraordinary, inherently defensive, actively hiding the remaining 2 ginseng fruits, and started to shrink, as if trying to escape. If not for the obstruction of the Heavenly Court's Jade Seal, Qin Feng could have easily caught the ginseng fruits and discovered where they were hidden. But at this moment, the Big Dipper Heavenly Court was already racing toward the depths of the void, trying to drag him into nothingness and bury him, or force him to retreat. Qin Feng sensed this and was constantly aware of the position of the grand universe. Previously, he had some leeway to linger and entangle here for a time. But now, he had to leave. He was still unwilling to drift into the void and lose his direction in the grand universe. Staying in the Big Dipper Heavenly Court served little purpose. Unless he could find a practical way to truly take command here, or one day overwhelm everything and establish himself. In the end, Qin Feng chose to leave. Before departing, he also cleared a path for the 3-life divine flower in the East Peach Tree, otherwise, they might not have easily left. He saw the 2 immortal herbs seemingly engaging with a few other young saplings in a nearby garden.
But those saplings showed no reaction.
Qin Feng did not wish to interfere in the affairs of the two immortal herbs, he merely opened a path for them. Upon seeing him about to leave, the two immortal herbs also chose not to linger and followed him out. Qin Feng watched as the Big Dipper Heavenly Court delved deeper into the realm of nothingness and felt little sentimental. He sensed the already somewhat hazy position of the grand universe and promptly turned to return.
Chapter 49, Could it be the dream of completing the path? The end of the law. On the ancient bronze ship,
Qin Feng had returned, and the three-life divine flower in the East Peach Tree had also returned to their rooting place, gradually calming down. But Qin Feng was not yet calm. Besides harvesting an unimaginable ginseng fruit to further study its effects, he couldn't help but reflect on the will waves he had captured while confronting the myth formation earlier at the Big Dipper Heavenly Court.
Some extraordinary information was analyzed.
First of all, that jade seal seemed to have a sense of urgency or eagerness, but perhaps not an eagerness to drive him away, rather a hurry because it has never waited for the promised master.
Secondly, the following information was somewhat chaotic, seemingly expressing that the black box needs to maintain a certain state, thus prohibiting a certain type of person from appearing.
Qin Feng combined this information, recalling the content he had exchanged with various taboo giants earlier. Adding to that were the major historical events and prominent figures that have shocked the world since ancient times. This made his expression grow more serious, as he had several guesses in his heart, perhaps getting closer to some truths. But to know specifically, he would have to explore more and observe further.
Now, it's time for this ginseng fruit.
Qin Feng suppressed some thoughts and began to look at that ginseng fruit, shaped and sized like a human fetus, its appearance crystal clear like jade, radiating a mythical brilliance, exuding an astonishing aura, possessing a unique creation that transcends the mundane world. Indeed, this ginseng fruit can probably cultivate a perfect and flawless avatar. However, even if this avatar is cultivated, it may still be unable to attain enlightenment and has a lifespan limit, its usefulness may not be that great. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, an unparalleled aura cascading down, as he was observing and analyzing the mysteries of the ginseng fruit, aiming to understand all its powers. This ginseng fruit held an extremely high rank, its creation was astonishing. But it was not completely beyond his understanding of the complex and intricate mythical things. He swept his mind, carefully experiencing, still able to generally grasp all its situations. If he continued to cut out his own divine soul and merge it into the ginseng fruit, with divine ways of creation cultivated over a long period of time, he could obtain an avatar. The avatar is an extension of the main body, still appearing as one entity. If the avatar could attain enlightenment and become an emperor, then it would be an emperor-level battle power, naturally of great use. But the problem is, in Qin Feng's judgment, the avatars cultivated from the ginseng fruit may not be capable of attaining enlightenment. Because in this vast universe, the supreme heavenly heart reigns over all, possessing a predetermined standard for those who attain enlightenment, which cannot be surpassed. At the very least, Qin Feng knew that there were 4 types of people who found it extremely difficult to succeed in attaining enlightenment or could not attain it at all. The first type of person could be called non-genius born, or non-gifted. That is to say, these people's bloodlines and qualifications are not innate. For example, those imperial descendants, ancient princes, and supreme sons are the most typical representatives of this type. Their qualifications and bloodlines are inherited from their parents, and theoretically, they can have as many as their parents can produce. Perhaps in the Supreme Heavenly Heart's judgment, this type of person belongs to the cheaters. Compared to other truly naturally born talents, there may be an element of unfairness involved. Furthermore, ancient princes and imperial descendants have inherited an echo of enlightenment from their parents, repeating the same invincible emperor path. Naturally, the Supreme Heavenly Heart would not recognize it. However, there is still some possibility for this type of person to attain enlightenment, so it's not absolutely impossible. The second type of person is the ancient ones, or say, those not of this age. They are those who were sealed in ancient times and reappear in the present world. This type of person may have their lifespans preserved intact, but they will inevitably carry strong traces of ancient times. Ancient ones can almost never succeed in attaining enlightenment, making it difficult to be recognized by the Supreme Heavenly Heart. That terrifying emperor calamity is nearly impossible to overcome. Perhaps the Supreme Heavenly Heart thinks they are seizing the opportunities of the present ones. However, those young imperial descendants and ancient princes are actually not included in the category of ancient ones. Because they are young, even if sealed for a long time, after re-emerging, they can continue to grow, shedding the aura of ancient times, becoming recognized beings of this age. The third type of person is the primordial divine bodies and the lineage of the human race's holy bodies, who are unable to attain enlightenment, and their descendants inheriting their physical essence also find it hard to attain enlightenment. As for the last type of person, it was Qin Feng himself, who also could not comprehend the Tao back then. Perhaps it cannot comprehend the Tao, or maybe there is a half chance of comprehending it, or maybe there are other unpredictable situations. Qin Feng looked at the ginseng fruit. using his own power to capture the aura of the Supreme Heavenly Heart and combining it with the life aura of the ginseng fruit to deduce the situation. In the end, he deduced that the Supreme Heavenly Heart would most likely ignore this life aura of the ginseng fruit and would not acknowledge its path to the Tao.
But this is certainly not absolute.
The Supreme Heavenly Heart overwhelms everything in the mortal realm, and even the status of the great universe itself may exceed the mythical level slightly. Mortal beings can hardly shake the Supreme Heavenly Heart. It is naturally impossible to fully comprehend and understand all the mysteries of the Supreme Heavenly Heart.
So the conclusion drawn by Qin Feng may not be accurate.
Because he cannot truly understand all the principles and orders of the Supreme Heavenly Heart.
Especially something mythological like the ginseng fruit, perhaps it could also make the Supreme Heavenly Heart feel some kind of difficulty? No matter what, let's cultivate it and see.
Qin Feng still decided to cultivate this ginseng fruit avatar. Perhaps the avatar cannot comprehend the Tao and become an emperor, but it is certainly not useless. He can still directly refine the avatar into pure divine essence, so it would not be a waste.
In the blink of an eye, 40,000 years passed.
Every 10,000 years, Qin Feng poured 1/7 of his divine soul into the ginseng fruit, enhancing it through divine cultivation, and the avatar quickly took shape, eventually reaching a perfect and flawless level of life, successfully being born.
This process did not consume too much of Qin Feng's energy and time.
The only significant loss was his divine soul, but with his current foundation, it was not a big problem. At most, it would take several tens of thousands of years to fully recover.
At this moment,
before Qin Feng sat a young man, whose appearance did not really matter. The key was that their personalities were unique, and that flawless mindset and will were in perfect alignment. In Qin Feng's perception, the avatar was a part of him, it was one entity. Even if in the future they were in different times and spaces where their fates did not connect, this personality and mindset would not be easily shaken, they would still absolutely be the same person, able to move forward parallelly, and could fuse into one at any time in the future. Qin Feng felt this way. This showed that his cultivation of this avatar was very smooth and successful, truly perfect. To be born is to reach the realm of a sage, neither a gift from heaven nor possibly could it become an ancient one. It seems that wanting to fulfill my initial dream of comprehending the Tao with this avatar is indeed unlikely.
Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh.
When he first walked the world as the Galaxy Supreme, he had once expressed a sigh, still harboring some lingering regret for not experiencing the exhilaration of comprehending the Tao and rising to the heavens in one step at the start. When he saw that the ginseng fruit could cultivate an avatar, the first thought that came to him was perhaps he could fulfill his past dream of comprehending the Tao through this avatar. But now, upon initial judgment, this ginseng fruit avatar, theoretically speaking, also likely cannot comprehend the Tao. But it's no matter, entering the golden age with the avatar to experience the mortal realm should also bring some fresh enjoyment. Although Qin Feng still had some regrets about comprehending the Tao. However, with his current state of mind, he had long since let go of everything. Moreover, this avatar was similar to ordinary beings, also having a lifespan limit, and would decay until it approached death. This, for Qin Feng, could perhaps be a rare and fresh experience. Of course, not being able to comprehend the Tao is not necessarily absolute. Perhaps his deduction was wrong, and the avatar could still comprehend the Tao? Or perhaps because of the uniqueness of the ginseng fruit, it could become an unprecedented exception through the ages? If the avatar could indeed reach the step of comprehending the Tao and becoming an emperor, Qin Feng would certainly not let the avatar die easily, he would find a way to help it advance even further and even approach the battle power of his true self. In that case, the role of the doppelganger would greatly increase. But how exactly? We must wait for the end of the Age of Decline to truly reveal the step of attaining the way. The doppelganger is already at the saint level, and with just 300 or 400 more years of cultivation, it can directly attempt to attain the way. At that time, if it can attain the way, it will try to take that ultimate step, if not, it will obediently return and wait for death, ultimately merging back with the main body. The cultivation of the doppelganger is also simple, drawing insights from the main body, transforming into the way, and reuniting with the physical body and soul. All that is needed is time.
In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years have passed. Qin Feng is over 400,000 years old. On this day, the Age of Decline has ended.
A vast and magnificent sound instantly spread throughout the universe. The highest heavenly heart released its sealed state, completely unleashing the overwhelming fortune suppressed for nearly 300,000 years.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Heaven and earth trembled, thousands of sounds roared, all shackles of the way were unlocked, myriad orders of glories broke through the void, manifesting in heaven and earth, triggering immense and boundless phenomena.
At the same time,
another even more terrifying and chilling sound also appeared. Mythical forbidden zones gradually emerged in the starry sky, scattering mythical brilliance, an unmatched majestic aura filled the world, shocking all living beings. Especially when many indistinguishable forbidden powers suddenly poured into the world, sweeping across the starry sky, the air pressure terrifying and thrilling, making people's minds tremble as if checking something.
In the sense of terror among the people.
This is by no means the arrival of a prosperous age, but a chaotic world filled with immense horrors is unfolding. In such a chaotic world, taboo giants may die, emperors could fall, and mythical forbidden zones may be sunk. No one can predict how the era will develop. Qin Feng, hanging above the mortal world, also viewed this era with caution. His doppelganger had already entered the world with 2 children and might also become a force that could influence this golden grand situation.
Chapter 50, The Suspense of the Early End of the Golden Prosperity? Merge into one. In this great universe.
Since ancient times, there have been 9 great emperor stars, standing high above, never sinking, gathering the vast fortunes of the universe, with the essence of the way steaming, achieving immense prosperity. They are battlefields that the invincible cannot bypass. Each emperor star dominates a vast and boundless starry sky. An ancient road of stars that has existed since ancient times connects these 9 great emperor stars. Only together can the 9 emperor stars be called the true center of the great universe. Invincible beings throughout history mostly traveled this ancient road, breaking through the 9 great emperor stars, sweeping the world, reaching the pinnacle, and defining an entire era, their names echoing across the ages. Now that the golden prosperity has begun, countless talents will surely emerge, breaking out from their respective star regions, gathering at the 9 great emperor stars, competing on the ultimate road to invincibility. Only 10 years have passed. Many unparalleled talents have already become famous in the starry sky atop the 9 great emperor stars, causing immense shock merely by their mention.
What imperial talent and ancient emperor's demeanor!
The emergence of any unparalleled talent seems to suggest that this era has no suspense, bound to be one person attaining the way and becoming emperor.
For example, on the West Xian Emperor star, there is someone with innate different pupils, able to glimpse the mysteries of time and space. At a young age, they can cross the void alone, waving the laws of time like they are wielding the authority of time and space, hailed as the son of time and space. Others manifest and draw the attention of heaven and earth, radiant colors descend, purple chi rises from the east, as if the ancient emperor has been reincarnated. Some are born with dual souls, possessing 2 unparalleled talents, yet seemingly sharing one personality, the dual talents as one, making them truly unprecedented in the world. In addition,
there are also some ancient princes, descendants of invincible beings from the past, whose talents are extraordinary and truly carry on the style of former invincibility.
Setting aside everything else,
the emergence of one emperor's heir immediately attracted immense attention from the entire West Xian Emperor star and even from the surrounding star regions. Because he is the eternal Dust Prince, the son of the Supreme Emperor who almost overturned the world's darkness and taboos.
Even
the appearance of the eternal Dust Prince seemed to attract the gaze of certain taboo beings. Several terrifying taboo energies appeared on the Western Xian Emperor star, subtly pointing towards the eternal Dust Prince. But the eternal Dust Prince did not suffer the attack of the taboo beings. Those terrifying taboo energies retreated, unsure if they looked down upon killing a prince or feared something. If my father were still here, I wouldn't have to bear this, life would surely be much more comfortable. The eternal Dust Prince stood by a magnificent pond, sighing as he spoke. He was already an adult, shedding the aura of youth, his body tall and straight, his eyes holding starlight, his expression calm and ethereal, exuding a transcendent charm. Next to him stood an older guardian, who, hearing the words of the eternal Dust Prince, lowered his head and sighed, remaining silent. I heard the ancient bronze ship has revived. In the future, I might go up and see if there is any news about my father. The eternal Dust Prince went on to say casually, as if mentioning a mythical forbidden zone was nothing special, as if it were a place he could go and leave at any time. The guardian couldn't help but say at this moment, Prince, that place is not good to go. If one becomes an emperor, is there any place in the world that cannot be reached? The eternal Dust Prince spoke casually, but deep in his eyes was a fierce sharpness that could cut through time, and his calm tone revealed a steadfast, unbeatable confidence. The golden era had just begun for 10 years. Just on the Western Xian Emperor star, many astonishing geniuses had already emerged. The situation on other emperor stars was similar, once in 10,000 years type of astonishing geniuses, not to mention a bunch emerging now, at least counting with 10 fingers was barely enough.
Eastern Yu Emperor star.
Qin Feng's avatar arrived at this emperor star, taking a small city as a base and renaming it Longevity City.
He also brought down 2 children from the ancient bronze ship.
One is the Qin human king, possessing a unique physical origin, evolved from the thin human race's holy body origin. This situation is a miracle, unparalleled throughout the ages. In Qin Feng's estimation, the Qin human king's physical origin should be on par with the human race's holy body, but it is highly likely unable to attain enlightenment. However, theoretically elevating the physical origin to the extreme could also allow entry into the invincible realm. But that is just theory. How it plays out, and whether there will be unexpected developments, will depend on the future growth of the Qin human king. The other child is the willow spirit transformed from the former Plum Emperor. More than 10,000 years ago, that willow tree of the Plum Emperor successfully transformed, becoming a delicate and exquisite willow spirit.
But that was still the end of the magic era. The Plum Emperor Willow could not clearly judge whether the vast universe was in the Enlightenment era to control the timing of its emergence. But for the Plum Emperor's unconventional path to longevity, it seemed not to pursue enlightenment in every lifetime.
He simply transformed in this way over the ages, settling through endless worldly experiences until the day he fully grasped longevity. However, Qin Feng still hoped that the newly born willow spirit could strive in the golden era. After all, he was once a figure who could become an emperor, and having walked an unconventional path to longevity, he might ride the immense fortune again and achieve enlightenment once more. So, Qin Feng named the willow spirit Lu Mei, raised her until she was 7, then sealed her away.
Until the golden era began.
Only then did he unseal the Qin human king and Lu Mei, bringing them into the world together.
In just 10 short years,
both children had grown up and displayed extraordinary talent, making a name for themselves in a significant region of the eastern Emperor star. During this time, some small events also occurred. For instance, Qin Feng acted due to some offenses and conflicts, swiftly destroying a 1,000-year-old great sect, causing a huge uproar. Then his name as a holy figure in the end of the age spread directly. Basically all the major forces and traditions of the Eastern Emperor star knew of this contemporary saint who came from the outer realms. After all, being a saint in the end of the age basically means being the strongest figure apart from the invincible ones. A contemporary saint in the end of the age speaks for itself. The ancient sect that Qin Feng wiped out was founded by a saint from the end of the age, which was once prominent. Although Qin Feng's avatar had also been sealed for 20,000 years. Perhaps due to the special nature of the ginseng fruit, although time's marks had accumulated, they were not heavy, and he indeed looked similar to contemporary people. In fact, he was no longer at the saint level. His avatar initially was at the peak of a saint, and just a few years later, he directly crossed to the next great realm. On this day, King Qin and Lu Mei came before Qin Feng to express that they wanted to venture further and were here to say goodbye. 17 or 18 years old. For unparalleled talents, it is completely sufficient to venture alone. Qin Feng naturally did not stop them. In fact, he had long let these two grow freely and had basically not interfered with their development.
Master Uncle, I have a few questions, can you answer them for me now? King Qin asked Qin Feng.
He had many questions piled up in his heart. Before he understood things well, he had asked without answers, and after understanding, he did not dare to ask casually because these questions might involve deep and terrifying secrets. But now he felt he was qualified to know some truths. Speak. Qin Feng glanced at King Qin and said lightly. He let King Qin and Lu Mei call him Master Uncle. Because this avatar indeed was not the original body that had accompanied the two children for several years. This avatar at least appeared to be a contemporary person. Master Uncle, Lu Mei and I have averaged out 3 death replacement talismans in our bodies, and in our hands, we hold a bunch of imperial talismans, eating various spiritual and semi-divine items at will, and the cultivation insights we have are all the utmost supreme laws.
Just tell me, what is our background? Is there some unmentionable taboo person above us? King Qin asked out.
But by the end, he was still a bit cautious, lowering his voice, showing immense respect for the so-called taboo.
You may have a chance to know in the future.
But for now, just consider that we have a vast imperial treasure house. Qin Feng said casually. This kind of matter, he wouldn't reveal the truth, nor would he bother to fabricate one.
Knowing or not knowing wouldn't affect anything.
Afterwards, King Qin, not willing to give up, asked a few more questions, and indeed got some answers. For example, he was indeed adopted and sealed for a long time, and his unique physique came from the weak holy body origin of the descendants of the human race's holy body mutation. But he had basically known these matters long ago, just confirming once again. In addition, Master Uncle also told him that in this era, there might have been a child born from the combination of a fully developed divine body and a fully developed holy body.
In response, King Qin couldn't help but ask, so, Master Uncle, do you think my mutated holy body is stronger or that combined being?
When Qin Feng heard this, his expression was calm. Without much thought, he replied directly, you may not be as good as the other. Upon hearing this, King Qin naturally felt unsatisfied. But he didn't argue about anything. Instead, he wanted to find that combined being to compare and see.
Master Uncle, I'm also adopted, why not also change my surname to Qin? How about calling me Qin Lu Mei? Lu Mei did not have any particularly pressing questions. Instead, she talked about her name.
At 17 years old, although transformed from a willow tree, she was no different from the human race, tall and handsome, with a unique calm temperament.
You can do as you wish,
Qin Feng said indifferently. Lu Mei indeed had no memories of a past life since her birth, completely blank. But Qin Feng thought, in some future time, Lu Mei should still remember some things, at least knowing that she must continue on this alternative path of immortality. Soon, King of Qin and Lu Mei had nothing left to ask. Xin Feng had nothing special to say.
In the end,
the two celestial talents bid farewell to Qin Feng, then one went east and the other west, embarking on their adventures.
In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed.
Xin Feng's clone crossed another great boundary a few years ago, and it's estimated that in another 200 years, he could reach the ultimate realm in the world.
And at this moment,
something shocking happened here that caused a stir on the Imperial Star and even resonated throughout the universe. An ancient saint from the Holy Jackal clan, Zhuangdu Shang, heard that there was a mysterious city of longevity that housed an incredibly powerful sage of the end of law, and he wanted to challenge and even kill the opponent. Because at this time, the situation on East Imperial Star subtly hinted at a power struggle between several ancient royal families and the human clan on this Imperial Star regarding the fortunes of the world. These ancient royal families attempted to suppress the human clan's fortunes here, hoping to give their ancient princes and other talents within their clan a slight advantage in luck. Even the tiniest advantage could potentially have a crucial impact on the fiercely competitive road of invincibility in the future. Those ancient princes and clan talents were all trying to challenge and defeat the unparalleled talents of the human clan. Zhuang Gusheng also didn't want to just be a guardian, he wanted to stir things up, so he set his sights on the sage of the end of law in the city of longevity. Killing a contemporary sage who had survived from the end of law era might create some small effect on the hidden fortunes of the clan.
Having made the decision,
Zhuang Gusheng directly launched his attack.
On that day,
the might of the ancient saint was magnificent, shaking the heaven and earth, and he descended upon the city of longevity, startling all beings around, who quickly recognized that it was Zhuang Gusheng.
Then,
this Zhuang Gusheng was instantly struck down by two palms, his form and essence obliterated. The one who acted was naturally Qin Feng, he did not even need to use his full strength. The first palm did not kill him simply because Zhuang Gusheng had some decent life-saving measures, but with two palms, he was inevitably shattered. This battle created quite a commotion, but ended extremely quickly. The world was shocked by the power of the sage of the city of longevity, but they did not have time to think too much.
Not long after,
Zhuang Gusheng's father, Shengue Xingzuan, furiously came to seek vengeance. The so-called Xingzuan means the supreme among the saints, a realm beyond that of ordinary saints. A person like Shengue Xingzuan could not possibly remain indifferent upon learning that his own son was killed. He even directly brought a group of strong clan members with him, making a grand and intimidating display as if he was about to wage war against a grand lineage. This was actually showing his stance to prevent other human clan lineages from intervening in this grudge. But Qin Feng took the initiative once more, exuding a terrifying might that overwhelmed the heavens and quickly reduced Shengue Xingzuan to a half-dead state in just a few moves. He completely crushed him. Shengue Xingzuan and the strong from the Holy Jackal clan were unable to contend. If it were not for Shengue Xingzuan having a bit of strength and background, able to withstand a few hits and quickly grasp the situation to escape while pushing other clansmen to hold the line, he would have been killed long ago. Next, Qin Feng pursued him to the Holy Jackal clan's land of fortune, forcing out another ancient strongman, Rongmi Xingzuan. Faced with the strength and resources of a great royal clan, Qin Feng remained powerful, crushing everything, and anyone could see that his realm had surpassed that of Xingzuan. A top-level powerhouse above the realm of Xingzuan who had stepped from the end-of-law era into the golden prosperous age. What does this mean? The people of the Holy Jackal clan felt it was somewhat unbelievable and terrifying just thinking about it. In the end, Rongmi Xingzuan summoned the strongest heritage of the clan, the Dragon Emperor Seal. This is the forbidden treasure used for killing and fighting, crafted by the Dragon Emperor of yore. They, the sacred Jackal King clan, are actually the subordinate royal clan of the Dragon Emperor, a tribe of guardians who protect the Dragon Prince and Princess. But the problem is, even though the Dragon Emperor's clan has supreme forbidden heritage, they still cannot rise forcefully. Because there are clear historical records. The Dragon Emperor was killed by the Sword Dragon Emperor in the Underworld River before the end of the Law era, losing the supreme forbidden support behind them. Although the royal family is still a royal family, enough to intimidate the world, they still must be wary of other royal families or human paths with forbidden backgrounds. So the Dragon Emperor's clan is currently a relatively low-key ancient royal clan. Boom! The Dragon Emperor's seal burst forth with brilliant golden light, a terrifying and overwhelming forbidden power surged out, and a shocking aura fell upon the world, making all beings feel a sense of fear and trepidation. This conflict and battle have caused a tremendous sensation up to now. And after the Dragon Emperor's seal was summoned, it shocked the entire Imperial Star. But how could Qin Feng, with this avatar, not have forbidden means? He raised his hand to grasp, and a hazy white light radiated, the power retracted, yet there was an imposing and unshakable aura of extraordinary elegance. Bang! He directly seized the Dragon Emperor's seal, allowing its forbidden dragon might to explode, yet he could do nothing to Qin Feng, and it couldn't even break free. The world was utterly shocked upon seeing this scene. Like the sacred Jackal King clan, they began to realize a very serious and terrifying problem. A strong figure from the end of the Law era who reached the quasi-king realm clearly also possesses extraordinary talent, and surely he must have cultivated to a very high realm during the end of the Law era, who could say he cannot achieve the path to becoming an emperor. After the quasi-king comes the king, then the quasi-ultimate and the ultimate in the world, among various realms. An extraordinary talent can usually cross these realms in about 300 to 400 years. Could it be that in another 300 to 400 years, this golden prosperous age will see an emperor arise, prematurely ending the suspense? Do all these rapidly growing peerless prodigies in the world have to toil in vain? Will this era develop like that? Boom! Once the power of the Dragon Emperor's seal was depleted, it was completely crushed by Qin Feng. His entire being was powerful and radiant, dominating the heavens and the earth, revealing an unmatched might of the quasi-king of the present. In the end, he annihilated the entire sacred Jackal King clan. And this incident quickly caused great uproar, even spreading to other imperial stars and the vast starry sky outside. In the end of the Law era, attaining sanctity is incredibly difficult, let alone becoming a saint or quasi-king. Now, only 60 years have passed since the end of the Law era. A contemporary quasi-king is undoubtedly the strongest in the world, surpassing all ancient figures. Such a character is indeed rare in history, possessing unparalleled talent. He must be a strong candidate for the path to becoming an emperor. But if a strong figure from the end of the Law era were to achieve the path to becoming an emperor in the Golden Prosperous Age, wouldn't that directly suffocate the unmatched brilliance and excitement of the Golden Age? What would happen to those invincible sons, the heirs of imperial sons and ancient princes, who wish to ride this great golden fortune to become emperors? This is a very serious and possibly terrifying problem. Not long after, in the darkness of this world. Indeed, there are some taboo beings watching the Golden Prosperous Age who learned of this illegal strong figure from the end of the Law era. And even they cannot deny the possibility of this end of the Law era strongman achieving the path to becoming an emperor. Thinking this way, there does exist certain issues. But such a problem is actually only slightly concerning for those ancient princes and imperial sons and their taboo parents. The mythological forbidden zones that hang in the realms beyond. At this time, the issue they care about is not this, nor will it be this. Whether a great emperor will appear in this era, and when they will appear. So far, it is not very critical. At this moment, on the top of Shodao Mountain, in the deepest part of this mythical forbidden zone, the supreme divine land. The supreme taboo giant, the master of Shodao Mountain, suddenly awakened slightly because he sensed some vague things. It seems the timing is approaching, the path of protection may reopen. The master of Shodao Mountain thought to himself, half opening his gaze, releasing a faint aura of eternal desolation, which also awakened another taboo giant. Moreover, this taboo giant was once a terrifyingly powerful emperor. The Emperor Long Yuan was also in Shodao Mountain, sensed the aura of the master of Shodao Mountain, and immediately realized something. Is it almost here? Much earlier than I expected. At the same time, inside the Ziwei Divine Court, the master of the Divine Court also sensed something, slightly frowning. Another similar upheaval. Those fools who call themselves protectors may act again. The future is already determined. Why struggle to carry out the so-called protection of the path? The master of the Divine Court muttered to himself, his gaze cold, even faintly revealing an ancient, sharp killing intent. Although those protectors' actions are almost impossible to cause an accident. But they are indeed violations, should not be allowed, and one fears that it might really become an accident. On East Yudi Star, Qin Feng's avatar returned to Changshu City. Although he destroyed the Holy Jackal royal family, the Yinglong royal family had no fierce reaction, seeming to fear him. After all, he possessed taboo means, and even if they used imperial weapons, they might not be able to do anything to him, plus they did not know whether he had taboo beings behind him. Qin Feng knew of the shock and speculation about his avatar in the world, worrying that he would achieve the Tao ahead of time, thus strangling the true glory and brilliance of the Golden Age. But he did not care at all. His mindset was as one, peaceful and indifferent. He was actually as curious as the world, curious if he could achieve the Tao. In another 200 years, perhaps the answer will be revealed. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, trying to feel the aura of the Supreme Heaven's heart, but gained little, making it difficult to determine what attitude the Supreme Heaven's heart would have towards his avatar. Chapter 51: The ongoing stalemate of 500,000 years. In a flash, the Golden Age has already begun for 140 years. At this stage, many talents have swept their peers across the starry sky, killing their way to an invincible reputation and ascending to the 9 great imperial stars along ancient paths. The competition among the talents of the 9 great imperial stars for the path of invincibility has grown more intense day by day. Even the so-called peerless talents with imperial qualifications have already seen several fall in this unprecedented competition for invincibility. However, among the 9 great imperial stars, there are still quite a few peerless talents who remain undefeated. And there continue to be peerless talents emerging from various domains of the universe, ascending to the imperial stars. This great era of competition has only just begun 140 years ago. It is far from the time to determine the true strongest.
But from the current situation,
several peerless talents are still highly regarded by the world.
For example,
the temporal child of the Westian imperial star, with his celestial eyes piercing through time and space, traversing through heaven and earth, almost unmatched among his peers. His invincible reputation has long spread across the universe. He is one of the biggest favorites to be the ultimate victor of this era. There is also the divine child of the Shuzhen sect, named Wudao, and Wudao seems to be his unique path of invincibility. One wonders if it is because he hails from the Shuzhen sect that he bears some resemblance to the former invincible being, Emperor Shuzhen, who founded this immortal orthodox tradition. In simple terms, he is unconventional. Even among other clearly distinct peerless talents, he is exceptionally different. Wudao, as the divine child of the Shuzhen sect, does not cultivate laws or paths, or perhaps he himself is the law, the path. On him, all paths are false, all laws are illusory.
But he is unique. Almost no unparalleled talents are willing to confront me. Because this person is flawless, truly unbeatable.
I am also seen as one of the unparalleled talents most likely to reach the end of the invincible path.
But interestingly, in this era, there is an unparalleled talent almost exactly opposite to me.
His name is Wu Run, the son of the Divine Sky sect, possessing an unmatched unbeatable physique known as the Heavenly Heart Tao body. When the news of this Heavenly Heart Tao body first spread,
most people thought that this era might truly have no suspense.
A person with a Heavenly Heart Tao body is virtually a walking embodiment of all the paths of heaven and earth, truly a favored son of the Supreme Heavenly Heart, seemingly wielding the authority to act on behalf of the heavenly path, bearing a matchless supreme might.
One is lawless and unruly.
The other a walking embodiment of all the paths, acting on behalf of the heavenly authority. These two unparalleled talents are also seen by the world as potential rivals, because their paths to invincibility are nearly completely opposed.
Unfortunately,
these two have yet to meet, and have never fought a battle. Otherwise, it might have been the early performance of that decisive battle at the end of the invincible path.
These three unparalleled talents have clear backgrounds, their reputations soaring high.
But there are also some more mysterious unparalleled talents, whose backgrounds are not well known to the public, yet they are exceptionally strong, sweeping away an entire era with their invincible charisma. For example, there is a female talent named Ji, unparalleled in bravery, her tyrannical might overshadowing her peers, her fist sweeping across many starry skies, like a reincarnation of a god, making her peers tremble in fear. This Yi talent has already climbed to the Luogu Emperor star, attracting the attention and caution of many unparalleled talents.
Among the descendants of ancient princes, sons of emperors and other once invincible figures, there are also fearsome powerful peers.
For example, the Eternal Dust Emperor's son, who never defeats a foe in more than 3 moves, powerful as if the Eternal Dust Emperor has returned, with a terrifying record of directly killing 2 sons of invincible beings.
Besides the Eternal Dust Emperor's son, there is also a descendant of an invincible being who is extremely powerful and somewhat special. He is the Demon Dragon Prince, the offspring of the invincible Demon Dragon Emperor from the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss Supreme belongs to flawless beings and can breed offspring normally with beings from the Great Universe.
So, in fact, many Demon Abyss Supremes have offspring in the Great Universe.
In the last several 100,000 years, 6 invincible beings have actually emerged from the Demon Abyss.
However, the invincible beings from the Demon Abyss are usually quite low-key, living without causing much trouble, and when they die, they can't do much either, at most just sealing themselves in the Divine Source, ultimately persisting in the Demon Abyss or the Great Universe.
That Demon Dragon Emperor was also killed by the Sword Dragon Emperor back in the day.
The Demon Dragon Prince lost his taboo background, yet remains low-key and unassuming, steadily forging ahead from one Emperor star to another, maintaining an unbeaten record. A few years later, King Qin from the Eastern Yu Emperor star arrived at the Luogu Emperor star. But he did not come to the Luogu Emperor star by forcefully breaking through the Eastern Yu Emperor star, he simply found himself a bit weary of the constant presence of those unparalleled talents there. Fighting back and forth between them was too familiar. Without further breakthroughs or growth, battles would hardly erupt. Although the Eastern Yu Emperor star is vast and boundless, with many secret places, precious lands, and possible taboos worth exploring, he still wanted to meet new unparalleled talents and collide with more peer-strong beings. So he came to the Luogu Emperor star. And he did not come alone. He made friends with 3 good brothers, forming a group of 4, all regarded as unparalleled talents, roaming the Eastern Yu Emperor star with few rivals. The 4 of them were prepared to stir things up on the planet Luoga. However, not even half a year passed. King of Qin was defeated by a peerless female genius, named Yi, who swept through several vast starfields. This battle between the two could be described as grand, shaking the heavens and the earth, attracting the attention of many factions and passers-by on the planet Luoga. The power of King of Qin was seen by all, his body indestructible like a diamond, his punches mighty and overwhelming, with a murderous aura that lingered throughout history. This aura made any unparalleled genius fearful. But he still lost. The genius Yi had a fighting style similar to his, with slight advantages in various aspects. In the end, he lost by half a move.
In fact, if one had to say, it was merely half a move, which couldn't even be truly regarded as defeated. King of Qin could continue to fight Yi, and if it really came down to life and death, it was hard to say who could truly survive to the end. Even Yi in her heart did not truly believe she had won. King of Qin was still an incredibly powerful opponent. In the end, naturally, the two did not fight to the bitter end. After all, there was no animosity. Moreover, during their encounter, they both sensed something vaguely. King of Qin guessed a possibility, while Yi felt surprised. Thus, they stopped fighting and sat down together to exchange words. At the right moment, King of Qin couldn't help but directly say, "My family once told me that in this era, it is possible that a child who is a combination of the primordial divine body and the human race sacred body will enter the world. Do you think there could be such a sacred body?" King of Qin glanced at Yi, his face calm as if asking casually. Yi heard this, and a sharp light flickered in her beautiful eyes. She was no fool. Upon hearing King of Qin's question, she knew the other party had seen something. "What about you? You are very strange, like a primordial divine body and also like a human race sacred body, yet these two types should not exist in this era." Yi did not answer, but instead questioned King of Qin. Upon hearing this, King of Qin also knew the other party sensed something. Although neither could confirm absolutely. But now they could basically say they had realized part of each other's secrets. King of Qin had always intentionally concealed his unique physique, not really out of fear, but revealing it might attract unnecessary trouble or even attacks. It could be assumed the other party was similar, especially if she might be that sacred body. That would be even more significant. Next, the two continued to chat for quite a while, without directly admitting anything. But even without admissions, it was enough for them to confirm more information. They both had their own forbidden means, so they weren't too worried about each other leaking secrets or anything. And at the end of this exchange, Yi revealed her real name was Yi Yao, and wanted to make an agreement with King of Qin. "We both have unique and shared origins of physique. If in the future we both reach the pinnacle, how about we try to breed offspring together?" Yi Yao said this, surprising King of Qin. From this exchange, he had already felt her straightforward and bold character, but wasn't this a bit too direct? However, he was only surprised for a moment before quickly calming himself. They were both on the path of invincibility, so emotional matters would not become significant ties or obstacles. If it truly was something worth doing and wouldn't harm their own interests, it was quite possible to cooperate with a competitor on the path of invincibility. Only, breeding offspring was still a bit sensitive or private. King of Qin did not explicitly agree. He only said he would defeat Yi Yao in the future, and if they both reached the invincible realm, perhaps they could consider it together. Thus, the first meeting of the two. After finishing a fight, they roughly agreed on a pact. There exists a bond, so their relationship would naturally become different in the future. But this kind of pact was something they both took lightly in their hearts. It wouldn't really impose any constraints or ties on them. This is ultimately a pact about looking forward to the future. No one knows what will happen in the future. If something unpredictable happens in the future, making it impossible to fulfill the pact, it's completely possible. After a conversation, the King of Qin and Yi Yao parted ways, each going on their own adventures. The vast and boundless star of Luoge contains so much history, all worth exploring and uncovering some ancient secrets with their own hands. Every empire is definitely not lacking in valuable places for adventure. For example, at this very moment, on the Eastern Imperial Star, Lu Mei was preparing to visit a mountain with an extraordinary legend. And on the way, he encountered an incredibly beautiful woman, like a goddess from the outside world. After a brief conversation and scrutiny, they both recognized each other's extraordinary nature. In the end, the two decided to travel together. Lu Mei was captivated by the exquisite and luxurious flying boat that the woman possessed, which could be described as a small mobile palace, providing an exceptionally luxurious experience for travel. The woman, on the other hand, was intrigued by the fact that Lu Mei seemed to be an extraordinary talent, finding it boring to travel alone and wanting someone to talk to. "Miss Su, how much do you know about the Victory Sky Mountain range we are heading to?" Lu Mei asked Su Ruishue. "My home is actually not too far from the Victory Sky Mountain range, but I have long been forbidden from going out. Only now are they willing to let me come out. The legends of the Victory Sky Mountain range are quite famous throughout the universe. Anyone with sufficient knowledge should know a thing or two." Su Ruishue replied indifferently. Lu Mei nodded. Indeed, after all, that legend is truly astonishing. To set up a game and invite the heavens to play against, and in the end, defeat half of the heavens, what kind of extraordinary person could do that? Lu Mei recalled this legend and still felt amazed. For ordinary people or those with a narrow view, this might just be a legend. But the more one understands the world, the more shocking and terrifying information can be gleaned from this legend. That should have been around 500,000 years ago. They invited the heavens to a game, and surprisingly, the heavens actually came. In that era, who could be called the heavens? At this point, an enigmatic hint of disdain appeared on Su Ruishue's beautiful face, as if she held a different perspective on this legend. Hearing this, Lu Mei didn't have to think much. From ancient times to the present, only those who stand alone against all for eternity, overwhelming the world's taboos, truly worthy of being called heavens. Who else could it be? Of course, it could only be the great emperors of the time. So, the most terrifying meaning hidden in the legend of the Victory Sky Mountain Range is that once someone had a game here with the current great emperor and even one half of the game. Although it was only in a special chess game. But saying they defeated the emperor is already enough to shock the world for ages. After all, emperors are always invincible, they cannot lose. Based on the timeline, the heavens at that time should be the Divine Cloud Emperor. Lu Mei said directly. Mentioning the name of an emperor, his nature made him feel genuine awe and even yearning. However, he still did not know that he was once a peerless figure as well, currently a real and humble extraordinary talent. The one who was called half of the victory was later referred to by their descendants as the Victory Supreme, who is not an invincible one yet bears the title of Supreme. Those people are truly arrogant and ignorant. Su Ruishue said with a cold smile, showing a hint of disdain. I heard there is a victory sect at the foot of the Victory Sky Mountain Range. It was the lineage left by that unparalleled figure at that time. And the God of Heaven Emperor also left an immortal lineage on the purple bright star. These two lineages, I'm afraid, do not get along? Lu Mei couldn't help but ask. He had also picked up on some views from Su Ruishue, who seemed to have quite a few opinions about the actions of the Victory of Heaven sect. Indeed, they do not get along. Su Ruishue replied, after all, the emperor cannot be insulted. Those people from the Victory of Heaven sect have been proclaiming that their ancestor defeated the God of Heaven Emperor, and anyone would be unable to endure that. However, the chessboard that once faced the heavens remains in the Victory of Heaven mountain range. It is not an emperor's weapon but is extremely close to one, possessing extraordinary power. The God of Heaven sect cannot easily deal with this Victory of Heaven sect. The grievances between the two families have been entangled for hundreds of thousands of years, and even now, there is still no resolution. Su Ruishue sighed, her tone still somewhat cold. From her perspective, she stood on the side of the God of Heaven sect, as she herself came from an immortal lineage founded by a once invincible emperor. Naturally, she looked down on the arrogant and ignorant people of the Victory of Heaven sect. So, did they really win? Did the God of Heaven Emperor really lose? Lu Mei couldn't help but ask. What shocked him the most about this legend was, of course, the God of Heaven Emperor losing half a game. But could that really be possible? No matter what the circumstances were, how could the Emperor truly lose? Actually, I can't say for certain either. Since ancient times, some invincible ones have visited the Victory of Heaven mountain range, but without exception, none have touched the things in the Victory of Heaven mountain range. Whatever it was, it remained unchanged for 50,000 years. However, there was one invincible being who seemed to have said a sentence after coming here, which someone overheard. I just can't confirm if this matter is truly real. Su Ruishue's brow furrowed slightly, as she came from an extraordinary background and knew some secrets that ordinary people did not. Yet some secrets, even they found difficult to judge the truth of. What was it? Lu Mei asked curiously. He could see that Su Ruishue's background was certainly extraordinary, possibly even more exaggerated than his own, and she should know many secrets. Su Ruishue's expression became serious, as she was about to mention another emperor. The primordial extreme emperor once came here and seemed to have said one sentence, their game is not over yet. Su Ruishue said in a deep voice. She knew this matter but did not dare to ensure its truth. Lu Mei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be shocked. If what Su Ruishue said was true, then that chess game from back then might still hide some unknown secrets until now. Could this possibly be a game that hasn't ended until this day? The two continued chatting leisurely as they made their way to the Victory of Heaven mountain range. But they did not expect. Only 2 days later, the Victory of Heaven mountain range erupted with a terrifying and catastrophic forbidden disaster. Such forbidden disasters are usually caused by things left behind by some past invincibles, either unintentionally or intentionally. If there were an invincible being in the current era, they could easily suppress it with a snap. But now there were no invincible beings in this era. If such a forbidden disaster broke out, it would be tough to handle and quite troublesome. Su Ruishue and Lu Mei were still on their way, and even from a great distance, they could sense the terrifying aura of that forbidden disaster, making them shiver slightly. They soon learned that something had happened in the Victory of Heaven mountain range. They could guess that the Victory of Heaven mountain range indeed harbored some great terror. It should be related to the Victory of Heaven game from 500,000 years ago, which perhaps truly hid some unknown secrets, but now might be on the verge of being revealed. Chapter 52, A New Emperor's Weapon. At this moment,
The Victory of Heaven mountain range erupted in a splendid array of radiance, reflecting some remnants of the chessboard, pouring out an incredibly terrifying forbidden aura. For thousands of miles around, the earth trembled violently, the sky was torn apart, and the world trembled in shock.
This is a forbidden disaster.
It erupted from the Shangtian mountain range, instantly swallowing the Shangtian sect on the outskirts of the mountain. All buildings and practitioners of the Shangtian sect were crushed in an instant, with almost no resistance, because what destroyed them was the Shangtian chessboard, which they relied on to exist.
But fortunately,
the true scope of this forbidden disaster from the Shangtian mountain range is not large, only some cities and treasures affiliated with the Shangtian sect were swept away.
Moreover,
Qingqi Holy Land and Beichen Holy Land, not far from the Shangtian mountain range, reacted extremely quickly. These two immortal traditions, equipped with imperial-level inheritance and background, immediately summoned their respective imperial weapons to suppress the area, preventing the forbidden disaster from spreading.
But what they could do was only this for now.
Even with imperial weapons, generally no one dared to charge in directly, as a single misstep could lead to death. Although there were indeed some ancient beings who had broken free from their seals in the world today, individuals of an almost supreme level also seemed to exist. But even such characters were not necessarily willing to wield imperial weapons and charge in.
Enduring like this was actually fine. As long as the forbidden disaster does not spread, it will be okay.
They could wait for this forbidden disaster to naturally dissipate. Or they could simply wait for the emergence of strong enough individuals in the world who would dare to enter and quell the disaster.
Not long after.
Far away at the Ziming Imperial Star, the Shinshao sect learned about the situation in the Shangtian mountain range and sent their own imperial weapons over. After all, in the legends of the Shangtian mountain range, the former Shinshao emperor was also one of the parties involved. The Shinshao sect and the Shangtian sect, which had just been wiped out by the forbidden disaster, had been entangled in conflict for hundreds of thousands of years, with deep grievances. 3 imperial weapons, Qingqi boat, Beichen pagoda, and Shinshao sword, each occupied a spot, radiating brilliant light, with imperial aura spreading, supreme and majestic, carrying a sense of imperial dignity, suppressing the Shangtian mountain range, cutting off the terrifying forbidden aura that was continuously radiating. The people of Shinshao sect wanted to find out what exactly happened in the Shangtian mountain range, and whether the ultimate chess game had other secrets. So, they directly dispatched a guardian at the king level, wielding the Shinshao sword, to charge into the Shangtian mountain range.
Then,
a terrifying noise exploded from within, the Shangtian chessboard floated and then sank, unleashing earth-shattering forbidden power, daring to clash directly with the Shinshao sword.
Brilliant light exploded, wreaking havoc with terrifying forbidden energy.
Fortunately, Qingqi boat and Beichen pagoda were suppressing here, the strongest aura falling, blocking the spreading forbidden power. When this terrifying commotion ended, the Shinshao sword flew out with a timeless, sharp aura, without any damage. But the king-level guardian apparently fought to the death inside, the imperial weapon could not protect him.
Seeing this situation,
the people of Shinshao sect, as well as those from Qingqi Holy Land and Beichen Holy Land, were all shocked. If a king and an imperial weapon could not resolve this forbidden disaster, and if even the imperial weapon could not protect them, they could not escape. In such a situation, it might require a near-supreme or even a truly supreme ancient guardian to settle it down. However, a near-supreme guardian is very important. If they were to perish, it would be too much of a loss. The Shinshao sect was unwilling to take further risks. Losing a king was already a tremendous loss, and the fact that the king with the imperial weapon could not escape was truly unexpected. As for the truly supreme ancient guardians in the world, they generally do not exist. Those individuals typically possess great ambition, and few willingly accept the role of guardian. One king has already died. Naturally, no one dared to enter the Shangtian mountain range anymore.
But at that moment,
Xin Feng's avatar arrived. He broke through the void, crossing the vast heavens, arriving here with the might of a supreme king. He ignored the gazes of everyone around him, simply looking at the Shangtian mountain range, and then said lightly, "Who will lend me an imperial weapon for a moment?" His eyes were deep, as if containing the vastness of the universe, his body tall and majestic, exuding an unparalleled demeanor that overshadowed the world. His words were plain, yet they carried a rumbling sound that shook most people present, as if containing a grand truth of the Tao.
The last king of the declining era from Changzhou City. The people of the 3 great immortal sects easily recognized the identity of Qin Feng's avatar. Their expressions changed slightly in surprise, for it seemed that this last king of the declining era aimed to enter the victory-seeking mountain range using the imperial weapon? The leader of the Shenxiu Jiao, together with the imperial weapon, still fought to the death inside, so what could this last king do? So it is Lord Qin from Changzhou City.
If you wish to go in and explore, our sect is willing to lend you the Shenxiu sword. The current leader of Shenxiu Jiao directly stated that they could lend the imperial weapon. They had originally wanted to figure out what was happening inside the victory-seeking mountain range. Although they had just lost a king, it was clear that this last king was no ordinary king. The opponent was not a fool and likely possessed other confidence and assurance. The unparalleled Shenxiu sword then flew through the sky, its sharp sword light illuminating the air, arriving before Qin Feng's avatar.
The magnificent imperial aura enveloped everything, sending shockwaves through anyone who felt it.
But Qin Feng's avatar remained calm, his gaze indifferent, as he reached out and directly gripped the Shenxiu sword.
Boom!
In an instant, sword light burst forth, a terrifying and exceptionally sharp sword energy shot into the sky, tearing apart the heavens, fierce and unmatched, as if it aimed to cut down distant stars. Such a scene shocked the people of the three great immortal sects again. Although imperial weapons have spirit and are exceptionally powerful, they are also forbidden and supreme.
However, in reality, imperial weapons still do not quite understand autonomous combat.
If an imperial weapon possessed battle wisdom and spirit, it would no longer be an imperial weapon but a mini-emperor. Therefore, the master of the imperial weapon is still very crucial. But the problem is, apart from the emperor, there is no one in the world who can perfectly use imperial weapons and unleash their maximum power.
For example, the Shenxiu Jiao king who died earlier.
Although he could invoke the great power of the imperial weapon, looking back now, it seemed rather rough and stiff, bordering on simply using it as an ordinary iron sword.
But this last king from Changshu City was clearly different.
Once the Shenxiu sword was in his hand, the revealed power of the imperial weapon was not only extraordinarily strong but also contained a kind of cleverness, as if it had come to life. This also illustrated the opponent's extraordinary nature, having undeniably walked an invincible path, even possessing an invincible mindset that could rival an emperor.
Boom!
Qin Feng's avatar, wielding the Shenxiu sword, used the imperial weapon to carve out a supreme sword light, breaking through the chessboard brilliance of the victory-seeking mountain range, directly stepping inside. The victory-seeking chessboard was immediately affected, its brilliant radiance soaring to the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, releasing an incredibly daunting forbidden power. The onlookers were visibly changed by this scene. The previous king from Shenxiu Jiao had died under such a commotion. However, a sharp and ancient sword light surged out, resisting the chessboard's might and preventing it from completely suppressing him. The sword light was exceptionally agile, nearly perfectly unleashing the power of the imperial weapon, without burying the strength that the imperial weapon should have.
So, the game has never really ended.
Qin Feng's avatar resisted the might of the victory-seeking chessboard with the Shenxiu sword, stepping further inside, and saw the secrets that had finally been exposed after 500,000 years. He felt a lingering thought on the victory-seeking chessboard, not dissipating for 500,000 years, finally revealing itself today. That lingering thought belonged to the person who had set up this chessboard back then, commonly known by the world as the Victory-Seeker Taoist, or sometimes called the Victory-Seeker Zun, though this title might be a bit overblown. The Victory-Seeker Taoist had long since died, yet he died unwillingly. To the death, I refused to admit defeat, still wanting to continue playing, ultimately forcing myself to death. In fact, this chess game should have been lost by the victorious Taoist. At the end, the last move of the Divine Emperor had already pushed the victorious Taoist to a losing position, and that imperial chess intent overwhelmed all in the mortal world, containing the highest truths of the great path, which the victorious Taoist could never withstand no matter how hard he tried. To play such a chess game with the current emperor is enough to show that the victorious Taoist is also an extraordinary figure, unparalleled in the ages. But no matter how remarkable, it was almost impossible to win against the emperor. After the divine emperor made his last move, he continued to wait for the victorious Taoist to play. Even though he already knew the outcome, he still showed respect to his opponent. Even if in the end the divine emperor left this place, and even fell later, he did not declare the outcome of the game. Even if that chess player had actually long since died, he was still waiting for the other side to make a move. And so it was. This chess game stalled for 500,000 years. Until today, the lingering thoughts of the victorious Taoist leaked out. Perhaps this game could finally welcome its end. Qin Feng's avatar probably saw the situation on the board, and directly swung out a sword. The divine sword shone with sharp sword light and activated the ancient marks of the divine emperor's great path, a supreme imperial aura spreading, as if the emperor still existed, shocking the mortal world. Boom! The sword light directly struck a part of the white pieces on the victorious Taoist's chessboard, its forbidden power falling, shaking the board greatly, its projected shadow dimming significantly, as if it were about to collapse. But this sword from Qin Feng's avatar was not to destroy the victorious Taoist's chessboard, but to trigger a thought left here by another supreme figure. Boom! An incomparably grand wave of energy erupted without warning in the victorious Tao mountain range. A towering and extraordinary phantom figure appeared on the chessboard, its image vague yet towering, as if it stood tall above the ages, and just that aura was enough to overwhelm everything, making all beings in the mortal world tremble. The Divine Emperor's residual image. Everyone outside the victorious Tao mountain range was shocked and trembling upon seeing this scene. The people of the Divine Sky sect were even more excited and uplifted. Even the divine sword in Qin Feng's avatar's hand trembled faintly, somewhat uncontrollable, wanting to fly towards the residual image of the Divine Emperor. However, that was only a residual image, a thought left by the Divine Emperor, which should still possess a simple will but could not hold complete thoughts. The residual image of the divine emperor looked at the chaotic and twisted remnants of the victorious Taoist, and vaguely, a light sigh seemed to come through. Then he raised his hand and pointed, a ripple of void spreading out, suffused with the supreme aura of the emperor, capable of overwhelming all things in the world. The victorious Taoist's residual thoughts were swept by this imperial ripple, and the twisted, chaotic light and shadow quickly restored, revealing a vague and dim figure, vaguely still showing some extraordinary grace, but naturally incomparable to the divine emperor. At this moment, the phantom of the victorious Taoist also seemed to have awoken. He looked up at the figure opposite him, which transcended all and was invincible. Until today, he had to admit it too. I lost. The phantom of the victorious Taoist let out a few hardly discernible words, then raised his hand to drop the piece that should have been dropped 500,000 years ago. Finally. Boom. The entire chess game was completely decided, two unmatched and extraordinary imperial auras bursting upwards, spreading in all directions, shaking the imperial stars. But it was clear that the aura belonging to the divine emperor completely overwhelmed his opponent, unparalleled in the ages, transcending the mortal world. He, this heaven, had never been defeated. Only later generations did not know the truth, randomly spreading rumors. Especially the descendants of the victorious Taoist. Deeper belief that this is the truth, the ancestors are unmatched and can conquer the heavens. But in fact, it is just a joke. As for the victory chessboard, in this game lasting for 500,000 years, under the baptism of two supreme chess rhythms, especially with the supreme strokes of the great emperor of divine sky. This chessboard ultimately transformed into an imperial weapon, hanging high over the mountains, radiating endless brilliance, breaking through the nine heavens, shining in the vast starry sky beyond. A unique imperial aura scattered from the victory chessboard, as if it contained a certain supreme order and truth, very mysterious and supremely powerful. It truly is the might of the flawless imperial weapon. The victory chessboard has transformed into an imperial weapon? The people outside the Victory Mountain range witnessed this scene, incredibly shocked. Such a thing is unprecedented. Without an emperor personally refining it, how could it advance to an imperial weapon? But if one thinks carefully, this chessboard was indeed played by a supreme emperor. It has been touched by the hand of the emperor. Especially the last shadow of the great emperor of divine sky seemed to have merged into the chessboard, probably further promoting its transformation into an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon, without a master? The people from the Holy Land of Clear Pool, North Star Holy Land, and the Divine Sky sect quickly realized what was happening, their eyes filled with fiery light. Victory chessboard, this is a masterless imperial weapon. Not to mention the original Victory sect has already been crushed in this forbidden disaster. Even if the Victory sect still existed, it would not necessarily have the qualification to wield the Victory chessboard. Everyone could see that the reason the Victory chessboard could advance to an imperial weapon is more because of the profound hand of the great emperor of divine sky, which contains the supreme chess rhythm and truth of the emperor. The chessboard should belong to the Divine Sky sect. The people of the Divine Sky sect immediately shouted, then directly used secret methods to summon the Divine Sky sword, wanting to seize the victory chessboard. The people from the Holy Land of Clear Pool and North Star Holy Land were not slow either. They also activated their imperial weapons to snatch the victory chessboard. However, the victory chessboard suddenly erupted with a shocking wave of energy, a powerful forbidden might striking in all directions, immediately breaking free from the encirclement of the three imperial weapons. But the problem is, everyone present could see clearly. It was the king of the End of Law from Longevity City who held the victory chessboard and charged out. That victory chessboard seemed to have already fallen into his hands? And it was willing to be controlled by him? Leave the chessboard. Of course, the people from the Holy Land of Clear Pool, North Star Holy Land, and the Divine Sky sect were unwilling, pursuing directly with their imperial weapons. But the ability of Qin Feng's avatar to control imperial weapons is far beyond that of the three immortal sections. Even facing three opponents, he remained calm, not afraid at all, and even heavily injured the three imperial weapon wielders in a few clashes. If this continues, he could completely counterattack. In the end, he indeed shocked the Holy Master of the Divine Sky sect, causing the Divine Sky sword to temporarily lose its master, autonomously flying away from the battlefield. The people from the Holy Land of Clear Pool and North Star Holy Land also recognized the situation, leaving even earlier than the Divine Sky sword, fully urging their imperial weapons to escape back to their own Holy Land. Fortunately, their stronghold was not far away. Seeing this, Qin Feng's avatar also temporarily let it go. With his current strength, he was not enough to flatten an immortal sect. But if he has the ability in the future, he will remember this and settle it. Thus, this forbidden disaster concluded with the emergence of a completely new imperial weapon. In the Victory Mountain range, the two characters of victory are not real. Now the world already knows the truth, which can be considered to give the great emperor of divine sky, an unparalleled emperor in history, a measure of innocence. Even for that emperor, this kind of thing is actually of no importance, just as he was always waiting for his opponent to make the last move. The spirit of the emperor looks over both ancient and modern times. Apart from that,
There is the emergence of the victory chessboard.
A new imperial weapon transformed and evolved in the era without emperors in the future.
Moreover, it was obtained by the king of the end of law from Longevity City.
The imperial weapon can perfectly unleash its divine might, and even those of the three great traditions cannot withstand the imperial weapon.
However,
now, the victory chessboard has been renamed by the other party to the reincarnation chessboard. Upon hearing this name, the world is also filled with confusion, not understanding why it is named this way. It is understandable not to call it victory. After all, the name victory does not match its reality, and it inadvertently insults the emperor.
But isn't reincarnation completely mismatched as well?
The people do not understand, nor do they wish to accept this name. But the king of the end of law and eternal life city does not care and insists on this. Xin Feng's clone changed this name, naturally for its deep meaning, which may not fit now, but who knows about the future? His trip to Victory Mountain was purely out of curiosity about this forbidden disaster and that legend of victory. However, he unexpectedly reaped rewards and obtained a new imperial weapon. Although he doesn't actually lack imperial weapons, no one would complain about having more imperial weapons. Moreover, this reincarnation chessboard indeed has extraordinary qualities, made from imperishable golden materials, which is also a kind of supreme divine material, otherwise, it could not have transformed into an imperial weapon.
Chapter 53, the so-called Four. On the ancient bronze ship.
Xin Feng is currently using nirvana fire to burn himself, refining his soul and greatly accelerating the progress of his divine fetus transformation and soul leap. Since he was 280,000 years old, he has continuously explored other paths to strengthen and improve himself. The essence of the Tao merges into the flesh and soul, becoming a three-in-one entity.
But as he accumulates more and deeper Tao achievement, a grand path naturally evolves.
This allows his Tao cultivation to surpass and increasingly dominate both his flesh and soul. Furthermore, the enhancement of his body and soul has been slow from the beginning.
Up until now.
The source of Tao within Xin Feng has reached a state of overflow, making him feel quite uncomfortable. His invincible state is not perfectly balanced.
If changes are not made, such a cultivation state may lead to certain unexpected accidents.
In the realm of invincibility, combat power has reached the ceiling of the world. To continue to grow stronger, it relies largely on himself to explore the path, so there naturally exists an unpredictable unknown and danger. However, Xin Feng actually predicted that he would face problems quite early on. Therefore, he began to ponder ways to change. His method of change is the path of nirvana and the path of the fire of karma. The term fire of karma is understood in the mundane world as a transcendent flame that burns away evil and filth. But in reality, the fire of karma itself is a truth of the grand Tao, a path of transformation and rebirth. However, the path of the fire of karma is naturally related to fire and needs to rely on special flames as a carrier, reflecting and radiating the true meaning of the fire of karma to cultivate into a unique nirvana method. Therefore, since ancient times, only certain unique races or exceptionally gifted individuals have dabbled in the path of transformation through the fire of karma. This is a method of the grand Tao with potentially limitless upper limits, not only burning away one's own grime and flaws to achieve complete perfection but also capable of incinerating emotions, desires, and even melting time and causality, achieving unimaginable transcendence.
If theoretically analyzed, the path of the fire of karma can transcend beyond mythology. Xin Feng, without any relevant talent or unique opportunity regarding the path of the fire of karma, was able to connect with the path of the fire of karma from multiple angles based on his many flawless and even magnificent Tao achievements. It took him over 40,000 years to completely comprehend the grand truth of the fire of karma that burns away residual stains. Mainly, he didn't want to merely grasp this truth initially, but to fully walk through this grand path, otherwise, it would not be enough to shake his current invincible state. Then he spent another 20,000 years. Using his surging Tao fire as the fire source, he created his own unique nirvana method of the fire of karma. As for the nirvana through the fire of karma, the related methods naturally need to be based on flames. To carry the path of the fire of karma. Until now, Xin Feng, with his overflowing power, could easily summon a blazing fire of the path, where the supreme truth of karma could manifest above the flames. To ignite such a karma fire of the mortal world, covering his body inside and out, pressing deep into his soul. Under the illumination of the karma fire, the supreme essence of the path soared, making his body and soul incredibly clear, as if every trace from birth to now could be found. This method of rebirth through karma fire can be called the most profound and exquisite grand path he has created so far. This is also the path of ascending through karma fire that he explored and improved over hundreds of thousands of years based on his own conditions. Xin Feng's whole body radiated a colorless flame, with a solemn appearance, and an indescribable vast and magnificent essence of the path emanated with the extreme intensity of the karma fire. In such a unique state of cultivation, he could almost see through himself, and both his body and soul began to become extremely active, making it easier to be transformed, to break through shackles, and to achieve rebirth and transcendence.
At the age of 350,000, he began to initially enter the state of cultivation, with a speed of improvement much faster than before.
Until now.
His second leap of the soul had long been completed, and the third leap was gradually catching up to the progress of the third transformation of the divine embryo. Moreover, both the third leap of the soul and the third transformation of the divine embryo were nearing perfection, and within 10,000 years, he could again step onto a flawless small platform. However, whether it was the third leap of the soul or the third transformation of the divine embryo, the improvements were not significant enough. He could feel that both his soul and body were nearing their limits, making it very difficult to improve. To advance further, he must break through all barriers and ascend to a higher level.
So, at the next step,
the improvements brought by the third leap of the soul and the third transformation of the divine embryo would instead become shackles, imprisoning him and making it hard to break through. Yet, this was a natural and reasonable phenomenon in cultivation. If delved deeper, it might involve certain eternally existing supreme truths or principles. But Qin Feng believed that if he continued to cultivate steadily, he could still step over that great threshold of the fourth leap of the soul and the fourth transformation of the divine embryo, though it would be quite difficult and time-consuming. It seems that the number 4 is indeed special. Qin Feng could not help but think at this moment. Even on the path of improvement he explored himself, stepping up layer by layer through flawless small platforms, he would still encounter shackles and barriers related to 4. Perhaps this is also some kind of eternally existing supreme truth. According to existing historical records,
Qin Feng estimated that the Emperor of Ultimate Dust must have lived to the 5th generation. If we exclude the generation of the Immortal Medicine, then the Emperor of Ultimate Dust actually lived to the 4th generation by himself. And it was this 4th generation that allowed the Emperor of Ultimate Dust to elevate his combat power significantly, ensuring a huge increase in his lifespan in essence, theoretically classifying him as a celestial emperor in the realm of mythology. Such a path of ascension from proving the way to becoming an emperor seemed to be bottlenecked by 4 as well. And Qin Feng himself, unable to prove the way of eternal invincibility, also faced the shackles of 4. Although it cannot be definitively established whether the Emperor of Ultimate Dust truly lived to the 4th generation, the concept of 4 is indeed special. The later Emperor Long Yuan, excluding the generation of the Immortal Medicine, should have only lived to the 3rd generation, a step short of 4, perhaps considered a quasi-celestial emperor-level figure. However, the gap between a quasi-celestial emperor and the so-called celestial emperor should not be too great and can be rivaled. Qin Feng's current combat power level might exceed that of a quasi-celestial emperor because he has no significant weaknesses, but he should still not have reached the level of a celestial emperor. The specific level of combat power is yet to be validated through real encounters with those terrifying beings at that level. The realm beyond invincibility has never had a clear division since ancient times. No one would underestimate any invincible being. Strength and weakness can only be understood through battle. His speculations about the power of the Supreme Emperor and the Dragon Abyss Emperor were merely guesses based on historical records, primarily considering their lifespan. If they did not rely on immortal pills to live into their second or even third lives, their lifespans would have exceeded 10,000 years long ago. But in reality, this may not be accurate, because they could have completely severed their connection to the Supreme Heaven and hidden for tens of thousands of years, making it uncertain. It's possible that the Dragon Abyss Emperor underwent a complete transformation in a certain life, already reaching the level of Heavenly Emperor strength. The so-called 4 depends on the actual situation. According to the theory Qin Feng summarized at present. In theory, as long as the physical body, spirit, or Tao can reach any one aspect of the realm of 4, it would be sufficient to obtain Heavenly Emperor-level power. But in reality, there probably won't be any extremely unbalanced Heavenly Emperor figures. The most reasonable path still seems to be that the physical body, spirit, and Tao all reach 3, and then fully push one aspect to 4. This is the most correct approach. However, saying it is easy, to actually reach 4, one must find the most suitable and correct path according to their own conditions. This entirely depends on one's talent, intelligence, and opportunities. Since ancient times, those emperors and giants have likely possessed some extraordinary mythical opportunities. If Qin Feng's physical body and spirit improve a bit more, perhaps he can soon support his Taoist power to reach 4. Theoretically, he should be able to initially reach Heavenly Emperor-level power. Aside from the 4 in cultivation. Last time Qin Feng was in the Northern Dipper Celestial Palace, he also caught the information of 4 million years multiple times from that jade seal. The specific meaning was unclear, but it was also a kind of 4. Moreover, every time the jade seal emitted the information of 4 million years, it increasingly felt urgent, sending out a wave of anxiety, and even vaguely mentioning words like gods and fall. But he couldn't fully confirm it. That information was indeed somewhat chaotic and distorted, and it could also mean myth or destruction. Qin Feng summarized and organized his theories and observations about 4. Then he slightly set it aside and began to think about some recent events of this era. Chapter 54, The Cycle of Life and Death Path. Recently, the Guardian Mountain and the Ziwei Divine Court have been very active. I fear a great change is drawing near. Qin Feng pondered. In fact, he has also had a unique intuition lately, a feeling that is hard to describe.
If he had to describe it, it feels as if some unimaginable mythical thing is approaching this mundane world, making one faintly sense a pressure that cannot be clearly defined or untangled.
So ever since the Golden Age began,
he hasn't completely entered the intensive training state of being engulfed by the flames of the mundane world, only maintaining a shallow layer of those flames.
Because this state of cultivation indeed contains many dangers and can easily lead to accidents.
If he is not careful, he may encounter major problems, causing some irreversible damage. Therefore, when entering the training state of being engulfed by mundane flames,
he must concentrate fully, basically not diverting his attention.
In this state, he is almost no different from those taboo beings sleeping within the dormant divine source, unable to maintain a higher sensitivity to the outside world.
But now, the era is special, and an unknown great change is imminent.
Qin Feng feels it is better to temporarily maintain a certain awareness and vigilance towards the outside world.
So his current state of flame cultivation is only a shallow layer. In addition,
regarding the abnormalities of Guardian Mountain and the Ziwei Divine Court, Qin Feng is also very curious. Based on what he has learned, he actually already has some guesses in his heart, which may be close to the truth, but he still cannot be certain. In this world, there may exist some positions within the taboo realm. Those positions may coexist or may be opposed. Qin Feng once thought that as long as one becomes powerful to the extreme, one could do as they please in this mundane world. But now it seems, it may not be the case.
Based on some of his current speculations,
even if he could truly push through everything in this world, there could still exist some unknown, irresistible, and perhaps incomprehensible great terror. Those supreme taboo giants in the mythical forbidden zones may not necessarily be the enemies standing at the highest and deepest places.
They might not even truly be enemies, they could be collaborators or allies.
It all depends on what Qin Feng's own stance is. But right now, there are still too many unknowns for him, and he does not yet have a position to speak of. Therefore, he wants to quickly elevate his combat power further, and then completely suppress and occupy the North Dipper Heavenly Court. Perhaps from there, he can understand more things, and by then, he might have a position. Of course, he is a special long-living being, and certain interests may not necessarily overlap with others.
Perhaps his final stance will also be unique, not necessarily aligning with any taboo giants. But for now,
he still prefers to maintain a sense of detachment and neutrality, carefully considering this world. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed.
On the Eastern Imperial Star, in the City of Longevity,
Qin Feng had actually named his avatar long ago, calling it Qin Shang, with Shang representing the path of life he comprehended. Qin Feng initially used Qin Shang as a medium to sense the fortune of the Golden Age and to feel the energy of the supreme heavens, wanting to deduce something further. In the beginning, Qin Shang was basically him, completely occupied by his will. But Qin Feng could not rely solely on his own will to operate his avatar, it would waste his energy and was entirely unnecessary. Qin Shang was originally a part of him, he possessed a complete personality and mindset, capable of independent cultivation and decision-making. If he could attain the Tao and become an emperor, he would become a great help to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had planned Qin Shang's cultivation path as the great Tao of life and death, first cultivating death, then comprehending life, and finally going from life to death, ultimately walking through the great Tao of life and death. This superlative and grand Tao is more than enough to break the shackles of invincibility and allow one to live an extra life. So, Qin Feng's plan for Qin Shang was entirely predicated on the expectation that Qin Shang could attain Tao and become an emperor, and with his help, at least live one more life. But this currently is only a very ideal vision, not necessarily something that can be achieved. First, the step to attain Tao and become an emperor is not guaranteed, and even if he succeeds, it does not mean he can successfully walk the great Tao of life and death. But Qin Feng still hopes that Qin Shang can become an emperor. He also wants to see how far Qin Shang can go on the emperor's path with the cultivation resources he currently possesses. By the way, he also wants to see what the limits of the avatar cultivated from the ginseng fruit truly are and whether it really is similar to ordinary beings, theoretically having infinite potential. On this day, Qin Shang had already broken through to the quasi-peak realm, only one step away from the ultimate realm of the world. He estimated that in about 100 years, he might be able to attempt to attain Tao. Of course, the premise is that he can attain Tao. With his current realm and strength, combined with the special imperial artifact, the reincarnation chessboard. In the vast cosmos, amidst the infinite starry sky, aside from taboo beings, no one could do anything to him. Even if it is a taboo being, as long as they do not truly reveal themselves, they might not easily kill him. In the past 100-odd years, Qin Shang occasionally sensed some taboo energy, as if there were taboo beings spying on him.
There may indeed be taboo beings wanting to strike him down.
But previously, they might have feared his taboo methods, perhaps there were taboo beings behind him as well.
And now,
even if those taboo beings completely see that he has a great chance of attaining Tao, it might already be too late to strike him down.
In such a special era,
those taboo beings would not easily reveal themselves, there are many unpredictable situations. Without truly revealing himself, it is naturally hard to deal with Qin Shang. However, this also does not mean that Qin Shang is really safe. If he can truly cross the tribulation to prove the Tao in the future, at that time, he will be a focus of attention, a clear and immovable target, and will need to resist the terrifying imperial tribulation with all his might. Those forbidden beings do not need to truly reveal themselves to launch a deadly attack on him. Even with his foundation and various preparations, it cannot be guaranteed that he can withstand everything. There is still a risk and possibility of annihilation. But now it is only an expectation, prevention, and early preparation. How the future will be is still unknown. But that future will not be far away. Not long ago, the son of God from the Shinshao sect, who possesses the heavenly heart Tao body, Wu Ren, killed his way to the Luogu Emperor Star and directly challenged the Qin Ren King. Wu Ren, the heavenly heart Tao body, just those 4 words are enough to make him one of the most likely unparalleled geniuses to succeed in proving the Tao in this era. The reason he came here to challenge the Qin Ren King is simple. Because their Shinshao sect's leader, with an imperial weapon, was killed by the Qin City Lord of Eternal Life City. And the Qin Ren King was born from Eternal Life City, a peerless genius. If Wu Ren can't deal with the great city lord of Eternal Life City, can he not handle the small city lord? Challenged by such a terrifying genius with the heavenly heart Tao body, the Qin Ren King remains fearless and directly accepts the challenge. This battle was fought fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth, with the invincible might displayed by both of them reaching an extreme level of strength. That peerless arrogance seemed to want to pierce through the red dust of eternity, reaching the pinnacle. But in the end, the Qin Ren King still lost, and it was a clear defeat, completely wounded by the outburst of Wu Ren in 2 moves. Although the Qin Ren King's momentum did not falter and he could continue to fight, continuing would still lead to defeat, and he might even face complete annihilation. In the end, the Qin Ren King had to temporarily retreat. He could not really fight to the death like this. And when he wanted to retreat using extraordinary means, Wu Ren could not stop him. This shocking battle of genius that shook the Luogu Emperor Star thus came to an end, with the Qin Ren King suffering another defeat, while Wu Ren remained undefeated. However, the state of mind of the Qin Ren King was still alright. He could bear the defeat and would not easily become disheartened or give up on himself. However, the feeling of failure was still unpleasant. It also made him more eager to become stronger, to ascend to the realm of invincibility, and accomplish great things. And he would actually have that opportunity, and soon. After Wu Ren defeated the Qin Ren King, he then went to the Dongyu Emperor Star to defeat the second unparalleled genius of Eternal Life City, Qin Lu Mei. He was trying to regain glory for the Shinshao sect. However, when he truly found Qin Lu Mei and battled with him, he then discovered. The world also realized with surprise. It turned out that the most powerful unparalleled genius of Eternal Life City was never the Qin Ren King, but that low-profile Qin Lu Mei. Chapter 55, Proving the Tao, Dramatic Changes, Calamity, Demons and Chaos. Combined. Wu Ren and Lu Mei erupted in a similarly earth-shattering, world-shocking battle of genius on the Dongyu Emperor Star. However, the situation and outcome of this battle surprised many. Wu Ren, as a heavenly heart Tao body, could grasp all methods without effort, possessing an unparalleled, absolute power of the Tao that could suppress all peers in talent, radiating an invincible aura. However, Lu Mei's strength exceeded imagination, able to clash physically with fierce attacks and engage in spiritual battles, possessing a flawless and pure soul. In addition, he also wielded an astonishingly splendid time Tao method, as if time flows and ages settle, profound and exquisite, not in the slightest beneath Wu Ren's myriad methods of heavenly heart. No matter how Wu Ren exerted himself and how fiercely he attacked, he could not truly deal with Lu Mei. Every attack was blocked as if he had no flaws. Moreover, Lu Mei rarely revealed a fierce killing intent during the battle, repeatedly launching aggressive strikes, posing a huge threat with his blade. Even if he remained indifferent, he was not a heartless person. He knew that his good senior brother, King Qin Ren, had fallen to the hands of Wu Ren, and that Wu Ren's actions were meant to suppress the reputation of Changzhou City, so he could not hold back. In the end, this fierce battle lasted a long time, almost impossible to decide. However, Wu Ren chose to retreat proactively in the end. He seemed not to have lost, always strong and unafraid of Lu Mei, yet he was the first to pull back, subtly giving the impression of having become weak. Wu Ren's retreat was very firm, and Lu Mei could not pursue. This extraordinarily intense and terrifying battle between the world's top talents came to an end. The process and the outcome astonished the world. Some believed Wu Ren did not lose, but many thought Wu Ren was still slightly inferior to Qin Lu Mei. The heavenly heart Tao body no longer maintained absolute strength and invincibility, having suffered setbacks at the hands of another relatively low-key top talent. Wu Ren's prestigious name as a genius also diminished due to this battle. Lu Mei's reputation soared accordingly, becoming the most promising new top talent likely to reach enlightenment. On another side, on the Luogu Emperor Star, King Qin Ren was also very surprised to learn such news. But after thinking about it, he seemed to have vague answers to some unclear matters from the past. No wonder he always felt his teacher looked at Lu Mei with more importance than at him. Perhaps his teacher already knew Lu Mei was stronger, possessing a talent that might even surpass the invincible abilities of this golden age.
In the blink of an eye, dozens of years passed.
During this time, King Qinren had pushed the essence within him to the Sate realm, and then discovered that his physical essence had undergone another change, becoming unusually active and extraordinarily sensitive.
He studied this for a long time and finally made a shocking conclusion about it.
He returned to Changshu City to ask his teacher, Qin Shang. After understanding, Qin Shang's expression became slightly serious, telling King Qinren that as long as he did not actively activate it limitlessly, there would be no major problem. Then this matter was suppressed.
In the blink of an eye,
another several decades passed.
At this time,
Qin Shang had already reached the peak realm of the world and perfected his realm, theoretically able to reach enlightenment at any time. Since entering this realm, he had been comprehending the aura of the Supreme Heavenly Heart. Regarding the question of whether he could attain enlightenment, he actually had a basic answer years ago. Although the Supreme Heavenly Heart seemed to emit a sense of indifference and negligence toward him, it also seemed to permit him to reach enlightenment, allowing him to attract that imperial tribulation of enlightenment. However, he could sense the overwhelming and surging might of the Supreme Heavenly Heart and the irresistible golden fortune of this era, which seemed capable of crushing ancient epics with its ferocity and vigor. As he began his practice from the peak of the Sate realm, he did not rise on the back of this golden fortune. Therefore, he had a vague feeling that even if he succeeded in enlightenment, due to the unstoppable golden fortune, perhaps another change would occur. Qin Shang thought about this for a moment and prepared for several more years.
In the end,
he stepped into the starry sky, releasing the essence drawn from his body, continuously approaching the flawless path of death and extinction.
Boom!
In an instant, above the starry sky, at the top of the universe, a colossal rumbling echoed, and a dazzling flash of lightning tore through the stars, with a terrifying aura of annihilation descending, shaking all realms of man and making all beings tremble. Endless surges of electric light and thunder gathered at the pinnacle of the starry sky, instantly forming a vast and terrifying sea of imperial tribulations. Amazing divine lightning surged forth, with its brilliant light piercing through the deep space, carrying a terrifying aura of world destruction, directly crashing toward Qin Shang. Qin Shang faced this terrifying sea of imperial tribulations in the starry sky. His expression was solemn, his gaze sharp, his stature tall, giving a sense of grandeur, an extraordinary aura. He raised his hand and struck out with a fist, unleashing peak power that carried a deadly aura, shaking the thunderous sea, immediately crushing several divine thunders, and then stepping onto the thunder sea. At this moment, his momentum had reached its peak, determined to break through everything. He did not bring the reincarnation chessboard to face the heavenly tribulation, because that belonged to the level of imperial weapons, possessing the rhythm of the emperor, which would cause the heavenly tribulation thunder sea to react, possibly leading to unexpected events. Even a divine thunder from the emperor level striking him and shattering him was not impossible.
Such a sight of proving the way, naturally shaking the world, leaving them in shock. It's that last lost strong man from Eternal Life City. He really is going to prove the way? Is he truly going to choke off the path to heaven for all the extraordinary talents of the Golden Age? The people were feeling the terrifying imperial tribulation aura coming from the alien sky. Many schools of thought and strong individuals in the world were also spying on this grand proof of the way in imperial tribulation. For the vast majority of people in the world, it did not matter who could successfully prove the way. The appearance of an emperor in the present world was hardly a bad thing. But now it is the Golden Age. Extraordinary talents are almost replaced every few decades, with too many monsters around, each almost having the potential to succeed in proving the way. This is the brilliance and splendor of this ancient era, where many astonishingly talented geniuses coexist, competing for the one and only invincible throne. There will be unprecedented excitement, intensity, and brutality for ages to come. But now, these geniuses are only at the sage realm on average, and it will still take them a few hundred years at best to prove the way. And a prover from the last law era is ahead of them, an extraordinary person, set to be the first to prove the way. Once this last law prover succeeds, no matter how prosperous and powerful this golden age is, it will be suppressed. Will he succeed in proving the way? Some extraordinary talents were tightly watching Qin Shang, who was forcefully rising against the imperial tribulation thunder sea, their brows furrowed, showing some solemnity and worry. They naturally did not wish to see that one and only imperial path severed in this era. But there were also some extraordinary talents who remained calm, viewing Qin Shang's tribulation and proof of the way with a normal mindset. For example, the Emperor of Terminus, with his body as an emperor, proving the way was already difficult. Even if the imperial path was cut off, it would only be harder. Could he really not make it through? A truly invincible person in their heart would not care about all the difficulties ahead. The Tao of the Void teachings was equally calm. His heart was undisturbed, having walked out on the only path, believing this unique path would surely reach the ultimate peak. Any obstacle could be broken through.
Lu Mei was also watching his master uncle facing the tribulation, naturally feeling even less concerned. In fact, despite having an invincible mindset, he also had a detachment from worldly matters. This was not in conflict. A truly invincible person can naturally look lightly upon the changes of ancient and modern times. At this moment, Lu Mei had also reached the sage realm and was gradually beginning to recall some ancient secrets hidden within himself. He was a special existence, possibly a long-living entity reincarnated in the world. And he would surely continue on this path. But his current question was, did his master uncle actually know about his situation long ago, which was why his name carried a Mei that he only now understood the meaning of? Booming. Qin Shang was unmatched in bravery, his momentum astonishing, rising against the universe, exploding divine thunders, suppressing the thunder sea, almost reaching the end of the imperial tribulation.
However, at this moment, those forbidden beings finally made their move. In the depths of darkness, there were terrifying existences that did not want an emperor to appear in this era so quickly. Perhaps they were worried it would hinder their own offspring's invincible path in this golden age. Or perhaps they were worried that an imminent emperor would affect the disaster catastrophe about to break out.
Boom! An ancient forbidden power, seeming to have surged forth since the dawn of time, suddenly erupted in the deep space. A vast hand made of endless grey mist crushed through the stellar sky, carrying the taboo aura of destruction towards Qin Shang. Boom! Almost simultaneously appearing with the grey mist hand was a dazzling ray of light, which also suddenly burst forth in the universe, like a mythical satin, radiating a dreamlike brilliance, falling with a trembling taboo aura directly against Qin Shang. After these two forces of taboo power erupted, it seemed that in various places of deep space, other taboo auras faintly appeared, as if other forbidden beings were about to act. But at this moment, as if by coincidence, or perhaps stirred by this great trial of becoming an emperor, a nearly unheralded and unparalleled colossal mythical disturbance erupted explosively. This made many forbidden beings suddenly change their expressions. It felt as if something was crashing into the great universe with overwhelming eternal might, and the devastating shockwaves alone had already obliterated heaven and earth, causing great turmoil. Rumble. The entire universe shook slightly at an extremely high frequency, its impact spreading far and wide. Even the demon abyss and divine tomb trembled as well. This massive disturbance made everyone's hearts race, feeling an unmatched aura that transcended everything, as if a myth was about to descend upon the world. Those forbidden beings were equally shocked. From their perspective, although sealed in the divine source without much advance warning, they still naturally understood that a long-predicted mythical upheaval had arrived. Realizing this, even though they were invincible, looking down upon the ages, indifferent to the lives of mortals, some still felt a flicker of excitement, eagerness, and expectation in their hearts. Would a land of mythology descend? Would there be a chance to ascend above mythology? And after this colossal mythological disturbance appeared, two transcendent mythological forbidden zones almost simultaneously revealed themselves to the world. Shou Dao Mountain. It was a pure mountain, extraordinarily magnificent, towering above everything with grandeur. Endless clear air surrounded the peak, the universe shining brightly, exuding an ancient, magnificent aura, with countless colorful rays weaving at the mountain's summit, reflecting dreamlike and stunning luminous shadows of living beings, as if mythological creatures had materialized in the world. An unmatched shock. Shou Dao Mountain emerged with this mythical disturbance, even to the point of being considered a synchronous emergence, having made some kind of preparation long before. But the Ziwei Divine Court also appeared alongside Shou Dao Mountain, as if it too had been prepared in advance. The Ziwei Divine Court thunderously appeared, high above the starry sky, an indescribable, supreme mythical realm, almost like real mythology. Wrapped in the light of mythology, billions of strands of chaotic air descended, the divine aura transcending, escaping the mortal world, as if it were an ultimate being capable of creating worlds, enduring indefinitely even if the mortal realm were to perish, capable of reopening heaven and earth, mastering everything in the world. After the emergence of Shou Dao Mountain and the Ziwei Divine Court, Taichu Ruins, the Chaos Star Sea, and the heavily damaged Huangquan River also faintly appeared at the peak of the starry sky, brilliant light emanating, releasing a mythological aura, shaking the world. Such successive extraordinary disturbances made the people momentarily forget about the Qin Shang who was undergoing tribulation and proving his path. At this moment, even those with little understanding could roughly see that a gigantic change was taking place. After the appearance of the Ziwei Divine Court, an overwhelming force of terror, as if capable of destroying all eternity, immediately emanated from within. The master of the Divine Court had already emerged. He glanced at Shou Dao Mountain, his gaze cold, carrying a sharpness and majesty that pierced through the eternal passage of time. Then, he gently raised his hand and pushed lightly. The movement was slow and casual, but a terrifying force erupted that surpassed the realm of invincibility. Boom! An enormous hand seemingly composed of endless mythological brilliance thunderously appeared, the strongest beyond compare, suppressing all ancient eras, its seemingly slow speed transcending time and space. In the blink of an eye, she thundered to Daosho Mountain. However,
There were also supreme forbidden figures within Daosho Mountain who did not let Daosho Mountain withstand the power of this palm, but instead threw out a punch of their own. A towering, massive fist roared out from Daosho Mountain, with clear energy swirling, its might overwhelming through the ages, capable of overturning all time. Boom! The collision of two unmatched, ancient powers immediately caused an unprecedented wave, stirring up layers of tide in the vast starry sky. The great universe shook violently. That was the arrival of the supreme divine might, reaching the level of the heavenly emperor, penetrating the red dust ceiling, making forbidden beings feel a sense of suffocation. However, this was not all. Somewhere in the deep void of the universe, there was an inconspicuous black divine cocoon, its aura restrained and hardly noticeable. Inside it, an otherworldly being was undergoing transformation and ascension, and it was close to reaching its ultimate change. This black divine cocoon had fallen from the mythical upheaval that occurred about 100,000 years ago. At that time, it had also alarmed various mythical forbidden zones, but the giants examining the world did not discover this cocoon. To this day, the otherworldly being inside the cocoon had slept and grown for 100,000 years, and was almost on the brink of complete transformation. What a lively scene! Perhaps I should emerge ahead of time. A voice, pleasant like music from the heavens, faintly echoed from within the cocoon. A woman sat cross-legged inside the cocoon, her dark hair flowing down, wearing a bright red dress, transcendent and unmatched. On her snow-white, proud neck was a stunningly beautiful face that seemed to gather the beauty of endless ages, her grace surpassing eternity. Her name was Qingyi, brought in by the terrifying being outside the black box, without any violation, and she would never become an accident. Even though she would also participate and stir the causality within the black box. As long as she maintained the absolute darkness of the black box, remaining unknown to the outside, there would be no problem. What she entered the black box for was not to guard or to cause destruction. She was to take command of the ancient bronze ship, guarding that mythic dead end, and all she had to do was live on, as she would have her purpose in the future. As for what that purpose specifically was, she could not know. It might involve the plans or games of some terrifying beings, which she was naturally unqualified to understand. She only needed to guard the ancient bronze ship and live on, everything else was hers to handle freely. And now, she sensed the turmoil in the great universe. Even the master of the Ziwei Divine Court had made a move, and there were also supreme figures in Daosho Mountain to contend with. So she also wanted to emerge directly. Only such a grand occasion was most suitable for a splendid debut worthy of her identity and status. Otherwise, emerging in a mundane era to crush the ancient bronze ship with a snap of her fingers would seem quite dull. Moreover, even if she emerged early, with her current battle strength, she basically feared nothing. Although she was deep inside the divine cocoon, she could still gather information from the ordinary beings in the surrounding starry sky. She was very clear that the current ancient bronze ship had a very powerful forbidden giant. But she believed that this forbidden giant could at most reach the level of the quasi-heavenly emperor, and could not possibly match the battle strength of the heavenly emperor. Even though she had not fully transformed yet, she was already capable of erupting with heavenly emperor-level power in a short time, though it was not yet stable. But to suppress the ancient bronze ship, it should still be more than enough. After making her decision, Qingyi directly emerged, for after resolving the matter with the ancient bronze ship, she could still use the cocoon to make her final transformation. Boom! A terrifying force, comparable to the collision between the Ziwei Divine Court and Daosho Mountain, erupted into the world. Qingyi stepped into the pinnacle of the starry sky in a red dress, exotic and radiant, an unearthly beauty, surpassing the vastness of time and space, radiating an overpowering, terrifying divine might that could suppress the invincible. Her sudden appearance. It shook the universe, with a force that overshadowed ancient and modern times, sweeping across the vast starry sky. She had lain dormant and grown in the great universe for 100,000 years, and naturally, she carried the aura of beings from that universe. Though it did not resonate with the heart of the supreme heavens, it stirred the movements of heaven and earth, as if an unparalleled supreme being had reappeared. The Lord of the Divine Court and the Master of the Path Protection Mountain both had changing expressions. The sudden appearance of an unknown powerful figure was, of course, surprising. However, they quickly recalled the ominous signs of a great change that had occurred about 100,000 years ago. Perhaps a being from outside the world had indeed fallen then. Just as the Lord of the Divine Court and the Master of the Path Protection Mountain were filled with doubt, Qingyi had already quickly locked onto the position of the bronze ancient ship, and then she struck directly. Boom! She stood at the pinnacle of the earthly realm, her stunning eyes looked down upon the ages. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed billions of brilliant golden runes. Each rune possessed immense power, collapsing the void, crushing the paths of heaven and earth, containing unparalleled might that could disrupt eternity. Billions of golden runes converged into a vast and unmatched force, rushing towards the bronze ancient ship like a mythical ocean, destructive and terrifying, as if it could topple all taboos of the world. At this moment, on the bronze ancient ship, Qin Feng immediately sensed the terrifying power pressing towards him. He frowned slightly, confused.
Regarding this sudden eruption of mythical change, he still took a wait-and-see attitude, wanting to see what kind of opposition existed between the Path Protection Mountain and the Ziwei Divine Court. But then, an extremely powerful taboo figure inexplicably appeared, directly targeting the Bronze Ancient ship, overwhelming and aggressive, already reaching the battle strength of the Heavenly Emperor, a true unparalleled taboo giant. For such a figure, in his usual state, Qin Feng indeed found it quite difficult to handle. Unless he entered a certain desperate state, allowing his overflowing path to break through shackles and unleash the might of the Heavenly Emperor. However, in this case, the short-term issues would not be too significant, but a long-term eruption might lead to unforeseen problems. His path was rooted in his physical body and soul, forcibly erupting with the might of the Heavenly Emperor could potentially crush and tear apart his body and soul, causing irreversible foundational damage. If he waited another 20 or 30,000 years, allowing his soul's third leap and the third transformation of his divine fetus to reach completion, perhaps he could support his own path without easily being overwhelmed. His invincible realm, in terms of path, was always the strongest, and it would only continue to advance. Even in future training he would never lag behind. It's just that regarding his physical and soul aspects, he didn't have any qualifications that led him to be ahead of other invincibles, nor had he found a way to quickly achieve transformation. He could only cultivate and improve slowly. Moreover, if it were not for him relying on his deep path foundation to create a set of fiery cultivation methods, his current body and soul would be even further behind. However, with strong enemies approaching, he could not avoid battle. Even if he really had to forcefully unleash the might of the Heavenly Emperor, he had means to assist, greatly reducing the impact of extreme path power on his body and soul. Who? A black great halberd with extraordinary radiance suddenly appeared, crossing before Qin Feng, with boundless purple energy cascading down, possessing a towering, overwhelming power throughout the ages, and also a unique sharpness that could sever future time. This was an imperial weapon crafted by Qin Feng when he was 1700 years old, named the Purple Divine Halberd. It had accompanied his cultivation for over 200,000 years and was the supreme imperial weapon most in accord with his overflowing path. With the Purple Divine Halberd assisting in carrying his supreme path, it allowed him to unleash his true peak combat power more calmly and easily. Qin Feng also had nothing to hesitate about, grasping the Purple Divine Halberd, sweeping across the starry sky with a strike. Boom! The entire vast universe immediately shook, a torrent of endless purple chi bursting forth from the Bronze Ancient ship, spreading in all directions, grand and supreme, like a mythical emperor on an outing, possessing the highest majesty. The endless purple chi carried an overwhelming sharpness of military might, directly crashing into the immensely powerful golden light runes. Bang! Once again, an almost destructive horror echoed across the universe, astonishing waves sweeping through space, stirring up titanic waves of stars, leaving all beings trembling in fear. Even those forbidden beings felt an immense shock at this moment. The once aloof, almost never-seen supreme taboo giant suddenly revealed four at once. Not to mention the mysterious red-clad female giant. Even the power of the bronze ship's master exceeded their expectations, actually being a supreme forbidden figure capable of forcibly confronting the might of the Heavenly Emperor. Was this mythological upheaval truly that the land of legends was about to descend? Even those terrifying figures who usually stood at the highest places had to come out to fight? People were now scared to the point of being dumbfounded, nearly devoid of thought. They didn't even know why. Originally just thinking of stepping out to witness a path to Emperor Calamity, how did it suddenly turn so terrifying and dreadful? The great universe had been shaken upside down multiple times. The end-of-law powerhouses were proving their paths, the forbidden beings emerged. Evil energy erupted from the depths of the universe, as if ready to unleash disaster. Mythical forbidden zones clashed, colossal figures collided beyond standards. Such turmoil, with demons dancing wildly, disrupting ancient, present, and future, who could have imagined today would suddenly explode into such terrifying chaos? So, what exactly happened to cause this turmoil? With this kind of commotion, could there still be a resolution? Would they truly shatter the great universe? Is this golden era coming to an end, or is this just the beginning? Qin Shang, currently undergoing trial and proving his path, also didn't expect such a series of grand upheavals and changes, equally shocked in his heart. But at this moment, he had no time to think of anything else. He could only exert all his strength to confront the imperial trials, succeed in proving his path, and step into the realm of invincibility, thus having a chance to intervene in this unprecedented upheaval. Chapter 56, The Advantage is Mine. Rumble. Wave after wave of supreme forbidden power swept through the universe, even exploding into clashes, raising layers of terrifying waves. Waves of horror and dread-filled energy permeated the domains of the world, causing grand upheavals, the heavens collapsing, and the world splitting apart, almost signifying the end of the world for the people, leaving them shivering in fear. In the depths of the universe, the bronze ancient ship had now fully awakened, sailing in the starry sky, radiating brilliant ancient divine light, exuding a vast and infinite aura of time, as if coming from the indestructible era, passing through the mythical river of time, eternally existing in the world. In the perception of the people, The bronze ancient ship was also a mythical forbidden zone, equally transcendent and unparalleled, and now in the world, it possessed the same eternal and immortal mythical aura, comparably shocking compared to the purple micro-heavenly court.
Especially since
the master of the bronze ship had already emerged, unleashing unparalleled giant might, standing atop the ancient ship, surrounded by surging and grand noble purple chi. His figure was vague but bore a towering majesty, standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world, overlooking the epochs of time. In his hand, he grasped a purple divine halberd. Even without unleashing its power, the mere essence of this imperial weapon exuded an overwhelming domineering force capable of suppressing all enemies in the world. At this moment, Qin Feng steered the bronze ancient ship, positioned at the zenith of the universe, emanating the ancient and eternal aura of the mythical forbidden zone, majestic and supreme, as if no amount of time could shake it. After he swept away the attack of that mysterious red-clad giant. Standing here, her gaze was fierce and cold as she looked at the enemy. Facing an opponent of the same level, possessing a mythic forbidden zone naturally gave her an advantage.
Although the bronze ancient ship actually did not have much capability to attack outward.
This is because the establishment of the triple mythic array here was meant to guard the supreme divine land at the center, while also gathering the energy from all directions to incorporate the divine path's creation, making it difficult to forcefully press the array's power outward. This was not like the other superstandard mythic forbidden zones such as the Ziwei Divine Court or the Ancient God Palace, which still possessed some ability to attack externally. But being within the bronze ancient ship, leveraging the might of the forbidden zone's mythic array, she still had an advantage. As long as her abilities were not weaker than her enemies, she would not face defeat.
Is she really that powerful?
Qing Yi stood in the starry sky, her red dress fluttering, her figure exquisite, her divine beauty flawless and otherworldly, embodying all the world's wonders, like a mythic celestial maiden, surpassing the dust of the ages. Her eyes were beautiful and deep, indifferent to the world, looking down upon the ancient ages, her unmatched aura seemingly dismissing any worldly invincible figures, transcendent and mighty. Yet, as she looked at the bronze shipmaster, she was still somewhat surprised by his power. She had originally thought that the current bronze shipmaster, no matter how powerful, would only be at the quasi-emperor level, or perhaps even less, just a deeply rooted taboo giant. However, he calmly countered her first wave of offense, revealing a toughness that did not seem to be weaker than hers. But still. Even so, Qing Yi still held absolute confidence that she could surpass him.
What if he is a heavenly emperor?
In the mortal world, a heavenly emperor is just a decaying man who must cut himself down. Her deep eyes emitted a blazing might, timelessly sharp, a terrifying aura penetrating the vast starry sky, directly pressing toward the bronze ancient ship, still full of strength and terror. Now, there was a fundamental difference between her and the heavenly emperor of this mortal world.
Firstly, it was the lifespan.
She had grown for 100,000 years within the divine cocoon, which contained a part of the longevity material refined from the terrifying beings of the mythic land. Even if she had consumed some of it now, it had naturally dissipated some, yet it was enough to extend her life by tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, even this heavenly emperor in the black box, when living the second life, would see their lifespan and life essence increase by more than 10,000 years, possibly even reaching 20,000 years, and when living to the third life, they could generally increase their lifespan by nearly 30,000 years. If one were to live a new life through a stronger path or more extraordinary opportunities, the increased lifespan would be even greater. Heavenly emperors usually live to the fourth life, with a more significant increase in lifespan and life essence, plus an additional 10,000 years from the immortality elixir. Theoretically, even the lifespan the heavenly emperor in the mortal realm could live would not be less than 100,000 years and perhaps even exceed that considerably. Thus, Qing Yi was very clear that in the current mortal world, judging whether an ancient emperor was at the quasi-heavenly emperor or even heavenly emperor level was generally based on their years of existence. After all, people of later generations find it hard to accurately judge the true battle power of ancient emperors. The existence of invincible realms is something they cannot comprehend. However, the approximate era an emperor survived has some clues, and the margin of error wouldn't be too much. In fact, Qing Yi was also a very powerful emperor in realms beyond, but on her own, she had not cultivated to the battle power of a heavenly emperor. Now reborn in the black box, thanks to the creation of the divine cocoon, she nurtured a flawless perfect body, raising her battle power level to that of a heavenly emperor. Her current state still had nearly 20,000 years of lifespan left. If she returned to the divine cocoon and completely transformed, she would still be able to increase her lifespan by over 10,000 years. When the limit of her lifespan arrived, she too had to sever her realm ahead of time, temporarily extinguishing the imperial level origin, and survive within the divine source. With her current body and innate talent, the heavenly emperor level was the limit, and it was extremely difficult to continue growing. Naturally, she would not become an accident within the black box. The terrifying being who sent her in had personally forged her current battle power, so everything had already been restricted, and no accidents would be allowed. Moreover, even without restrictions, she would still have little chance of cultivating beyond the heavenly emperor realm. Even in the outer world, in the vast land of myths, those who could cultivate beyond the heavenly emperor level were legendary figures, extremely rare and hard to come by. The great realm beyond the Heavenly Emperor, beings of that level would probably be able to glance up and catch sight of those terrifying figures above the eternal myths. That supreme realm, if she could truly reach it, would be a great overestimation of her abilities. But just because she couldn't cultivate to that level didn't mean others couldn't. Even within this black box, it was not certain that no one could reach that kind of realm. According to the terrifying being who sent her in, the vast universe within the black box was theoretically a place where gods could be born, with the soil to nurture true myth. Such a vast universe would, even in the eyes of the highest gods, definitely be considered a supreme treasure. So, there was a very low probability of accidents happening here, which was why there needed to be guardians. Kill. A sharp killing intent emerged in Qin Yi's eyes, cold and unparalleled, her exquisite body erupted with overwhelming divine power that shattered the starry sky, directly charging towards the ancient bronze ship. Although the power of the bronze ship's master far exceeded her expectations, she did not plan to give up the battle, she still aimed to suppress the ancient bronze ship. She had more abundant lifespan and vital force, an unscathed imperial realm, and the life foundation that had accumulated for 100,000 years within the divine cocoon. With such an advantage, even though the opponent also had the advantage of a mythical forbidden zone, she truly didn't believe she would lose to a decayed and flawed red dust heavenly emperor.
Chapter 57, Collision of Forbidden Zones. Bronze Ship Master. In the Ziwei Divine Court, the master of the Divine Court, enveloped in transcendent divine light, looked at the ancient bronze ship in the distant starry sky, feeling the immense power of the figure holding the spear. His brows slightly furrowed. Like that mysterious red-clad giant, the bronze ship's master was also a forbidden heavenly emperor-level figure no one had expected. Moreover, neither of these two figures had their true identities clearly revealed, nor their positions understood. This naturally made the divine court master, who bore the responsibility of guardianship, uneasy. But fortunately, that mysterious red-clad giant directly attacked the ancient bronze ship, engaging in a fierce battle with the bronze ship's master. For now, it seemed that the two would not interfere with this mythological upheaval. They likely had their own reasons for fighting, and their battle was in another, independent field. As for the contemporary Pathseeker being attacked by forbidden beings in another corner of the starry sky, that was an insignificant battlefield. At this moment, the ancient god palace fully revealed itself to the world, wrapped in a spherical ocean of divine mythic light. Within, the floating islands and supreme god soil could be faintly seen, dazzlingly beautiful, like a mythic world from a dream, neither real nor truly mythical, yet possessing the image of what a myth should be. The master of the ancient god palace also appeared in his true form, dressed in white, with a tall and slender figure, as graceful as flowing clouds, transcending the mortal realm. But standing atop the palace, he also revealed an extraordinary aura of unmatched power, capable of suppressing worldly taboos and crushing the red dust without equal. He looked down at the universe's starry sky, his eyes deep beyond measure, containing terrifying forces as though he could open up the heavens and the earth, his gaze directly targeting the Dao mountain, pressing down so fiercely that even the mythic mountain trembled. There is also an unparalleled giant's deterrence. His stance is very clear, he does not recognize what the pathguarding mountain intends to do, believing that the possibility of unexpected events cannot be dismissed, and this is naturally within his duty to guard. Seeing the appearance of the ancient god palace master, the lord of the divine court felt a slight relief in the faint pressure on his heart. Although the northern Dipper celestial court had not yet appeared, the ancient god palace has been very responsible during this black box era, mostly aligning with him, maintaining the black box order, and jointly quelling several potential disruptions to the black box. However, the primordial ruins and chaotic star sea have not yet fully revealed themselves, they seem hesitant to clarify their intentions and stance. Could it be that those two believe that what the pathguarding mountain intends to do really holds no risk for creating unexpected events, so they do not wish to waste energy intervening? Boom! Once again, a tremendous mythical commotion suddenly descended, instantly enveloping the entire earthly realm. The tremor was neither intense nor exaggerated, yet an extraordinary aura permeated everyone's hearts, even causing a momentary loss of focus, affecting even the taboo beings. At the same time, the pathguarding mountain swiftly moved in pursuit of the source of this mythical sound, crashing through stars, shattering the void, unstoppable. The purple micro-divine court and ancient god palace were not slow to act either, aiming to intercept and thwart the pathguarding mountain. However, the master of the pathguarding mountain took direct action this time. He stepped out into the heavens, revealing his towering figure against the backdrop of earthly myth, his power overwhelming, striking fear into all, swallowing the universe of ancient and modern. Boom! The master of the pathguarding mountain swung a fist towards the ancient god palace, instantly stirring a terrifying wave that shook the ages, causing the vast universe to quake. The ancient, magnificent, and righteous aura surged, carrying an unparalleled fist force that shattered the barriers of time and space, striking directly at the ancient god palace. But the master of the pathguarding mountain did not stop at just this punch, he casually waved a hand, causing the entire pathguarding mountain to surge with an overwhelming primeval momentum. Streams reflecting bizarre mythical creatures rose, accumulating into a tidal wave that seemed ready to overwhelm the eternal earthly realm, directly pressing towards the purple micro-divine court.
The master of the path-guarding mountain suddenly unleashed supreme divine power, simultaneously striking at the ancient god palace and the purple micro-divine court, showcasing immense strength that shocked the world. The lord of the divine court and the ancient god palace master furrowed their brows upon witnessing such a display from the master of the path-guarding mountain. At this moment, they were not thinking about the master of the path-guarding mountain's arrogance in facing two foes alone. Rather, with their sharp senses, they quickly perceived something, soon concluding that this sudden explosive assault from the master of the path-guarding mountain was merely to provide cover for another person. And indeed. Boom! Inside the path-guarding mountain, another earth-shattering presence of a supreme emperor erupted that stunned the ages. A figure rose against the heavens, with divine power surging, an overwhelming aura reaching its peak, terrifyingly immense, carrying a supreme authority that dominated the ages. Emperor Long Yuan. The lord of the divine court and the ancient god palace master immediately recognized that the terrifying figure capable of tearing through the past and present was none other than the past imperial giant, Emperor Long Yuan. At this moment, Emperor Long Yuan suddenly emerged, instantly revitalizing his imperial essence, reclaiming the unparalleled divine might that once overshadowed the ages. The entire universe trembled, the supreme heavenly heart resonating with an unmatched melody, responding to this unparalleled being who had once dominated the world for a long time. Soon, people in the world began to speculate that it was the reappearance of Emperor Long Yuan, and they were shocked beyond measure. The strength of Emperor Long Yuan, as recorded in history, was legendary, his fame unparalleled, forcing even the forbidden zones of mythology to bow. Even such an emperor giant from the past became a forbidden being in the end, now re-emerging in this incredible upheaval. Even more shocking was what exactly this mythical turmoil was all about. Are we going to have an eternal reckoning? As soon as Emperor Long Yuan appeared, he ascended to the heavens, and a magnificent bell, shining with golden light, flew out behind him, bursting forth with endless brilliance to chase after his figure, hanging above his head. Ding! As the bell rang, it stirred up vast waves, suppressing the ancient worldly dust, sounding like the true voice of a dragon, carrying a supreme dignity that transcended all races and spirits. The bell's sound echoed, causing the universe to tremble. Unparalleled awe-inspiring power burst forth, immediately breaking through layer after layer of void, penetrating everything, as if opening up the nothingness, to forcefully create a new world. After Emperor Long Yuan made his move, that mythological commotion seemed to be guided, once again stirring up a shocking wave and causing great tremors in the worldly realm. The lord of the divine court and the lord of the ancient god palace, upon seeing this, immediately turned pale, revealing killing intent. They wanted to intervene and stop it, but the lord of the path guardian mountain had already taken action, bringing forth the might of the mythological forbidden zone to counter them. Even they could not completely break through this barrier. Boom! 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 The lord of the divine court and the lord of the ancient god palace held nothing back, controlling the two supreme forbidden zones, the Ziwei divine court and the ancient god palace, unleashing endless mythological power to suppress the path guardian mountain, while also attacking the lord of path guardian mountain and Emperor Long Yuan with all their might. In an instant, a terrifying wave of unparalleled horror rose again, as the titans clashed, and the mythological forbidden zones seemed about to collide. Just the sight of it was terrifying, as if threatening to overturn the universe and annihilate the world. Even the powerful beings in the cosmic world shrank back, afraid to emerge, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Countless ordinary beings knelt on the ground, trembling, praying with all their hearts for this apocalyptic turmoil to end soon, hoping the world wouldn't actually be destroyed. Some even prayed that the Lord Qin of Longevity City would succeed in his path to enlightenment, ascend to the pinnacle, and become a great emperor of this age, dominating the world, at least providing a mental anchor for everyone. But at this moment, Qin Shang was not in a good position either, fearing for his own safety. Chapter 58, The Era Still Holds Mysteries, merged. Under the vast and terrifying sea of imperial tribulation thunder, Qin Shang struggled to hold on. The world-shocking divine thunder fell, carrying the energy to annihilate all, terrifyingly overwhelming, completely drowning Qin Shang, aiming to break his strong body down and not allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle. Furthermore, no less than 6 forbidden beings had already struck from afar, unleashing the forbidden power that can obliterate everything, attacking Qin Shang in succession, not allowing anyone to achieve enlightenment ahead of time. Even a forbidden being's power became increasingly formidable, as if they had truly descended into the world, or were about to do so at any moment, to return to the invincible realm of the Emperor. However, for now, they still held back, because the rumored path of protection had not yet appeared, and everything was still uncertain. They didn't dare to manifest easily, for fear of prematurely triggering some great battle. Some forbidden beings also restrained themselves, waiting for something. Qin Shang's figure, beneath the brilliant and roaring thunder sea, held on against everything, his body battered and bleeding, barely hanging on, seeming powerless to continue challenging the imperial tribulation. Yet he had not given up. There remained an unyielding and indestructible aura about him, sharp and unstoppable, still determined to break through everything and attain invincibility. He could endure until now not only because he had indeed made adequate preparations. Mainly it was because he was a flawless being, cultivated from the superlative ginseng fruit, possessing a profound life essence. But even the deepest essence in such a terrifying environment of enlightenment was simply not enough to sustain him. However, he still had one trump card left unplayed.
Bang!
Qin Shang roared deeply, exhausting himself completely, unleashing a peak of might again, and at this moment of impending annihilation, his method of death and obliteration fatally underwent a transformation, becoming increasingly exquisite and powerful. In this round, he spared no effort in his explosion, breaking through the thunderous sea again, going against the universe, taking a big step forward, and was almost at the end of the Emperor's tribulation.
The entire universe slightly trembled, as if there were signs of successful enlightenment.
This situation caused the forbidden beings to be slightly surprised, astonished that this enlighter from the end of the Dharma era was so strong and resilient. But in this great change, crossing the tribulation to achieve enlightenment was actually destined to be futile.
Boom!
Once again, three forbidden beings seemed to relay their attack, unleashing forbidden might deep in the starry sky, even stronger and more terrifying than before, as if someone had truly descended. Qin Shang's expression was stern, facing the deadly crisis of being completely annihilated again. Moreover, given his current situation, it was completely impossible for him to resist any longer. It seemed he was destined to perish.
At the same time,
the Lord of the Divine Court and the Lord of the Ancient God Palace wielded the power of the Purple Star Divine Court and the Ancient God Palace to unleash a mythical formation, surging forward as if an endless divine sea was pouring from the heavens to suppress the mountain of guardianship. The Lord of the Divine Court stepped out in true form, his figure radiant and brilliant, transcendent and sacred, like an unparalleled deity above the mortal world, capable of overpowering everything in the world.
He seemed to reside at the pinnacle of mythology, raising his hand to press down, the grand and extraordinary power descending, collapsing the vast stars, shattering the void, causing all things in the world to wither away, embodying an unbeatable force that surpassed everything in the mortal realm. Even the Lord of the Mountain of Guardianship had a serious expression, needing to respond with all his might, let alone facing another equally formidable Lord of the Ancient God Palace. The Lord of the Mountain of Guardianship unleashed the formation of the Mountain of Guardianship with all his strength, an endless ocean of ancient biological shadows surging forth, the grand and mighty mythic aura flowing, as if it were about to evolve into a vast, magnificent mythical scene. He stood in his true form on the Mountain of Guardianship, stabilizing the four directions, also launching a powerful attack, his body towering through the ages, seemingly unshakable, ready to face two opponents. But while the Lord of the Ancient God Palace pressed the Mountain of Guardianship with the forbidden formation, he still seized the opportunity to bypass the Lord of the Mountain of Guardianship, aiming to strike at the Dragon Abyss Emperor and bring him down. He stretched out his hand to grasp, and from somewhere drew out a supreme sword with extraordinary aura, then struck directly towards the Dragon Abyss Emperor. Boom!
A sword light that seemed to transcend the mortal world explosively broke through time and space, its sharpness extraordinary, surpassing the ancient dust, capable of annihilating everything in the world. This sword strike was such that even the Lord of the Mountain of Guardianship had no time to stop it. Because he was facing the Lord of the Divine Court and the pressure of two forbidden formations, it was impossible for him to block everything. The Dragon Abyss Emperor felt the power of the sword from the Lord of the Ancient God Palace, his expression remained unchanged, his eyes still cold and sharp. With his strength, he was not afraid of any forbidden giant at all.
Ding!
A distant bell sound echoed again, resounding across the universe, conveying once more the supreme majesty that eclipsed all races and beings, like a true dragon reborn. Layer upon layer of bell waves shattered the void again, bursting forth from realms of nothingness, as if to open some path, to guide something.
At the same time,
the Dragon Abyss Emperor also casually threw out a punch, his fist shining with golden light, illuminating the vast deep space. The power of the true dragon's path was fully displayed in his punch, majestic and grand, surpassing even the ancient beings, not much weaker than the Lord of the Ancient God Palace. He too had practiced the true dragon's path and ventured far, but he did not take the complete transformation route of the true dragon. Instead, he focused on super-specification cultivation guided by the true dragon's path.
Rumble!
An even more terrifying and colossal collision erupted, endless light exploding in the battlefield, a shocking and earth-shattering scene that permeated every corner of the starry sky. There was no longer a peaceful place left in this world. Moreover, it wasn't just the battlefield of the Purple Star Divine Court, the Ancient God Palace, and the Mountain of Guardianship that was making such shocking noise.